Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Chen Hu discovered, to his astonishment, that he had traversed into another realm. The neighboring village was named Holy Soul Village, home to a blacksmith named Tang Hao, who had a son named Tang San. This was the world of Douluo, Tang San's world, and indeed, Chen Hu's world, a realm where every being possessed the right to forge their own destiny. Emerging from the spirit hall, what path should Chen Hu choose? What legendary tale would he carve out? Lacking innate soul power and possessing no twin martial souls, armed only with a blade and a flask of wine, he was determined to unsheathe his sword and cleave through the heavens. Chapter 1. The Otherworldly Chen Hu. As dawn broke, the sun gently ascended from the eastern sky. A young child, around 5 or 6 years of age, languidly reclined upon a verdant patch of grass, a strand of dogtail grass held between his lips. "Little Hu, come over for breakfast." His mother's gentle call finally roused him from his slumber, his eyes opening to reveal a depth of understanding rare for one so young. Stretching lazily and stifling a yawn, he rose to his feet. His attire, while not opulent, was clean and tidy, a stark contrast to the tattered garments of his peers. Casually brushing off the stray blades of grass from his rear, the child sighed and cast a wistful glance at the frail figure atop a nearby hill before turning away. His name was Chen Hu, a moniker bestowed upon him by his parents, presumably due to his birth by the lake. Indeed, Chen Hu retained the memories of his previous life. That life had unfolded on a cerulean planet, where, under the protection of a mighty nation, he had lived a life of tranquility, albeit one marked by ordinariness. Inexplicably, the avid reader Chen Hu found himself unexpectedly swept into the tide of transmigration, awakening in this unfamiliar world. After spending over a year mastering the language of this realm, his mental state had begun to unravel. His dismay escalated upon learning that the adjacent village was indeed named Holy Soul Village, home to the blacksmith Tang Hao and his son Tang San. Chen Hu's composure shattered entirely. If his conjectures were correct, this was undoubtedly the narrative of the first part of the novel authored by the renowned writer, San Shao. Whether it was the original novel, an animated adaptation, or a reimagined drama, Chen Hu could not ascertain. What he did understand was that, regardless of the source, it was far from accommodating for him. In the feudal society of Douluo, the only avenue for an ordinary individual to rise above was to become a soul master. The future achievements of a soul master in Douluo were, in essence, dictated by the whims of fate. Should fortune smile upon them, they might be graced with a top-tier martial soul, twin martial souls, or even innate full soul power, enabling them to soar to unimaginable heights. If the heavens are in a foul mood, it is unlikely that a master with such a mediocre and mutated martial soul could ever transcend the 29th level. Achieving that would be a commendable feat that in the realm of Douluo, while every individual possesses a martial soul, the number of those who can cultivate soul power is exceedingly rare. Chen Hu, in his past life, resided in a world devoid of any transcendent powers, although the notion of traversing dimensions is inherently unscientific. Aside from technological marvels, he had never encountered any extraordinary abilities. Naturally, he did not possess the innate martial arts of the Tang sect like his neighbor, Tang San. Martial soul is fundamentally the soul cultivation system available to Chen Hu in this life. Thus, dear heavens, I earnestly implore you to bestow your favor upon me. Chen Hu silently murmured in his heart. Sensing his son's distracted demeanor, Chen Mo patted his shoulder and jovially remarked, "Son, even if you lack innate soul power, it matters not. After all, you have learned a considerable amount of your father's skills. Even if you cannot become a soul master, you will not lack for a comfortable life at the very least." Bai Yu shot Chen Mo an exasperated glance and retorted, "Little Hu has always been astute. His awakening of a martial soul and soul power is assured. Now let's eat quickly. The soul masters from the Martial Soul Hall are arriving today, and we must not be late." Indeed, today marks the day of martial soul awakening for the children of Longmen Village, as the emissaries from the Martial Soul Hall will come to awaken the martial souls of those deemed suitable. Chen Hu wondered who would be in charge of the awakening in Longmen Village. Could it be Su Yun Tao, the one who awakened the martial souls in the original story's Holy Soul Village? Absently acknowledging this, Chen Hu lifted his bowl and began to relish the medicinal porridge within. Although his current standard of living could not compare to that of his previous life, it was certainly superior to that of the other villagers. The porridge was infused with an array of medicinal herbs, and under the expert craftsmanship of his mother, Bai Yu, a simple bowl of white rice porridge became a feast for the senses, enticing one's appetite immensely in a world where even basic sustenance is a challenge. The superior living conditions of Chen Hu's family are a testament to Chen Mo's ancestral skills. Though the Chen family has been passed down through generations, they have thrived due to their unique expertise in medicine, making them the only practitioners in the surrounding villages. While their medical skills may not be exceptional, they can certainly remedy minor ailments such as colds and fevers, and their industrious nature has granted them a more prosperous life compared to other nearby settlements. Moreover, after Chen Hu began to delve into medical practices alongside his father a year ago, introducing some of the medical concept from his past life, Chen Mo's skills have significantly improved, gaining a reputation that has drawn more patients to their doorstep, enhancing the family's livelihood. Thanks to the Chen family's medical expertise, Chen Hu, though merely 6 years old, is robust and healthy, towering over many malnourished peers by a head. Consequently, he has never lost a skirmish with children of his age, of course. Chen Hu does not particularly relish bullying younger children, however. Some mischievous ones do require a touch of loving discipline, do they not? At times, Chen Hu mused that even if he could not become a soul master, perhaps that would not be such a bad fate. However, the next moment, these thoughts were swiftly erased from his mind. In a commonplace world or a realm outside the narrative of Douluo Continent, being a modestly content, ordinary person might be acceptable. Yet this is the first part of the storyline of Douluo Continent, a time of mythical ascendance and the tragic downfall of countless souls. Longmen Village is situated in the southwest of the Heaven Do Empire, with the Stardo Empire lying to the southern area at the confluence of two great empires, historically a coveted battleground that, in times of peace, this place would serve as a vital link for merchants between the two empires, allowing the local populace to enjoy a more prosperous life. However, should turmoil arise, this locale would no longer be a place of safety. Moreover, this is a world imbued with the extraordinary. Chen Hu vaguely recalled from the original text that the title Douluo of the Heaven Do Empire single-handedly annihilated an entire city. In the novel, this was merely a few brief lines. People were awestruck by Douluo's formidable combat prowess, but felt little else. Yet, that was a city, home to well over 100,000 souls within the blink of an eye. 100,000 lives could be extinguished. Such a reality cannot be trivialized into a couple of light phrases. Chen Hu did not wish for a day to come when he would be among those countless souls slaughtered at the whim of another. Hence, becoming a soul master remains his sole option. Having just finished breakfast, a knock sounded at the door. "Village chief, what brings you here?" Chen Mo inquired, somewhat taken aback. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu turned his gaze as well. The emissaries from the spirit hall typically arrived around midday. Even if they were to arrive early for the spirit awakening ceremony, there would be no need to come right after breakfast, especially since the ceremony was to be held within the village itself. Chen Mo welcomed an elder who appeared to be in his 50s. The elder was tall and slender, dressed neatly, with his graying hair neatly combed behind his ears. This man was none other than Chen Kong, the village chief of Longmen. The village was predominantly populated by the Chen clan, with ancestral ties that connected many. Although Chen Kong was not the eldest in Longmen Village, he held a high status due to his scholarly achievements and was one of the few literate individuals. He had ventured out in his youth and earned the respect of the villagers through his virtue and knowledge. Speaking of Longmen Village, Chen Hu could not help but chuckle despite the small size of these villages in the Douluo Continent. Their names were quite grandiose. It is said that Longmen Village was not always known by this name. The previous village chief, who was also the grandfather of the current chief, Chen Kong, renamed the village after a soul sage emerged from the neighboring Holy Spirit village, declaring that Longmen Village would one day produce a true dragon. The illiterate villagers found the name Longmen to be rather illustrious and did not question the decision of the former chief, embracing the name change that symbolized the carve. Leaping over the dragon gate, Grandfather Kong, Chen Hu approached Chen Kong, bowing respectfully. Chen Kong was not only Chen Hu's elder, but also his first teacher. In Longmen Village, few could read, although Chen Hu's father, Chen Mo, was literate. His demanding job left little time to teach Chen Hu. Thus, Chen Hu had always studied under the old village chief, Chen Kong. Chen Kong was profoundly knowledgeable, and much of Chen Hu's understanding of the customs and culture of Douluo Continent came from him. "Little Hu, good child, today is the day of your martial soul awakening. Grandfather will take you to the awakening ceremony," Chen Kong said, affectionately ruffling Chen Hu's hair. "Village chief, why is it so early this year? In previous years, didn't it usually take a bit longer?" Chen Mo inquired with surprise. Chen Kong glanced at Chen Hu, and a sense of pride washed over him, for he believed this year Longmen Village would produce a soul master with soul power. How would the old Jack from the neighboring Sacred Soul Village boast before him then? He explained to Chen Mo, "This year is different. I discussed with old Jack from Sacred Soul Village, and we decided to hold the awakening ceremony together. The event will take place in Sacred Soul Village, which is a bit farther than usual, hence we must set out early. Sacred Soul Village? Chen Hu felt a twinge of astonishment. This twist was not found in the original story, and a relationship between Longmen Village and Sacred Soul Village had always been rather strained. Though they did not completely avoid each other, they typically maintained a respectful distance. What had prompted this collaboration for the awakening ceremony? Seemingly sensing Chen Hu's confusion, Chen Kong smiled and said, "This year is exceptional. The esteemed enforcer from the Spirit Hall, who usually oversees our martial soul awakening, has been assigned elsewhere. Consequently, we are left with no choice but to hold the ceremony jointly with Sacred Soul Village, as they are our nearest neighbors." Chen Hu suddenly understood he was no longer an outsider oblivious to the world around him. Living on Douluo Continent revealed the elevated status a great soul master held in such an ordinary village. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Hu asked Grandfather Kong, "Who exactly is the enforcer from the Spirit Hall?" Chapter 2. The Soul Spell. Chen Kong possesses ample patience for his clever and astute disciple, as he believes that Chen Hu may be the most promising candidate to become a soul master in Longmen Village. It is said that the esteemed administrator sent by the Spirit Hall is named Su Yuntao, the most gifted administrator from the Spirit Branch Hall in Notting City. At merely over 20 years of age, he has already attained the rank of a soul master at level 20. Though a soul master of such caliber might seem unremarkable on the continent, in a small place like Notting City, it is indeed quite impressive. And there is a possibility that he may advance further to become a soul Douluo. The soul master is the most noble profession on the continent. A soul master of high rank is capable of governing smaller cities, as evidenced by our own city lord in Notting, who is a mere soul Douluo at level 30. Once Lord Su Yuntao arrives, you must exercise caution and refrain from acting rashly, especially in the presence of high-ranking soul masters, as the imperial laws state that even if one were to be slain, it would not constitute a legal breach. Chen Hu nodded, understanding the rigid hierarchy that defines Douluo Continent. Soul masters wield immense power and hold an exalted status. Little Hu, you need not worry excessively with your innate talent. You hold great promise to become a soul master. Perhaps by the end of today, you will earn the right to embark on the path of the soul master. Chen Kong said with a reassuring smile, exhibiting even greater confidence in his disciple than Chen Hu had in himself. Indeed, I will, Chen Hu replied with unwavering certainty. Good child, it is getting late. Let us depart. Chen Kong declared contentedly. Village chief, I entrust little Hu to your care. Chen Mo bowed to Chen Kong and then approached Chen Hu, patting him on the shoulder. Believe in yourself, my boy. I shall not accompany you further. Go on. Chen Hu smiled at his father and followed Chen Kong out of the door. On their way, village chief Chen Kong visited more than 10 households, all of which undoubtedly had children of appropriate age in need of awakening their martial spirits. Soon enough, including Chen Hu, a total of 13 children around the age of 6 followed Chen Kong out of Longmen Village. Before long, they traversed the territory of Holy Spirit Village and arrived at the central Spirit Hall of Holy Spirit Village. Every individual possesses a martial spirit, leading to the annual awakening of eligible children, which is why spirit halls are scattered across every corner of the continent, though most are merely branch halls. The branch hall of the Spirit Hall in Holy Spirit Village, while named as such, is essentially a modest, solitary wooden cabin. Upon their arrival at the Holy Spirit Village branch hall, Chen Hu and his companions found that the children needing to awaken their martial spirits had already gathered, totaling 8. Chen Hu immediately spotted Tang San, who stood beside an elderly man older than Chen Kong. That elder must be the village chief of Holy Spirit Village, Old Jack. Seemingly sensing Chen Hu's gaze, Tang San looked back at him. Chen Hu, who was notably taller than his peers, stood out distinctly, capturing Tang San's attention. Their eyes met, and Chen Hu offered a gentle smile, positioning himself behind Chen Kong. It is evident that Tang San does not enjoy a harmonious relationship with the surrounding children. This discord arises partly from Tang San's impoverished background, as the inclination to favor the affluent is an inherent trait of human nature, even among children. Additionally, with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Tang San finds little value in mingling with a group of young miscreants. He would rather devote his time to martial training. Chen Hu shares a somewhat similar sentiment. However, lacking martial prowess himself, he finds amusement in imparting wisdom to the unruly youths, which has rendered him a figure of fear among the children of Longmen Village. In this regard, the two share a mutual understanding. Chen Hu's gaze eventually settles on the sole youth within the Spirit Hall, a young man in his 20s with striking features, sharp brows and bright eyes, undeniably handsome. This must be Su Yuntao, Chen Hu mused, observing the young man clad in a white uniform complemented by a black cloak, adorned with a soul character emblazoned on his chest, a hallmark of the Spirit Hall's personnel. Notably, the black badge worn on Su Yuntao's left chest featuring 3 elongated swords. Signifies his rank as a combat soul master of the 3rd tier, as mentioned by village chief Chen Hu. Greetings, esteemed battle soul master. We shall trouble you next. Both village chief Chen Hu and Old Jack spoke in unison. A subtle pride flickered in Su Yuntao's demeanor as he offered a slight bow, responding with indifference. My time is limited. Let us commence. Old Jack then turned to the children of Shenghun village, his voice resounding, deliberately unmasking the presence of Longmen village's youths. Children, this gentleman hails from the Nodding City branch of the Battle Soul Masters, and he will guide you in awakening your own martial spirits. You must cooperate fully with him. I believe among you, there lies potential to become soul masters. Su Yuntao, visibly impatient, remarked, every year, it is the same rhetoric. Is it truly so facile to become a soul master? I have traversed 6 villages, yet not a single one has possessed soul power or an appropriate martial spirit. Both Old Jack and Chun Kang's expressions dimmed at his words, with Old Jack sighing. Indeed, only those from the major sects find it easier to become soul masters. For us common folk, it is exceedingly difficult. With that, he exited the spirit hall, for the awakening ceremony is not open for outsiders to observe. Chen Kong approached Chen Hu, murmuring a word of encouragement before also departing. Su Yuntao's gaze shifted to the 20 children before him. As an enforcer of the spirit hall, it is imperative for him to assist ordinary individuals in awakening their martial spirits. Children, please form a line. His demeanor towards these youths noticeably softened. The 20 children stood in a row, causing the modest spirit hall to feel somewhat cramped. Reluctantly, Su Yuntao instructed them to arrange into 2 lines. The tallest among them, Chen Hu, positioned himself at the far right of the front line, while the smallest, Tang San, stood at the far left of the second line. Su Yuntao smiled and said, I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 battle spirit master, and your guide. Next, I shall awaken your martial souls one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. With that, he opened his satchel on the nearby table and retrieved 6 dark stones and a blue crystal ball. Su Yuntao arranged the 6 stones into a hexagon on the ground and beckoned Chen Hu to step forward. Without hesitation, Chen Hu stood at the center of the hexagon, gazing directly at Su Yuntao, awaiting his next move. Observing Chen Hu's swift and decisive actions, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Su Yuntao's eyes. He had a premonition that today, the first child deemed worthy of becoming a spirit master would soon reveal themselves. Child, whatever occurs, do not fear. Close your eyes and feel carefully. Su Yuntao's tone softened. In the next moment, a radiant light began to emanate from his eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he intoned, Lone Wolf, manifest. A faint yet palpable pressure emanated from him, and as Chen Hu curiously opened his eyes, the previously charming and ethereal Su Yuntao transformed into a fearsome figure. His black hair turned a striking gray, lengthening dramatically, while the exposed skin revealed rippling muscles, causing even the most prepared Chen Hu to flinch. However, Chen Hu's attention was soon captured by the 2 floating rings of light, one white and one yellow. Besides Su Yuntao, is this the spirit ring? He pondered, his curiosity piqued by such extraordinary phenomena. Su Yuntao, appreciating Chen Hu's reaction, elaborated in a routine manner. This is my martial soul, the Lone Wolf. Fear not. With a series of gestures, Su Yuntao infused the 6 stones with 6 streams of gentle green light. Immediately, a golden radiance radiated from the stones, forming a faint golden barrier that enveloped Chen Hu. Clearing his mind of distractions, Chen Hu closed his eyes, experiencing an unprecedented tranquility within. A warm, gentle energy flowed into his body, akin to being immersed in a soothing hot spring, enveloping him in an indescribable warmth. As more of this gentle energy infused him, Chen Hu felt as if something within him shattered. All the soothing currents surged toward his palms. Simultaneously, an unseen force seemed to guide his soul, and a steady, resonant phrase escaped his lips, the remedy lies within the gourd. Feeling a weight in his right hand, he opened his eyes to gaze at his palm, where, indeed, a green gourd lay quietly nestled. Spirit incantation. Chen Hu's voice was soft yet distinctly heard by Su Yuntao, who could not help but exclaim at the sight before him. Spirit incantation, echoed Su Yuntao, and Chen Hu experienced a moment of enlightenment. It became clear to him why such peculiar words had slipped from his mouth. He had awakened an auxiliary martial soul. On the continent, not every soul master requires a soul incantation to unleash their martial soul. Generally speaking, most martial souls that necessitate the aid of an incantation possess supportive abilities. However, the incantation I have is rather unremarkable. Medicine to eliminate life. Wine gourd. What is this nonsense? Uncle, what is a soul incantation? In an attempt to mask his inner embarrassment, Chen Hu feigned innocence as he looked towards Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao, suppressing his astonishment, gradually elucidated. A soul incantation is typically the chant a soul master recites when executing their skills. Most soul masters need to vocalize their incantation to unleash their abilities, and these incantations can enhance the potency of their skills. Furthermore, some soul masters with martial souls of unique capabilities also require an incantation to release their powers. These martial souls usually possess commendable supportive abilities. If I am not mistaken, your martial soul likely embodies significant supportive qualities. Although martial souls with combat capabilities dominate the continent, those with supportive abilities hold an undeniable importance. A soul master endowed with supportive powers can, on the battlefield, exert a stronger influence than a combat-oriented soul master. One of the finest sects on the continent, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was founded by soul masters with supportive martial souls. The core disciples of this sect predominantly possess supportive abilities, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul they inherit is renowned as the foremost supportive martial soul in the world. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. While the children may not fully grasp the significance of supportive martial souls, from Su Yuntao's reverent words, they understood that Chen Hu's martial soul was undoubtedly impressive. Even Tang could not help but curiously scrutinize the azure gourd in Chen Hu's hand. Chen Hu shook the gourd. Although it was a martial soul, it felt and appeared indistinguishable from a genuine gourd. Extending his other hand, he grasped the mouth of the gourd and gently pulled it out. A rich aroma wafted forth, compelling one to swallow involuntarily. What is that scent? Several children who had never encountered alcohol could not resist asking, "Is that the fragrance of wine?" Su Yuntao's mind stirred as he looked at Chen Hu and softly inquired, "Little friend, what is your name? Why not try tasting the wine from your gourd, martial soul?" "I am Chen Hu, with whom meaning lake," Chen Hu replied, taking a deep sniff of the gourd's opening. He could distinctly identify not only the scent of wine, but also several other aromas. Unlike ordinary liquor, it resembled the medicinal wine cherished by his father, Chen Mo. Although Chen Mo was not a heavy drinker, he appreciated fine wines and had a collection of medicinal spirits at home. Thus, 6-year-old Chen Hu was not the type to succumb after a mere sip. Without hesitation, he raised the gourd to his lips and took a hearty swig. The fiery liquid coursed down his throat, erupting into a warm sensation that dispelled his fatigue and filled his body with vigor. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Hu exclaimed, "What exquisite wine!" Upon witnessing Chen Hu's reaction, Su Yuntao seemed to have come to a realization and remarked, "Your martial soul must belong to the category of food-type auxiliary martial souls. Master, can food truly be a martial soul?" Even the composed Tang could not help but inquire upon hearing Su Yuntao's statement. Su Yuntao cast a glance at Tang before responding, "Certainly." As a type of auxiliary martial soul, food-type martial souls wield significant influence on the battlefield. It is essential to remember that in the course of warfare, provisions are of utmost importance. The martial soul of a food-type soul master is consumable, as long as the soul master's soul power is not entirely depleted. They can continuously generate sustenance. Moreover, by absorbing soul skills, food-type soul masters can create items with special effects, providing certain benefits and enhancements to fellow soul masters. After elucidating this, Su Yuntao refocused his attention on Chen Hu, stating, "Whether you can become a soul master remains uncertain. It is premature to discuss this now. Attempt to retract your martial soul with your mind. When you wish to release it again, simply use your consciousness in conjunction with the soul incantation. Return." Chen Hu silently recited in his heart, and the azure gourd in his hand vanished in an instant. With the elixir, banished the liquor gourd. Although feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Hu recited the soul incantation, summoning his martial soul once more, and after a few attempts, he had adeptly mastered the ability to manifest his martial soul. Once Chen Hu had acclimated to his martial soul, Su Yuntao extended the blue crystal orb before him, signaling for him to place his right hand upon it. Chen Hu understood that this was the pivotal moment. The martial soul merely indicated one's potential for development as a soul master, while the forthcoming soul power test determined whether one could truly become a soul master. Only those possessing soul power could elevate their soul power levels through meditation, thus becoming genuine soul masters. The higher the innate soul power level prior to the awakening of one's martial soul, the swifter the enhancement of soul power through meditation in the future. May the three pure ones, the Jade Emperor, the Buddha, Guanyin, God, Jesus, and the myriad deities I am unfamiliar with bless me. I do not dare to wish for full innate soul power. At least a level 9 would suffice. Of course, if that is not possible, I would not disdain a level 1. Just please, do not let me be devoid of soul power. As these anxious thoughts raced through his mind, Chen Hu apprehensively placed his hand on the blue crystal orb. In the next moment, a powerful suction emanated from the orb, firmly clasping his palm, while it felt as if an energy previously undiscovered within him was being drawn forth by the blue crystal ball. Chen Hu sensed that he must possess innate soul power, and it likely was not of a low grade. As the energy within him was absorbed into the crystal orb, it began to glow gradually brighter, with blue light spreading forth until a substantial portion, nearly 70 to 80%, was illuminated, radiating a soft blue glow, indescribably beautiful. A flicker of regret passed through Su Yuntao's eyes, soon overtaken by fervor as he exclaimed, "It truly exists, soul power. And judging by the crystal ball, it appears to be at least a level 7 innate soul power. The likelihood of an auxiliary martial soul possessing soul power is inherently low, and level 7 innate soul power is exceedingly rare." Su Yuntao's gaze towards Chen Hu grew increasingly fervent. On the other side, upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, Chen Hu visibly exhaled in relief. The emergence of nearly level 8 innate soul power in an auxiliary soul master is an extraordinarily rare talent. It is noteworthy that Ning Rongrong, the proud daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was nearly designated as the successor of her sect the moment she tested positive for level 9 innate soul power. "All right, you are Chen Hu, correct? Please step aside for now. I understand you have many questions, and I will explain everything to you once the awakening ceremony concludes," Su Yuntao said, suppressing his excitement as a green glow emanated, gently pushing Chen Hu's hand away. His gaze shifted to the other children, a broader smile gracing his face. The first child turned out to be a genius, reporting to the Wuhuan branch in Nodding City, which is no small feat. Even if no other child with soul master potential were to emerge on this journey, it would not be in vain. Following Su Yuntao's words, Chen Hu obediently stepped aside, feeling a sense of joy despite the circumstances. Although he did not possess full innate soul power or level 9 innate soul power, achieving nearly level 8 far exceeded his expectations. The only slight disappointment was that his martial soul was of the auxiliary type. Though auxiliary soul masters are not inferior in function to their combat counterparts, which boy would willingly settle for being a protector? Who does not yearn for the thrill of battle? While Su Yuntao awakened the martial souls of the other children, Chen Hu eagerly summoned his own martial soul, akin to a child with a new toy, examining it with delight. Meanwhile, it seemed all the luck had been spent on Chen Hu alone, as the subsequent children awakened rather mundane martial souls, primarily agricultural tools like sickles and hoes, none possessing soul power, thus indicating their impossibility of becoming soul masters. The disappointment was palpable among the children, who cast envious glances towards Chen Hu. Su Yuntao sighed. The path to becoming a soul master is fraught with difficulty for ordinary individuals. He had traversed 6 villages, awakening martial souls for nearly 100 children, with Chen Hu being the sole one endowed with soul power. This year proved fortuitous. In previous years, even after scouring all the villages, it was arduous to discover a child with the potential to become a soul master. Reflecting on this, Su Yuntao turned his gaze to Chen Hu, realizing that from this humble abode, a golden phoenix could indeed arise. This child's future accomplishments are destined to be remarkable. Perhaps this little village named Holy Soul Village may yet yield another soul sage. "Uncle, may we begin?" A voice, soft yet steady, broke Su Yuntao's reverie, pulling him back to the present. As it turned out, the soul awakening ceremony had reached its final child. Among the 20 children, aside from Chen Hu, who awakened his martial soul first, the subsequent 18 children were unable to detect any soul power. Su Yuntao withdrew his gaze and regarded the child before him appreciatively. At the moment he unleashed his martial soul, this child was one of the 2 who did not retreat. Tang stood in the center of the hexagon, and Su Yuntao took a deep breath, clapping his hands repeatedly. 6 beams of pale green light infused the black stones, enveloping Tang in a golden light shield. Chen Hu also retracted his martial soul, his gaze fixated on Tang's. Soon, blue light points converged, and a delicate blue grass appeared in the palm of Tang's right hand. Indeed, it was blue silver grass. Chen Hu let out a sigh of relief, realizing that the butterfly effect he had brought did not influence Tang. Su Yuntao, somewhat disheartened, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Blue silver grass, yet another useless martial soul. You may all return now." "Uncle, but you haven't tested my soul power yet," Tang interjected as Su Yuntao prepared to retract the testing crystal ball. "No need for testing. I have never seen anyone awaken soul power with blue silver grass," Su Yuntao replied indifferently. "Let me try, uncle," Tang insisted. Su Yuntao glanced at him and relented. "Fine, place your hand here." Since it wouldn't take much time, he handed the blue crystal ball to Tang. Tang placed his hand upon it, and Su Yuntao absent-mindedly remarked, "You should give up now. How could someone with a useless martial soul like blue silver grass?" Before Su Yuntao could finish his sentence, a brilliant light erupted from the blue crystal ball in his palm, far more dazzling than during Chen Hu's test. Heavens! Is it truly innate full soul power? Su Yuntao, once again channeling his soul power, pushed Tang San's hand away and looked at him anew, as if he were observing a phenomenon. Tang San, curious, asked, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Before Su Yuntao could respond, Chen Hu articulated Tang San's confusion. You should be familiar with the levels of soul masters. Generally speaking, each major level is divided into 10 minor tiers. After awakening their martial soul, any individual possessing soul power can be referred to as a soul scholar, marking the first major level in a soul master's cultivation journey. Typically, possessing soul power grants one the title of a level 1 soul scholar. But those with exceptional talent often awaken their martial soul and possess soul power far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, starting at a higher level than level 1 soul scholar. The starting level of a soul master's soul power is known as innate soul power. However, innate soul power is not without its limits. Usually, the highest innate soul power can reach is level 10, corresponding to a level 10 soul scholar. Thus, innate level 10 soul power is referred to as innate full soul power. Chapter 4. Su Yuntao's recruitment. Is innate soul power only capped at level 10? Can it not exceed that? Tang San continued to inquire. Su Yuntao's entire being radiated a serene azure glow as he retracted his martial soul manifestation. Indeed, the ascension of a soul master is no trivial endeavor. To attain each rank, one must acquire a soul ring, with every 10 levels demanding the absorption of one. Without a soul ring, no amount of cultivation can lead to advancement. For instance, in your current state, possessing innate full soul power, mere meditation will not suffice for further enhancement. You must first obtain a soul ring. Otherwise, regardless of how diligently you meditate, transcending to the next level is unattainable. Su Yuntao possessed a comprehensive understanding of the foundational principles of martial soul cultivation, and Chen Hu found no significant errors in his knowledge, at least. In the context of common understanding in this era, Su Yuntao was beyond reproach. Tang San suddenly realized, the soul ring is the halo you were just emanating? You are at level 26, hence you have 2 soul rings. Su Yuntao nodded in affirmation, saying, precisely. Your situation is quite unique. Innate full soul power is a rarity indeed. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that your martial soul happens to be the blue silver grass, a rather unimpressive one. Even something as simple as a hoe would have been preferable. He refrained from elaborating further, clearly disheartened by the fact that he had encountered an individual of such extraordinary innate potential, yet burdened with a lackluster martial soul. Everyone else may leave, but Chen Hu, you stay. And you, Tang San, remain as well. Su Yuntao gestured. The remaining 18 children displayed expressions of dissatisfaction, yet they comprehended that Su Yuntao, a distinguished soul master of the spirit hall, was not to be defied. Reluctantly, they shuffled out one by one. Grandpa Jack, village chief, came the voices of old Jack and Chen Kong, comforting the children outside. Su Yuntao's gaze returned to Chen Hu and Tang San. You must have surmised the reason for retaining you both, correct? Indeed, among all the children, you two are the only ones qualified to become soul masters. As an inspector of the spirit hall, my duties extend beyond merely awakening your martial souls. I am also tasked with recruiting talent for the spirit hall. Chen Hu, you are undeniably a prodigy with your innate soul power reaching level 7 in a support-type martial soul, a designation that would earn you acclaim anywhere. Although Tang San, your martial soul may be deemed inferior, it may still possess the potential for evolution in the future. Thus, on behalf of the Noting City branch of the Spirit Hall, I extend an invitation for you to join us as soul masters. Despite Su Yuntao's words, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Hu, clearly indicating that he regarded Chen Hu as his true target for recruitment, rather than the inconsequential Tang San. Tang San, perceiving Su Yuntao's lack of earnestness towards him, spoke up first. Uncle, I must respectfully decline your offer for now. I need to consult my father first. Su Yuntao nodded, retrieving a piece of paper from his satchel. With swift strokes, he inscribed a document and said, "This is a certificate of martial soul issued by the Spirit Hall. In the future, whether you choose to join a Soul Master Academy or any other faction, this will serve as the utmost proof of your potential. Please keep it safe." Tang San accepted the proof of his martial soul, slightly bowing before swiftly departing. Within the modest confines of the martial soul hall, only Su Yuntao and Chen Hu remained. Noticing Chen Hu's inclination to speak, Su Yuntao raised an eyebrow and said, "Do not rush into a decision. Allow me to elucidate the advantages of joining the martial soul hall, and after weighing the pros and cons, you may decide." There are 3 significant benefits to joining the martial soul hall. First, it is the most authoritative soul master organization on the continent, with over 70% of soul masters being members. Enrolling in the martial soul hall guarantees you protection from any external threats, as it will serve as your strongest support. Second, the majority of its members are commoners, ensuring that your status will not be met with discrimination. As long as you possess sufficient talent and contribute meaningfully to the hall, you will receive fair rewards. Outside of the Martial Soul Hall, it is rare to find another organization that does not discriminate against commoners. Third, by joining the Martial Soul Hall now, our branch in Notting City will recommend you for the Junior Soul Master Academy in Snow City, covering all your tuition fees for 6 years. Here, you will receive the finest training. Every graduate from a Martial Soul Hall Junior Academy possesses a soul power level above 20. Moreover, if you excel, there are numerous scholarships available each year, which could significantly enhance your living standards. Taking a breath, Su Yuntao continued, in every aspect, the Martial Soul Hall represents your best choice. What are your thoughts? Chen Hu hesitated. In the original Douluo narrative, the Martial Soul Hall was portrayed unfavorably as the greatest antagonist of the Douluo Continent. To join it would mean positioning himself as an adversary to Tang San and his companions. History had shown that the fates of all villains were seldom favorable. However, Su Yuntao's assertions were not unfounded. Joining the Martial Soul Hall was indeed his most prudent option. Chen Hu lacked innate soul power and did not possess twin martial souls, with his own being an ordinary food-type martial soul. If he were to enroll in the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy like Tang San, it was uncertain whether he would even catch the master's eye. And 6 years later, joining the Shrek Academy was far from guaranteed. As an ordinary commoner like Chen Hu, without a significant opportunity, he might only aspire to become a soul king in the future. Having lived a second life, he was unwilling to settle for such a modest fate. With a resolution formed in his heart, Chen Hu turned to Su Yuntao and inquired, "What would happen if I choose to decline the invitation of the Martial Soul Hall?" A flicker of disappointment passed through Su Yuntao's eyes as he forced a smile. "If you prefer not to join the Martial Soul Hall, I will reluctantly draft a recommendation letter for you to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. However, considering your talent, attending that academy would be a waste. I hope you will reconsider. I have made my decision. I am willing to join the Martial Soul Hall," Chen Hu replied with a smile. "Wait, what? You wish to join the Martial Soul Hall?" Su Yuntao was taken aback, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Chen Hu smiled and said, "Just as Master Su Yuntao has stated, the Spirit Hall is my finest choice. Given this, why should I decline?" "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Su Yuntao exclaimed 3 times, laughing. "You will undoubtedly not regret your decision. Rest assured, with me, Su Yuntao, by your side, I guarantee your admission into the Spirit Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy in Snow City." "I have faith in Master Su Yuntao," Chen Hu replied. "Please, do not refer to me as Master Su Yuntao. With your talents, it won't be long before you surpass me. You may call me Brother Yuntao, or simply Su Yuntao." He gestured dismissively. "Then I shall call you Brother Yuntao," Chen Hu said. "May I delay my report to the Spirit Hall for a few days? I have yet to inform my family about my becoming a soul master." "Of course, where does your family reside? I will come to fetch you in 3 days." Su Yuntao nodded kindly. "The first household in Longmin village next door is my home. My father is the only physician in the village. You can ask anyone, and they will direct you," Chen Hu responded. Su Yuntao nodded, carefully retrieving a thin booklet from his robe. "I must awaken the spirits in other villages, so I cannot stay long. This is a meditation technique I have practiced. Now that you are a soul master, your freedom is no longer what it once was. Every moment is precious. Take this booklet and practice the meditation technique on your own. If you have questions, come to me. Once you arrive at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Snow City, you will receive even better meditation techniques to refine." With excitement, Chen Hu accepted the booklet from Su Yuntao, suppressing his eagerness, and thanked him once more. Unlike Tang San, who possessed innate Tang sect skills, Chen Hu had no such advantage. Since he could walk, he had learned the written language of Douluo Continent from the village chief, Chen Kong, and had also been studying medicine under his father. By the age of 6, Chen Hu was already capable of assisting his father in treating villagers. He had long awaited the meditation technique. If not for the fact that Grandpa Chen Kong was waiting outside for him, he would have eagerly opened the booklet to commence his first meditation practice. "Master Su Yuntao." Old Jack greeted Su Yuntao before leading the young Tang San towards his home, likely to persuade Tang Hao. "Village Chief Chen Kong, congratulations. Chen Hu has agreed to join the Spirit Hall. Once I return and arrange the registration, the rewards from the Spirit Hall will be distributed," Su Yuntao said with a warm smile towards Chen Kong. Whenever a village produces a child of exceptional talent, the Spirit Hall provides a certain subsidy as a reward. The smile on Chen Kang's face was nearly uncontainable as he respectfully said, "I must thank you, Master Su Yuntao. I entrust this child, Xiao Hu, to your care." Su Yuntao waved his hand. "It is my duty. I have several more villages to attend to in the coming days, so I shall not delay further." Su Yuntao carried his package as he made his way to the next village. Chen Kong approached Chen Hu with a beaming smile, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair while feigning sternness. "Little Hu, though you are qualified to become a soul master, Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remember, there are always mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Many on the continent possess greater talents than yours. Achieving greatness as a soul master is no simple feat. I understand, Grandpa Kong. Chen Hu replied with a smile, valuing the words of his first teacher. Indeed, awakening one's martial soul is merely the first step. To become a formidable soul master requires relentless effort. Good child, you are already impressive. Being sought after by the Spirit Hall signifies your immense potential. Longmen Village, Longmen Village. It seems we might truly witness the emergence of a true dragon, Chen Kong said. Now, let us return. Your parents are waiting at home for your good news. Hand in hand, they walked toward Longmen Village. Chapter 5, Medicinal Wine. As they traversed the scattered homes of Holy Spirit Village, they reached a cluster of earthen houses near the village's entrance. Chen Hu, who had secretly admired Tang San, recognized this as Tang San's home. The dilapidated door stood ajar, obscuring the happenings within. However, with Tang San having awakened his martial soul, the mythic tale was finally set in motion. Fortunately, Chen Hu had also acquired soul power, granting him a modicum of eligibility to chase after the myth. He caressed the azure wine gourd at his waist, a faint smile gracing his lips. As long as he refrained from consuming the wine from his martial soul, the medicinal gourd would exist with minimal soul power expenditure. If his conjecture was correct, Tang San's fate would likely remain unchanged by his presence. Tang Hao would not permit Tang San to join the Spirit Hall, making the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy his sole option. As for Chen Hu, he was bound for the capital city of the Fastno province, Snow City. It was uncertain how long it would be before their paths crossed again. What's wrong? Chen Kong noticed Chen Hu slowing his pace and followed the boy's gaze. Quickly understanding, he chuckled. This is the residence of the child who, like you, possesses the qualifications to become a soul master. Do not dwell on it. Although he has innate, full soul power, the blue-silver grass martial soul lacks developmental potential. In terms of future achievements, he cannot possibly compare to you. Chen Hu smiled, but did not dispute Chen Kang's words. The elder could not fathom the path that Tang San would tread following his martial soul awakening. Compared to Tang San, who could cultivate the profound Xiantian skill from birth, Chen Hu felt he had already begun at a disadvantage. With his own martial soul awakened, he could only claim a fleeting chance to pursue Tang San. The Spirit Hall might just be his opportunity. With this thought, Chen Hu quickened his pace, eager to return home and commence his first training session. Although Longmen Village lay adjacent to Holy Spirit Village, by the time he arrived home, the hour had grown late. After accompanying Chen Hu home, after returning the other children, Chen Kong entered the Chen household with him. Son, what is your awakened martial soul? Is there any possibility of becoming a soul master? In the courtyard, Chen Mo, who was drying medicinal herbs, spotted Chen Hu's return and curiously inquired. Chen Hu replied, Father, it is a medicinal wine gourd. A medicinal wine gourd? What sort of martial soul is that? A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Mo's eyes. He had never heard of such a martial soul. His wife's martial soul was a gourd vine, yet he had never encountered the concept of a medicinal wine gourd. According to Master Su Yuntao, who helped us awaken our martial souls, it appears to be a support-type martial soul, specifically a special food-based support martial soul. Chen Hu explained earnestly, a support-type food martial soul? So little Hu, you must have awakened soul power. Chen Mo, realizing the implications, asked incredulously. Chen Hu nodded, and Chen Kong interjected with a smile. Little Mo, little Hu's talent is extraordinary. His innate soul power is a full 7 levels. Few support-type martial soul masters across the continent possess innate soul power above level 7. Furthermore, Little Hu has accepted the invitation from Master Su Yuntao of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City to join the Spirit Hall. The rewards from the Spirit Hall should arrive in a few days, and you and Little You will soon be invited to enjoy a prosperous life in Nodding City. Really? That's wonderful. No wonder he's my son, Chen Mo exclaimed joyfully. Such a remarkable boy. I always knew you were destined for greatness. Receiving an invitation from the Spirit Hall means you will undoubtedly become an outstanding and formidable soul master. Chen Mo laughed heartily. For the common folk of Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall held immense prestige. Joining the Spirit Hall was akin to embarking on a path to greatness, far more promising than serving in one of the 2 great empires. What? Son, you wish to join the Spirit Hall? I have heard that becoming a soul master involves much strife and conflict. Perhaps you should stay in Longmen Village, inherit your father's craft, marry, and live a stable life. Bai Yu, who was preparing the meal indoors, emerged with a worried expression. You, a mere housewife, know nothing. Our son has the chance to become a soul master, which is far more promising than being a small-town healer in Longmen Village, Chen Mo admonished. Chen Kong added, Indeed, our Longmen Village hasn't produced a soul master in many years. With Little Hu's talent, it would be a tremendous waste not to pursue the path of a soul master. Yet Bai Yu remained unconvinced. Chen Hu approached his mother, holding her hand, and reassured her, "Mother, my martial soul is a support type. My future development will surely align with that path. Even if I find myself on the battlefield, support-type soul masters are always the ones protected by others. No major power would allow a support-type soul master to charge into battle." Understanding her son's words, Bai Yu's worries were finally alleviated. As Chun Mo's lingering apprehension dissipated, he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Today is a splendid day. Xiao Hu, fetch my cherished medicinal wine." "No, I shall retrieve it myself. Uncle Kong, shall we enjoy a drink together shortly? I will prepare a few more dishes," Bai Yu said, returning to the kitchen to continue her bustling activities. Chun Mo welcomed Chen Kong into the house, and Chen Kong did not refuse. After all, Chun Mo's father was his cousin, making them family. Furthermore, he was the mentor of Chen Hu, and indeed, such a joyous occasion warranted a celebration. As they entered the house, Chen Hu would not allow his father to fetch the wine himself. He proceeded to the backyard pharmacy, perched on a small stool, and with some effort, retrieved a row of jars filled with potent elixirs from the top of the cabinet. Upon uncorking one, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Chen Hu wrinkled his nose in delight. The jars brimmed with rare medicinal ingredients such as medicinal snakes, goji berries, gastrodia, and ginseng. Yet the fragrance emanating from this jar seemed less intense than that of the wine from his own spirit's gourd. Since they are both medicinal wines, my spirit's brew should surely be superior. Chen Hu mused, unscrewing the stopper of his gourd and pouring forth its contents. Though the gourd was merely the size of an adult's palm, the wine seemed inexhaustible, continuously flowing into an empty jar beside him. Before long, one jar was completely filled. Enveloped in the intoxicating aroma, Chen Hu could not resist licking his lips, taking a few hearty swigs. The moist liquid exploded in his stomach, instantly dispelling his fatigue. With a satisfied belch, Chen Hu wiped his lips and carried the jar of wine outside. Soon, a delightful array of dishes adorned the table, with fine wine accompanying them, and the evening splendid. Even Bai Yu indulged in a few cups. "Xiao Hu, is this wine of my own brewing? It tastes exquisite. I feel invigorated, and the pain in my back from a few days ago has vanished," Chen Mo remarked in astonishment. Chen Hu smiled and, without reservation, replied, "This is my spirit. The food-type spirit allows for consumption. The gourd and wine within it are one and the same. Thus, the wine you are enjoying is produced by my spirit. How remarkable. I never imagined that after living most of my life, I would have the chance to partake in wine crafted by a spirit master. My life feels fulfilled." Chen Kong laughed heartily. Chen Hu added, "Grandfather Kong, regardless of whether I become a spirit master, I shall always be your student. Whenever you wish for wine, feel free to seek me out. Alas, the wine influenced by spirit energy cannot be stored for long. Otherwise, I would have saved a few dozen jars for you to enjoy every day." Chen Kong laughed. "Good lad, it is the thought that counts. However, do not disclose to others that I am your teacher. Each spirit master can only have one mentor, otherwise, they might face ostracism from other masters. In the future, you will encounter even better teachers who will impart knowledge about spirits. Treat them with the same respect you have for me, understood?" "I understand." In response to Chen Kang's admonition, Chen Hu never voiced a rebuttal. After indulging in a hearty meal, he expressed his desire to seek a tranquil place for the cultivation of his martial soul, and with a brief farewell to his parents, he departed clutching the meditation technique gifted by Su Yuntao. Having consumed a considerable amount of medicinal wine at the dining table, Chen Hu brimmed with energy, and he could not help but dash towards his secret sanctuary. As a time traveler, he inevitably harbored certain untold secrets. Thus the need for a private space to unburden his emotions was entirely natural. Chen Hu's clandestine haven lay just beyond Longmen Village, nestled beneath a small hillock, which coincidentally was the very site where Tang San had chosen to hone his mastery of the Tang sect's unparalleled techniques. This secluded spot saw few visitors, aside from Tang San and Chen Hu himself. While Tang San occupied the summit to practice his formidable skills, Chen Hu found solace in a patch of grass by the foot of the hill, indulging in admiration and envy of Tang San's prowess. As he made his way with light-footed strides, Chen Hu was astonished to find himself devoid of fatigue, although the distance was not insubstantial, amounting to over a mile. He was merely a child of 6 years. In his previous life, even a teenager would have struggled to traverse such a distance without becoming breathless. Was it the awakening of his martial soul that had enhanced his physical prowess, or was it the influence of the medicinal wine? Chen Hu pondered aloud, contemplating the implications of each possibility. To validate his thoughts, he commenced running around the hillock. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. After completing over 20 laps, he finally felt exhaustion creeping in, his movements becoming increasingly awkward, resembling more of a stumble than a run. With no semblance of dignity left, he collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for breath, summoning his martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd, he took a hearty swig. A warm sensation erupted within his abdomen, significantly alleviating his fatigue. Steadying himself, he began to stretch his limbs, unable to contain his joyous laughter. It works, it truly works. To hell with the Douluo Continent. I, Chen Hu, have arrived. Chapter 6. Departure. At that moment, Chen Hu's exhilaration surpassed even the revelation of possessing soul power. Initially believing his martial soul to be an ordinary food-type auxiliary soul, the surprises bestowed upon him by the medicinal wine were overwhelmingly profound, while the fatigue-relieving properties seemed commonplace. Only one who had traversed from another world and delved into the original Douluo narrative could appreciate its sheer brilliance. What are the critical factors that determine a soul master's strength? Firstly, the martial soul itself. The greater its power, the more formidable the soul master becomes. Secondly, the quantity of soul power. Given equivalent martial soul quality, a higher level of soul power translates to greater might. Lastly, the duration of soul rings absorbed. Generally, the longer the soul rings are accumulated, the more potent the skills acquired. The final aspect to consider is physicality. Generally, the stronger the physique of a soul master, the more powerful their abilities become under the enhancement of soul power, including strength, speed, and recovery capabilities, all of which play a significant role in combat. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the advantages conferred by a robust physique manifest in numerous ways. The formidable prowess of Tang and others is largely attributed to the rigorous training provided by their master focused on their physical conditioning. Likewise, for Chen Hu, who has traversed into this world, physicality remains the sole aspect he can cultivate. However, due to the lack of proper training methods, years of arduous effort have only resulted in his physique being slightly more robust than that of his peers, failing to create a substantial gap compared to ordinary individuals. And indeed, he still lags far behind some exceptionally gifted children. Yet, possessing the ability to relieve fatigue signifies that Chen Hu can subsequently engage in overexertion during physical training, potentially yielding remarkable results with half the effort. Elated, Chen Hu seized the moment and resumed his running around the small hillock. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. When fatigue set in, he took a hearty swig of medicinal wine, rejuvenating his spirits to sprint once more. As the sun sank in the west, Chen Hu gasped for breath, lifting the gourd of medicinal wine for an extended moment, yet failing to pour even a drop, and in the next instant, the gourd vanished from his grasp. It dawned on Chen Hu that his soul power had been utterly depleted, leaving him without even the energy to maintain his martial soul form. Have I forgotten something? He muttered to himself, realizing that he had ventured out to cultivate his martial soul, only to find himself engaged in physical training instead. Staggering to the stream beside the mountain gorge, he stripped off his clothes and leapt into the water. The brisk spring waters, still imbued with the chill of winter's snow, would have deterred him from such a bold plunge in the past. However, the invigorating effects of the medicinal wine coursed through him, making him feel like a boiled shrimp, steam rising from the stream's surface. Refreshing, Chen Hu exclaimed, as the heat dissipated from his body, the viscous sweat washed away by the stream. He even tossed his sweat-soaked clothes into the water for a thorough rinse. After bathing, Chen Hu, feeling rejuvenated, donned his damp garments and seated himself on a stone by the stream, opening the meditation technique gifted by Su Yuntao to begin his reading. So this is meditation? Chen Hu murmured, recalling the sensations he experienced when Su Yuntao guided him to awaken his martial soul. He emptied his mind, gathering his scattered thoughts, as his consciousness seemed to enter a wondrous realm. In this pitch-black world, pathways glowing with a crimson luminescence appeared before him. Some were obstructed while others lay wide open. Some paths were as fine as threads, while others resembled vast thoroughfares. Is this the meridian system? Having read numerous martial arts novels and studied some medical knowledge under his father, Chen Hu instinctively understood what these pathways signified. These meridians intersected in an orderly fashion, weaving a depiction of the human body. At the center where all the meridians converged lay an empty sea of energy, where azure currents pooled at the base. And nestled within was a blue gourd, which was, in fact, Chen Hu's martial soul. According to the route described in Su Yuntao's writings, Chen Hu began to stimulate the azure energy flow at the bottom of his chi sea. As the azure current surged, wisps of energy emanated from his meridians, merging into the azure flow, thus enhancing its strength with each passing moment. After circulating along the path prescribed by Su Yuntao's meditation technique for a complete cycle, the azure energy transformed from a mere trickle into a small stream, increasing in magnitude by more than double. This meditative practice was undeniably tedious. However, witnessing the gradual accumulation of soul power was utterly mesmerizing. After countless cycles of energy flow, Chen Hu sensed that the ever-expanding soul power current occupied nearly 80% of his chi si, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. He felt an intuition that his soul power had fully recovered. Typically, there are 3 methods for soul masters to restore their soul power. The first relies on the inherent qualities of the soul power for self-recovery, albeit at an agonizingly slow rate. The second employs meditation to recuperate expended soul power, a method that is swift yet demands a tranquil environment, free from distractions. The third involves the assistance of support-type soul masters who utilize soul skills to aid in the recovery of soul power. Through prolonged meditation, Chen Hu had finally restored the soul power he had expended that day, making every subsequent intake of soul power a fresh enhancement. Under the sparse starlit sky, the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the mountain gorge, reflecting a bright moon in the water below. The dim valley was occasionally stirred by a cold breeze, where a small figure sat cross-legged, emanating a faint azure glow. With a deep exhale, Chen Hu released a breath of stale air, feeling his aura suddenly intensify. After massaging his slightly stiff knees, he stood up, chuckling to himself. The ascent in rank as a soul master is exceedingly arduous. My innate soul power is already situated between levels 7 and 8, yet I never anticipated that the breakthrough would be so challenging. It seems just a hair's breadth away, yet it has consumed so much time. Indeed, after a night of relentless cultivation, Chen Hu's soul power had finally ascended from level 7 to level 8, exhibiting a marked enhancement within his being. Glancing at the sky, he smacked his forehead. His parents must be quite worried at this late hour. Tucking the meditation technique into his soul power-dried clothing, he darted out into the night. To his astonishment, Chen Hu had not anticipated such a significant increase in his speed. Coming to a halt, his gaze settled upon a smooth boulder, roughly estimating. It weighed around 70 to 80 pounds. Approaching the stone, he encircled it with his arms and exerted a sudden force, yet the stone remained unyielding. Channeling his soul power into his arms, he exerted himself once more, and to his amazement, the hefty stone lifted off the ground. After all, this was a boulder weighing 70 to 80 pounds. An average adult would find it no easy feat to lift. Indeed, being a soul master is an extraordinary vocation. Even a 6-year-old child, under the augmentation of soul power, could elevate such a weight, a testament to the remarkable nature of extraordinary strength. Chen Hu expressed his astonishment, akin to how ancient sages marveled at a mere mobile phone capable of transmitting voices across vast distances. Hailing from a world devoid of extraordinary powers, Chen Hu was genuinely amazed by the might of martial souls. He set down the stone and channeled his soul power into his legs, sprinting with remarkable speed. The scenery around him blurred as he darted forward, moving like a gust of wind, reveling in the joyous experience of running and leaping. It wasn't until he approached his home that he slowed his pace, having consumed nearly half of his soul power in just a few minutes. As he pushed open the slightly ajar door, Chen Hu cautiously closed it behind him, only to find the lights still aglow in his parents' room. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. He approached his parents' door and gently knocked. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. That's wonderful. Are you hungry? I'll whip something up for you," Bai replied as she opened the door. Chen Hu shook his head, saying, "Thank you, Mom, but I'm not hungry. It's late. You both should rest." Although he had skipped dinner, the hours of training had left him free from hunger. The food-type martial soul could sustain him sufficiently, and the medicinal wine could also be considered nourishment, so his need for food was minimal. Missing a few meals would not have a significant impact. It was evident to Chen Hu that his parents, Chen Mo and Bai Yu, had spent the night awake worrying about him, not wanting to trouble them any further. He bid his parents farewell and returned to his room, where he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, as the rooster heralded dawn, Chen Hu rose early to exercise. The body is the foundation for a soul master's training, and he had no intention of becoming a fragile support. He engaged in running, push-ups, high knees, frog jumps, and pull-ups. He tried every conceivable exercise from his past life, even practicing the horse stance. Regardless of the effort, the medicinal wine gourd would alleviate his fatigue, and he was determined to explore every method to strengthen his body. Understanding that their son was destined to become a soul master, Chen Hu's parents offered him their unimpeded support, preparing a nutritious breakfast while silently backing his ambitions. Aware that his time with them was limited, he made it a point to dedicate some moments to be with his parents amidst his training. As time passed, it was only when Su Yuntao's striking figure appeared before him that Chen Hu realized 3 days had swiftly elapsed. "Son, remember to listen carefully to your teachers and study diligently while you're away. You are our pride," his father urged. "Little Hu, please take care of yourself. If you're unhappy out there, come home, all right?" His mother added with a hint of reluctance. "Little Hu, you will forever be the pride of Longmen Village." The village chief's blessings echoed in his ears. Chen Hu bowed deeply, resolutely embarking on his journey. In the past few days, Chen Hu has learned that Tang San's family seems to disapprove of his joining the Nodding Academy. However, despite not being able to absorb spirit rings, Tang San's innate talent will undoubtedly elevate his spirit power. Chen Hu's journey of cultivating his martial soul is still arduous. Snow City, Martial Soul Academy, here I come. Chapter 7. The Martial Soul Temple of Nodding City. On a rural path outside Longmen Village, two figures, one large and one small, proceeded slowly. Su Yuntao, after much contemplation, finally could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, Chen Hu, has your spirit power broken through? Chen Hu nodded and replied, Indeed, Brother Yuntao. Thanks to the meditation technique you gifted me, my spirit power has now reached the 8th level. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao displayed a look of astonishment and admiration, saying, Truly, you are deserving of your reputation as a genius with innate spirit power at level 7. Although you were already quite close to level 8. To achieve this leap in just 3 days is nothing short of remarkable. Chen Hu chose not to disclose that he had only taken one night to elevate his spirit power to level 8. Instead, he shifted the conversation, asking, Brother Yuntao, shall we proceed directly to the Martial Soul Temple's affiliated Spirit Master Academy in Snow City? Su Yuntao replied, It is not that simple. We have submitted your information to Snow City. However, the journey is long, and even for the Martial Soul Temple's messengers, it takes at least half a month for a round trip. Therefore, if you wish to join the affiliated Junior Spirit Master Academy in Snow City, you will need to wait at least half a month. Nevertheless, you need not worry. With your talent, there is no doubt you will be accepted. The process is merely a formality. During this time, you may stay at the Nodding City Martial Soul Branch, where I will personally instruct you in various aspects of martial soul knowledge and cultivation. Oh, will this mean I missed the start of the academy? Chen Hu asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Su Yuntao chuckled and reassured him. The affiliated Spirit Master Academy in Snow City recruits from the entire Fastnu province. To accommodate students from distant regions who may not arrive in time, the academy's start date is 3 months later than other Spirit Master Academies. Therefore, you need not worry about missing the start of classes. Understanding dawned upon Chen Hu, and his appreciation for the Martial Soul Temple deepened. Only those truly living in the Douluo Continent would comprehend that the Martial Soul Temple is not the unequivocal villainous force portrayed in the works of the 3 young masters. Rather, in the eyes of most commoners, the temple's prestige surpasses that of the 2 great empires. This may also account for why the Martial Soul Temple, as a humble spirit master entity, faced little resistance from ordinary people when establishing a nation. After becoming a spirit master, Chen Hu's speed significantly increased, and by midday, the 2 had already arrived at Nodding City. Upon passing through the sturdy city walls, the streets became bustling with various vendors and pedestrians. Situated at the intersection of the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire, the city showcased merchants adorned in diverse attire, traversing the thoroughfares. Indeed, it was a city, far more lively than Longmen Village. This marks Chen Hu's inaugural visit to the city of Nottingham, and he is filled with a sense of curiosity regarding the customs and traditions of this foreign realm, akin to a rustic bumpkin gazing in wonder. Shortly, an iconic edifice emerges before his eyes. This is the Spirit Hall of Nottingham, one of the most prominent structures in every city, surpassing even the Lord's Manor in significance. Each Spirit Hall is guarded by troops directly affiliated with it, complemented by numerous powerful spirit masters stationed within. Thus, each Spirit Hall wields considerable influence. Having joined the Spirit Hall, it serves as your most steadfast support wherever you may wander, proclaimed Su Yuntao, a flicker of fervor illuminating his gaze. Chen Hu understood this to be a matter of faith. The Spirit Hall, you say? It does sound like a splendid place, Chen Hu mused inwardly. Very well. Let us proceed inside. I shall introduce you to Master Matthew. Although he is also a battle spirit master, he oversees the awakening and certification of spirits. Your information must be authenticated by him before it can be relayed to the main Spirit Hall in Snow City, Su Yuntao explained. Chen Hu nodded. Following Su Yuntao as they entered the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, guards stood vigilant at the gate, and despite not being spirit masters, their imposing presence indicated they were elite soldiers. The architecture within the Spirit Hall exuded grandeur, with the dome soaring over 20 meters high. The ceiling of the vast hall was adorned with an array of murals, each compartment showcasing a distinct spirit, gleaming with a resplendent golden hue, both ancient and elegant. Noticing Chen Hu's captivated gaze, Su Yuntao smiled and elaborated. The spirits depicted above are those that have manifested during the awakening ceremonies conducted by the Nottingham Spirit Branch over the years. Only those who can become spirit masters are entitled to have the image of their spirit engraved here. Is there a fee? Chen Hu inquired. Su Yuntao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Of course, there is a fee. Without it, how could the Spirit Hall thrive? The windows and doors of the Spirit Hall were crafted from specially designed crystal, allowing sunlight to pour in, casting a radiant golden glow. Leaning closer, Su Yuntao whispered to Chen Hu, naturally, The fees are primarily extracted from the affluent nobles of Nottingham. After all, if they do not bear the burden of expense, who will? With a chuckle, Chen Hu replied, and Su Yuntao continued, "Come, let us seek out Master Matthew. Once we have met him, I can arrange accommodations for you." Ascending a nearby staircase to the second floor, Su Yuntao led Chen Hu through a corridor lined with offices, eventually stopping before one door. Rather than knocking, he simply pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Who goes there?" barging in unannounced. An elderly voice echoed from within. The room was bright, and behind a large desk sat an elder clad in the standard attire of the Spirit Hall, the three-sword emblem on his chest signifying his status as a Grand Spirit Master. "Ah, it is Yuntao. In spirit cultivation, focus is paramount. You still act so recklessly. Be wary of becoming like me, perpetually unable to transcend the Grand Spirit Master realm." Matthew shook his head, glancing at Chen Hu behind Su Yuntao, and could not help but ask, "Is this the genius you spoke of?" "Indeed, Master Matthew. His name is Chen Hu, a peak level 7 Soul Master. And he has now advanced to an 8th level Soul Master," Su Yuntao replied. Matthew's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. It has been a long time since we have encountered such a talent in the martial soul branch of Notting City. If your claims hold true, this is indeed a significant achievement." With a warm demeanor, Matthew turned to Chen Hu and kindly said, "Young one, let us proceed to the assessment room to evaluate your martial soul and soul power. A more professional report is required for your application to the Junior Soul Master Academy, directly affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall in Snow City." Chen Hu nodded and followed Matthew to a room at the end of the corridor. Upon entering, Chen Hu felt a distinct sensation as the soul power within him seemed to pulse in harmony with a unique rhythm. The room was spacious and lofty, spanning over 200 square meters. Embedded in the walls were 5 fist-sized black stones, likely composed of the same material as the stone used for Su Yuntao's martial soul awakening, which was probably the source of Chen Hu's internal soul power's rhythmic movement. On the floor lay a massive emblem, resembling a token, with a long sword pointing directly toward the entrance. A similar symbol adorned the exterior of the martial soul hall. While Chen Hu observed the intricate patterns on the ground, Matthew smiled and remarked, "We are merely a basic martial soul hall, referred to as a martial soul branch. Even the smallest cities on the continent possess establishments like ours. Higher-tier martial soul halls are typically found in larger cities, such as Snow City, which boasts a main martial soul hall. Between the main halls and the branches, there exists a level of subsidiary halls. The 4th level is reserved for the capitals of the 2 great empires, while the 5th level is the Papal Hall of Martial Soul City, the most esteemed location within our Martial Soul Hall. As for the highest tier, it is the legendary Douluo Hall, accessible only to Soul Masters of Douluo level and above, representing the pinnacle of honor for registered Soul Masters in the Martial Soul Hall. Chen Hu's recollection of the hierarchy within the Martial Soul Hall had grown hazy over time, but Matthew's mention of it prompted him to remember that the 6 levels corresponded to the 6 formidable titled Douluos of martial souls. The sword motif on the emblem of the martial soul branch likely represented the sword Doachin Xin of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. "Thank you for sharing this information, Master Matthew. Shall we begin?" Chen Hu inquired. "Ah, the youth of today is indeed quite impatient. Very well, let us commence. Please reveal your martial soul," Matthew replied with a gentle smile. With the incantation of the soul spell, Chen Hu raised his right hand, and a vibrant azure light surged forth, manifesting a wine gourd in his grasp. "What a unique soul spell," Matthew remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips, though it did not quite reach his eyes. Matthew took a vessel from the table beside him and placed it in front of Chen Hu, saying, "Pour the medicinal wine produced by your martial soul into this vessel. I need to analyze whether your martial soul genuinely possesses auxiliary capabilities." Chen Hu uncorked the bottle and poured the medicinal wine into the vessel. The transparent liquid flowed into it, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Matthew lifted the vessel and took a sip of the medicinal wine. His face flushed a deeper shade of red as he savored the flavor, slowly remarking, "Indeed, it is a food-type martial soul endowed with auxiliary abilities. Even before acquiring any soul skills, it demonstrates such efficacy. Undoubtedly a top-tier food-type martial soul. Now, let us proceed to test your soul power." Matthew picked up a blue crystal ball from the table and placed it before Chen Hu, stating, "You should be familiar with soul power detection. Place your hand upon the crystal ball." Before Matthew could finish his sentence, the crystal ball emitted a rich blue glow. Although it was not as dazzling as when Tang San awakened his martial soul, it was still significantly more radiant than Chen Hu's first soul power test. Level 8. Have you experienced an increase in soul power over the past 2 days? It seems your innate soul power is not merely an ordinary level 7, but rather exceptionally close to level 8, Matthew expressed with admiration. He was well aware of Chen Hu's background. Yet he had not anticipated that Chen Hu's talent exceeded what was recorded in the documents. I have no further inquiries here. Your information has already been dispatched to Snow City. I will prepare a new Martial Soul certificate for you, along with a recommendation letter for the Martial Soul Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy. When the time comes, you can present these 2 items to gain direct entry into the academy. All right, Yuntao, please arrange accommodations for Chen Hu. Chapter 8, Cultivation Retreat. Su Yuntao acted swiftly, leading Chen Hu to a vast courtyard behind the Martial Soul Hall. Introducing, this is the living area for members of the Martial Soul Hall, divided into accommodation and recreation zones. Given your youth, you need not concern yourself with the recreation area. I will take you directly to your accommodation. As they navigated through a bustling courtyard, they soon arrived at a noticeably quieter section. Su Yuntao opened the gate to a courtyard, revealing an array of ornamental greenery, with vibrant flowers blooming all around, exuding a subtle fragrance. This courtyard will belong to you from now on. You may invite your family to reside here, and there are soldiers stationed outside for protection, so you need not worry about safety, Su Yuntao explained. Such a large courtyard is entirely mine, Chen Hu asked incredulously. Given the price levels in Nodding City, acquiring such a spacious courtyard would typically require several thousand gold soul coins, especially since it was in proximity to the Martial Soul Hall, where availability was scarce. Su Yuntao smiled and clarified, generally, only soul masters above level 20 are assigned to such independent courtyards, but exceptions are made for prodigies like you. This courtyard is merely a small benefit. As long as you demonstrate sufficient talent, the rewards from the Martial Soul Hall will be abundant. That is why I say, joining the Martial Soul Hall will not leave you with regrets. It is getting late. I shall take my leave now. Rest well. My yard lies directly opposite to yours. Feel free to seek me out should you require anything. By the way, the dining hall is located within the first building upon entry, where food is generously provided at no cost. Should hunger strike, you are welcome to help yourself. With that, Su Yuntao waved his hand, expressing a sense of urgency in his farewell. Chen Hu, watching Su Yuntao depart, closed the gate to the yard and opened the door to the interior. The building's decor exuded an air of elegance, imbued with a touch of antiquity. It comprised 3 rooms and 2 halls, complete with a bathroom, kitchen, and a dedicated training room. The furnishings were ample, and even daily necessities had been meticulously prepared, saving Chen Hu a considerable amount of effort. Truly befitting the Spirit Hall. It seems prudent to find a time to request Brother Yuntao to assist in bringing my parents to reside here. Such a vast space feels quite wasteful for my solitary occupancy. Chen Hu murmured to himself, feeling a twinge of hunger, and thus set off to the location indicated by Su Yuntao. Having passed midday, the dining hall was sparsely populated, save for the staff. Chen Hu approached the counter and ordered 2 servings of rice, 1 portion of braised beef, a serving of shredded pork with green peppers, a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, and 2 chicken legs. With the staff's curious glances upon him, he returned to his courtyard. Whose child is this, packing away such a quantity of food? The whispers around him were impossible to ignore, yet Chen Hu paid them no mind. While the spirit-enhancing medicinal wine could provide a portion of the energy required by the body, it was insufficient for the high-intensity training he was undertaking without adequate food replenishment. Since he began utilizing the efficacy of the medicinal wine to enhance his physical condition, not only had his physical prowess improved dramatically, but so too had his appetite. The beef was well cooked, though the shredded pork with green peppers was slightly underdone, rendering the meat somewhat chewy. The seasoning in the fish-flavored pork was also amiss, and the chicken legs lacked sufficient flavor. The culinary skills of the Spirit Hall as chefs evidently require further refinement. As Chen Hu dined, he critiqued the chef's craftsmanship, occasionally taking a swig from his medicinal wine gourd, thus savoring his daily life. Once satiated, Chen Hu pushed open the door to the training room, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced his cultivation of soul power. A Soul Master's initial title, Soul Scholar, represents the extraordinary beginning, yet also marks the most vulnerable phase of their journey. Although a Soul Scholar possesses slightly superior physical abilities compared to an ordinary person, in life and death confrontations, victory is not guaranteed. For the majority of Soul Masters, swiftly transcending the Soul Scholar stage is paramount. Thus, even with the knowledge that the medicinal wine gourd could accelerate physical training, Chen Hu dedicated merely 2 hours each day to exercise, reserving the remainder for the cultivation of his soul power. For a soul master, the tranquility of the environment during meditation significantly enhances its efficacy. The training room constructed by the Spirit Hall boasted excellent soundproofing, a secluded chamber of 3 feet square, with only a single vent at the ceiling, ensuring unobstructed airflow. In such a serene atmosphere, Chen Hu found his cultivation remarkably effective, with his soul power steadily and gradually increasing. The process of cultivation is often tedious. However, the gradual enhancement of soul power is truly captivating. The inherently restless nature of children makes it difficult for most newly awakened spirit masters to endure such monotonous training, and they often struggle to maintain their focus during the process. It is at this juncture that the advantages of Chen Hu's 2 lifetimes become evident. His formidable soul strength and resilience will enable him to enter a meditative state more swiftly and effectively than the average individual. Thus, Chen Hu's reclusive life commenced, characterized by a monotonous routine between the cafeteria and the dormitory. Apart from meals, he rarely ventured beyond his quarters. A sudden knock at the door jolted Chen Hu from his training. "Coming," he responded, exhaling deeply and stretching his limbs as he approached the door. "Brother Yun Tao." On the other side, the athletic figure of Su Yun Tao stood, accompanied by a tall and striking female spirit master, even through Chen Hu's discerning eyes. Her beauty was undeniable. "Who is this sister?" he inquired. Su Yun Tao introduced. "Xiao Hu, this is my friend, CC. CC, this is the prodigy I mentioned." "Chen Hu." "Hello, Sister CC." Chen Hu greeted, scratching his head, feeling a sense of familiarity with her name, but unable to recall why. He extended his hand amicably. CC reciprocated the gesture, covering her mouth as she teased, "Little brother, you truly are diligent. If it weren't for Yun Tao's visit, you might not have ventured out at all. Training should balance work and rest. Would you like to join me for some fun today?" "Thank you, sister. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline. I have to prepare for the academy and focus on my training," Chen Hu politely replied. Since awakening his martial soul, he had been plagued by a sense of urgency. Days had passed, and Tang Sen must have already acquired his first soul ring. Chen Hu vaguely recalled that after Tang Sen obtained his first soul ring, his soul power reached 13th rank, widening the gap between them. Chen Hu could not afford to squander any time. Truly impressive. A genius with innate soul power at level 7, with such talent and diligence. "You are destined to become a legend in Nodding City," CC remarked, showing no signs of displeasure at Chen Hu's refusal. Geniuses are entitled to be willful at times. With a smile, Chen Hu moved aside, saying, "Brother Yun Tao, Sister CC, I almost forgot. Please come in and take a seat. I'll prepare some tea." As he welcomed them inside and turned to fetch a tea set, he suddenly froze in his actions, realizing he had no tea leaves. Never mind. If there is no tea, wine will suffice, he thought, settling for that instead. Murmuring a soul incantation softly, he poured 2 cups of medicinal wine and presented them to Su Yun Tao and CC. "Brother Yun Tao, Sister CC, I apologize for the lack of tea. Please make do with this." "What is this? Wine?" CC gazed at the pale yellow liquid in the teacup, her curiosity piqued. Chen Hu replied, "This is medicinal wine, a part of my martial spirit. It is consumable and tastes quite pleasant. CC sister, you should give it a try." Indeed, Xiao Hu's medicinal wine has the ability to enhance beauty and nourish the essence. It is a rare delicacy. You ought to taste it. Su Yun Tao added with a pleasing tone. "A martial spirit, particularly one of the food type, is something I have yet to encounter. I shall savor it thoroughly." CC remarked with a smile. "By the way, Yun Tao elder brother, did you come to see me for any particular reason?" Chen Hu inquired as he settled onto a nearby chair. Su Yun Tao responded, "It's nothing of great importance. Merely that I noticed you hadn't ventured outside for over 10 days and wanted to check on your well-being. By the way, have you begun meditating? If you have encountered any issues, feel free to bring them up now, as both CC and I are here to assist you. One must never engage in martial spirit cultivation in isolation. Any problems should be voiced promptly, for the consequences of neglecting foundational issues can be dire." "Thank you, Yun Tao elder brother. I happen to have numerous queries regarding my cultivation, and I would appreciate your guidance," Chen Hu expressed. He then articulated all the obscure aspects of his meditation, to which Su Yun Tao responded with clarity. Following Su Yun Tao's guidance, Chen Hu felt a noticeable increase in the speed of his soul power circulation during meditation, deepening his gratitude for Su Yun Tao and his reverence for martial spirit cultivation. Su Yun Tao appeared quite occupied. After spending an afternoon resolving Chen Hu's uncertainties, he hurriedly departed with CC. Chen Hu resumed his intensive practice, and with Su Yun Tao's insights, his cultivation progressed at a faster pace, steadily enhancing his soul power. Time flew by, and 3 months later, Chen Hu pushed open the door to the training chamber. The blinding sunlight outside struck him, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. It took him a moment to adjust to the brightness of the outside world. "I am so hungry. I had thought this breakthrough would not take long, yet it took a full 7 days to achieve success. The provisions I had prepared are insufficient. Thankfully, the breakthrough was successful. Otherwise, I would have had to interrupt my training prematurely to seek sustenance," Chen Hu murmured to himself. Though the medicinal wine belonged to the food-type martial spirit, it differed from conventional food spirits. It could only replenish a portion of energy and could not serve as a complete substitute for nourishment. Nevertheless, even after 3 days without food, Chen Hu felt only a slight hunger, devoid of the debilitating weakness that often accompanies prolonged fasting. Just as he opened the door, Su Yuntao's anxious voice reached his ears. Chen Hu, you have finally emerged. The Seoul Martial Academy of Snow City is about to commence its academic term, and your admission notice has long since arrived. If you delay any longer, you may miss the enrollment. I shall have to break down the door if you do not come out soon. Chapter 9, The First Battle. On this visit to Chen Hu, only Su Yuntao appeared. As his companion Cici was absent, Su Yuntao stood at the door, visibly anxious, and only relaxed once he confirmed that Chen Hu appeared to be in good health. Yuntao, elder brother, is the Seoul Martial Academy of Snow City about to open its doors? Chen Hu offered an apologetic smile and inquired. Su Yuntao nodded, stating, indeed. There are less than 7 days until the Seoul Master Academy commences. With our pace, it will take us 6 to 7 days to travel from Notting City to Snow City. If you do not emerge soon, I may have to force my way in. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Su Yuntao continued, did your sudden retreat signify a breakthrough in your soul power? I truly envy your innate talent. It has scarcely been 3 months since your last advancement, and you are indeed a prodigy with innate soul power reaching level 7. Chen Hu merely smiled noncommittally. The journey of a soul master in cultivating soul power is exceedingly protracted, as each elevation in soul power demands extensive accumulation of time. 7 days prior, Chen Hu had sensed his soul power nearing saturation, reaching the pinnacle of level 8. Yet, taking that final step required a substantial investment of time. Fortunately, he successfully broke through, becoming a level 9 soul master, thus drawing nearer to acquiring his first soul ring. This breakthrough consumed considerable time, and with the imminent opening of the Soul Master Academy in Snow City, he could not afford any delays. After a brief refreshment, he donned a simple white outfit. Equipped with the emblem of the Spirit Hall and his acceptance letter from the Academy, embarking on a new journey. Snow City serves as the capital of the Fastno province in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, positioned closer to Tiando City. While Notting City lies at the far southwestern edge of the empire bordering the Xinghua Empire. The journey from Notting City to Snow City spans nearly the entirety of the Fastno province. The Spirit Hall in Notting City had arranged a fine steed for Chen Hu and Su Yuntao. Although Chen Hu stood a bit taller than his peers, he was still merely a 6-year-old child, and with Su Yuntao being rather slender as well, their shared ride did not appear cramped. They rode northward, resting only at the Spirit Hall and otherwise maintaining a relentless pace. At last, on the 6th night, the towering walls of Snow City emerged in their sight. As they approached the city gates, Su Yuntao reined in the galloping steed, and both dismounted, their expressions grim, particularly Chen Hu, who limped slightly after 6 arduous days of travel, a considerable strain in this era. Were it not for his status as a soul master, Chen Hu would have worried about his ability to remain standing. Who goes there? It is curfew. No one is allowed to enter or exit the city gates. The guards at the city wall halted Chen Hu and Su Yuntao, their cold spears glinting ominously. We are soul masters affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Here is our proof. Su Yuntao produced 2 emblems from his pocket and presented them to the guards. Soul masters in this era always enjoyed certain privileges, especially those from the Spirit Hall. The guards, recognizing this, treated them with respect, confirming the authenticity of the emblems before returning them, and saying, "My lords, please." They then turned and bellowed an order to grant passage. The gates creaked open, and Su Yuntao led the steed, guiding Chen Hu into Snow City. Brother Yuntao, are we heading to the Soul Master Academy now? Chen Hu asked, perplexed as they entered the city. Su Yuntao shook his head, expressing a sense of patience. We must first report to the Spirit Hall in Snow City before we can proceed to the Spirit Academy. Snow City and the Spirit Hall. During his journey from Notting City to Snow City, Chen Hu had encountered numerous Spirit Halls. Yet none could compare to the majestic edifice that loomed before his eyes. Nestled in the heart of Snow City, its grand and imposing entrance led to a series of circular structures that resembled not merely a Spirit Hall, but a miniature city. The guards stationed outside donned specialized attire of the Spirit Hall, each bearing a badge identical to the one worn by Su Yuntao, signifying their esteemed status as spirit masters of at least the 20th rank. It was astonishing that such highly regarded spirit masters were merely guardians of the Spirit Hall. As Chen Hu and Su Yuntao entered the hall, they found the interior adorned in a style reminiscent of Notting City, yet the expansive lobby surpassed its counterpart in size, bustling with an even greater number of spirit masters. After completing the necessary registration, a staff member escorted them through a winding path behind the reception area. After approximately 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of a hall. Just as Su Yuntao prepared to enter, the staff member halted him, stating, "I apologize, esteemed Spirit Master, but this area is designated for the students of the Spirit Academy. Accompanying Spirit Masters are not permitted to enter. Allow me to guide you to the guest house for some rest." Being the capital city of Fast Snow City was home to countless formidable figures within the Spirit Hall. Su Yuntao, as merely a spirit master from a small city, dared not contest the arrangements of the Spirit Hall. Nodding in agreement, he whispered a few instructions to Chen Hu before watching him step into the hall. The hall, approximately 100 square meters in size, already housed over 20 children of similar stature to Chen Hu, seated in meditation and cultivation. Among them, a man appearing to be in his 30s was resting with closed eyes. Upon sensing Chen Hu's arrival, he merely glanced at him before returning to his tranquility. As soon as Chen Hu entered the hall, a young boy at the edge rose to greet him. Hello. You must be a new student at the Snow Spirit Academy this year. I am Yang Chuan, a rank 7 spirit master with the spirit of Iron Claws. To gain entry, you must pass our assessment. So, please enlighten me. Yang Chuan assumed a combat stance. Dark energy swirling around him as a pair of iron claws extended from his hands, seamlessly integrating with his palms, as though he had been born with these lethal appendages. The claws glinted ominously, betraying their deadly nature. Upon Yang Chuan's declaration of challenge, the other youths opened their eyes. Their gazes shifting between the newly arrived Chen Hu and Yang Chuan, wearing expressions that bordered on amusement. Noticing that the only adult in the hall did not intervene in Yang Chuan's challenge, Chen Hu understood that this was likely the first test of joining the Spirit Academy. Only by earning the approval of these children could he hope to become one of them. Setting down his belongings, Chen Hu stepped forward, positioning himself 3 meters from Yang Chuan, and softly intoned, with the medicine's effect, life shall be restored like a gourd of wine. After the azure glow surged, the medicinal wine gourd materialized in Chen Hu's hand. With a slight bow, he introduced himself. I am Chen Hu, a level 9 soul master, with the martial soul of a medicinal wine gourd. I welcome your guidance. Level 9. A number of children began to fidget restlessly. A level 9 soul master at just over 6 years old was indeed a rarity, even among the prodigies recruited by the Martial Soul Hall. Upon hearing Chen Hu's rank, Yang Chuan, who was about to engage with him, could not help but regard him with increased seriousness. However, although Chen Hu's incantation was whispered softly, Yang Chuan, standing merely 3 meters away, certainly heard it. Glancing at Chen Hu's martial soul, Yang Chuan could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, Are you a support-type soul master? If so, you need not participate in the combat. You may simply join our ranks. No, let us adhere to your customs. Come at me, Chen Hu replied calmly. Very well, if you insist on courting death, I shall oblige, Yang Chuan retorted, his anger flaring as he raised his iron claws to strike at Chen Hu. The steel talons sliced through the air, producing a faint whistling sound. Those claws, measuring over 20 centimeters, would undoubtedly inflict unimaginable wounds if they connected with a human. Chen Hu dared not be complacent. He channeled his soul power with all his might. In the absence of soul techniques, the characteristics of the martial soul and the level of soul power were the crucial determinants of a soul master's strength. Clearly, in terms of offensive capability, even a fool would understand that the medicinal wine gourd could not compare to the glinting iron claws. Yet, regarding physical prowess and soul power level, Chen Hu undoubtedly held a definitive advantage. Empowered by his soul force, Chen Hu deftly evaded Yang Chuan's assault. However, when the sharp claws grazed past him, Chen Hu, who had never experienced battle before, was still drenched in cold sweat from the fright. With his strike missing, an enraged Yang Chuan showed no hesitation, swinging his iron claws once more towards Chen Hu. Chen Hu had no desire to test the sharpness of those claws with his flesh. He could only avoid the lethal strikes, continuously dodging. Despite having a significantly higher soul power level than Yang Chuan, he found himself in a state of utter frustration. Forced to evade. Frustrated as Chen Hu was, Yang Chuan was even more vexed. After yet another failed attack, he could not help but roar. Is all you can do is dodge around like a girl? Yang Chuan's words did not provoke Chen Hu, but they drew unfriendly glances from several girls outside the hall. Unaware of the impending disaster, Yang Chuan continued to berate, You coward. Do you dare to fight me like a man in a fair contest? Chen Hu glanced at the panting Yang Chuan. Maintaining his martial soul form required a drain on soul power, and given Yang Chuan's highly destructive martial soul, the consumption was even more severe. Furthermore, Yang Chuan's soul power level was lower than Chen Hu's. If this continued, it would be Yang Chuan who ultimately fell short. Yet, such a victory was hardly what Chen Hu desired. As you wish, he declared, downing a hearty gulp of medicinal wine. After awakening his martial soul, Chen Hu had often contemplated the inevitability of facing combat one day. His understanding and application of the martial soul could not remain stagnant at its inception. Let us see if the path I envision is indeed feasible, through you. Chen Hu let out a low grunt, feeling the boiling blood within him as he clenched his fists and charged forward with remarkable speed. Yang Chuan barely had time to rejoice before Chen Hu's fist was already upon him. In a moment of panic, Yang Chuan, not an ordinary child himself, instinctively raised his hand to shield against Chen Hu's blow. It was evident that, should Chen Hu continue his assault, the flesh and blood of a human body would stand no chance against iron claws. As Chen Hu's fist approached relentlessly, a spectator, a girl, covered her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could one dare to face iron claws with mere flesh?" The other children nodded in agreement, seemingly endorsing her sentiment. With a resounding clash, the flesh and blood fist met the steel claws. The outcome of this clash was almost foreseen. The claws sliced through the flesh, yet could not halt the tremendous force accompanying the punch. Yang Chuan's defenses crumbled beneath the weight of Chen Hu's blow, and immediately following was another strike from Chen Hu. Boom! Yang Chuan's small frame was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground. Chapter 10: The Overlord's Spear. Drip, drip, drip. Drops of blood fell from Chen Hu's trembling fingers, yet his expression remained calm, as if the wounds on his hands did not exist. This was the strategy Chen Hu had prepared for himself, an exchange of injuries. The effects of the medicinal liquor he had consumed at the start of the fight quickly took effect. Before long, the bleeding from his wounds ceased, and they began to scab over. In addition to restoring his stamina, the medicinal elixir also accelerated the healing of his injuries. This was Chen Hu's greatest reliance in daring to trade blows. I concede. Yang Chuan stood, his expression a complex mixture that was neither entirely respectful nor fearful. As he reflected on the final clash of claws and fists, Chen Hu's resolute gaze instilled a sense of dread within him. Even though his soul power surpassed that of his opponent, Yang Chuan accepted his defeat with humility. Perhaps it is time for you to find a place to meditate and practice. If new challengers arrive, you shall be the one to test them. At that moment, the only adult present spoke, his voice low yet exuding undeniable authority. Hearing this, Chen Hu walked to a corner of the hall, sat cross-legged, and entered a meditative state to commence his training. Yi Liyuan's gaze fell upon Chen Hu, clearly revealing a hint of admiration before he closed his eyes and feigned slumber. As time passed slowly, the doors of the hall opened once more, drawing the attention of all towards Chen Hu. His wounds had scabbed over, yet it was evident that engaging in combat again too soon would likely result in the scabs tearing open. Yi Liyuan remained silent, and Chen Hu did not speak either. He approached the spot where Yang Chuan had just stood, finding it conspicuously vacant of other children, clearly a deliberately left battlefield. Chen Hu's gaze then shifted to the entrance of the hall, where a delicate girl entered. She was petite, yet her features were exquisite, with large, dark eyes that sparkled, captivating all who beheld her. The girl donned a special uniform exclusive to the personnel of the Spirit Hall, emblazoned on her chest with an insignia depicting two swords, revealing her status as a Spirit Master. Although the Spirit Hall recruits only prodigies, those eligible to enter the Snow Spirit Academy are truly the CR de la CR. However, achieving the rank of Spirit Master within 3 months of awakening one's spirit remains a formidable challenge. Most students stagnate around the 8th rank, while those like Chen Hu, who have attained the 9th rank, are already considered exceptional. Greetings, I am Chen Hu, a 9th rank Spirit Master with the spirit of the medicinal wine gourd. To earn our collective recognition, you must first engage me in combat. Chen Hu greeted the new girl in the manner previously suggested by Yang Chuan. Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, the girl displayed a flicker of excitement, evidently a combative spirit, yet soon a shadow of concern crossed her features. I am Lin Xiaoxiao, wielding the Overlord Spear as an 11th rank Battle Spirit Master. You are merely a Spirit Master. Perhaps you should select a more formidable opponent? As Lin Xiaoxiao's words resonated, the hall erupted in a frenzy. What an occasion! A fearless auxiliary Spirit Master has just arrived, followed by a genuine Spirit Master barely over 6 years old. Indeed, a spectacle is imminent. The clash between these two promises to be enthralling. Interesting, perhaps, but the outcome is all but certain. The disparity between Spirit Masters and Spirit Masters is stark, even if their power levels are comparable. The distinction between possessing a spirit ring and lacking one is monumental. Indeed, while Spirit Masters may occasionally challenge others beyond their rank, such occurrences have never been witnessed between the stages of Spirit Masters and Spirit Masters. If Spirit Masters are deemed on the threshold of the extraordinary, Spirit Masters epitomize true transcendence. The title of Spirit Master itself signifies an exceptional status. Lin Xiaoxiao, 6 years old, possessing innate spirit power at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, with the Overlord Spear as her spirit, received the evaluation. Chen Hu, 6 years old, possessing innate spirit power at the zenith of the 7th rank, with the Medicinal Wine Gourd, auxiliary type, received the evaluation. The dormant Knight Liyuan recalled these two profiles, knowing that in this generation, as well as the previous two, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu stood as the most gifted individuals. Knight Liyuan was eager to witness the sparks that would ignite from their first encounter. No need for pleasantries. Let us commence. Chen Hu was equally curious about the chasm separating him from a true battle spirit master. With determination aflame, he tore his sleeve, tightly binding his wounded right hand, and proclaimed, with the medicine, life is extinguished, gourd of wine. A cerulean radiance swirled as the medicinal wine gourd materialized in his grasp. He drank deeply, the liquid transforming into a warm surge within him, his visage reddening alarmingly, akin to a cooked shrimp. Very well, but do take care, Overlord Spear. Lin Xiaoxiao commanded. Brandishing a 7-foot Overlord Spear that appeared to tower over her diminutive stature, the spearhead trailing along the ground, presenting a strikingly incongruous sight. As the Overlord Spear made its appearance, Lin Xiaoxiao underwent a profound transformation. Her delicate demeanor dissipated instantly, replaced by an indomitable aura that proclaimed her dominance, akin to the re-emergence of a sovereign. The golden soul ring radiated a brilliant light, leaving no doubt that Lin Xiaoxiao's first soul ring was a century old. Your level is inferior to mine. I shall allow you to strike first, Lin Xiaoxiao declared with a haughty glance, her voice a blend of femininity and commanding authority. Chen Hu remained silent, his fists clenched tightly as he advanced with 3 decisive steps, closing the distance to approximately 2 meters from Lin Xiaoxiao. As he approached, his muscles tensed and his speed surged, allowing him to dart into Lin Xiaoxiao's range, delivering a powerful punch. The adage an inch of strength is an inch of danger rang true, while Lin Xiaoxiao's Overlord Spear was formidable at a distance. Engaging in close combat would inevitably present challenges. Thus, Chen Hu resolved to engage in close quarters, rendering Lin Xiaoxiao's martial soul less advantageous. At the moment Chen Hu was about to close in, Lin Xiaoxiao acted swiftly, her left hand descending to form a fist, colliding with Chen Hu's own. A searing pain radiated from the cracked wound, the bandages soaked in crimson, yet Chen Hu could not afford to be concerned, for alongside the agony surged an unparalleled force. Generally, aside from left-handed individuals, a human's right hand possesses significantly greater strength than the left, with Lin Xiaoxiao wielding her spear in her right hand. Even her left hand's strength was enough for Chen Hu to struggle against. Though inexperienced in combat, Chen Hu understood that retreat was not an option. With Lin Xiaoxiao's power and the sweeping might of the Overlord Spear, he could not withstand her assault. At that moment, he would have no opportunity to exchange injuries. Drawing back his right arm slightly, he readied his left hand to strike, executing a fluid exchange of punches, clearly anticipating her moves. Lin Xiaoxiao, having lost the strength in her left hand, found herself in a predicament where she had no choice but to relinquish her grip on the Overlord Spear, opting for a fist-to-fist confrontation. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Yi Liyuan's gaze. It was evident that the rhythm of the battle had shifted to favor Chen Hu. Alas, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. With the Overlord Spear abandoned, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed liberated. Her petite fists rained down in rapid succession, each strike growing in power and speed. In mere moments, they exchanged over a dozen blows. And this all-out contest of fists was a tremendous drain on physical stamina for any combatant. Yet, the two in the arena exhibited no signs of fatigue beyond a slight breathlessness. Is this truly a battle between two soul masters? Such stamina is beyond even the beast soul masters possessed by our martial spirits, a child with an awakened beast martial spirit exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Liyuan too displayed a hint of surprise, not directed at Lin Xiaoxiao, but rather at Chen Hu. It was remarkable to consider that Chen Hu was merely a support-type soul master. When did support-type soul masters acquire the capability to engage directly with battle soul masters? As Yi Liyuan's gaze sharpened, the dark radiance in his eyes flickered, meticulously observing every nuance of Chen Hu's movements. The idiosyncrasy of Chen Hu, an auxiliary spirit master, intrigued even him, presenting considerable value for study. Unbeknownst to Chen Hu, each punch he unleashed infused him with a warming energy, empowering his subsequent strikes. Does this fellow possess no limits? Lin Xiaoxiao mused, feeling increasingly strained despite being the one endowed with greater strength. First spirit skill, Tyrant's Might, Lin Xiaoxiao declared. As her yellow spirit ring erupted with brilliant light, a deep black aura surging from her petite frame, emanating a formidable presence. Boom! Lin Xiaoxiao's delicate fist collided with Chen Hu's, and in the next instant, he was hurled away by a shockwave, his bloodied hands dripping profusely. Yet, Lin Xiaoxiao's onslaught did not cease. After forcing Chen Hu back, she was unrestrained, wielding the tyrant spear with both hands, executing a straightforward, yet powerful attack akin to Mount Tai descending upon him. What overwhelming aura! Is this her true strength? Chen Hu murmured, instinctively raising his arms in defense, hoping to withstand the crushing blow. In a flash, the shadow of Lin Xiaoxiao loomed, yet the spear did not descend upon him. Enough, you've won. A cool voice interjected, and Chen Hu realized that the figure blocking him was the only adult present in the hall, Yi Liyuan. It was he who discerned that Chen Hu could not withstand Lin Xiaoxiao's spear and intervened at the last moment to save him. The fighting spirit in Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes gradually faded as the tyrant's spear vanished. Breathing heavily, she declared, "No, I am a spirit master. The moment I employed my spirit skill, I acknowledged my defeat. Thus, I am the one who has lost this contest." With her words, applause erupted in the hall. Not only in recognition of Lin Xiaoxiao's prowess, but also in respect for her displayed spirit. Perhaps there was also encouragement for Chen Hu's performance. Though no one could say for certain, the figures of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao were forever etched in the memories of all present. Chen Hu, momentarily silent, shook his head and said, "No, we are of the same age. Gaining a spirit ring is a testament to your strength. There is nothing unfair about it. A loss is a loss. I can accept it and fear not defeat. Next time, I shall strive to reclaim victory." Lin Xiaoxiao paused, slightly taken aback, and smiled. "Very well, consider this match as my triumph. I shall await your return." Despite being a girl, Lin Xiaoxiao exuded a bravado that surpassed even that of boys, perhaps a consequence of her martial spirit. Chapter 11, Night Master. Entrusting the task of guarding to the newly arrived Lin Xiaoxiao, Chen Hu found the opportunity to tend to his wounds. Not only is Chen Hu's right hand in a deplorable state, but his left hand fares little better. With each punch, he holds nothing back. And under the violent collision of fists, both his and Lin Xiaoxiao's hands are marred with crimson stains. As Chen Hu tends to his wounds, Yi Liyuan produces a roll of white bandage from his waist and tosses it before Chen Hu, saying, "Use this. Relying on your sleeves is rather unsanitary. And do tend to Lin Xiaoxiao as well, lest her wounds become infected." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Hu picks up the bandage and grits his teeth as he tears away the makeshift wrap from his right hand. He then summons the medicinal wine-gourd spirit, uncorks it, and uses the alcohol to cleanse his wounds. The efficacy of the alcohol in treating the wounds is one matter, but the searing pain is unmistakable. Even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Chen Hu winces in agony, nearly brought to tears. The transparent medicinal liquor mingles with the deep red blood, and soon, the color begins to fade. Under the influence of the alcohol, the bleeding visibly halts, allowing Chen Hu to proceed with bandaging. Wrapping the bandage with one hand proves to be a challenging task, and Lin Xiaoxiao, seated nearby, snatches the bandage from Chen Hu's grasp and meticulously wraps it around his hand, tying it off with a bow despite his protests. With a resigned shrug, Chen Hu continues to attend to his left hand, which soon bears a matching bow. Subsequently, he turns his attention to Lin Xiaoxiao's injuries. Her small hands, delicate and pale, resemble exquisite works of art, with long, slender fingers. As Chen Hu concentrates on treating the wounds on her hands, the moment the medicinal wine touches her injury, Lin Xiaoxiao's injured hand trembles slightly, and she bites her lip, tears brimming in her eyes. Girls, after all, tend to be more sensitive to pain than boys. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao is a resolute girl who manages to suppress her sobs. Once both hands are tended to, Lin Xiaoxiao quickly withdraws her hands, hiding them behind her back. Fearful of the pain, Chen Hu smiles softly, remaining silent. For a child, the process of treating wounds with medicinal alcohol is indeed excruciating. Similarly, the medicinal wine produced by Chen Hu's spirit can be ingested or applied externally, though in cases of evident trauma, the external application is significantly more effective. Even with injuries such as his today, full recovery is expected within a week. Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously brings her hands from behind her back and sidles up to Chen Hu. Her curiosity piqued. "Is your spirit of the supportive type?" she inquires. Chen Hu nods, affirming, "Indeed, my spirit is a food-type support spirit, the medicinal wine gourd. The wine and the gourd are one. Although I have not obtained a soul ring, the medicinal wine within possesses considerable therapeutic value, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and accelerating the healing process of wounds." Lin Xiaoxiao contemplates this for a moment and then remarks, "So that's why your punches grew stronger during our fight, thanks to your spirit's influence. I never expected a support spirit could wield such formidable combat power. You truly are impressive." Chen Hu let out a bitter smile and remarked, "Such combat prowess is merely a result of my relentless training. As the number of soul rings increases, the physical capabilities of support-type soul masters will gradually diverge from those of combat soul masters. Coupled with various powerful attack skills, the disparity in strength between support and combat soul masters will only widen, potentially becoming an insurmountable chasm." Although Chen Hu harbors dreams, he is acutely aware of the vast gap in power between support and combat soul masters. In particular, Lin Xiaoxiao provided him with a vivid lesson, allowing him to fully comprehend the divide. However, Chen Hu would not easily concede. Lin Xiaoxiao giggled, "Don't worry, I'll have your back. You only need to assist me, and I promise no one will dare to bully you." Chen Hu rubbed his nose, hesitant to respond. While the idea of living off a girl 6 years his junior was tempting, he found it hard to swallow his pride as a man who had lived for over 30 years. Focus on your training. Your martial soul is of high quality, and using soul skills must consume a significant amount of soul power. Who knows when the next student might arrive? If you were to lose to a soul master due to insufficient soul power, it would not bode well. Chen Hu deftly shifted the topic. Lin Xiaoxiao, with her determined nature, was evidently affected by his words. She quickly sat cross-legged, muttering, "I'm training, don't talk to me." Chen Hu chuckled softly. Her lively spirit was quite endearing. After engaging in 2 vigorous battles and cleansing his wounds with medicinal liquor, Chen Hu felt his soul power nearly depleted. The absence of soul power left him feeling ill at ease, so he refrained from lingering and began to meditate. An hour later, Chen Hu opened his eyes. Having fully restored his soul power, and the pain in his hands was gradually subsiding. He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. No new students had arrived during that hour. Today marked the final day, and since Lin Xiaoxiao was the last to arrive, it meant that there were only 29 students in this cohort of the Martial Soul Academy. As night deepened, he surveyed the surroundings. Not a single student was asleep. All were diligently cultivating their soul power. Most of those willing to join the Martial Soul Hall were commoners or fallen nobility, fully aware that cultivating was the only path to change their fates. Thus they worked even harder. Chen Hu, unwilling to waste time, resumed his training. Perhaps due to the invigorating effects of the 2 exhilarating battles, Chen Hu found that his cultivation speed was noticeably quicker than usual. The entire night passed, and still, no new students arrived. Yeli Yuan stepped into the center of the hall, produced a roster, and announced, "I will now begin roll call. Those present should respond." Lin Xiaoxiao. To her surprise, Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to be called. She quickly responded, "Here." Nightly Yuan cast a glance at Lin Xiaoxiao before continuing with the roll call. Chen Hu. Present. Feng Zheng. Very well, everyone is here. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nightly Yuan, a level 61 soul attack system soul emperor, with the martial soul of the night owl. I am also the instructor and practical course teacher for your cohort of martial soul students. You may address me as Instructor Knight. As Nightly Yuan spoke, he summoned his martial soul, enveloping himself in a dark radiance. Brilliant soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and black rose from beneath his feet, exuding an astonishing pressure. His ebony eyes transformed into a profound abyss, radiating an aura that was both captivating and fearsome. Under this overwhelming presence, all the students instinctively took a few steps back, unable to meet his gaze. Instructor Knight, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Chen Hu steadied themselves first. Speaking respectfully, the other gifted children quickly regained their composure and echoed, "Instructor Knight." Nightly Yuan surveyed the 29 students before him. None dared to meet his piercing gaze. His indifferent voice resonated. "You are the most disappointing cohort I have ever taught. It has been 3 months since you awakened your martial souls. And apart from Lin Xiaoxiao, not a single one of you has become a soul master. Soul warriors are merely the reserves for the path of a soul master. You are not even worthy of that title. You have been chosen by the Martial Soul Hall due to your innate talents. You may take pride in these talents, but you must not become complacent because of them. A soul warrior is merely the beginning. I do not wish for it to be your endpoint. Similarly, soul warriors are unworthy of being my students." Nightly Yuan's tone was stern, even frigid. "Now, I shall issue the first task for the first-year students of the Martial Soul Academy. You have 9 months to cultivate. After 9 months, those who have not become soul masters will leave. The Martial Soul Hall Academy will not accept waste as students. Become a soul master in 9 months? How is that possible?" The hall erupted in a commotion. Many students had their soul power stagnating at level 7. To break through to soul master in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. Impossible? Why is it deemed impossible? Every one of you entering the Martial Soul Academy possesses innate soul power above level 5. Is it so difficult to elevate your soul power to level 10 within a year? If you cannot become a soul master in a year, you might as well seek out an ordinary Martial Soul Academy. Why bother coming to the Martial Soul Academy directly under the jurisdiction of the Martial Soul Hall? The resources of the Martial Soul Hall cannot be squandered on the indolent who possess talent yet lack diligence. Moreover, I was issuing a command, not seeking your opinions. After 9 months, those who can become soul masters may stay. Those who cannot, depart. Nightly Yuan's expression remained unchanged, his stern visage resembling that of a demon in the eyes of the children. It is known that in most basic soul master academies, merely becoming a soul master is sufficient for graduation. Yet for Nightly Yuan, becoming a soul master is merely the beginning. In the eyes of a group of children just over 6 years old, the authority of their teacher looms large. Though they harbor some apprehension within, they lack the courage to voice it openly, confronting the formidable presence of Yi Yuan. Undoubtedly, The 6 soul rings hovering above Yi Liyuan contribute significantly to his commanding aura. As he approached the entrance, he pushed open the doors to the hall, allowing sunlight to cascade in, instantly illuminating the previously dim space. Yet, in stark contrast, Yi Liyuan stood as though eternally cloaked in night, emanating a chilling presence. Form a line according to the order I called your names, and follow me as we march. I shall escort you to the Soul Master Academy. His voice, cold and indifferent, echoed. The students quickly arranged themselves, sensing the teacher was not to be trifled with. And none wished to incur his wrath at that moment. The line soon formed, and Yi Liyuan nodded in satisfaction, instructing, follow me. With that, he set off, running at a moderate pace, clearly accommodating the speed of the students. Chapter 12, Roommates. A group of students jogged behind Yi Liyuan, swiftly exiting Snow City and heading northward. After covering a distance of about 5 or 6 miles, the sight of a grand complex emerged before them. Here lies the Soul Master Academy. How magnificent! Chen Hu exclaimed, marveling at the towering structures and landscape designs, which rivaled some of the university campuses from his past life. Unlike the sprawling campuses of his previous life that housed tens of thousands, this vast Soul Master Academy boasted fewer than 300 individuals, encompassing both faculty and students. However, the academy did not feel desolate. The sounds of training and study resonated throughout, leaving the children in awe of such a spectacle. Observing this scene, Yi Liyuan's gaze softened with a hint of nostalgia. After a moment, he reached the entrance of the Soul Master Academy and turned to face the 29 students. With his left arm crossed over his chest, he performed a ceremonial gesture customary within the Spirit Hall, stating, welcome, little ones, to the Spirit Hall. This will be the place where your journey begins. May your soul spirits flourish. May our soul spirits flourish. A student shouted, prompting the others to join in the rallying cry. Chen Hu silently repeated the phrase in his heart, pondering whether his path as a soul master would indeed commence here. He hoped the Spirit Hall would not disappoint him. Subsequently, under Yi Liyuan's guidance, Chen Hu and the others were assigned their student dormitories. The Soul Master Academy, affluent and well-resourced, provided independent dormitory buildings for each of the 6 grades. Chen Hu's cohort was designated to Building 5. The dormitory was spacious. Yet to foster camaraderie and mutual understanding among students, the academy opted to house 5 individuals per room, co-ed, unsurprisingly. Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao were assigned to the same room, Room 1. The other 3 students, 2 boys and a girl, were clad in the standard attire of the Spirit Hall, their backgrounds remaining a mystery. From now on, we are destined to be roommates in the same dormitory. Let us begin with self-introductions. My name is Tori, hailing from a small village in the remote city of Noyuan, where our livelihood relies on hunting. My martial spirit is that of a hunting dog, and I am a 9th rank soul master. One of the 2 boys, appearing more robust, took the initiative to introduce himself. Greetings, everyone. I am Getting, from the city of Nanyuan, with a martial spirit of Ghost Vine, also a 9th rank soul master. The other boy, Getting, seemed somewhat timid. Stuttering as he managed to utter these few words, his face flushed with embarrassment. The final girl appeared much more poised. After glancing at Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, she spoke up, hello everyone. My name is Yi Mei, and my martial spirit is a variant of the plum blossom, known as Cold Plum, a 9th rank soul master. I reside in the city of Snow. Yi Mei, is your name originally Yi Mei, or did you change it after awakening your martial spirit? Chen Hu inquired with curiosity. Yi Mei shot Chen Hu an exasperated glance and retorted, the Mei in my name refers to the rose, not the plum blossom. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Hu rubbed his nose and chuckled, allow me to introduce myself as well. I am Chen Hu, named after the lake where I was born. My parents bestowed this name upon me. I come from Longmin village in the southernmost part of the Fasnuo province, with a martial spirit of medicinal wine gourd. A 9th rank soul master. Finally, all eyes turned to Lin Xiaoxiao, who confidently stated, I am Lin Xiaoxiao, from Gu City, with the martial spirit you all witnessed yesterday. The Overlord Spear, an 11th rank 1-ring battle soul master. After Lin Xiaoxiao concluded her introduction, whether by coincidence or design, Chen Hu observed that none of the 5 individuals in their dormitory possessed innate soul power below the 7th rank, and all had soul power exceeding the 9th rank. Apart from Lin Xiaoxiao, they were merely a step away from becoming soul masters, retaining the innocence of childhood. The 5 quickly grew familiar with one another and unanimously elected Lin Xiaoxiao as the dormitory leader. As they became more acquainted, the atmosphere became harmonious. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the pristine bed linens and blankets, turning to Chen Hu with a hint of distress. Xiao Hu, shall we discuss something? Before Lin Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, Chen Hu discerned her intent, smiling gently. Let us not speak of changing beds. Once I tidy up, I will assist you in putting on the sheets and duvet covers. Really? Xiao Hu, I knew you were the best. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, leaping with joy. For children, laying sheets and fitting duvet covers is the most tedious task. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Hu had ample experience in arranging sheets and duvet covers during his school days, a skill he had not forgotten. Soon, Lin Xiaoxiao's bed was neatly made, and she happily rolled onto it. Chen Hu shook his head in amusement, glancing toward Yi Mei. Yi Mei, may I assist you with your bedding? Thank you. How about I treat everyone to a meal? Yi Mei suggested. Meal? Right. We haven't tea had breakfast yet. I've been hungry for a while. Let us go eat. Lin Xiaoxiao eagerly nodded. Very well. Does anyone know where the cafeteria is? Torai inquired, shrugging his shoulders. I know. I noticed it when I arrived. Allow me to lead the way, Lin Xiaoxiao volunteered. Chen Hu cast a peculiar glance at the girl, pondering to himself. Could it be that she, too, is a glutton? He was uncertain why he used the term too, for he would never admit to being a foodie himself. The notion of a gluttonous ethnicity, was that truly gluttony? It was merely a talent. The group marched majestically to the cafeteria. The Soul Spirit Academy had no intention of profiting from its students in this regard. All food was provided free of charge. Thus, Yi Mei successfully achieved the feat of treating everyone without spending a single coin. Have you not eaten at all? Yi Mei observed the mountain of food before her, her gaze shifting to the 4 individuals, resembling 4 ravenous beasts. Children are in their growth phase. Eating more is essential for height, Chen Hu remarked. Torai responded. I simply thought the food at the Soul Spirit Academy tasted quite good, so I couldn't help but take a little extra. I usually don't eat much. Lin Xiaoxiao added. My martial spirit is quite heavy. I need to be well fed to wield my spear with strength. Gooding sheepishly confessed, I'm sorry. I was just really hungry. Chen Hu wrapped an arm around Gooding's shoulders and cheerfully said, Little Ding, there's no need for apologies. We are all roommates. Be bold. No one will blame you. Indeed, Little Ding, behaving like this might hinder your chances of finding a girlfriend. Yi Mei chimed in, nodding in agreement. Sorry, Gooding repeated. I've already said there's no need for apologies. Hurry and eat, or the food will cool and lose its appeal, Chen Hu replied. Though he understood Gooding's nature was such that change would not occur overnight. Regardless, they had 6 years ahead of them to share. And Chen Hu cherished this bond, genuinely wishing to consider them as friends. Thus, he set aside his adult pride to engage sincerely with these young ones. The 4 voracious eaters devoured the delectable spread before them. Yi Mei, inspired by their enthusiasm, found her appetite expanding, consuming an additional bowl of porridge and a steamed bun. By the way, do you all drink? Chen Hu recalled something as the meal neared its end and asked. Drink? Of course. I love drinking, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, raising her small hand in excitement. Torai remarked, as you know, I come from a hunting family, so drinking is a must. Yi Mei hesitated. I've never drunk any. My family doesn't allow it. Gooding meekly added. I've never had alcohol either. Chen Hu stated, not knowing how to drink one tea do. We are in the same dormitory, and if I'm not mistaken, we will likely form a team in the future. My martial spirit is food-related, specifically medicinal wine. You must learn to drink. How about we give it a try now, as a preparation for our future cooperation? With that, Chen Hu retrieved 5 empty bowls and placed them on the table, then recited the soul incantation, summoning his martial spirit, pouring a generous amount of wine into each bowl. Torai, upon hearing Chen Hu's incantation, could not help but inquire. Chen Hu, is this wine of yours truly legitimate? What if we drink it, and it genuinely proves fatal? Chen Hu silently chastised himself for his impetuousness, masking his inner embarrassment with a smile as he replied, Do not be deceived by my seemingly frivolous incantation. Rest assured, my wine is undeniably of the finest quality. Enough of such talk. Let us raise a toast to celebrate the establishment of our dormitory. With that, Chen Hu placed the gourd of medicinal wine on the table and lifted his cup towards everyone, proclaiming, Indeed, let us toast to the formal inception of our dormitory. Everyone stood, clinking their cups together before taking a hearty gulp. The camaraderie of heroes drinking from large bowls and feasting on meat is a captivating allure for the youthful and spirited. All present drained their cups in unison without so much as a blink. The outcome, of course, led to the 2 individuals, Gooding and Yi Mei, who had never before tasted alcohol, collapsing onto the table, while Tori, hailing from a hunting background, flushed and dazed from intoxication. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao appeared unfazed. What shall we do now? Shall we continue drinking? Lin Xiaoxiao gestured towards Yi Mei and Gooding and asked. Perhaps not. We should first escort these 2 back. If Tori succumbs to drunkenness as well, it will be difficult for us to carry them back, Chen Hu replied, shaking his head. Torai, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked. I have simply never consumed alcohol so hastily. Otherwise, with my capacity, another large bowl would pose no challenge. All right, I am aware of your tolerance. Can you manage to return on your own? Chen Hu queried. I can, Tori responded with a resigned nod, rising first but staggering slightly. We shall each take one. Chen Hu suggested. indicating the inebriated Yi Mei and getting to Lin Xiaoxiao. Very well, Lin Xiaoxiao agreed, moving to support Yi Mei as they made their way toward the dormitory, while Chen Hu assisted getting in following suit. Upon returning to the dormitory, they deposited the two drunken souls onto their respective beds. Chen Hu, panting, remarked, "Have we not brought this upon ourselves?" Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, "Is this not of your own making? I had not anticipated their drinking capacity to be so poor," Chen Hu admitted. Chapter 13. Fundamental Meditation Techniques. The formal instruction at the Martial Soul Academy commenced the following day, with the class schedule having been distributed the previous evening. Each day consisted of 4 classes, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, with each class lasting for 1 hour, interspersed with a half-hour break, allowing students to manage their remaining time as they saw fit. During holidays, each student was entitled to 1 day off per week, with the freedom to arrange their time accordingly. Additionally, at the end of each month, there were 3 days designated as monthly holidays, making the overall schedule quite accommodating. As a first-year student, Chen Hu shared the same schedule as all his peers, which included courses on cultural politics, martial soul theory, meditation, and practical combat. Among these 4 subjects, cultural politics and martial soul theory were less frequent, with the former being offered only 2 or 3 times a week. The majority of the schedule was dedicated to meditation and practical combat courses. The first lesson upon entering the academy was a meditation class. The classroom was distinctly different from those in my previous life. It was spacious, partitioned by transparent crystal doors that divided the room into numerous small squares. Each square was equipped with specialized audio devices that facilitated communication among the sections. Meditation is particularly sensitive to external disturbances, and these crystal doors effectively insulated the environment, thereby enhancing the meditation experience. Within each cubicle, aside from a meditation cushion and a desk, there was nothing else. Once all students were seated according to their assigned numbers, the class bell rang, and a woman in her 30s, a soul master, entered. She was our meditation instructor. Chen Hu's gaze fell upon the woman at the podium. Her attire was similar to that of most soul masters from the spirit hall, yet her tall, slender figure exuded a unique allure. With exquisite features, Chen Hu was certain he had never encountered such beauty outside of television. What captivated him most was her flowing, waterfall-like, pale red hair, cascading down and secured at her slender waist with a headband. "I am your meditation instructor. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ji Shui, a level 54 auxiliary soul king. For the next 6 years, I will be responsible for your meditation training. I trust that prior to your arrival at the Spirit Academy, you have acquired various meditation techniques through different means. I have no interest in the efficacy of those methods. Shortly, I will impart to you the latest foundational meditation technique from the Spirit Hall, which constitutes today's lesson. This cutting-edge technique is a recent breakthrough from the Douluo Hall, and countless soul masters outside yearn for it. I hope you seize this opportunity and diligently practice this meditation method." Ji Shui stood at the center of the podium. Despite the soundproof crystal doors, her voice resonated clearly in the ears of every student. Upon her concluding remarks, all students, including Chen Hu, displayed a myriad of expressions. Had it not been for the soundproof doors, the classroom would likely have erupted in commotion. The brief statement she made was laden with significant information, and Ji Shui refrained from speaking further, allowing the students time to digest what she had just conveyed. Both her status and the foundational meditation technique she mentioned were bound to stir considerable excitement. A level 54 healing soul king is exceptionally rare and arguably even more so than their instructor, Yi Liyuan, who is a soul emperor. The number of soul masters awakening auxiliary-type martial souls is inherently limited, and their cultivation speed is generally inferior to that of typical combat soul masters. Given their relatively weak individual combat capabilities and reliance on others for soul rings, auxiliary soul masters are typically nurtured by powerful factions, making high-level auxiliary soul masters exceedingly scarce. The presence of a level 54 auxiliary soul king as a teacher for Chen Hu's cohort is largely attributed to the existence of a prodigious auxiliary talent like Chen Hu himself. Indeed, Chen Hu, a prodigy at the pinnacle of innate soul power at level 7, commands undeniable attention among the auxiliary soul masters, sufficient to captivate the interest of the higher echelons of the martial spirit hall. While Ji Shui is ostensibly a first-year meditation course instructor, she is, in truth, the mentor assigned to Chen Hu by the martial spirit hall of Snow City. No one understands the nuances of auxiliary soul masters better than another auxiliary soul master. And as a senior figure within the martial spirit hall, Ji Shui is acutely aware of the intention behind her role as a first-year teacher. She harbors a profound curiosity about this auxiliary genius, whose innate soul power has reached the 7th level, tantalizingly close to the 8th. It is noteworthy that she elevated her own soul power to level 54 before the age of 40, largely due to her innate level 6 soul power. Although the difference in levels between her and Chen Hu is merely one, she comprehends the vast chasm that separates them. Furthermore, the disparity between an initial level 6 and one who has swiftly ascended to level 8 in merely 3 days is not confined to a single level. Similarly, Chen Hu is deeply intrigued by this beautiful teacher of the auxiliary class, though he harbors a sense of reluctance. He acknowledges the high likelihood of his own future as an auxiliary soul master. Stealing glances at mentor Ji Shui, he wonders what her martial spirit might be. All right, I believe you have absorbed enough information. Let us commence with the class, Ji Shui announced, raising her hand to capture the attention of all the students. Within your desks, you should find a wooden box. Please take it out and open it. Following her instructions, Chen Hu discovered a small wooden box in the drawer of his desk. Upon opening it, he found a slender booklet, embossed with 5 gilded characters, Fundamental Meditation Method. Curiously, he perused the booklet and noted its striking similarity to the meditation method gifted to him by Su Yuntao, albeit the soul power's operational route was evidently more intricate. With clearer illustrations and explanations, Ji Shui transcribed the operational route of the fundamental meditation method onto the blackboard with fluid strokes, demonstrating her thorough familiarity with the technique. She then meticulously elucidated each phrase, referencing classical texts to transform what could have been a mundane theoretical lesson on meditation into a far more engaging experience. Naturally, Ji Shui's beauty and melodious voice contributed significantly. Who wouldn't he enjoy a lesson from a captivating instructor? Before long, nearly half an hour had elapsed, and all students began to employ the new meditation method. As the soul power flowed along the newly established route, Chen Hu soon realized that his rate of soul power enhancement had increased by at least 5%. One must not underestimate this seemingly minor 5%. The cultivation of a soul master is a lifelong endeavor, and a 5% increase, when sustained, can lead to monumental progress. Moreover, the soul power cultivated through this fundamental meditation method proved to be more solid than that achieved through previous practices. This illustrates the advantages of joining a powerful faction. Chen Hu must concede that aligning with the Spirit Hall indeed represents a remarkably astute decision. Aside from the esteemed mentors and allies, the meditation techniques offered are beyond the imagination of those hailing from ordinary soul master academies. The meditation method bestowed upon Chen Hu by Su Yuntao is one reserved for elite soul masters within the Spirit Hall, far superior to the commonplace practices circulated outside. The meditation techniques cultivated by the students of the Snow Martial Soul Academy are of even higher quality. Although meditation techniques may not possess the rarity of soul bones, they are nonetheless closely guarded secrets among the major factions. Without joining a powerful entity, obtaining such high-caliber meditation methods would be nearly impossible. Noble sect soul masters enjoy advantages in their training, evident in various aspects, including meditation techniques. For ordinary soul masters aspiring to contend with those from noble sects, joining the Spirit Hall is essentially the sole option, which explains why nearly 70% of the common soul masters on the continent choose to affiliate with the Spirit Hall. Perhaps considering the necessity of familiarizing themselves with fundamental meditation methods, the morning session was entirely dedicated to meditation classes. In the afternoon, Yi Liyuan led everyone to the opening ceremony. It was Chen Hu's first encounter with the principal of the Spirit Hall's affiliated Junior Soul Master Academy in Snow City, a formidable soul sage of the 71st rank. Even in Snow City, soul sages are exceedingly rare. The principal of the Martial Soul Academy also holds the esteemed title of the highest-ranking cardinal within the Spirit Hall in Snow City. The opening ceremony was reminiscent of those from Chen Hu's previous life, featuring speeches from the principal and other leaders, filled with commonplace words of encouragement. However, the singular distinction this time was that those speaking possessed extraordinary powers as soul masters. The ceremony continued until 5 in the afternoon, and not a single student dared to leave prematurely. Consequently, by dinner time, hundreds of students surged into the dining hall, which fortunately was spacious enough to accommodate them without feeling overcrowded. The 5 companions from the dormitory gathered together, dining while engaging in lively discussion. Indeed, the Martial Soul Academy is remarkable. The effectiveness of the foundational meditation techniques surpasses anything I learned previously. With this foundational meditation method, I am confident I can break through to the 9th level of Soul Master within 2 months and become a quasi-Soul Master, catching up to the level of our leader, remarked Tori. Upon reaching the 10th level of Soul Power, one can obtain a Soul Ring, utilizing its power to ascend to the next realm. Hence the designation of 10th level Soul Masters as quasi-Soul Masters. Lin Xiaoxiao, devoid of any discontent, eagerly rubbed her knuckles. Her formidable physique as a soul master combined with Chen Hu's medicinal wine had healed her previous injuries from their earlier battle. Chen Hu's left hand was nearly healed. though his more severely injured right hand still required recuperation. Tori recalled the scene of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, culminating in the overwhelming strike of the dominant spear, causing him to shudder. Leader, I harbor no intention of challenging you. Even if I were to become a soul master, I would only hold you in the highest regard. How could I dare to engage you in combat? Ah, coward. Never mind, I shan't stoop to your level. Get in, Xiaomei. How much longer until you both break through to level 9? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, directing her gaze toward Geddon and Yi Mei. I should be ready in about 2 months. Similar to Tori, Yi Mei pondered before adding, noticing Lin Xiaoxiao's eager expression, but, head sister, I am but a girl, and my martial soul is merely the modest plum blossom. You wouldn't resort to any underhanded tactics against me, would you? Lin Xiaoxiao shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. Geddon, what about you? How long until your breakthrough? Lowering his head, Geddon replied softly, I believe 2 months should suffice for me as well. Finally, Lin Xiaoxiao's attention shifted to Chen Hu. Sighing resignedly, Chen Hu shrugged and stated, I just reached level 9 before coming here. Even with a new meditation technique, my next breakthrough will undoubtedly take 3 months. Chapter 14. Preparations for the soul hunt. Lin Xiaoxiao's dark eyes sparkled with mischief, and Chen Hu, understanding her intentions, offered a wry smile. If you find yourself truly bored, I could engage you in a spar. Lin Xiaoxiao's face brightened with a grin. Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? You are an auxiliary soul master, after all. Even if you acquire a soul ring, the enhancement to your physical prowess will be minimal. Yi Mei could not resist chiming in. Indeed, Hu. As an auxiliary soul master, your role is simply to stay safely behind the battle soul masters. No one will blame you. Why must you exert yourself so? Rather than addressing Yi Mei's query directly, Chen Hu turned to her, articulating each word deliberately. My reasons for striving are inconsequential. What I wish to know is, what is this Hu nonsense? Oh, what Hu? I know nothing of it. Yi Mei deflected, glancing around. Tori, with a teasing tone, interjected, well, aside from the head sister. You are the second oldest in our dormitory, so Yi Mei has affectionately dubbed you Hu. Ah, Tori, you shall perish. Yi Mei exclaimed, playfully lunging at him. Observing the commotion between the two, Chen Hu, both amused and exasperated, separated them and asked, aside from Hu and Tori, are there other nicknames? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at Yi Mei, declaring, Xiaomei is the plum blossom, while Geddon is affectionately known as pudding. What plum blossom? I am clearly a rose. Yi Mei protested indignantly. Very well, plum blossom. Tori pretended to be serious. Ah, Tori, perish. Yi Mei retorted. And you, what is your name? Chen Hu inquired curiously, turning to Lin Xiaoxiao. Of course, I am known as head sister. What of it? Lin Xiaoxiao replied matter-of-factly. Why is it that we have silly names like Hu, Tori, and pudding, while yours is so normal? Chen Hu asked, perplexed. Because I am the leader. If you have issues with Hu, perhaps you should consult my overlord spear, Lin Xiaoxiao declared, shaking her tiny fist fiercely. Chen Hu raised his hands in surrender, conceding, fine, Hu it is. It certainly sounds better than Tori or pudding. In the spirit of camaraderie, the group soon settled into a harmonious rhythm of training. Their playful banter replaced by a collective focus on their craft. As a child from a poor family, it is well understood that cultivation is the sole opportunity to alter one's destiny. Thus, there is a natural reluctance to squander time. The curriculum at the Martial Soul Academy is quite rigorous, comprising not only essential cultural courses and theoretical classes on martial souls, but predominantly meditation and practical combat lessons. Naturally, as first-year students, the number of practical combat classes pales in comparison to that of meditation sessions, and Ji Shui has become the most frequently encountered instructor for the first-year students. After all, being a soul master without even a single soul ring, the content of the practical classes primarily focuses on physical training. In this regard, Chen Hu, with the extraordinary effects of his martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd, stands unrivaled, even outshining Lin Xiaoxiao, who has already become a soul master. Thus, this auxiliary soul master, Chen Hu, astonishingly outperformed his peers in practical classes. 3 months later, the 4 members of the dormitory successively broke through to level 10. However, as per Yi Liyuan's directive, even Tori, who had broken through nearly a month prior, refrained from acquiring his first soul ring. It was only after Chen Hu also reached level 10 that Yi Liyuan visited the dormitory. Very well. Since you have all attained level 10, there is no need to wait any longer. Pack your belongings. I shall take you to hunt for soul rings tomorrow morning. Do you remember the questions I posed to you earlier? You may now share your choices with me. Yi Liyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. And Chen Hu recalled Yi Liyuan's words after Tori's breakthrough to level 10. The energy and soul ring positions of a soul master are limited. Yet the path of a soul master is boundless. To become a formidable soul master, one must make the most suitable choices. relinquishing certain things to focus on a specific direction of development. According to the experiences of countless soul masters, the development paths of soul masters are classified into 5 major categories: assault, control, agility, defense, and support. The assault category represents the most mainstream development route on the continent, emphasizing the enhancement of a soul master's explosive damage output. Lin Xiaoxiao's martial soul, the Overlord Spear, aligns with this path. The agility category, on the other hand, embodies the principle that speed is paramount, maximizing the advantage of swiftness to strike and retreat, thus harassing the enemy from the flanks. The control category is somewhat unique, not prioritizing sheer lethality or speed, but rather employing control skills to restrict opponents and steer the course of a team battle towards victory. The defense category, as its name suggests, focuses on accumulating defensive attributes, remaining steadfast like a mountain, and relentlessly thwarting the opponent's attacks. The support category enhances teammates or companions through various auxiliary abilities. Now, Tori, you may go first, Yi Liyuan said, turning his gaze towards the first to break through, Tori. Tori scratched his head and replied, Master Yi, my martial soul is a hunting dog, possessing keen senses and swift speed, yet my frontal offensive capabilities are lacking. Hence, I choose to pursue the path of an agile soul master. Yi Liyuan silently nodded in approval. Tori's self-awareness was commendable, sparing him the need for further elaboration. Yi Liyuan's gaze then shifted to Geddon. Geddon spoke softly, I wish to follow the path of a control soul master. Yi Liyuan nodded and remarked, Indeed, your martial soul, the Ghost Vine, is a quintessential control-type martial soul. Its tendrils are not only resilient, but also possess a faint toxicity, making it exceptionally suitable for development in the realm of control. Yimei, what about your choice? Yimei, appearing somewhat at a loss, shook her head and replied, Master Yi, I am uncertain about which direction I should pursue. Perhaps you could assist me in making a choice. Yi Liyuan, caught between amusement and exasperation, nodded and said, You are quite clever, my dear. The development path for the Plum Blossom martial soul is indeed challenging to determine. However, your martial soul is a variant type with characteristics of cold attributes. Therefore, I recommend that you follow the same path as Geddon, leaning towards the control system. Of course, you could also augment the offensive capabilities of the Plum Blossom and opt for a more aggressive development route. Never mind, I shall pursue the path of control. The offensive power of the Plum Blossom is rather limited, and as a girl, I do not relish the idea of fighting and killing, Yimei said playfully, sticking out her pink tongue. Very well, you all should review the theoretical materials on martial souls and consider which soul beasts would be suitable for you. Tomorrow morning, we shall set forth to the soul hunting forest, Yi Liyuan declared, waving his hand as he turned to leave. Oh, Lin Xiaoxiao, you must join us as well. You are part of the same team. When we arrive at the soul hunting forest, I will refrain from intervening. Whether it involves locating soul beasts or hunting for soul rings, I shall not take action unless faced with absolute peril. Yi Liyuan's voice echoed back. What? Master Yi will not intervene? How are we supposed to acquire soul rings? Yimei questioned, bewildered. Lin Xiaoxiao wrapped her arm around Yimei's shoulder, exuding confidence. What is there to fear? Aren't I here? Just wait and see how our leader will shine tomorrow. But leader, do you truly think you can defeat a century-old soul beast? Torai voiced his concerns. They had only encountered soul beasts in textbooks and had never truly witnessed their formidable power. After all, some century-old soul beasts could easily overpower even a great soul master, let alone Lin Xiaoxiao, who had only recently become a soul master. As a prodigy of the Martial Soul Academy, the prospect of a first soul ring was rarely considered to be a 10-year soul ring. Geddon's expression also reflected concern. Yi Liyuan's earlier remarks had cast a shadow over the team's atmosphere. Chen Hu felt compelled to alleviate their worries and proclaimed loudly, everyone need not fret. Although the power of soul beasts is indeed formidable, they are ultimately but a horde of mindless beasts. As long as we pinpoint their weaknesses, harnessing our combined strength, we may very well defeat a century-old soul beast. Observing the lingering doubts among the group, Chen Hu continued, moreover, I have already identified a target for our first soul ring, the solitary bamboo, a common plant-type soul beast. Its abundance and generally low offensive capabilities make it an ideal quarry. Even a century-old solitary bamboo possesses limited attack power, and by pooling our strengths, we can easily hunt it down. Once I acquire my first soul ring, our team will have 2 soul masters, and together we may stand a chance against a century-old soul beast. With each battle, our tasks will only become simpler. However, such a plan places too great a burden on you, Eru. Yimei expressed her concern. Indeed, I disagree. If all else fails, we could seek out a formidable century-old soul beast. I cannot fathom that Night Master would refrain from intervening in the face of peril. Torai clenched his teeth and declared, Chen Hu understood that the group was reluctant for him to haphazardly select his first soul ring, and he chuckled. My choice of the solitary bamboo as my first soul ring is not a self-sacrificial act for the sake of the group. It is a decision born of careful contemplation. Although the bamboo's offensive power is not particularly formidable, it possesses the remarkable ability to thrive and take root even in the harshest of cliffside environments, its vitality beyond question, making it an apt selection for my inaugural soul ring. Upon hearing Chen Hu's explanation, Lin Xiaoxiao released a breath of relief, saying, thankfully, I was concerned that you might choose to give up on yourself. If you did, I would have no rival in the future. Chen Hu shot Lin Xiaoxiao an exasperated glance and continued. Despite the assistance from Xiaoxiao and myself, we must still prepare adequately in advance. First and foremost, we need to procure a fine weapon. In the realm of soul masters, a quality weapon is undoubtedly the best means to augment our offensive capabilities. Furthermore, we should also prepare essential provisions, insect repellent powder, and tints ahead of time. Indeed, Eru, your foresight is commendable. I will take care of these matters. I reside in Snow City, and I shall have my father arrange everything for us. Yi Mei interjected. While my uncle can manage the outdoor supplies, we must personally select the weapons, as they are vital to our combat effectiveness and must be tailored to our needs. However, we lack funds. Lin Xiaoxiao articulated the crux of the issue. I possess over 10 golden soul coins, which should suffice for everyone, Chen Hu replied. A parting gift from Su Yuntao when he departed from Nodding City. I also have a small amount. If it falls short, mine can be utilized, Gading added. Very well, let us set forth. Mei Hua, having grown up in Snow City, you should know where the finest blacksmiths are located. Please lead the way. Chapter 15, The Soul Hunt begins. The next day, the 5 companions of Class 1 were fully equipped and ready to embark. Yi Liyuan surveyed the group of students laden with packages and smiled. Excellent. You seem well prepared. I shall take you to the soul hunting forest. Once we enter, I will not interfere with your actions, regardless of the outcome. As long as there is no imminent threat to life, I shall remain uninvolved. Let us proceed. Under Yi Liyuan's guidance, the group departed from the school gates and journeyed eastward for 3 to 4 hours, finally arriving at the outskirts of a market near the soul hunting forest by midday. The market was alive with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares and recruiting companions, primarily attended by adults in their 20s and 30s. The unusual assembly of 5 young children and 1 adult drew the attention of many passers-by. However, upon noticing the uniform attire of the Soul Master Academy worn by Chen Hu and his companions, the Soul Masters instinctively parted to allow them passage. After resting in a tavern within the market and enjoying a meal, Yi Liyuan led the group away from the market and toward the soul hunting forest. Night Master, why did those Soul Masters regard us with such peculiar looks? Torai finally voiced his lingering curiosity during the journey. Yi Liyuan sneered. Do you believe that the realm of Soul Masters is as idyllic as you envision? It is fraught with deception and treachery, where self-interest reigns supreme. Were it not for the insignia upon your garments, you would scarcely survive the soul hunting forest. Here, you shall comprehend the true bliss bestowed by a formidable power. At least within the dominion of the Spirit Hall, none would dare to lay a hand upon you. Nevertheless, one must remain ever vigilant. Maintaining an unwavering alertness is prudent at all times. Master Yi, are you implying that, were it not for our Spirit Hall attire, we would be at risk? Yi Mei inquired incredulously. Not all would act against you, yet there are always those driven by greed, unafraid of death. Henceforth, once you leave the academy, trust no one lightly, especially in the perilous depths of the Spirit Beast Forest, Yi Liyuan replied matter-of-factly. The 5 students quietly etched Yi Liyuan's words into their memories. Even Chen Hu, who had lived 2 lives, listened intently. In his previous life, though the world was not without its subterfuge, it was constrained by certain rules. Even when deceived, one would merely suffer financial losses, seldom facing life-threatening dangers. Yet in this world, death loomed at every turn. Soon, a massive iron fence emerged before their eyes, towering several dozen meters high, resembling a formidable steel wall that enclosed the soul hunting forest. Beneath this iron barricade, soldiers patrolled the perimeter, clad in full steel armor and wielding sharp spears, exuding an air of lethal precision, unmistakably elite troops. So, this is the soul hunting forest? As he gazed upon the towering trees, even Chen Hu could not help but feel awestruck. Such a primeval forest was unlike anything he had encountered in his previous life, spent among mountains. Let us proceed. Typically, a soul master must acquire a permit issued by the Spirit Hall to enter the soul hunting forest. However, as members of the Spirit Hall, you need only present your spirit emblems to gain access to all areas devoid of 10,000-year soul beasts. Of course, given your current strength. To hunt a 10,000-year soul beast for a soul ring, You would require at least 20 years of experience, so do not dwell on that. Yi Luyuan remarked with an indifferent tone. As they approached the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, he instructed, produce your spirit emblems. Following Yi Luyuan's request, Chen Hu and the others retrieved their spirit emblems, issued by the academy after the opening ceremony, and presented them to the inspecting soldiers. Oh, so these are the prodigies of the Spirit Academy. Brothers, allow them passage, the soldiers declared. Crossing through the iron fence into the soul-hunting forest, the surrounding sounds faded into tranquility, and the air quality improved remarkably. Every breath felt invigorating. Were it not for the hidden dangers lurking within the forest, remaining here would seem quite delightful. Where is Master Yi? Yi Mei exclaimed in surprise. Looking around, the group soon realized that Master Yi had vanished. Chen Hu chuckled wryly. This must be a test from Master Yi. No matter, let us venture forth and seek out the soul beasts ourselves. Meihua, take out the map and compass. Pay attention to the formation, I will lead the way. Tuoxi will patrol the surrounding environment, while Xiaobuting and Meihua stay in the center, ready to provide immediate support in case of danger, with the eldest sister bringing up the rear. Lin Xiaoxiao, being indifferent, relinquished command to Chen Hu, who issued orders without dissent. The mature and composed Chen Hu had already gained everyone's respect in daily life. The task of forging a path is not a simple one. It requires not only memorizing the target and understanding the direction of advance, but also selecting the most suitable route while being aware of hidden threats, such as snakes and poisonous creatures lurking in the undergrowth. Chen Hu drew a long knife from behind him. The blade measured a formidable 3 feet and 7 inches in length, straight and narrow, approximately 2 fingers wide. It bore resemblance to a miao knife, albeit slightly shorter and thicker, with a shorter handle designed for single-handed use. This was the weapon Chen Hu had chosen the previous day, costing him 3 gold soul coins. The blade was remarkably sharp, making it an excellent weapon. The blacksmith's shop offered a plethora of weapons, and after careful consideration, Chen Hu selected this particular knife. As a weapon, it demands little from its wielder. Even in the hands of a novice, it can exhibit considerable power. Unlike Tang San, who possesses the entirety of Tang sect's profound skills, Chen Hu's weapon is merely one facet of his combat prowess, not the sole focus. And thus he could not afford to invest too much energy. Hence, the knife was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Tuali opted for a different type of knife, a two-handed sword. While Yi Mei and Geding chose short swords, Lin Xiaoxiao, wielding a, naturally required no additional weapon. With weapons in hand, the underlying tension and fear began to dissipate as the group cautiously advanced towards their destination. Suddenly, a low exclamation escaped Chen Hu as he detected a sound from the thicket ahead. The formation of the 5 tightened, their gazes fixed warily in the direction of the disturbance. A verdant glow emanated from the underbrush as 3 fully green wolves emerged. They were forest wolves, seemingly a decade old. What should we do? Shall we kill them? Tuali inquired. No need. Forest wolves are pack animals, known for their vengeful nature. It is best not to provoke them unless absolutely necessary. We shall take a detour, Chen Hu replied. Forest wolves are a common type of soul beast, possessing the ability to conceal themselves, blending seamlessly with their environment. Had Chen Hu not been vigilant, they might have unknowingly entered the range of their attack. Although these soul beasts are not particularly powerful, ranking below average among their kind, they are numerous and possess acute senses, making them difficult to deal with once provoked. There was no dissent regarding Chen Hu's decision, as everyone was aware of the wolf's habits. Thus, the group slowly retreated, choosing an alternate path forward. In the soul-hunting forest, it is best to avoid unnecessary confrontations with enemies unless absolutely required, for here, foes include not only soul beasts, but also soul masters. Along the journey, Chen Hu and his companions encountered an increasing number of soul beasts. Whenever possible, they evaded these creatures. If escape was unattainable, they swiftly neutralized the threat. Even with merely a straight blade in hand, Chen Hu exhibited a combat prowess that surpassed all expectations. Ordinary 10-year soul beasts fell before him, often without the need for his companions to intervene. With a swift stroke, he cleaved through the body of a flower ferret, then quickly withdrew to avoid the splatter of blood, calmly stating, "Let us proceed. Eru, I must say, despite being a support-type soul master, your approach is rather violent. Look at that support soul master. Not a single soul beast was left unscathed in our path," joked Tori. Chen Hu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, it is getting late. Tonight, we shall find a place to rest, and tomorrow, you shall lead the way." "Really?" Tori exclaimed with excitement. For the soul master was not inherently combative. Having observed Chen Hu's battles throughout the day, Tori was eager to partake. "Not just you. We shall take turns leading the way, ensuring everyone has the opportunity to hone their skills through combat," Chen Hu instructed. "Combat is the finest teacher. And after a full afternoon of skirmishes, Chen Hu sensed his own fighting capabilities burgeoning at an astonishing rate. Nightfall marked the most perilous time within the soul-hunting forest. On one hand, the darkness obscured the vision of soul masters, concealing many dangers that could lead to injury or even death. On the other hand, the night was when formidable soul beasts roamed. Encountering such creatures would render escape exceedingly difficult for individuals of their general rank. Thus, before dusk settled, Chen Hu and his party located a suitable spot for camping, a modest clearing, sparsely overgrown, with a broad view to detect any impending threats. After setting up their tents, Chen Hu spread insect-repelling powder around the campsite, stating, "Tonight, we must have a watch. I shall take the first half of the night with Little Pudding, Yi Mei, and the latter half will be overseen by our leader. Is that agreeable?" Everyone nodded in affirmation. Chen Hu then procured some rations and summoned a medicinal wine gourd, mixing it into their water flasks before handing them to Yi Mei and Gooding. "My martial soul greatly enhances everyone's recovery. Mei Hua, Little Pudding, your tolerance for alcohol is low, though the taste may be peculiar. There is no need to worry about inebriation." With the medicinal wine consumed, they silently munched on their rations, fatigue weighing heavily upon them after a day of caution. The effects of the medicinal brew were evident, rejuvenating their spirits. Chen Hu, alongside Gooding and Yi Mei, took the first watch while Lin Xiaoxiao and Tori meditated in their tents. They switched shifts in the latter half of the night. Fortunately, luck favored Chen Hu and his companions. The night passed without incident. After consuming some provisions, they resumed their journey. This time with Tori leading the way while Chen Hu assumed Tori's previous role, observing their surroundings. Lin Xiaoxiao continued to bring up the rear. As they ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was lagging behind, began to grow increasingly busy. Chen Hu's decision to assign the formidable Lin Xiaoxiao to the rear was deliberate, as the dangers encountered there were far greater, making her more susceptible to ambushes. Chapter 16, The Solitary Bamboo. "Hu, come take a look at this solitary bamboo. What do you think?" Tori's voice echoed as an 11-meter-tall solitary bamboo came into Chen Hu's view. They had finally stumbled upon a century-old solitary bamboo. However, it had only recently surpassed the 100-year mark. "Let us continue searching. If we find nothing else, we might have to settle for this one," Chen Hu remarked. Solitary bamboo was quite common among soul beasts, yet high-level specimens were rare. A century-old solitary bamboo was already a significant find. "All right, let's keep looking," he concurred. A solitary bamboo that had just crossed the 100-year threshold was not particularly satisfying to either Chen Hu or Tori. Unlike ordinary soul masters, who might find such a creature alluring, for them, geniuses in their own right, acquiring a 100-year soul ring was merely the beginning. Ideally, they aspired to obtain soul beasts aged 200 or even 300 years. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoxiao's prowess was sufficient to handle mere century-old soul beasts, leaving them little cause for concern. As they pressed onward into the depths of the soul-hunting forest, the levels of the soul beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable, imposing significant pressure on the team and forcing them to take detours. "Hu, come quickly and see. Is this solitary bamboo old enough?" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly. Following her gaze, Chen Hu spotted a 13-meter solitary bamboo, standing alone atop a large stone. Indeed, it was precisely over 300 years old. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Tori, scout the surroundings and ensure no other soul beasts approach. Little Pudding and Plum Blossom, you two hold the line to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The solitary bamboo's offensive capability is limited. My sister and I will deal with it," Chen Hu commanded, swiftly assigning tasks. He then extended his right hand and softly chanted, "With the medicinal wine, life is extinguished." A green radiance surged forth as the medicinal wine gourd materialized in his grasp. After taking a hearty swig, he tossed it to Lin Xiaoxiao, instructing, "Sister, plant-type soul beasts possess lower intelligence than most. They typically do not launch preemptive strikes. Therefore, you should take the initiative and aim to deliver a decisive blow." "Understood," Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, taking a deep draught from the gourd before returning it. With a fierce cry, she summoned her first soul skill, Overlord Spear. A dark, profound light surged, and the unparalleled Overlord Spear manifested in Lin Xiaoxiao's hands. A yellow soul ring rose from beneath her feet, instantly radiating blinding brilliance as she unleashed her first soul skill, Overlord's Power. The dark, profound light swirled around her, and Lin Xiaoxiao appeared as a reincarnation of the Overlord, a tremendous force erupting from her petite figure as she struck the century-old solitary bamboo with a thunderous crash. The air exploded with a terrifying shockwave, accompanied by the howling wind. Yellow light emitted from the robust bamboo stalk, and a flurry of green leaves danced in the air as the solitary bamboo trembled uncontrollably, its golden aura flickering erratically. Soul beasts possess soul power as well. While the solitary bamboo's offensive capabilities were limited, its defensive strength was formidable. Lin Xiaoxiao's earth-shattering strike, though seemingly formidable, inflicted less damage on the solitary bamboo than anticipated. The solitary bamboo, by enveloping its trunk in soul power for defense and continually vibrating, absorbed much of the impact. While Lin Xiaoxiao launched her attack, Chen Hu was not idle. He unleashed a powerful downward slash, which struck the solitary bamboo. The blade penetrated the bamboo by a mere inch before losing its strength, rendering the wound almost trivial compared to the bamboo trunk's thickness. Retreating to evade a whip-like strike from a bamboo branch, he loosened his grip on the hilt of his sword, expressing mild astonishment. This is merely a century-old bamboo, yet its defensive capabilities are astonishingly robust. Lin Xiaoxiao, also forced back by the bamboo's flailing branches, frowned and remarked, "These branches are quite bothersome. We should clear them first." Agreed. Chen Hu nodded, instructing, "Meihua, little pudding, join us in clearing the branches." The four sprang into action, with Lin Xiaoxiao leading the charge like a warrior queen, striking down with her spear. The bamboo's supple branches had no chance to absorb the force and were shattered instantly. Chen Hu, though wielding a weapon less powerful than the Overlord's spear, made up for it with sharpness, delivering swift cuts that proved effective. Meanwhile, Getting summoned his martial spirit, causing a vine exuding a gloomy aura to burst forth from the earth, ensnaring a bamboo branch tightly before swiftly severing it with a short sword. Matching the speed of his companions, Yi Mei, lacking a martial spirit akin to the ghost vine, could only assist getting and cutting the branches bound by the ghostly tendrils. The solitary bamboo, a plant-type soul beast, wielded limited offensive capabilities. Its flailing branches represented its strongest means of attack, yet faced with Chen Hu and his companions' relentless advance, it had no recourse but to angrily thrash about. Before long, Chen Hu delivered a decisive blow, severing the last branch of the solitary bamboo, leaving it a lonely trunk, its verdant leaves scattered across the ground. Deprived of its few means to retaliate, the solitary bamboo, despite its formidable defenses, was at the mercy of Chen Hu and his allies. Lin Xiaoxiao dismantled the bamboo's soul power defense, while Chen Hu relentlessly struck the same spot on the bamboo with his blade. After approximately half an hour, the towering 13-meter bamboo collapsed with a resounding crash. Faint luminous points began to coalesce, ultimately forming a yellow halo that hovered above the bamboo's trunk. Phew, I'm exhausted. This is merely an ordinary century-old plant-type soul beast. I can only imagine how much more challenging other animal-type soul beasts might be, Yi Mei lamented. The migration of plant-type soul beasts at a young age poses significant difficulties. Once discovered by soul masters, they essentially become live targets, making them a favored choice among many ordinary soul masters. Chen Hu slowly approached the fallen century-old bamboo and sat down before it. Even before coming into contact with the soul ring, he could sense the powerful waves of soul power contained within. The green light surged, and a green medicinal gourd materialized in the palm of Chen Hu's right hand, releasing a faint aroma of liquor that invigorated the senses. Come forth, my first soul ring. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Under the guidance of a cerulean light, the soul ring of the solitary bamboo gradually soared towards Chen Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yi Mei, Goding, and Tori encircled him, safeguarding the four cardinal directions around Chen Hu. In the distance, a flicker of pitch-black light vanished in an instant, causing the soul beasts lurking nearby to flee in terror, their retreat swift and unhesitating. As the soul ring drew near, Chen Hu felt an overwhelming pressure, causing his bones to tremble slightly under its weight. Soon, the yellow soul ring hovered above Chen Hu's head, offering him no time to react. It rapidly contracted and enveloped the gourd of medicinal wine in his right hand. Chen Hu felt as though his hand had plunged into molten lava. A searing and tumultuous energy surged through his left hand and into his body, igniting a torment that was unbearable. Lin Xiaoxiao understood the agony of absorbing a soul ring, especially one that had existed for a century. The energy contained within exerted a formidable impact upon the soul master, yet she knew that such energy would facilitate future cultivation. Lin Xiaoxiao's current soul power of 13th rank was a testament to the energy she had absorbed from her first soul ring, propelling her to the pinnacle of 11th rank. Chen Hu realized that amidst this suffering, he had to maintain absolute composure, resisting the urge to let pain cloud his mind. Thus, he gritted his teeth and bore the torment, entering a meditative state to absorb and refine the searing energy. As his consciousness transcended into clarity, Chen Hu felt as if he had entered a realm of flames, an unending inferno igniting every corner of his being. The foundational meditation technique of the spirit hall circulated within him, fueling the flames to ignite even more areas. At the core of this fiery realm, a cerulean gourd stood resolute, emanating a magnetic allure that drew a portion of the flames towards it. The flames merged with the medicinal wine gourd, transforming the transparent liquid within into a delicate azure hue, while a rich aroma enveloped Chen Hu. All the searing currents surged forth, seemingly intent on melting him. As the medicinal wine within the gourd fully transitioned into a pale azure, Chen Hu sensed an imperceptible shackle within his body being unbound. As torrents of heat fused with the vibrant azure soul power, the azure currents surging to new heights. The azure energy, unbidden by Chen Hu, circled through his meridians before returning to his dantian. Success! Chen Hu's heart leaped with joy as the azure soul power, intertwined with the strength of the soul ring, propelled the circulation of his soul power, absorbing all the energies dispersed throughout his limbs and bones, merging them flawlessly, maintaining his lucidity and continuing to operate the meditation technique. He perfectly commanded this newly birthed soul power, devoid of any obscurity. The process of absorbing the soul ring was excruciating, yet once it was flawlessly assimilated, an indescribable comfort enveloped him, as every pore of his body seemed to open wide, greedily drawing in the fresh essence of the world around him. Chen Hu gradually opened his eyes, feeling a profound warmth as his companions stood vigil by his side. Without their presence, he doubted he could have absorbed the soul ring with such ease. Rising slowly, he adjusted to the sudden surge of power within him. Though his physique remained strikingly tall and distinct, his muscles felt tauter and imbued with greater strength. It was evident that, under the influence of the Gongsun soul ring, his bodily functions had undergone a remarkable enhancement, rendering his frame more vibrant than ever. Sensing the moment, Chen Hu summoned his martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd. A shimmering light flickered from the azure gourd as a yellow soul ring ascended from beneath his feet, spiraling around him, signifying his formal induction as a soul master. Hu, you have finally succeeded. Our dormitory now boasts a second soul master, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, while the other friends offered their heartfelt congratulations. It was only after acquiring the soul ring that one truly underwent a transformation, embarking on a path of transcendence. After absorbing the soul ring, although Chen Hu's martial soul exhibited some changes, most of the transformation stemmed from the potent medicinal wine within the gourd, which merely appeared more resplendent. The pale azure liquid, even untested by Chen Hu, undoubtedly harbored a powerful vitality. Hu, what is your soul skill? Torai inquired curiously. With a gentle smile, Chen Hu raised his right hand and declared, bamboo leaf green. The yellow soul ring swirling around him ignited in brilliance, and the medicinal wine gourd in his hand radiated a more dazzling azure luminescence. Taking a hearty swig from the gourd, the refreshing liquid slid down his throat, devoid of the previous searing warmth. Instead, it erupted into a cool sensation, enveloping him in a faint azure glow. Chapter 17, Bamboo Leaf Green. Drawing forth his long blade, Chen Hu made a deliberate incision along his arm, eliciting gasps from his companions. The azure light coiling around him began to converge on the wound, which healed at a visibly accelerated rate. Within mere breaths, the gash on his arm had fully mended, and upon brushing away the scab, his fair skin bore no trace of injury. However, the azure glow emanating from him noticeably dimmed. This is my first soul skill, Bamboo Leaf Green, which dramatically accelerates the healing process of wounds, whether external or internal, Chen Hu explained with a smile. A standard auxiliary healing soul skill. Hu, it appears you are destined to tread further down the path of an auxiliary soul master, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. Yet, Yimei expressed her concerns. Hu, must you consume the wine from the gourd after using your soul skill for it to take effect? Chen Hu nodded. Indeed, after all, this is considered a food-type martial soul, and it can only manifest its power once ingested. But what about me and Little Pudding? With our limited tolerance for alcohol, your soul skill might become rather impractical, Yimei fretted. Chen Hu smiled and said, there's no need for concern. After acquiring my first spirit ring, I have gained a certain level of control over the alcohol's concentration. By the time we reach that point, I can ensure the alcohol remains at a moderate level, allowing you and Little Pudding to drink comfortably. Upon hearing this, not only Goding and Yimei, but also Tori, breathed a sigh of relief, as his tolerance for alcohol was only slightly better than that of Goding and Yimei. All right, let us continue our journey and strive to find suitable spirit beasts for you both, Chen Hu declared. The group nodded and resumed their search within the soul-hunting forest. As night fell, Chen Hu and the others set up camp. However, in stark contrast to the tranquility of the previous night, the air around the vigilant Chen Hu suddenly grew eerily still. Pairs of eerie blue lights began to materialize in the darkness, the outlines of colossal beasts gradually becoming discernible. Damn it, it's a pack of hellhounds. Everyone, stay alert, Chen Hu whispered sharply, rousing Tori and Lin Xiaoxiao, who were deep in meditation. With a flurry of movements, Chen Hu summoned his abilities: Herbal Essence, the Wine Gourd of Vitality, Tyrant Spear, Frost Plum, Ghost vines. Hound of the hunt. Manifest. Streams of luminous energy surged forth, illuminating the pitch-black night and revealing the forms of the hellhounds to Chen Hu and his companions. How could so many hellhounds appear so suddenly? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in frustration. Though these hellhounds were merely 10-year spirit beasts, the number that had materialized before them exceeded 30. Who knew how many more lurked in the shadows of the night? What should we do? Fight or flee? Yi Mei whispered anxiously. We cannot flee. The darkness makes it impossible to discern our direction, and escaping in this night would be far more perilous. Let us light a bonfire and confront them. They are just a pack of pups. We shall strike them down until they no longer dare to provoke us. Chen Hu replied firmly, tossing a flint that ignited a prepared pile of wood, illuminating the surroundings. Bamboo leaf green. The yellow spirit ring flared to life as Chen Hu took a sip from the wine before passing his martial spirit to Lin Xiaoxiao. After she drank from the gourd, she handed it to Tori, followed by Yi Mei and Guding. Once everyone had received the enhancement from Chen Hu's first spirit skill, he retracted his martial spirit, knowing that every ounce of spirit power must be conserved in such times. A verdant aura enveloped them all, bestowing upon each a shimmering green veil that appeared resplendent. A woo. A piercing howl erupted, and the encroaching hellhounds seemed to receive a signal, launching themselves toward Chen Hu and his companions. After months of camaraderie, they had developed a certain level of synergy. A dark vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring one of the hellhound's legs, with immense force pulling it. The creature stumbled and fell. A flash of steel glimmered as Chen Hu's blade severed the hellhound with precision. The vine was, of course, Guding's martial spirit. The ghost vine was a powerful plant-type spirit beast, and even without the augmentation of a spirit ring, its inherent toughness and strength were formidable under the manipulation of spirit power. The flash of the blade was the work of Chen Hu's straight sword. The first specter wolf fell, yet Chen Hu did not allow himself a moment of respite, for more specter wolves had already lunged towards him. The demise of their companion did not instill fear in them. Rather, it incited a fiercer frenzy. Lin Xiaoxiao wielded her overlord spear with a sweeping motion, sending one airborne specter wolf crashing to the ground, its bones shattered and sinews torn, an evident testament to the overwhelming might of her weapon. After all, it was merely a decade-old soul beast. It could hardly withstand the sheer force of Lin Xiaoxiao's formidable spear. Meanwhile, after manifesting his martial spirit, Tori's speed surged as he deftly wielded dual blades, easily dispatching another specter wolf. Conversely, Yi Mei found herself in a stalemate against an aggressive specter wolf. The cold plum martial spirit, bereft of soul rings, exhibited a lackluster offensive capability. The blooming plum blossoms merely grazed the wolf's fur, forming frost, but failing to deliver a fatal blow. It was Lin Xiaoxiao who, with a well-aimed thrust, pierced the creature's forehead, liberating Yi Mei from her predicament. The combat prowess demonstrated by the decade-old specter wolves was not particularly formidable through their coordinated efforts. Chen Hu and his companions found it difficult for any specter wolf to breach their defenses. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming, surging forth one after another with reckless abandon. The soul power of the five was rapidly depleting, and their stamina was waning. Ultimately, aside from Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, the others were merely soul practitioners, their soul power insufficient for prolonged combat. As for stamina, it was a moot point, even with the assistance of their martial spirits. 6-year-old children struggled to sustain extended battles. Guding grit his teeth, restraining one specter wolf, but another charged in, breaching their defenses and toppling him to the ground. The beast's robust forelimbs pinned Guding's shoulders, its sharp claws piercing his flesh. Little pudding, Chen Hu bellowed, seizing the forehead of a specter wolf with one hand while swinging his long knife towards the wolf that had downed Guding. Chen Hu's roar captured the attention of his companions, and the remaining 3 surged forward. Lin Xiaoxiao struck down the specter wolf that Chen Hu had grappled, its claws raking against Chen Hu's attire and leaving a gash on his chest. Chen Hu's blade found its mark in the wolf atop Guding, blood splattering forth. Guding, gasping for breath, managed to push the dying beast away and inhaled deeply. The effects of the bamboo leaf green took hold, visibly healing the wounds of both Chen Hu and Guding, though the azure glow emanating from their bodies dimmed significantly. This cannot continue. The number of wolves is too great. If we persist like this, our soul power and stamina will not suffice. We must devise a plan to eliminate the lead wolf. Chen Hu sighed. The lead wolf. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze fixed upon a colossal wolf perched upon a distant tree trunk, and with a huff, she declared, I shall handle it. No, my dear sister, your strength is unparalleled, and both Mei and Little Pudding require your protection. It is I who shall go, Chen Hu insisted, shaking his head to dismiss Lin Xiaoxiao's proposal. But you are merely a support-type soul master. The lead wolf is clearly a century-old soul beast. How could you possibly contend with it? Moreover, the distance between you is over 100 meters. You cannot hope to reach it, Lin Xiaoxiao expressed her concerns. Chen Hu's gaze was fixed upon the colossal phantom wolf 100 meters away, where he discerned a hint of disdain in its verdant eyes. Summoning his medicinal wine gourd, he gulped down the potent elixir, instantly rejuvenating a significant portion of his depleted stamina. Drawing his blade, he charged directly at the leader of the phantom wolf pack. The pack continued to surge forth, and Chen Hu, like an indomitable blade, cleaved through their ranks, swiftly approaching the phantom alpha. Die! Chen Hu bellowed as he leaped high into the air, raising his sword above his head before bringing it down with ferocity. The anthropomorphized eyes of the phantom alpha glimmered with mockery as it slowly opened its mouth, conjuring a pitch-black wind blade that struck Chen Hu mid-leap, sending him hurtling backward amidst a spray of crimson. The phantom wolf skill, phantom wind blade. Arrow. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately glistened with rage. Dark, arcane energy surged forth. The power of the overlord. Meet your end. With a sweeping thrust of her spear, a phantom wolf was cleaved in two. Torai and Gedanjai may had succumbed to madness, recklessly charging at the phantom wolves. In the frenzy, even the phantom wolves momentarily felt a flicker of fear, hesitating to advance. Lin Xiaoxiao and the others pressed forward relentlessly, but the phantom alpha unleashed a roar, prompting the remaining phantom wolves to surge forth like a relentless tide. Suddenly, a shadow darted out, lunging at the phantom alpha. A glint of the blade flashed, and the phantom alpha let out a pitiful howl as hot blood poured from its abdomen. Beast, perish! Chen Hu's anguished roar echoed as he swiftly withdrew his bloodied blade and plunged it once more into the phantom alpha's chest. Simultaneously, he extended his other hand to shatter the recently formed phantom wind blade, which fell upon the alpha's massive head, mingling its blood with his own, rendering it indistinguishable. A mournful howl persisted as Chen Hu relentlessly struck the phantom alpha's limbs, its struggles growing feebler. Witnessing their leader's demise, the other phantom wolves cowered in fear. Unwilling to move, Chen Hu pressed down on the alpha's head, limping as he dragged its body towards Tori, panting heavily. Tori, this phantom wolf is yours. It appears to be a century-old specimen, perfect for your first soul ring. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Torai used his dual blades to end the life of the phantom alpha. The alpha, in its hubris, never anticipated its demise at the hands of a mere child who had just become a soul master. A smile crept across Chen Hu's lips, as if fulfilling a final wish. Darkness enveloped him, and he knew nothing more. Arrow. In the distance, Chen Hu faintly thought he heard a voice, but exhaustion overcame him, and he could no longer keep his eyes open. The path he had dragged the phantom alpha along was stained red with their blood. Chapter 18. The Apprenticeship. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Chen Hu awoke groggily, only to find the sky had darkened. Exhausted, he opened his heavy eyelids, attempting to speak, yet discovered he lacked the strength even for that. Eru, you have finally awakened, an excited voice chimed in, revealing Lin Xiaoxiao's weary face adorned with a smile. Everyone is safe, and Tori has successfully absorbed the soul ring of the Nether Wolf, officially becoming a soul master. After your fainting, Master Yi appeared, stating that you had lost too much blood and required a period of rest. Thus, he took Mei Hua and Xiao Buting to obtain their first soul ring, while Tori and I brought you back. Lin Xiaoxiao recounted the events that transpired during Chen Hu's unconsciousness. Relieved, Chen Hu closed his eyes and began to muster the remnants of his strength to circulate his soul power. Threads of soul energy coalesced, replenishing his depleted dantian. Time passed, and when Chen Hu finally opened his eyes again, the sun had risen. His internal soul power had fully recovered, yet he remained physically weak from blood loss, with sharp pains still radiating from various parts of his body. Medicine is the remedy for life. Chen Hu summoned the medicinal wine gourd, a yellow soul ring swirling around his martial soul. Bamboo leaf green. The soul ring erupted in a dazzling brilliance, vibrant green light flowing at the opening of the gourd. Trembling, Chen Hu brought the pale green liquid to his lips. As if quenching a long-held drought, a refreshing sensation surged from his abdomen, swiftly enveloping his entire being. The pale green luminescence adhered to his battered chest and hand, visibly mending his wounds at an astonishing rate. Endless streams of bamboo leaf green flowed down his throat, and as his soul power continued to deplete, Chen Hu's bodily functions were rapidly restored. Once the soul power he had painstakingly regained was exhausted, leaving him unable to sustain the gourd's concentration, he found his injuries had significantly healed, allowing him to move without difficulty. You are all right. Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise as she observed Chen Hu standing, quickly adding, are you okay? Chen Hu smiled in response, I'm fine now. With the assistance of the martial soul, a few days of recuperation should suffice. A fleeting glimmer of joy crossed Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes. only to be replaced by a frigid demeanor as she remarked, "You brought this upon yourself. Who told you to act recklessly alone? As a support-type soul master. Others might mistake you for a battle soul master. Do you truly believe you could contend with so many nether wolves, let alone a century-old wolf king, as a newly advanced soul master? Indeed, Eru, you were too impulsive," Tori commented as he entered the tent, casually drawing the curtain shut. "We are a team. In such situations, we should charge together." Reflecting on the circumstances, Chen Hu felt a pang of fear. Had the lead wolf not underestimated him, and had his first soul skill, bamboo leaf green, not mitigated most of the damage from the nether wind blade, he might have lost his life. "I understand. I will be more cautious next time." Chen Hu himself could not fathom why he had resolutely decided to assassinate the alpha wolf. Perhaps it was due to witnessing Guding and Yi Mei gradually succumbing to the relentless onslaught of the pack, a worry for his comrades. Or perhaps it was a swell of pride ignited by obtaining his first soul skill, bamboo leaf green. In this instance, Chen Hu began to comprehend the limitations of this initial soul skill. While bamboo leaf green could swiftly heal wounds, it could not rapidly restore depleted stamina. Once he exceeded a certain threshold, particularly in cases of excessive blood loss, its efficacy became quite limited. Similarly, the recovery afforded by bamboo leaf green required time. Should a vital area sustain a fatal injury, Chen Hu too would meet his demise. Upon observing Chen Hu's sincere attitude of remorse, Lin Xiaoxiao's icy demeanor softened. And she murmured, however, Hu dragging the alpha wolf looked rather impressive. "What?" Chen Hu failed to catch her words. "Nothing." Lin Xiaoxiao, maintaining her frosty facade, turned away and exited the tent, ensuring Chen Hu did not glimpse the faint flush on her cheeks. Chen Hu found it difficult to decipher Lin Xiaoxiao's intentions. One moment she was cold, the next warm. A woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the sea. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao was merely 6 or 7 years old. Could her thoughts truly be so elusive? By the way, Hu, did the leader inform you? Yi Shi took Xiao Buting and Mei Hua to acquire their first soul rings. He instructed us 3 to return independently. It is getting late. We must set off promptly. If we do not exit the soul-hunting forest before nightfall, we shall have to spend the night within its confines. Our combined strength is limited, and given your injuries, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, let us depart directly. After speaking, Tori cast a concerned glance at the blood-stained garment on Chen Hu's chest and added, Hu, how are you feeling? Can you walk? If not, I can carry you." Chen Hu chuckled, delivering a playful punch to Tori, and retorted, "I am not that fragile. With the healing of bamboo leaf green, my wounds have nearly mended. Though my vitality is somewhat depleted, I can manage to walk." After the group gathered their belongings, Chen Hu located his straight sword, its blade bent and marred with numerous nicks and gashes. After all, it was merely forged from ordinary iron. And the bones of the nether wolf were formidable. Considering the numerous clashes it had endured, it was remarkable that it remained usable. With Chen Hu leaning on his sword, Tori led the way while Lin Xiaoxiao brought up the rear, maintaining a distance of no more than 3 meters between them, ensuring they could swiftly support one another in case of an attack. Perhaps blessed by the heavens, the trio traversed the familiar path without encountering any formidable soul beasts, reaching the exit of the soul-hunting forest just before nightfall. Upon exiting the soul-hunting forest, the group spotted a familiar figure. "Teacher Ji, what are you doing here?" Ji Shui approached the 3, her beautiful eyes briefly assessing Lin Xiaoxiao and Tori before settling on Chen Hu, her brows furrowing in concern. "You are injured?" With delicate fingers, she grasped Chen Hu's wrist, a warm current flowing into him. After a moment, Ji Shui released him, astonished. "Is this the power of the Netherwind Blade? Did you encounter a century-old nether wolf? Did Yili Yuan not intervene?" "The Night Master. In order to hone our practical skills, separated from us as soon as we entered the soul-hunting forest. It was not until we encountered the spectral wolf pack, and Eru recklessly fought against the century-old spectral wolf leader, that the Night Master finally appeared." Lin Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and remarked. After more than 3 months of companionship, in the eyes of everyone, the gentle Ji Shui was far more approachable than the distant Night Master. Nonsense. How could a group of soul masters without any soul rings possibly confront a century-old soul beast without the guidance of a teacher? I will certainly discuss this matter with Knight Li Yuan upon my return. The willow leaf bracelet, healing light. A tender green halo gathered around Ji Shui's slender wrist, and a bracelet woven like willow leaves appeared there. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. 5 radiant soul rings ascended from beneath Ji Shui's feet, swirling around her in a mesmerizing dance. When the 3rd purple soul ring glowed brilliantly as Ji Shui parted her lips, a vibrant light enveloped Chen Hu. So warm. Like the gentle sun of winter, Chen Hu felt a comforting warmth enveloping his body. The faint pain in his chest began to itch at the moment the light surrounded him, and his heart felt invigorated beating with newfound strength. After about a quarter of an hour, the light that enveloped Chen Hu dissipated, and a sheen of perspiration appeared on Ji Shue's smooth forehead. Chen Hu clenched his fists and waved them in the air, feeling an unprecedented sense of vitality. Even the fatigue from his previous long trek had vanished, and all his injuries were miraculously healed. "Thank you, Teacher Ji," Chen Hu said respectfully, bowing slightly. Ji Shue withdrew her martial spirit and curiously asked, "You must have obtained your first soul ring, right? What skill did you acquire?" "We encountered a solitary bamboo soul beast over 300 years old in the soul hunting forest, and after working together to slay it, I acquired my first skill, bamboo leaf green." Without any reservation towards his teacher, Chen Hu explained his skill. "When I activate the bamboo leaf green skill, the medicinal wine within my martial spirit transforms into bamboo leaf green, capable of healing any injuries sustained by the drinker for approximately 1 hour, until the medicinal effect is exhausted. We certainly did not misjudge you. Your martial spirit is an exceptional support type spirit. To acquire a healing skill as your first, and for such a long duration, is indeed impressive. Moreover, your choice of targeting a solitary bamboo with formidable defenses but limited offensive power reflects extraordinary battle wisdom. If I am not mistaken, this proposal must have originated from you, correct?" Ji Shue's beautiful gaze turned towards Chen Hu, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chen Hu scratched his head and replied, "I thought for a long time before deciding to focus on the solitary bamboo, and without the assistance of my roommates, it would have been exceedingly difficult for me to defeat a century-old bamboo on my own. Though the attack power of a century-old solitary bamboo is relatively weak among century-old soul beasts, its defensive strength is remarkable. With Chen Hu's abilities, without Lin Xiaoxiao's help, it would have been nearly impossible to inflict any damage on the bamboo." A satisfied smile graced Ji Shue's face as she said, "Excellent. You possess both courage and wisdom without seeking glory for yourself. Chen Hu, would you be willing to become my first disciple?" "What?" Chen Hu was momentarily taken aback. "Am I not already your student, Teacher Ji?" "You foolish child," Lin Xiaoxiao whispered in Chen Hu's ear. "What Teacher Ji means is whether you are willing to accept her as your master, establishing a lifelong bond with a single mentor." Ji Shue continued, "I have reviewed your background. Your family has a tradition in medicine. Although no soul masters have emerged, your medical skills are well regarded by the villagers. By coincidence, I am both a soul master and a physician. Would you be willing to learn medicine and the cultivation of martial souls under my tutelage?" Understanding dawned on Chen Hu, and he promptly knelt before Ji Shue, bowing 3 times respectfully. "Student Chen Hu pays his respects to you, teacher." The distinction between Teacher Ji and master is subtle in wording yet vast in meaning. Ji Shue smiled gently. "Good child, please rise. I have no grand gifts to offer you, but I wish to present you with this set of purple bamboo silver needles, which I used in my youth to heal countless individuals. Now, I bestow it upon you." Ji Shue produced a set of silver needles gleaming with a violet aura and placed them in Chen Hu's hands. Having learned medicine from his father, Chen Hu recognized the value of the purple bamboo silver needles and exclaimed, "Teacher, this is far too precious. I cannot." "What? Will you refuse the first gift your teacher has offered you?" Ji Shue gazed at Chen Hu with a teasing smile. "Then, I thank you, teacher." Chapter 19, 5 years. Since becoming Ji Shue's disciple, Chen Hu's daily curriculum, apart from the public cultural courses, meditation, theory, and practical classes at the Martial Soul Academy, included learning medicine every weekend under Ji Shue's guidance. Ji Shue did not deceive herself. It was only after studying with Ji Shue that Chen Hu comprehended the depth of her medical knowledge. Even without the ability of a martial soul, Ji Shue would undoubtedly be a divine healer. Shortly after taking him as a disciple, Yi Mei and Good Ding returned with Yi Lu Yuan, who had become soul masters. All 5 members of their dormitory had attained the status of soul masters. As students of the Martial Soul Academy, Chen Hu and his peers enjoyed certain privileges. Upon receiving the school's acknowledgement, each of them was entitled to a subsidy from the Martial Soul Hall, 1 gold soul coin per month. In the Douluo Continent, gold soul coins are a form of high-end currency, sufficient to sustain an ordinary person for a month in a city like Snow City. During their time at school, accommodations and meals were free, further enriching Chen Hu's modest savings, supplemented occasionally by the consultation fees earned alongside Teacher Ji. 5 years later, on the official road of the Baloch Kingdom, 2 youths, a boy and a girl, strolled together. They were Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu. Gazing at the towering city before them, which rivaled Snow City in grandeur, Chen Hu recalled a phrase from his cultural course instructor. The Baloch Kingdom is one of the territories under the Tian-Do Empire, one of the 2 great empires of the Douluo Continent, ruled by a king who is a cousin of the Tian-Do Empire's emperor. Indeed, in the face of self-interest, this blood relationship can be deemed utterly insignificant. Apart from the annual tribute, the Kingdom of Barak has nearly become a nation within a nation. with its allegiance to the Empire of Tiando reduced to a mere formality. Sharing a border with the province of Fasno, the Kingdom of Barak occupies only 4/5 of its territory, yet in terms of economic, political, and military strength, it rivals and even surpasses Fasno. Within the Kingdom of Barak lie two paramount cities, the capital, Barak City, which serves as the political and cultural heart of the kingdom, and Soto City, situated on the Lima Plain, which is the lifeblood of Barak's economy. Soto City is rumored to be even more prosperous than Snuo City, and upon entering, Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu observed the bustling crowds and remarked on the similarity in vitality. Although Soto City ranks as the second city in Barak, its rich history and central location on the most fertile Lima Plain granted a higher economic status than Snuo City, a fact evidenced by the establishment of a third-level spirit hall within its confines. 5 years have passed, and Chen Hu has grown taller. At a height of approximately 1.8 meters, he stands a full head above Lin Xiaoxiao, who at 1.7 meters is not considered short. Clad in a pure white robe, with a straight blade at his waist and handsome features, he has blossomed into a refined young man. Lin Xiaoxiao, too, has matured gracefully, drawing the attention of many passers-by with her enchanting presence. Her disposition remains unchanged, bold and carefree, embodying the spirit of a chivalrous hero rather than that of a conventional woman. Dressed similarly in a pure white robe, she accentuates her exquisite curves. Hu, how should we proceed? Shall we head directly to the spirit hall? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired eagerly about the spirit hall. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Hu replied, "Let us not rush to the spirit hall in Soto City just yet. We are here to pursue knowledge, and the school mentioned by Master Yi commences today. Time is of the essence. We must not miss the entrance examination." "Well, that is your fault. We set out several days in advance, yet you spent so long tending to the ailments of ordinary folk." Lin Xiaoxiao retorted with a hint of annoyance. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Chen Hu responded, "I was merely following the teacher's instructions. Besides, as practitioners of medicine, we cannot simply turn a blind eye when we encounter those in need." All right, you have your reasons. I wonder what Master Yi is thinking. We have already received our acceptance letters from the Intermediate Spirit Hall, yet he insists we attend this unfamiliar academy, Lin Xiaoxiao complained. Chen Hu chuckled and said, "After all these years, do you still not understand Master Yi's character? Though he may seem taciturn and stern, he has never led us astray. If he has guided us to apply to Shrek Academy, there must be a profound reason behind it." Indeed, the destination for both Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao is none other than Shrek Academy. A month ago, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao officially graduated, along with the 5 members of their dormitory, all of whom successfully received acceptance letters from higher-level Soul Master Academies. However, their instructor, Yi Liyuan, surprisingly suggested that Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao apply to Shrek Academy. Trusting that their mentor would not lead them astray, both Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu agreed. Despite the fading memories of their previous lives, Chen Hu could not forget Shrek Academy. Thus he realized that Yi Liyuan was indeed guiding them correctly. Nevertheless, Lin Xiaoxiao harbored some grievances, primarily stemming from the impending separation of their inseparable quintet. In the spirit of camaraderie, Tori, Yimei, and Guding willingly declined offers from intermediate Soul Master Academies to join the lesser-known Shrek Academy, only to be met with Yi Liyuan's refusal, citing that they did not meet the admission standards of Shrek Academy. 5 years had passed, and Tori, Yimei, and Guding had all become level 20 Soul Masters. Yet such a rank was deemed insufficient for Shrek Academy's requirements, a notion they found hard to accept. Despite Yi Liyuan's insistence, the 5 of them had no choice but to part ways for the time being. Shrek Academy was not located within Soto City. Upon exiting through the southern gate, they walked for quite a distance, with fields gradually appearing along the way, yet no sign of any academy structures. "Dihu, are you certain this so-called Shrek Academy is in this direction? Perhaps you should show me the map," Lin Xiaoxiao suggested cautiously. After 5 to 6 years of companionship, she was well aware of Chen Hu's slight navigational ineptitude, a fact he would never admit. "Not a problem, leader. The direction to Shrek Academy is indeed south of Soto City. We are heading south," Chen Hu asserted confidently. "Wait, Dihu, which side of Soto City is Shrek Academy on?" "The south, why? Are you out of your mind, Dihu? This is north." Under Lin Xiaoxiao's piercing gaze and Chen Hu's feeble expression, he reluctantly handed over the map of Shrek Academy given by Yi Liyuan, retracing their steps to head towards the academy. "Dihu, really, if I trust you again, I shall not bear the surname Lin," Lin Xiaoxiao lamented. Thus, this short journey under Chen Hu's guidance extended to 2 full hours. By the time the sun began to set, the pair finally arrived at Shrek Academy. Is this truly Shrek Academy? Chen Hu wondered, gazing at the dilapidated village, where an elderly man resembling a teacher slumped over a table, utterly alone, while a crooked sign at the entrance read Shrek Academy. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Chen Hu was still taken aback by the academy's dilapidated condition. "Excuse me, is this Shrek Academy?" He politely inquired of the elderly man. Li Yusong was somewhat surprised. "Are you here to enroll? Why did you arrive so late?" "I had anticipated that no one would arrive today." It was evident that Li Yusong appeared somewhat fatigued. The registration fee was 10 gold soul coins, non-refundable regardless of whether one gained admission to Shrek Academy. Li Yusong kindly cautioned, "By the way, our Shrek Academy only admits exceptional talents. Those aged over 12 or possessing a soul power below level 20 need not apply, to avoid wasting gold soul coins." As he uttered these words, his gaze remained fixed on Chen Hu, who clearly did not resemble someone under the age of 13. Nodding, Chen Hu retrieved 20 gold soul coins from a pouch at his waist and placed them before Li Yusong. Although 20 coins were a substantial amount, they were of little consequence to Chen Hu. The pouch, though not a soul guide, was specially crafted, boasting a far greater capacity than its outward appearance suggested. Li Yusong showed no surprise at Chen Hu's willingness to produce such an amount, for both he and Lin Xiaoxiao were dressed in a manner that did not suggest poverty. Extending a hand, Li Yusong said casually, "Let me take a look." After examining Chen Hu's hand, he expressed mild astonishment and nodded slightly. Turning to Lin Xiaoxiao, he assessed her skeletal structure before stating, "Your ages are acceptable. Now, please unleash your martial souls." As the healing elixir was revealed, a magnificent blue wine gourd materialized in Chen Hu's palm, while Lin Xiaoxiao manifested a formidable 7-foot-long spear, exuding an overwhelming aura. Witnessing the petite wine gourd in the robust Chen Hu's grasp, alongside the imposing spear in the delicate hands of Lin Xiaoxiao, Li Yusong felt an acute sense of incongruity. Two nearly identical yellow soul rings emerged from their feet, swirling gracefully around Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Unable to restrain a slight nod of approval, Li Yusong remarked, "You both have passed my initial test. I will guide you to the next round. It seems unlikely that anyone else will arrive today. By the way, what are your names?" "I am Chen Hu," with the character for ear from the east and lake for the second character. Chen Hu replied as he retracted his martial soul. "I am Lin Xiaoxiao," Lin Xiaoxiao added. "Chen Hu, Lin Xiaoxiao." Li Yusong repeated while tidying the table and placing the gold soul coins into a nearby wooden box, which appeared quite weighty, indicating a bountiful harvest. After completing his task, Li Yusong led Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao into Shrek Academy. Chapter 20. The Trials of Shrek Academy. Upon entering Shrek Academy, all surrounding structures were constructed of wood, embodying a simple and unadorned charm. After a brief stroll, Li Yusong spotted a young man with golden hair and called out, "Mu Bai, over here. These two are the new students arriving today. Please escort them to the next round of interviews." The youth named Mu Bai approached, astonished. "No way. Is it possible that there are still students reporting this late?" As he ambled over, his gaze brightened upon seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, and he expressed surprise at Chen Hu's stature, asking, "Brother, how old are you this year?" "Our academy only admits students under the age of 13. 12, Chen Hu replied nonchalantly. "Mu Bai, I leave these two in your care. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Li Yusong stated succinctly before departing. Dai Mu Bai acknowledged with a nod and said softly, "Follow me." Noting that Dai Mu Bai did not intend to elaborate further, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, with Lin Xiaoxiao displaying a hint of disdain while Chen Hu shook his head slightly, choosing to follow behind Dai Mu Bai. "All right, we have arrived." Upon reaching an open space amidst a cluster of buildings, Dai Mu Bai halted. "In front lies the site for the second round of assessments. May I inquire if either of you possesses a soul power exceeding level 25? Should your soul power surpass this threshold, you will be exempt from the second and third rounds and may proceed directly to the fourth." Chen Hu glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao upon hearing this. Her soul power was at level 27. Unmoved, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression conveyed her intentions, prompting Chen Hu to smile and shake his head. Seeing their silence, Dai Mu Bai's demeanor grew even more indifferent. "The assessment location is ahead. You may proceed on your own. The instructors there will guide you on what to do." With that, Dai Mu Bai hurriedly departed, to which Lin Xiaoxiao muttered, "What an arrogant fellow, looking down on others. What's so impressive about simply training for a few more years? I will definitely show him what a true overlord spear entails." Chen Hu chuckled helplessly. "Leader, you didn't mention your soul power is level 27 either. He is a student from Shrek Academy. It's uncertain whether we can even qualify for Shrek Academy. Is it not reasonable for him to avoid wasting expressions on us?" "Oh, I cannot argue with you. Regardless, I will teach that guy a lesson sooner or later," Lin Xiaoxiao retorted, sticking out her tongue. "All right, when the time comes, I will assist you," Chen Hu responded with a smile. To be honest, while he understood her feelings, Dai Mu Bai's earlier attitude truly was infuriating. Lin Xiaoxiao also smiled, her mood noticeably lifted. Approaching the position of the instructor in the center of the testing area, the testing teacher did not look up, retrieving a blue crystal orb and placing it before Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Let us first measure your soul power. Familiar with the equipment for testing soul power, Chen Hu placed his hand on the crystal orb, which immediately radiated a brilliant light. Level 25? Why did you not directly inform Mu Bai, allowing him to take you straight to the 4th round? The testing teacher remarked, astonished by the glow of the orb. Level 25? I was unaware. Just a few days ago, I was still at level 24. Chen Hu replied, feigning innocence. The testing teacher could only chuckle in disbelief. Aside from his somewhat proud temperament, Mu Bai is quite easy to get along with. Very well, I shall personally take you to the 4th round shortly. Young lady, what is your soul power? You wouldn't happen to be oblivious to having surpassed level 25, would you? That cannot be the case. I broke through level 25 a long time ago, Lin Xiaoxiao declared, her own expression one of innocence as she pressed her hand against the soul power crystal orb, emitting an even more dazzling brilliance. Level 28? Excellent. Truly, this year, Shrek Academy is seeing an increasing number of extraordinary talents. Young ones, I will take you directly to the 4th round, the testing teacher exclaimed, his smile widening uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoxiao gripped Chen Hu's neck, feigning anger. How could you, Arrow? When did you reach level 25 without informing me? Chen Hu retorted with annoyance, just a few days ago. Besides, you were keeping secrets from me too. I was only trying to spare your feelings. I'm already 3 levels ahead of you. Wouldn't it bruise your pride to know I've surpassed you? Lin Xiaoxiao mumbled. Teacher, are there only 4 stages in the assessment for Shrek Academy? What are the specifics of the 2nd and 3rd stages? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired curiously as she approached the testing instructor. The instructor, appearing to be of a similar age to Li Yusong, exhibited a more amiable demeanor than Dai Mu Bai, leaving a favorable impression on Lin Xiaoxiao. The 2nd stage involves soul power assessment and martial soul identification. This stage primarily tests the martial soul's quality, as it is essential to demonstrate one's potential for development. Relying solely on the strength of soul power is insufficient. The quality of the martial soul must also be considered. Only soul masters with a martial soul that possesses considerable potential for development, as well as a correct developmental trajectory, can qualify for the 2nd stage. Of course, certain unique martial souls may also pass the assessment, the instructor explained. As the instructor mentioned the correct developmental trajectory of the martial soul, Lin Xiaoxiao shot a sidelong glance at Chen Hu, stifling a laugh. Unaware of the playful exchange between them, the instructor continued, the 3rd stage assesses the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their martial soul. Merely having soul power and potential is inadequate. One must also demonstrate control over their martial soul. As a soul master ascends in rank, the martial soul becomes increasingly challenging to manage, leading to potential issues. A lack of control indicates a lack of dedication to training, and we do not admit such lazy students. But why don't we undergo testing for the 2nd and 3rd stages? Surely Shrek Academy is unaware of our martial soul's potential and our control over it? Lin Xiaoxiao asked. Intrigued. The principle is that those who can cultivate their soul power to level 25 or above before the age of 13 naturally possess considerable potential and dedication. Even if their control over the martial soul is somewhat lacking, it can be compensated for. Thus, our academy has established a rule. Any soul master above level 25 is exempt from the 2nd and 3rd stage assessments, the instructor clarified. The 4th stage must be practical combat, right? Chen Hu pondered aloud. Indeed, soul masters are combat professionals, and practical experience is an unavoidable topic. Correct. The 4th stage is indeed practical combat. Some candidates, despite having excellent martial souls and potential, and being sufficiently diligent, may have been sheltered from the world and know little of practical matters. The Academy's principal has decreed that pampered students will not be accepted, the instructor affirmed. Well, we've arrived, the instructor announced, gesturing toward a disheveled square ahead. The square was slightly smaller than the martial soul testing area, measuring approximately 200 square meters. A teacher in his 50s dozed in a chair, looking rather disheveled, with bruises adorning his body, suggesting he had just endured a battle. Beside this teacher, Dai Mu Bai leaned against the side, appearing utterly bored. Teacher Liu, what brings you here? Aren't those 2 here to participate in the assessment? Have they swiftly passed both the 2nd and 3rd evaluations? Dai Mu Bai inquired with evident surprise. Testing instructor Lu Qibin shook his head with a smile and replied, Mu Bai, you ought to temper your arrogant disposition, otherwise you may inadvertently offend others. Both of them are soul masters of level 25 or above. Thus they are exempt from the 2nd and 3rd assessments and will proceed directly to the 4th. Oh, 2 more little monsters of level 25 or above. What an extraordinary day it must be. That fellow Flanders will be utterly delighted, Zhao Wujia, who had been dozing, remarked with a glimmer of excitement. This is the vice president of Shrek Academy, a formidable assault soul master of level 76, the unmovable King Zhao Wujia. I am Lu Qibin, a teacher at Shrek Academy. Once you enter, I shall be your instructor, Lu Qibin introduced. They have yet to pass my assessment. Gaining entry into Shrek Academy is not a simple matter. Zhao Wujia grunted. Very well, I leave them in your hands. Lu Qibin waved his hand and departed. After scrutinizing Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhao Wujia continued. Since you are here for the assessment, I present you with two choices. First, you may engage me in a duel, irrespective of the outcome. As long as you perform decently, you will gain entry into Shrek Academy. Second, you may each face Dai Mubai. If either of you can endure for the duration of a burning incense stick in his presence, you will pass. I wish to fight him, Lin Xiaoxiao declared. Pointing at Dai Mubai, her eagerness palpable, for she had long yearned for this confrontation. I too shall compete with Dai Mubai, Chen Hu added with a smile. Very well. Mubai, I leave them to you, Zhao Wujia said, somewhat dissatisfied as he rubbed his fists, expressing a hint of regret. Dai Mubai approached Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, stating, I apologize for my previous arrogance. However, in battle, I shall not hold back. Who shall go first? Who needs your leniency? I will teach you a lesson. Lin Xiaoxiao retorted defiantly, her voice rising as she cried out, Overlord Spear. The 7-foot Overlord Spear manifested in her grasp, and her previously delicate demeanor transformed, resembling a mighty female warrior. 2 yellow soul rings emerged beneath her feet, the second shimmering with a faint purple hue. A testament to a soul beast on the verge of breaking a millennium. Upon witnessing Lin Xiaoxiao unleash her martial spirit, Dai Mubai felt an immense pressure. His expression sharpening. Indeed, a prodigy who surpassed level 25 before the age of 13, you warrant my utmost effort. Let us begin. White Tiger, possess me. Dai Mubai thrust a stick of incense into the ground. Wisps of azure smoke spiraled upward, and within it, the distant roar of a fierce tiger echoed. His muscles tensed. White fur sprouted from his pores, and a faint royal symbol appeared on his forehead, his sinister gaze flashing, exuding an even greater aura of dominance than Lin Xiaoxiao. With a fierce shout, Lin Xiaoxiao thrust her spear forward, the weapon slicing through the air like lightning, surging towards Dai Mubai at an astonishing speed. Dai Mubai deftly sidestepped Lin Zhao's thrust, a testament to his extensive combat experience. He was well aware of the vulnerabilities inherent in long-range weaponry and surged forward. Seeking to engage in close-quarters combat, Lin Xiao displayed a hint of derision as she executed a sweeping motion with her Overlord Spear, deftly evading Dai Mubai while advancing with purpose. Her gunplay, characterized by its fluidity, compelled Dai Mubai to retreat repeatedly. In Chapter 21, Continuous Battles with Dai Mubai, his eyes sparkled with frustration. Despite possessing a higher soul power level, he found himself thwarted by Lin Zhao's expansive and assertive technique, accompanied by the battle-hungry Chen Hu. Lin Zhao's expertise in close combat, particularly against assault-type soul masters, was markedly superior, making it unsurprising that she could dominate Dai Mubai. Why does this little girl's fighting style seem so familiar? Who is your teacher? Zhao Wujia mused aloud, his curiosity piqued. Our instructor is merely a soul emperor named Yi Liyuan. Do you know him, senior? Chen Hu inquired cautiously, noting that Yi Liyuan had recommended them to Shrek Academy, hinting at a deeper connection. What? Your teacher is that night owl? No wonder your techniques are so recognizable. This little one is indeed a disciple of that remarkable individual. It seems he has not forgotten his alma mater and has sent 2 prodigies our way, Zhao Wujia chuckled, his satisfaction evident upon hearing news of Yi Liyuan. Chen Hu, intrigued, pressed further, is Master Yi an alumnus of Shrek Academy? Indeed. He graduated from Shrek Academy over a decade ago. Should you both join the academy? He will be your senior, Zhao Wujia explained. Realization dawned on Chen Hu, understanding the connection that warranted Yi Liyuan's recommendation to Shrek Academy. Little one, if you have caught Yi Liyuan's attention, you must possess unique qualities. That girl appears to have a soul power of around level 28. With a formidable martial spirit, she is indeed a promising talent. What is your martial spirit? Zhao Wujia inquired. You shall find out shortly, senior, Chen Hu teased, leaving an air of mystery. What is your name? To have compelled me thus far speaks to your prowess. Now, I shall unleash my soul skill. First soul skill. White Tiger Barrier. Dai Mubai's competitive spirit flared as he faced the challenge posed by a soul master of a lower rank. His pride struggled to accept being subdued. His eyes transformed into a pure white hue as the first soul ring around him illuminated, enveloping him in a protective barrier that deflected Lin Zhao's oncoming strike with her Overlord Spear. Lin Zhao's spear, razor-sharp and designed for piercing, was most effective in direct thrusts. However, she preferred to wield it as a bludgeon, relishing the powerful impact it delivered due to its considerable weight. Very well, remember this. My name is Lin Xiao, the embodiment of Overlord's might. In the depths of darkness, a radiant glow surged forth, creating a stark contrast against the blinding brilliance of Dai Mubai. Lin Xiaoxiao emerged like a reincarnated tyrant, each shot of her spear striking with unstoppable force. The tyrant spear collided with the protective barrier of the white tiger, causing the luminous shield surrounding Dai Mubai to tremble uncontrollably. Although Dai Mubai felt the impact, he seized the opportunity. His tiger claws danced, gripping the tyrant spear with one hand as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. With the full might of a level 37 Battle Soul Sovereign, Lin Xiaoxiao was unwilling to meet him head-on. In an instant, her second soul ring flared to life, the dark glow merging with the tyrant spear, which began to vibrate violently. The immense force propelled Dai Mubai's hand away from the spear, and sensing the impending danger, he hastily retreated, activating his third soul ring. Shattering armor of the tyrant. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. The simultaneous low shouts resonated, drawing the attention of Zhao Wuji and Chen Hu. As the blinding white met the profound black, Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, enveloped in a pitch-black radiance, gripped the tyrant spear, which twirled with a fierce energy. The spear striking forth like a dragon, relentless in its advance. With a resounding boom, the white barrier beside Dai Mubai shattered in an instant. The tyrant spear piercing through his outstretched arm with a clang reminiscent of metal striking metal. No, even steel could not withstand the force of Lin Xiaoxiao's shattering armor. Dai Mubai's defense was greater than steel. He was forced back over 10 meters, leaving deep gouges in the ground beneath him. "You have lost," Lin Xiaoxiao declared. The momentum of the tyrant spear waning as she retracted it, pointing the spear tip at the remnants of a once-burning incense stick, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Lin Xiaoxiao, is it? You are formidable. Shrek Academy welcomes your joining, and I eagerly anticipate a proper duel with you," Dai Mubai replied, somewhat disheveled. Despite the tremendous power of the shattering armor, his soul power was nearly 10 levels higher, and having utilized a Millennium-level third soul skill, he sustained no significant injuries. In contrast, Lin Xiaoxiao had expended considerable soul power, after battling for the duration of an incense stick and employing 2 major soul skills. Her reserves were nearly depleted following the use of shattering armor. Thus, in a strict sense, she was the one who had lost. However, Dai Mubai had remained on the defensive throughout, unable to retaliate. Though uninjured, frustration simmered within him, an oppressive fire that could not be released, intensifying with every thought. His gaze hardened on Chen Hu. "You, boy, should consider yourself unfortunate for crossing paths with me at this moment. Now, it's your turn," Dai Mubai eagerly proclaimed. "Do you not require a moment to recuperate your soul power?" Chen Hu replied coolly. "Are you insulting me? To battle against an opponent whose soul power is far beneath mine and still need time to recover? Do I have no shame? Let us begin at once." Dai Mubai retorted, brimming with excitement. "Very well, as you wish," Chen Hu responded nonchalantly, stepping in front of Dai Mubai and passing by Lin Xiaoxiao, who whispered, Hu, it's your time to shine, do not disgrace me." "Rest assured, big sister," he replied confidently. With a smile, Chen Hu responded, noting that Dai Mubai had not dispelled his martial soul's manifestation. Placing his hands before him, he intoned, "The medicine arrives, life is dispelled, the wine gourd." A radiant azure glow of soul power coalesced, materializing the medicinal wine gourd in Chen Hu's grasp, from which a delicate fragrance wafted forth, accompanied by the emergence of 2 yellow soul rings. The first soul ring, bamboo leaf green, illuminated with a vibrant azure brilliance, transforming the medicinal wine within the gourd into a pale green hue. Chen Hu took several hearty gulps, feeling intoxication surge through him, and murmured softly, "Wind spring." The second soul ring suddenly ignited, causing the wine within the gourd to metamorphose into wind spring, as gentle breezes began to swirl around him. In an instant, Chen Hu felt as light as a feather. The second soul skill, Wind Spring, drastically heightened the speed of the imbiber. After consuming a substantial amount of bamboo leaf green and Wind Spring, even with his increasing tolerance, Chen Hu felt a slight buzz. Drawing forth the straight blade from his waist, he exuded an air of boldness. "Are you a food-type soul master?" Dai Mubai inquired, his expression somewhat peculiar. "If you can cultivate a food-type martial soul to level 25 or above before the age of 13, you may bypass the assessment of the 4th round and directly enter Shrek Academy. It is well known that auxiliary soul masters progress at a pace far inferior to that of battle soul masters. Achieving level 25 or above by 13 is a mark of genius worthy of entering Shrek Academy." With battle intent soaring, Chen Hu let out a low shout, his body transforming into a gust of wind as he swiftly advanced towards Dai Mubai, bringing his blade down with speed, precision, and ferocity. "If you seek your own demise, do not blame me," Dai Mubai roared, retreating a step to narrowly evade the descending strike, his temper flaring. Regardless of whether Chen Hu was a food-type soul master, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Chen Hu's initial strike had merely been a warning. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's readiness, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly dodging the incoming blow. Empowered by the second soul skill, Wind Spring, Chen Hu's physical prowess, though not inferior to that of an ordinary beast martial soul battlemaster, surpassed that of the 37th level Dai Mubai. The blade's radiance was sharp and swift as it descended from above. Dai Mubai, now shedding any underestimation, faced Chen Hu with all his might. The clash of blades illuminated the arena, and Dai Mubai found himself once again at a disadvantage, not through brute force, but through a mastery of technique. Despite his wealth of combat experience, Dai Mubai seldom focused on the nuances of battle technique, relying instead on the strength and speed conferred by his martial soul. Conversely, Chen Hu, hailing from another world, understood profoundly that technique, when honed to perfection, could rival even soul skills. Over the past 5 years, alongside the cultivation of his martial soul, his combat techniques and swordplay had reached an extraordinary level. Though lacking in raw speed and strength, he consistently found openings in Dai Mubai's attacks, overcoming brute force with finesse, exploiting points to dismantle the whole. Enhanced by the speed augmentation of Wind Spring, Dai Mubai found himself momentarily unable to devise a counter. Could this seemingly insignificant rodent, darting about, truly possess no offensive capability as a food-type soul master? Zhao Wujin watched in astonishment as Chen Hu relentlessly pressed on, overpowering Dai Mubai. He had never witnessed a support-type soul master demonstrate such prowess. Beads of sweat formed on Dai Mubai's forehead. Only within this web of blades could one truly appreciate the immense pressure. Each sharp blade targeted his vital points, and although the force behind them was not particularly strong, indeed, it felt somewhat weak to Dai Mubai, he was still vulnerable. A well-placed strike could prove fatal. Amidst Chen Hu's unrelenting assault, Dai Mubai found himself with no opportunity to unleash his soul skills. Despite the evident disparity in strength and speed compared to Lin Xiaoxiao's Overlord Spear, Dai Mubai felt that the pressure exerted by Chen Hu was far more formidable. In that moment, Chen Hu evoked a sensation reminiscent of Tang, sand facing Zhao Wujin. Despite a significant gap in soul power and physicality, he relied on extraordinary skill to overcome the odds. Dai Mubai realized he could not continue in this manner. Understanding the principle that prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure, he resolved to act decisively. With a fierce determination, he aimed to grasp Chen Hu's sharp blade with one hand while the other delivered a powerful punch to Chen Hu's chest. This exchange of injury for injury was Dai Mubai's last resort. He needed to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. For the prospect of losing to a food-type soul master more than 10 ranks below him was unacceptable. Unfortunately, Chen Hu wore a faint smile, his gaze unwavering. The tactic of exchanging wounds was Chen Hu's signature move. Every encounter with Lin Xiaoxiao had seen him adopt a reckless approach, trading injuries that left Lin Xiaoxiao in distress. Since Dai Mubai was willing to engage in such a manner, Chen Hu naturally accepted, channeling even greater strength into his strikes. As the clash of blade and fist ensued, crimson blood stained the blade. A concentrated punch landed on Chen Hu's chest, releasing a tremendous force that shattered ribs, amplifying the power of the blade. With a muffled groan, both Chen Hu and Dai Mubai staggered backward. Yet, with the aid of bamboo leaf green, Chen Hu's strength rapidly mended his broken ribs and bloodied wounds. He had to concede that he had underestimated Dai Mubai's power. In his mind, Chen Hu anticipated unleashing a second strike without granting Dai Mubai a moment to react. However, Dai Mubai's punch not only fractured several of Chen Hu's ribs, but also disrupted his energy flow, leaving him momentarily drained and unable to deliver a follow-up attack. Activating his third soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, Dai Mubai found himself compelled to employ this millennium-old ability within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time. This transformation doubled his defense, strength, speed, and resistance to adverse conditions. In this state, Dai Mubai emanated overwhelming pressure, causing Chen Hu to hesitate, his anticipated strike still unlaunched. To force me to deploy my third soul skill, one must admit you are even more talented than the Lin Xiaoxiao from earlier. For your soul power is lower, and you are merely a food-type soul master. To be able to push me to this extent despite a disparity of over 10 ranks. You are the second most formidable opponent I have encountered. Dai Mubai spoke slowly, noting that apart from Tang San's display of hidden weapons, he had never encountered a peer capable of mastering a skill to such an extent. Alas, the disparity in soul power between us is insurmountable. Had you possessed a soul power of at least level 30, even a recent breakthrough, you might have had a chance to triumph over me. However, as you stand now, you are still woefully inadequate. In his White Tiger King Kong transformation, Dai Mubai regained his haughty demeanor, looking down upon all. Is that so? Do you believe this is all I am capable of? Chen Hu replied coolly. Oh, you have a hidden card? Dai Mubai expressed curiosity. This move, even against the eldest sister, has never been executed. You shall be its first opponent. 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, open, Chen Hu declared in a low voice. As a rich aroma of alcohol emanated from his body, the powers of Zweiking and Fengquan ignited rapidly, causing Chen Hu's clear eyes to become hazy, and his form, gripping the blade, began to sway slightly. To an experienced drinker, his current state mirrored that of inebriation. Playing tricks, Dai Mubai retorted with a sharp voice. Charging forward with clenched fists, his speed and strength significantly enhanced, almost instantaneously appearing before Chen Hu, his fist descending with remarkable swiftness. Suddenly, a flash of blade light arose, intercepting Dai Mubai's punch. How is this possible? Why are your speed and strength so greatly amplified? Dai Mubai exclaimed in disbelief, astonished by Chen Hu's counterattack, which exceeded even his expectations. The force emanating from the steady blade had also seen a tremendous increase. Could it be a self-created soul skill? Impossible. How could this young lad possibly devise such a technique? Zhao Wujia sprang from his seat, eyes wide with incredulity. Teacher, what is a self-created soul skill? Lin Xiaoxiao, having never witnessed Chen Hu in such a state, could not help but inquire. A self-created soul skill, as the name implies, is a technique invented by the soul master themselves. Unlike soul skills granted by soul rings, self-created skills are more suited to the soul master, exhibiting far greater power. Zhao Wujia explained gravely. Each self-created skill requires an ultimate understanding of the martial spirit and soul power. It demands not only profound knowledge but also a stroke of inspiration, making it possible to create such a skill. The number of individuals capable of inventing self-created skills on the continent is exceedingly rare, and all are over 20 years of age, having refined their martial spirits to a significant degree. How could this young man possibly create a self-created soul skill? The 8 gates of Duanjia. I've never heard of any family lineage possessing a skill by that name. Could this truly be the young man's self-created soul skill? Shrek Academy may have indeed stumbled upon a treasure this time, Zhao Wujia murmured to himself. Lin Xiaoxiao observed Chen Hu, who was locked in an intense duel with Dai Mubai, unable to grasp the significance of self-created soul skills, yet feeling a profound admiration, genuinely delighted for Chen Hu. In a previous life, Chen Hu had encountered a notion that the human body is a vast treasure trove, brimming with inexhaustible power. However, due to various innate and acquired limitations, it is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to harness such strength. It is only when emotions reach their zenith that one might tap into a fraction of this latent power. This belief is not mere folly. Many have heard tales of a mother lifting a car to save her child, a testament to the human body's hidden capabilities. Equally enlightening for Chen Hu is the observation that intoxicated individuals exhibit enhanced strength. Drawing from this insight, Chen Hu developed his unique soul technique. The first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Upon opening the gate, his strength, speed, and vitality experience a remarkable surge for a brief period, lasting over 10 minutes in a non-combat scenario. However, in the heat of battle, the effects of his 8 gates of Duanjia can only be sustained for a maximum of 3 minutes. After this duration, he succumbs to a state of profound weakness, requiring at least 3 days to recuperate. His second soul technique, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, manifests as Dai Mubai feels an increasing pressure. The second soul ring surrounding him suddenly ignites, a torrent of brilliant white light coalescing, and with a resounding tiger roar, a milky white energy sphere is expelled from his mouth, hurtling towards Chen Hu. Though slightly hindered, Chen Hu deftly evades the incoming sphere with a ghostly swiftness, his intoxicated state sharpening his instincts to danger, despite his diminished awareness. Yet, Dai Mubai's second soul technique is far from ordinary. As the white energy sphere brushes past Chen Hu, it detonates, unleashing a violent shockwave. Chen Hu is immediately propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Lin Xiaoxiao gasps, instinctively rushing forward. Amidst the blazing white light, a figure emerges, a shattered blade of light rising to confront Dai Mubai. Underestimating an opponent is an unwise habit, Chen Hu remarks coolly, as the substantial medicinal energy dissipates, indicating his departure from the 8 gates of Duanjia state. The after-effects of the 8 gates surge forth, leaving him with scarcely enough strength to stand. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxiao arrives just in time to support him, preventing his collapse. However, Chen Hu's trusty straight sword, which had accompanied him for 5 years, crumbles under the onslaught of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. As Dai Mubai regains his composure, he dispels his martial spirit and the White Tiger transformation. Facing Lin Xiaoxiao's hostile gaze, he offers a wry smile. Congratulations on passing the Shrek Academy's assessment. You are now officially members of Shrek Academy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Dai Mubai, a level 37 assault system soul master, with the White Tiger as my martial spirit. Under the influence of soul power, the multitude of knife wounds on Dai Mubai has ceased to bleed. Chen Hu's ordinary weapon inflicting any injury upon him is indeed remarkable, though the wounds are shallow, leaving Dai Mubai in a rather disheveled state. Moreover, after enduring 2 consecutive bouts of intense combat and employing the 1,000-year soul ring ability, the White Tiger's diamond transformation, twice, Dai Mubai found his inner soul power dwindling to a mere remnant, leaving him somewhat feeble. He glanced at Zhao Wujia's demeanor and then at himself, feeling a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. What kind of monsters are assembled this time? Chen Hu, are you truly just a food-type soul master? Dai Mubai gazed at Chen Hu, still unable to fathom that he had been bested by a food-type soul master whose soul power was over 10 levels beneath his own. A food-type soul master? What food-type soul master? Are you referring to me, big brother Dai? A soft, endearing voice chimed in as a youth wheeling a sausage grill approached. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's disheveled state and the chaotic battlefield, Oscar wore a look of schadenfreude and remarked, "Big brother Dai, what has befallen you? Have you been taught a lesson by the newly arrived monster?" Dai Mubai scoffed. "Oscar, I did not summon you. How dare a novice like you mock me? Are you seeking another beating? Curious about my injuries, are you? I do not mind disclosing that they were inflicted by an auxiliary soul master, who, like you, is also a food-type soul master. Big brother Dai, are you jesting? A food-type soul master has left you in such disarray? That is truly a grand jest. Not to mention, even a soul master of rank 30 or above would not dare to harm you under your White Tiger's diamond transformation. You haven't encountered one of those freaks like Tang again, have you?" Oscar retorted, disbelief etched on his face. "If you remain skeptical, you may inquire with Teacher Zhao." Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, do not exaggerate your jest. Asking Teacher Zhao? Do you think he would conspire with you?" Oscar scoffed in disdain. "Enough, Oscar. Dai Mubai is not deceiving you. He was indeed injured by a diminutive food-type monster whose martial soul is wine, and whose soul power is even lower than yours." Approximately at level 25, Zhao Wujie interjected. "Ha ha ha, Teacher Zhao, you cannot possibly have been rendered foolish by Tang-san. How could a level 25 contend against a level 37? Especially a food-type soul master versus a beast martial soul master? One must possess a modicum of sense when jesting." Oscar laughed heartily. "Oscar, I believe you are itching for a challenge. Come find me later for a practical lesson," Zhao Wujia stated with a serious countenance. "All right, have you two finished? Is there no place to rest here? If not, we shall take our leave," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked impatiently, noting the injured party. "Why are the students of Li Yuan so impatient?" "Mubai, never mind. Oscar, take the new students to the dormitory to rest," Zhao Wujia sighed, shaking his head. Oscar finally noticed Lin Xiaoxiao and the feeble Chen Hu, and observing Dai Mubai's disarray, began to accept the possibility that Chen Hu had indeed injured Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai's claim that Chen Hu was also a food-type soul master was met with Oscar's skepticism. "Hello, junior students. I am Oscar, a student from Shrek Academy. You may call me Oscar or Sausage Specialist, with my martial soul being sausage." Oscar introduced himself with great enthusiasm. "My name is Chen Hu, and you may call me either Chen Hu or Air Hu. This is my elder sister, Lin Xiaoxiao. You can refer to her as either elder sister or Lin Xiaoxiao. The choice is yours." Chen Hu smiled, finding himself drawn to Oscar, perhaps due to their shared identity as food system soul masters. Chapter 23, Reunion. "Enough of the pleasantries. Your current state is quite frail, and it is imperative that you rest well," Lin Xiaoxiao interjected with a hint of discontent. Oscar said, "Please follow me. I shall escort you to the dormitory." Lin Xiaoxiao wrapped her arm around Chen Hu's lower leg and lifted him up. Feeling his struggles, she retorted, "You are in a weakened state. Refrain from moving about." Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Zhao Wujia observed Chen Hu's position, stifling their laughter, their faces flushed. Chen Hu had never felt so embarrassed, weakly stating, "Elder sister, could you possibly change your hold? This is a princess Carrie. I am, after all, a man." "Such a bother," Lin Xiaoxiao muttered, but eventually set Chen Hu down, allowing him to rest on her back. "Hey, your name is Oscar, correct? You are also a food system soul master. Do you possess any restoration skills in your soul abilities?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, suddenly remembering something. "Of course, I am a food system martial soul. How could I lack healing abilities? Are you also a food system soul master?" Oscar asked curiously. Though doubtful, Oscar understood Dai Mubai's pride and Zhao Wujia's temperament. Considering the situation, he envisioned a scenario. Chen Hu, on Lin Xiaoxiao's back, was a formidable battle soul master nearing the Soul Emperor level, and together, they might have left Dai Mubai, who had underestimated them, severely injured. "I'm not, but Air Hu is. Enough chatter. Hurry and use your healing soul skill," Lin Xiaoxiao urged. "You are not an auxiliary soul master?" Oscar's internal world crumbled, and he murmured the soul incantation, "I possess a large sausage." Coupled with Oscar's inadvertently lewd smile, Lin Xiaoxiao could not help but frown. Why are all your food system soul incantations so indecent? Hand it over. Lin Xiaoxiao snatched the sausage from Oscar's hands and tossed it to Chen Hu, saying, Hu, since you are also a food system soul master, it doesn't matter how disgusting it is, just eat it. You will feel better. Chen Hu accepted the sausage without any resistance. For a foodie, sneaking snacks in the restroom was not an unfamiliar act. It was merely a rather crude soul incantation, after all, and his own incantation was not any more refined. This was his first time consuming another food system soul master's martial soul, and the sausage tasted quite delightful. As it warmed his insides, he felt a bit of strength returning, offering an objective assessment. The flavor is quite pleasing. It would be even better with a sprinkle of chili powder. A kindred spirit indeed. Brother, you are the first peer willing to eat my sausage. I am beginning to believe you are truly a food system soul master. May I be so bold as to inquire about your soul incantation? Oscar's peach blossom eyes radiated a brilliant glow as he gazed at Chen Hu with newfound warmth and curiosity. A remedy for life, a gourd of wine, Chen Hu replied. Unperturbed, Oscar's eyes sparkled with fervor, perhaps due to their shared plight. Brother, did you truly defeat Boss Dai relying solely on a food-type martial soul? Would you be willing to teach me? Oscar's gaze held a glimmer of hope. Who would prefer to be a mere assistant when one could engage in honorable combat? Chen Hu harbored a fondness for Oscar and chuckled. Sure, but I have a question for you. What question? Oscar's eyes brightened. Have you ever witnessed the Shrek Academy at 4 a.m? What? Who would forsake sleep to see the academy at such an hour? Have you seen it? Oscar inquired. No, Chen Hu chuckled, shaking his head. However, I rise at 4 every morning to train. If you persist for several years, your physical prowess will not lag far behind that of the average soul master. Is it that simple to defeat Boss Dai? Oscar asked incredulously, his spirits slightly dampened. Indeed, how could the secret that allowed a food-type soul master to triumph over a battle soul master be conveyed in just a few words? Chen Hu replied with a smile. This is merely the first step. Next, you must engage in combat with various soul masters. Once you have lost 1,000 times, most soul masters of your level on the continent will not pose a challenge to you. Of course, to achieve victory over stronger foes, you must cultivate a unique skill, be it with blades, spears, swords, polearms, hidden weapons, poisons, or even your fists, and procure a quality weapon. Reflecting on weapons, Chen Hu recalled his trusty straight sword, which had accompanied him through thick and thin for 5 years, now worn and in need of replacement. In a few days, I must venture to Soto City to select a better blade, he mused. Finally, if possible, it is best to possess a soul skill of your own creation. After hearing Chen Hu's words, Oscar no longer felt deceived and could not help but voice his concerns. But if we invest so much time and energy into these pursuits, when will we find time to meditate and train? Our progression as support-type soul masters is already slower than that of battle soul masters. We fall even further behind. Thus, Chen Hu returned to his initial question. Have you seen the Shrek Academy at 4 a.m? He stated softly. To attain the power that ordinary individuals cannot possess, one must be willing to exert effort. Chen Hu's current strength stemmed partly from his martial soul, but even more so from his relentless dedication. Oscar shook his head. Such a method may be suitable for a prodigy like you, but I am just an ordinary person. It is better for me to remain a stable support-type food soul master. All right, we have arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao, please entrust Brother Ru to me. Ahead lies the boys' dormitory, and it would be inconvenient for you as a girl. Oscar pointed toward a wooden house. Where's the girls' dormitory? Lin Xiaoxiao, feeling positively about Oscar, entrusted Chen Hu to him before inquiring. It's right next door. Oscar supported Chen Hu and pointed to a nearby wooden cabin, saying, there is a cold girl inside. She is one of the newcomers today. You two will be sharing a dormitory. Is that all right? Not a problem. I'll leave Hu in your hands. I must take my leave now. Lin Xiaoxiao waved her hand and replied. Great. So, Chen Hu is entrusted to me? Oscar patted his chest confidently. Once Lin Xiaoxiao departed, Oscar mischievously remarked, well, Hu, coming to Shrek Academy with a girlfriend, huh? In that case, I shall not hold back with the other 2 girls. Chen Hu chuckled and shook his head. The head girl is not my girlfriend. She is merely the leader of our Junior Soul Master Academy, my superior. If you were a girl, would you pursue Dai Mubai as a boyfriend? That's only a matter of time. We have another brother in our dorm. Let's see if he has awakened yet. I must tell you, that brother is quite a monster. He nearly challenged teacher Zhao single-handedly. Just like you. He also has a girlfriend, though his is his younger sister, a delightful little girl. Rest assured, I would not impose on your girlfriends. However, it seems Dai is clearly smitten with that aloof beauty, so I shall not hold back with the girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Oscar swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As he pushed open the door, he found Tang San awake, resting on Oscar's back. Chen Hu finally beheld the figure he had envied throughout his childhood. Compared to 6 years ago, Tang San appeared more mature and healthier. A far cry from his malnourished appearance as a child. Where's this? Tang San asked, noticing Oscar and the somewhat familiar youth on his back. But he could not recall where he had seen him and decided not to dwell on it. Oscar laid Chen Hu on another bed and said, "This is our dormitory. You will be sharing with us from now on. Your name is Tang San, right? You are quite formidable, even making teacher Zhao, who is known for his toughness, suffer losses at your hands. Just like this brother Hu has also made Dai Mubai falter." Hu, such a peculiar name, Tang San mused. However, if he can make Dai Mubai falter, he must be extraordinary. Tang San regarded Chen Hu with newfound respect, fully aware of Dai Mubai's strength. He pondered why this brother seemed increasingly familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Yet, more than his curiosity about Chen Hu, Tang San was visibly concerned for Xiao Wu's safety and could not help but ask, "What about Xiao Wu? How is she?" Oscar reassured him, "Do not worry. She is sharing a room with Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After a night's rest, she should recover." Relieved, Tang San then turned his gaze to Chen Hu, unable to resist asking, Hu, have we met before?" "Indeed, we have crossed paths. It was at the Spirit Hall in Holy Soul Village," Chen Hu replied with a smile. "It's you. You are Chen Hu," Tang San exclaimed. Tang San finally recalled the other person who awakened their martial soul alongside him, the only other individual possessing soul power. "Tang San, Chen Hu, do you two know each other?" Oscar inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. "We both hail from the same city. The village where Tang San resides is adjacent to mine. We awakened our martial souls together, but later I was taken to Snow City for my studies, while Tang San remained in Nodding City," Chen Hu explained to Oscar. To be honest, encountering an old acquaintance in a foreign land, despite being mentally prepared, still brought Chen Hu immense joy. After all, both he and Tang San were visitors from another realm, and his feelings for Tang San had always been quite complex. "Truly, since we are so destined to meet, and will soon be roommates in the same dormitory, let us introduce ourselves," he suggested. "I am Oscar, a level 29 weapon soul master. My martial soul is a sausage. People affectionately refer to me as Sausage Specialty Oscar, but you may also call me Xiao Ao. Isn't it Big Sausage Uncle?" Tang San chuckled, introducing himself. "I am Tang San. From Holy Soul Village, a level 29 control-type weapon soul master. My martial soul is Blue Silver Grass. You may call me Tang San or Xiao San. I am Chen Hu, from Dragon Gate Village, a level 25 support-type weapon soul master. My martial soul is a medicinal wine gourd. My nickname is Hu. So you may call me either Hu or Chen Hu." Chen Hu smiled. Chapter 24, Martial Soul Fusion Skill? "Wait, Chen Hu, you are a support-type soul master? How did you manage to best Dai Mubai?" Tang San asked, as if recalling something, with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, it's not easy to make Dai Boss suffer a setback. Given Dai Boss's disheveled appearance, your match must have been quite thrilling. Chen Hu, care to share?" Oscar chimed in, intrigued. "Well, I might say I got lucky. Dai Mubai and the leader's battle consumed a significant amount of soul power, coupled with a sense of overconfidence. He lost the initiative at the start," Chen Hu recounted. "The sword techniques he practiced emphasized an unstoppable momentum. Once a series of strikes began, he would not cease until his soul power and stamina were thoroughly depleted. This was Chen Hu's strategy to counter various aggressive soul skills from battle soul masters. The application of soul skills by battle soul masters also required a preparatory phase, which, no matter how brief, could not be entirely circumvented. By executing a continuous combination of attacks, he could maximize the mitigation of the disparity between support-type and battle-type soul masters, preventing the latter from casting their skills. Dai Mubai, having underestimated Chen Hu's series of strikes, found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. Given Dai Mubai another chance, the only one likely to lose would be Chen Hu, for the gap in strength and soul power levels between them was indeed vast. After a while of casual chatter, Chen Hu began to feel a wave of fatigue. Although Oscar's sausage assistance was beneficial, the after-effects of the 8 gates of Duanjiao were not easily remedied. Chen Hu had no choice but to close his eyes and rely on meditation to recover his soul power and stamina. During the day, Tang San engaged in a fierce battle with Zhao Wujia, which drained a considerable amount of his soul power and exhausted his physical strength. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, although his vitality had been somewhat restored, his soul power had not recuperated. Seizing this opportunity, he delved into his training. In contrast, Oscar, after a brief session of cultivation, succumbed to rest. As dawn broke, Chen Hu was already awake. His previous conversation with Oscar had not been mere banter. Chen Hu rose daily at 4 in the morning to engage in physical exercise. To ensure adequate rest, he endeavored to retire by 11 at night. His morning regimen was aimed at maintaining his physical condition, and he chose running as his exercise of choice. The early morning sky still bore a hint of darkness as Chen Hu circled the Shrek Academy, running laps. Perhaps due to his weakened state, he soon found himself gasping for breath, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Fortunately, the restorative properties of his medicinal wine gourd enabled him to persevere through an hour of morning runs. After his run, Chen Hu transitioned to practicing his punches. As the sun gradually ascended from the east, Tang San was honing his purple extreme magic eyes atop the Academy's roof, while Chen Hu focused on refining his martial arts. For 5 years, he had remained steadfast in his pursuit of mastery over both boxing and swordsmanship. It was through a decade of relentless dedication that he had achieved commendable prowess in these disciplines. Concurrently, Chen Hu reflected on his recent battle with Dai Mubai. It must be said that his performance yesterday was commendable. However, he remained dissatisfied with his own efforts. Despite having unleashed his ultimate trump card, the 8 Gates of Duanjia, he still failed to secure a definitive victory over Dai Mubai. Though there were numerous objective factors at play, the crux of the matter lay in Chen Hu's underestimation of his opponent and the inadequacy of his weapon. I require a formidable blade. In the face of a soul master like Dai Mubai, who possesses defensive skills, without a weapon capable of threatening their defenses, no matter how skilled I am, I can only suppress my opponent rather than achieve victory, Chen Hu mused, placing the acquisition of a fine sword on his agenda. Additionally, he recognized significant issues with his control over the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's second soul skill, the White Tiger's fierce light wave, which caused an explosion, he would have struggled to awaken from the 8 Gates state independently. This was his first practical application of the 8 Gates in battle. And although the results were evident, numerous flaws remained for him to address and rectify. As he contemplated his shortcomings while throwing punches, the sun rose higher. Chen Hu returned to the dormitory alongside Tang San. Good morning, Xiao San, Chen Hu greeted with a smile. Good morning, Hu. Do you really wake up this early every day to train? Tang San inquired, noting that Chen Hu had already been exercising before he had even risen. Even the slowest bird must take flight early, Chen Hu replied casually. As support-type soul masters, our physical constitution is inferior, so we naturally need to exert more effort. But why do you push yourself so hard? Wouldn't it be better to focus on soul cultivation like Oscar? That is the path a support-type soul master should follow. Tang San expressed, perplexed. Tang San, though I have not witnessed it firsthand. The extraordinary skill with hidden weapons that Xiao Ao described yesterday must not be an innate talent. Only those of us who practice such arts comprehend that there are no shortcuts in the path of mastery. It requires relentless dedication and daily toil. So, why do you persist in honing the craft of hidden weapons instead of focusing solely on the cultivation of your martial soul? Chen Hu inquired with a gentle smile. Tang San understood that Chen Hu had his own convictions and chose to remain silent. He approached Oscar and gently shook him, saying, Xiao Ao, wake up. What is it? Let me sleep a little longer, Oscar murmured in a daze. Do rise, for the hour is already late. Are you not aware that the morning holds the key to the day's success? Tang San remarked, furrowing his brow. He was a diligent individual and hoped his companions would not squander their time. Oscar opened his eyes and gazed at Tang San, retorting, I am not like you. I am a weapon soul master, specifically of the food type, so I need not engage in the cumbersome training that you do. Chen Hu replied nonchalantly. I am also a weapon soul master of the food type, yet I arise at 4 in the morning. You are a freak. Who can compare to you? Oscar exclaimed, though he still got up to don his clothes, casting an impatient glance at Tang San. What do you want? Tang San responded. Please take me to where Xiao Wu resides. I wish to see how she is faring. Wait a moment, let us go together. It is also time for us to find a place for breakfast. Surely, Shrek Academy has a canteen, Chen Hu said, changing his clothes. His attire, damp with sweat, was exchanged for another set of white practice garments. For some reason, Chen Hu held a particular fondness for white clothing. Let us be off. The trio exited the dormitory. And as they walked, Oscar elaborated, the girls' dormitory is adjacent to ours. Jie should be aware of it. The school strictly forbids male students from entering the girls' dormitory without permission. The penalties for such an infraction are quite severe. Furthermore, Shrek Academy occupies merely 1/3 of the village. The remainder is inhabited by the villagers, so it is best not to disturb them unnecessarily. Indeed, Shrek Academy was rather impoverished, having only rented 1/3 of the village for its establishment. The so-called school buildings were merely rudimentary wooden houses constructed by the villagers. Fortunately, the academy was not far from Soto City, making it quite convenient for procuring supplies. Before long, Oscar led Tang San to Xiao Wu's room. Chen Hu addressed Oscar and Tang San. I shall seek out the leader. You two should awaken Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, so we may dine together and get to know one another. Oscar subtly gestured to Chen Hu, as if to say, good brother, you are quite generous. Chen Hu responded with a smile, approaching the door through which Lin Xiao Xiao had entered the previous night. He gently knocked. Did ya? Soon, the door opened, and Lin Xiaoxiao emerged, entwined with a serene young woman. The girl was of similar height to Lin Xiaoxiao, yet her figure was exceptionally alluring. Perfectly proportioned and strikingly attractive, rivaling Lin Xiaoxiao in beauty. Together, they stood, each a vision of grace, showcasing their unique charms. Zhu Qing. This is my little brother I mentioned to you, Chen Hu. You may simply call him Hu. The Hu. This is my newly acquainted sister, Zhu Qing. Lin Xiaoxiao enthusiastically introduced. Hello, I am Chen Hu, delighted to make your acquaintance. I've asked Oscar and Tang San to fetch Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. It's getting late. Shall we go for a meal together and get to know each other? Chen Hu suggested. All right, Zhu Qing replied succinctly, evoking in Chen Hu a sense reminiscent of Geddon. However, while Geddon's silence stemmed from shyness, Zhu Qing's reserved demeanor was a consequence of her upbringing, compelling her to mask her true self behind a frosty exterior, a form of self-protection. Yet, they were both troubled souls. The trio soon joined Tang San and the others. And after a brief introduction among the seven, they proceeded towards the cafeteria under Oscar's guidance. Along the way, Chen Hu sensed Ning Rongrong casting peculiar glances in his direction. Her lips poised to speak, yet hesitating. Approaching her, Chen Hu curiously inquired, "Is there something on my face?" "Oh, no, not at all," Ning Rongrong replied, a hint of fluster in her tone before she regained composure, gently stating, "Don't you think our temperaments are quite similar? Not only similar, but they also seem to complement each other. In the realm of martial souls, encountering one that harmonizes with your own is exceedingly rare. Yet, when such a bond is formed, the power unleashed in collaboration can multiply significantly. Are you suggesting a martial soul fusion technique?" Chen Hu, prompted by Ning Rongrong's words, recognized an attraction emanating from her, or more precisely, from her martial soul, the medicinal wine gourd. "What is your martial soul? Is it also an auxiliary type?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but inquire, her own being the supportive seven-treasure glazed tile, which typically resonates with similar martial souls. "The medicinal wine gourd," Chen Hu replied succinctly. "We've arrived," Oscar lamented, his eyes full of yearning as they settled on Chen Hu. "We should communicate more in the future," Ning Rongrong said, quickening her pace to catch up with Xiao Wu ahead. "Brother Eru, how could you be so inconsiderate? You already have Lin Xiaoxiao, and yet you pursue my Rongrong." Oscar lamented. "Do not speak nonsense. My relationship with the leader is merely a pure friendship. However, my compatibility with Ning Rongrong's martial soul is remarkably high, presenting a significant possibility for us to execute a martial soul fusion technique together. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Perhaps you should explore further?" Chen Hu suggested cautiously. What does a martial soul fusion technique signify? Without needing Chen Hu to elaborate, Oscar understood well that those who could execute such a technique together often ended up as couples. The bond formed through a martial soul fusion transcended most familial ties. Reaching a deeper level, only those with intimate connections could manifest such a technique. Chapter 25, The Evil Fire Phoenix. Ah, must I, with my remarkable charm, graceful demeanor, and striking presence, resign myself to a life as a lonely bachelor? Oscar lamented, unwilling to accept his fate. Chen Hu shook his head helplessly. In his memories, there seemed to be an impression of Oscar and Ning Rongrong as a pair. Yet, the matter of martial soul fusion techniques appeared to be an inevitable destiny. As a single man in his 2 lifetimes, Chen Hu felt a flicker of youthful yearning, longing for a girlfriend. Ning Rongrong, a charming and beautiful heiress, hailed from the continent's most prestigious sect, the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Apart from her somewhat playful personality, she possessed almost no flaws, making it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards her. Of course, this was not love at first sight, but merely a budding fondness. Whether this fondness could take root and flourish, Chen Hu was uncertain. The cafeteria of Shrek Academy was modestly sized. It operated under a contract with the nearby villagers, employing several to manage the meals for everyone. Although the food was simple, it was plentiful, ensuring no one left hungry. Chen Hu served himself 2 portions of food and placed them on the wooden table by the window. Observing the substantial mountain of food before Chen Hu, Ning Rongrong curiously inquired, "Is someone else not here?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Hu touched his nose, while Lin Xiaoxiao explained, "There's no one else. Eru has a naturally large appetite, so 1 portion is never enough. He usually orders 2. "Oh," Ning Rongrong nodded, looking at Chen Hu. She then placed a white steamed bun from her tray in front of him, saying, "I don't eat much. You can have this bun since I can't finish it." "Thank you." Under the curious gazes of everyone, Chen Hu did not refuse. After softly expressing his gratitude, he began to indulge in his meal. Chen Hu adhered to the habit of eating in silence. Unlike others who enjoyed conversing at the dining table, he always focused on one singular task, eating. As Oscar ate, he stole glances at Ning Rongrong, while Zhu Zhuqing and the others occasionally directed their attention towards Xiao Wu and Lin Xiaoxiao, muttering, "Alas, how unfortunate. I finally encounter a few female classmates. Yet they are all spoken for, and one fellow seems to monopolize both the bowl and the pot." The mountain of food before Chen Hu was rapidly diminishing when a somewhat sardonic voice broke the air. "Who is this? Eating even more than I do. Is their martial soul perhaps that of a pig?" It turned out to be Dai Mubai, accompanied by a chubby boy clad in a red vest, who had made the comment. Ignoring them, Chen Hu leisurely walked back to the counter to request a bowl of rice soup. After finishing the last bit of food, he glanced at the chubby boy, then turned to Dai Mubai, frowning slightly. "Has this obnoxious fellow just come from the restroom? His mouth reeks." Though he guessed the chubby boy was Ma Hongjun, a student of Shrek Academy, Chen Hu dared to confront Dai Mubai, let alone Ma Hongjun. Chen Hu, being a genius himself, possessed a certain pride. "Your unhappiness is your concern. If you provoke my displeasure, I shall not coddle you." Chen Hu would not be anyone's punching bag. "You little brat, say that again. I think you're the one who is full of it." Ma Hongjun was already seething with anger, and his words became increasingly abrasive. Chen Hu retorted sharply, "Whoever has foul breath must have eaten excrement. Why not ask everyone? Fatty, don't be impulsive." Seeing Ma Hongjun's face shift from pale to flushed, Dai Mubai, familiar with his temperament, quickly grasped his hand. Ma Hongjun snorted coldly, "You insolent brat. I'm giving Dai loud off face. If you apologize to me now, I might let you off the hook." "How shameless. It was you who spoke rudely first. And you're asking others to apologize?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but defend Chen Hu. "Who are you to meddle? If you don't want to get hurt, you'd best step aside." Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. "Do you know who I am?" Ning Rongrong's anger flared. "I don't care who you are, if you provoke me. I won't hold back," Ma Hongjun scoffed. Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned icy. Though she was furious, she understood that as a support-type spirit master, she was no match for Ma Hongjun. Pointing at Tang San, she said, "Tang San, you're a battle spirit master. Help us teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." Indeed, Ma Hongjun's behavior was rather displeasing, yet Tang San suspected he was a member of Shrek Academy. With the thought of avoiding unnecessary conflict, he advised, "You must also be a student of Shrek Academy, right? We will all be classmates in the future. Why not take a step back and resolve this amicably? It's not a significant matter. Do I need you to feign goodwill? Stop meddling in matters that don't concern you." Ma Hongjun rejected the offer dismissively. Tang San's expression darkened, and Zhu Zhuqing shot a glance at Dai Mubai, sneering, "Birds of a feather flock together. Indeed, they are a den of snakes and rats." Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and patted Chen Hu's shoulder, saying, Hu, do you need Big Sister to help you out?" "No need." Chen Hu stood up, his pale figure shielding everyone. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. "Fatty, shall we step outside to fight?" "Let us go then," Ma Hongjun grunted, leading the way out. "Chen Hu, are you mad? You're merely a support-type spirit master, and he is clearly a powerful assault-type spirit master. How could you possibly defeat him?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in disbelief. Chen Hu smiled. "It's fine. Who says a support-type spirit master can't fight? Rest assured, I'm confident." Hu, are you alright?" Lin Xiaoxiao wasn't he worried about Chen Hu's strength, especially after witnessing him use the 8 gates of Dunjia the previous day. Her only concern was whether his injuries had healed. "It's nothing." Chen Hu shook his head and stepped outside alone. Xiao Wu hesitated and asked, "He's a support-type spirit master? How could a support-type spirit master possibly compete against a battle spirit master?" "Uncle Sausage, who was that obnoxious fat boy just now?" Oscar replied. "That fat boy is the last of the 3 students from Shrek Academy I mentioned yesterday, a level 26 assault-type spirit master with a martial spirit evil fire phoenix." "Phoenix? We must stop Chen Hu. Isn't that akin to sending a sheep into a tiger's den? What is he trying to prove as a support-type spirit master?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. Tang San approached Xiao Wu with a smile and reassured her, "Do not worry, Xiao Wu. Chen Hu is no ordinary individual. Even Dai Mubai fell to him yesterday. Impossible. Dai Mubai is a 37th level battle soul master. How could an auxiliary-type soul master possibly defeat a battle soul master? Unless Chen Hu possesses soul power exceeding 70 levels? That is clearly unfeasible." Ning Rongrong shook her head, asserting her profound understanding of auxiliary-type soul masters. "Shall we not go and see for ourselves?" Xiao Wu, trusting in Tang San's honesty, suggested with curiosity. Outside the cafeteria, Ma Hongjun glared menacingly at Chen Hu and declared, "Kid, considering you are a member of Shrek Academy, you still have time to apologize to me." "Fatty, I think it's best to let it go," Dai Mubai advised. "Dai, are you siding with them too?" Ma Hongjun expressed his displeasure, feeling as if the entire world was against him. "I am fine. You are on your own. Don't blame me for not helping." Dai Mubai shrugged and stepped aside. With a surge of azure light, Chen Hu's second soul ring erupted in brilliant radiance. The wind spring elixir flowed into him, transforming into a refreshing breeze that enveloped his entire being. An auxiliary-type soul master? Ma Hongjun stared in disbelief. Against a battle soul master, Chen Hu never underestimated his opponent. Seizing the moment when Ma Hongjun was distracted, he transformed into a shadow of blue and appeared before Ma Hongjun, delivering a powerful punch. How is this possible? An auxiliary-type soul master cannot be this swift. Before Ma Hongjun could react, Chen Hu's fist struck his chest with tremendous force, causing him to stagger backward, his balance compromised. Chen Hu pressed the advantage relentlessly, his fists raining down like a flurry of blades, denying Ma Hongjun any opportunity to retaliate. The speed conferred by Wind Spring made his strikes even swifter and more unpredictable. Thus, when Ning Rongrong and the others emerged, they witnessed Ma Hongjun being battered like a mere human punching bag, utterly defenseless. TCH. I thought the little fatty had some skills. Is this all he has got? Xiao Wu remarked disdainfully as she observed Ma Hongjun being easily overwhelmed. Isn't Ma Hongjun a 28th level assault-type battle soul master? Why isn't he using his martial spirit? Even if his Phoenix martial spirit is weak, it should still be able to compete against an auxiliary-type soul master when activated. Xiao Wu pondered aloud, unable to suppress her curiosity. Could it be that the little fatty is feigning defeat to apologize? Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, finding the scene suspicious. This looks entirely staged. Ma Hongjun isn't even using his martial spirit. A beast martial spirit master's power and speed would transform drastically upon activation. It makes no sense not to use it. It is not that simple, Tang San remarked, his eyes glimmering with purple light as he explained. It is not that Ma Hongjun does not wish to activate his martial spirit. Rather, he has not been afforded the opportunity to do so. Whether one wields a beast martial spirit or a weapon martial spirit, activating it requires intense concentration, and some martial spirits necessitate the coordination of soul incantations. Every strike from Chen Hu is meticulously calculated, targeting the areas of the body with the highest concentration of nerves. While each blow may not inflict significant physical damage on Ma Hongjun, the pain he experiences is extraordinary, rendering him incapable of summoning his martial soul. I surmise that Ma Hongjun became distracted when Chen Hu revealed his identity as a support-type soul master, allowing Chen Hu to seize the opportunity and dominate the fight. Tang San, true to his nature, adeptly analyzed the battle situation, mirroring the original circumstances with remarkable accuracy. Observing Chen Hu's combat techniques, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. They bore little resemblance to the attack methods of the Douluo Continent, instead evoking memories of the martial arts of the Tang sect from his previous life. In the clash of experts, a mere opportunity can lead to a decisive victory over one's opponent. Chapter 26, Flender. The power of the wind surrounded Chen Hu as he truly became the embodiment of the breeze, relentlessly assaulting Ma Hongjun like an unending tempest. I've got you, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as he felt the strength behind Chen Hu's punches waning, the pain lessening in intensity. Martial soul manifestation, Ma Hongjun shouted. And with a resounding cry of the phoenix, brilliant violet-red light erupted from his body, transforming into a scorching wave of heat as fierce flames surged forth. Forcing Chen Hu back, 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet as Ma Hongjun advanced step by step toward Chen Hu, resembling an avenger emerging from the depths of a fiery hell, exuding a formidable aura that heated the surrounding air. You brat die, Ma Hongjun declared, raising his hand as his first soul ring suddenly flared with brilliance. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of fine violet-red flames directed at Chen Hu. The high temperature warped the air, and although the flames appeared subdued, they shot forth like an extending line of fire in the sky. After being pushed back by Ma Hongjun, Chen Hu suddenly began gasping for breath, eventually succumbing to a fit of coughing, his complexion growing increasingly pale, devoid of any color. The violet-red flames extended toward him, and wisps of gentle wind gathered, swiftly widening the gap between Chen Hu and Ma Hongjun. As Chen Hu engaged in further vigorous movement, his coughs grew heavier, and he found himself bending over involuntarily. What is going on? Ma Hongjun wondered, though he remained relentless, unwilling to show mercy after enduring so many blows. However, the temperature of the flames in the air noticeably diminished. Fatty, stop! Dai Mubai observed Chen Hu's deteriorating condition and shouted urgently, preparing to rush out to save him. Yet, someone was quicker than Dai Mubai. Overlord Spear. The dark, 7-foot-long spear swept through the air, forcing back the phoenix flames before Chen Hu. Lin Zhao's petite figure stood resolutely in front of Chen Hu, embodying the spirit of a formidable guardian. How magnificent, little miss! Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with admiration. What? You want to take on 2 with 1? I'm not afraid of you. Ma Hongjun sneered. Were it not for the injuries sustained by the arrow, you would not have the opportunity to speak so boldly now. Lin Xiaoxiao retorted with defiance. My dear friend, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. After all, it is indeed your fault. Chen Hu is a food system soul master, and given his prior injuries, he has yet to unleash his unique soul skills. Perhaps we should all take a step back and consider this a chance encounter rather than an altercation, Dai Mubai interjected, addressing the crowd. Heartbroken? This little chubby fellow has a girlfriend? Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed, retracting her bawang spear and approaching Chen Hu with genuine concern. How are you faring? I'm fine, really. Chen Hu replied, coughing slightly. Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, gently patting Chen Hu's back to help him regain his composure. Others gathered around, their gazes toward Chen Hu markedly transformed. While they were aware of his formidable combat prowess, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. In the realm of soul masters, strength reigned supreme, and Chen Hu's earlier display had earned him their respect. Amidst the throng of admirers surrounding Chen Hu, Oscar experienced a twinge of envy and resentment, muttering to himself. After a brief interval, his first soul ring illuminated, and the medicinal wine within his gourd transformed into the revitalizing bamboo leaf green. After taking a few sips, Chen Hu's complexion improved noticeably. At that moment, a sound echoed from afar, a rhythmic clanging. That is the call of the Dean summoning us. Let us proceed to the grand playground. Chen Hu, are you all right? Lin Xiaoxiao, Ning Rongrong, please assist Chen Hu. We cannot afford to be late for the Dean's gathering. Dai Mubai instructed. Everyone nodded in agreement, and with Lin Xiaoxiao and Ning Rongrong supporting Chen Hu, they made their way to the grand playground. Dai, what do you make of these new students? Especially that one named Chen Hu. He nearly bested me without giving me a chance to fight back. Ma Hongjun whispered to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes in annoyance. You can chuckle all you want, but had I not paved the way for you, you would not be enjoying such ease today. Is there a story behind this? Ma Hongjun inquired, intrigued. There is little for me to conceal from you, as Zhao Laosher witnessed everything. Yesterday's entrance exam was a test of the Bawang Spear Soul Master, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the Gourd Soul Master, Chen Hu. In both rounds, I did not hold back, yet I faced defeat, Dai Mubai admitted candidly. You lost. Are you saying they both withstood your full assault for an entire incense's length of time? Ma Hongjun asked, astonished. In strict terms, they held the upper hand. Had it not been for the suppression of soul power levels, I might have been defeated. Furthermore, I employed my third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, yet still could not overcome them, Dai Mubai sighed, acknowledging, Chen Hu is a true anomaly, in every conceivable sense. He possesses a uniquely crafted soul technique that significantly enhances his strength, speed, and recovery capabilities. When I launched my full-force attack using the White Tiger Vajra Transformation Soul Technique, I could muster only enough strength to block. Had it not been for the side effects of his self-created soul technique today, do you genuinely believe you would have had a chance for a comeback? In an equal state, even without a sneak attack, in a fair confrontation, you might not stand a chance against him. How could that be? Is he truly akin to Xiao Ao, merely a food-type soul master? Ma Hongjun gasped in astonishment, a hint of trepidation creeping in. Though I do not fully comprehend the reasons, he is indeed a food-type soul master. Moreover, Chen Hu is not the most extraordinary. The most formidable is that fellow named Tang San, whose mastery of hidden weapons is utterly unpredictable. In a one-on-one match against Teacher Zhao, he inflicted considerable losses upon him. Demubai remarked with a bitter smile. Truly, there are monsters every year, but this year seems particularly abundant, Ma Hongjun murmured. While they were conversing, a middle-aged man approached from another direction on the playground. Upon closer inspection of the man's features, both Tang San and Xiao Wu displayed signs of surprise. Chen Hu scrutinized the newcomer as well. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctly elongated face, his chin protruding slightly, his jaw wide, and his facial structure somewhat flat, complemented by a hawk-like nose. His eyes were narrowed, exuding a sharp and acerbic demeanor, and he wore a pair of rigid square black crystal glasses. This individual was none other than Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy. Flinder approached the 9 students, adjusted his glasses, and spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. This year is quite promising. We have gained 6 more little monsters. I, Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, warmly welcome your arrival. Subsequently, each of you is to present 100 gold soul coins as tuition to Teacher Li, who manages finances. Demubai stepped forward respectfully. Addressing Principal, Flinder replied, 6 new junior brothers and sisters have arrived. Remember to share the rules of Shrek Academy with them later. Then, return to rest and prepare your bodies for optimal condition. The first class will commence this evening. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Chen Hu, you 3 are exceptions. Please follow me. Oscar's expression instantly fell, especially upon seeing Ning Rongrong supporting Chen Hu. His eyes briefly lit up before dimming again. Flinder waved his hand, stating, the others may go and rest. Remember, it is best to adjust to your peak condition by tonight. Do not blame me for not warning you. The teaching at Shrek Academy is unlike any other place, and may even pose dangers. Zhu Zhuqing left without a backward glance, while Demu Bai hurriedly followed. And Ma Hongjun vanished swiftly as well. Only Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lin Xiaoxiao remained, intrigued by Flinder's methods of instruction. Lin Xiaoxiao understood that the Night Master was a student of Shrek Academy and was eager to witness what kind of institution could produce such a talent. Noticing that Tang San and the others had not departed, Flinder did not dismiss them, but instead remarked to Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Chen Hu. Each individual possesses their own unique cultivation method. The nature of one's martial spirit dictates the approach to cultivation. On the Douluo Continent, there exists a remarkable diversity of martial spirits, with none being identical. Thus, what the Academy imparts is not merely the methodology of cultivation, but rather the art of wielding one's martial spirit effectively, how to safeguard oneself on the battlefield, and to support one's comrades. Before we commence our lessons, Chen Hu, I must pose to you a question. Do you aspire to tread the path of a support-type soul master or that of a battle soul master? Upon hearing Flinder's inquiry, not only Flinder himself, but also Tang San and the others turned their curious gazes towards Chen Hu, for this was a question they had long pondered. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Hu, perplexed, responded, Is there a conflict between the two? A soul master is inherently a combat profession. Even a support-type soul master is a variant of a battle soul master, merely diverging in developmental direction. I am a support-type soul master. Yet I am also a battle soul master. The two are not mutually exclusive, are they? Nonsense, Flinder scoffed, a note of disdain in his voice. I am unaware of how that rascal Li Yuan has instructed you, but a support-type soul master is distinctly a support-type soul master. While a battle soul master is unequivocally a battle soul master, there exists a chasm between the two that cannot be conflated. Currently, you may enhance your physical prowess to a level comparable to that of a battle soul master through rigorous training. However, as the number of soul rings increases, the disparity in physical capabilities between battle soul masters and support-type soul masters becomes insurmountable, far beyond what can be compensated for through mere training. Additionally, the lack of offensive soul skills is a significant shortcoming of support-type soul masters, rendering them incapable of engaging in direct combat with battle soul masters. Chen Hu, you have strayed onto a misguided path. It is not too late to reconsider. At present, you may appear capable of contending with battle soul masters like Tang San and the others, but as your levels rise, the gulf between you will only widen, to the point where you may not even glimpse their figures. With your innate talent, should you choose to return to the right path and focus on the cultivation of your martial spirit, your soul power should certainly not be the lowest within Shrek Academy. As Flinder concluded, his tone bore a stern gravity. Chapter 27, Support-Type Soul Masters. No support-type soul master can engage in combat on par with battle soul masters of the same rank. As soul power levels escalate, the physical disparity between battle soul masters and support-type soul masters becomes increasingly pronounced, and the lethality of soul skills presents an insurmountable divide. Although Chen Hu displayed formidable combat prowess, to Flinder, this was merely a matter of taking shortcuts. Indeed, self-created soul skills are more potent than those granted by soul rings. But even the most powerful self-created skill remains singular. The creation of a second self-created soul skill is nearly impossible. When a soul master's soul power is not sufficiently elevated and the number of soul rings remains limited, possessing a self-created soul skill can significantly influence the outcome of a battle. However, as soul power increases and the array of skills granted by soul rings diversifies, the relative efficacy of a self-created skill diminishes considerably. Diverting one's focus to the development of self-created soul skills and pursuing unrealistic combat techniques is, for a support-type soul master, tantamount to straying from one's true calling. It is evident that Flinder is perturbed, frustrated by the apparent lack of direction. But am I truly in error? Chen Hu reflected deeply, confronting for the first time the disapproval of his mentor. These words, previously unspoken by Li Yuan, ignited a flicker of resentment within him. Why must an auxiliary soul master be deemed inferior to a battle soul master? If he were merely a simple auxiliary soul master, could he truly alter his own fate, transform the destinies of his family, change Su Yuntao's fate, or even impact the lives of his classmates, teachers, and the very future of the Spirit Hall? In this world, everything he had witnessed, heard, and felt suggested that the Spirit Hall should not simply fade into the annals of history on the Douluo Continent. Yet, was his power truly sufficient? What did it matter if he created his own soul skill? Feng Xiaodian had his own, as did Xie, yet ultimately, they could not affect any change in the future, could they? To be an auxiliary soul master, hiding with his loved ones and friends in an obscure village where no one knew them, might allow them to evade disaster. Chen Hu's resolve wavered. for he was acutely aware of the vast chasm between auxiliary and battle soul masters. At its core, it was a matter of dissatisfaction. Since the heavens granted him an opportunity to inhabit such a splendid world, how could he resign himself to being an ordinary auxiliary soul master, leading a life of mediocrity? A true man should wield a sword and achieve extraordinary feats. The fog in Chen Hu's eyes began to dissipate, and his conviction grew steadily stronger. He clasped his hands before his chest, slightly bowed, then lifted his head, straightened his back, and gazed directly at Flinder, declaring, "Director Flinder, I am both an auxiliary and a battle soul master. I refuse to relinquish either path. This is the road I have chosen, and even you cannot compel me to change it. If you are unwilling to accept me, I shall gladly depart from Shrek Academy. However, my choice remains unwavering." The determination in Chen Hu's words took Flinder by surprise. After all, in Flinder's eyes, Chen Hu was merely a 12-year-old child. At this age, even if a soul master exhibited relative maturity, they typically adhered to their teacher's guidance, obeying rather than rebelling or clinging stubbornly to their convictions. Yet, as Flinder gazed into Chen Hu's eyes, he saw a light he had only encountered once before, in the eyes of his best friend, Master Yu Xiaojing. Perhaps he was right. Flinder mused. Since you are so resolute, do not blame me for not warning you. If you fail to meet Shrek Academy's standards before graduation, and do not achieve a soul power level of 40 or above by the age of 20, you will not receive a diploma from me, Flinder stated coldly. Do not assume that reaching level 40 before 20 is a simple feat. The higher the soul power level, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. Sometimes, advancing even one level may take years of effort. The challenges faced by auxiliary soul masters are inherently greater than those of battle soul masters. If you insist on pursuing this path, do not expect me to show leniency. Thank you, Director Flinder. Chen Hu understood that Flinder had made a compromise. Although this concession came with stipulations, for Chen Hu, failing to reach level 40 before the age of 20 would render him better off disappearing into a small village and living a life of anonymity. Flinder deftly sidestepped the topic and turned his attention to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating, "Let us not dwell on whether Chen Hu's path is correct. As a conventional support soul master, it is imperative to have companions for protection, both on the battlefield and in everyday life. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Oscar, please enlighten us on how a support soul master can safeguard oneself in battle." Oscar replied without hesitation, "One should remain as far behind one's allies as possible, utilizing the terrain and any available resources to evade danger. It is essential to stay away from perilous environments." Flinder nodded in agreement and remarked, "You are correct. However, there is one crucial point you overlooked. For a support soul master, fleeing is paramount. A support soul master who cannot escape is not an effective one. And what does fleeing require most? Undoubtedly, physical stamina. As soul masters, your physical endurance is somewhat superior to that of ordinary individuals, yet your adversaries are battle soul masters. At critical moments, each additional step can be the key to your survival." Flinder's words echoed sentiments Chen Hu had heard from Night Master, though not entirely identical. They were closely aligned. Furthermore, the scant memories he possessed underscored that physical prowess was equally as vital as the enhancement of soul power. Thus, Chen Hu had never abandoned his physical training over the years, thanks to the remarkable effects of his medicinal wine gourd. His physical capabilities surpassed those of many soul masters of the same rank, his strength rivaling that of most beast spirit masters. This was also why he was able to contend momentarily with Dai Mubai, who was utilizing his third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. After employing the 8 gates of Duanjia, the enhancement of the 8 gates was largely predicated on Chen Hu's own attributes. In other words, as Chen Hu's physical condition and soul power levels increased, so too did the potency of the 8 gates of Duanjia. However, Oscar's expression at that moment was rather peculiar, seemingly reflecting a degree of skepticism. Indeed, Flinder shifted his focus, nodding towards Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Chen Hu, and declared, "Your lesson today is to engage in physical training. From this moment onward, you are to run 20 laps around the entire village. If you have not returned by lunchtime, you shall forego your meal. You may utilize your soul abilities. Now, begin, and Oscar will lead the way." "Understood," Ning Rongrong affirmed, casting a glance at Chen Hu before dashing out without hesitation. Oscar hesitated momentarily before following suit, leaving Chen Hu standing alone. Chen Hu did not rush to run, since Flinder had mentioned the use of soul abilities. He would certainly take advantage of that. "Wind Spring," he invoked, summoning the yellow glow from the soul ring bestowed by a 700-year-old soul beast, the Wind Fox, transforming the medicinal wine within his gourd into the ancient elixir known as Wind Spring. Wind Spring, true to its name, enveloped Chen Hu in a refreshing breeze after he imbibed it, allowing him to traverse with the grace of the wind, nearly doubling his speed. With Chen Hu's soul power, The wind spring he conjured could sustain him for an impressive half-hour. As the wind spring surged, Chen Hu transformed into a swift gust, rapidly closing the gap between himself and Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The village referenced by Flander encompassed not just the settlement, but also its arable lands, amounting to approximately 3 or 4 kilometers in circumference. Completing 20 laps would entail a daunting distance. It was no easy feat even for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, both over level 20 as support-type soul masters, let alone for battle soul masters of the same level. Previously, such a challenge would not have daunted Chen Hu, but having just activated the 8 gates of Duanjia less than a day ago, and considering his prior spar with Ma Hongjun, he felt considerably weakened. The prospect of running 20 laps, totaling 60 to 70 kilometers, was indeed formidable. Consequently, he refrained from sharing the wind spring with Oscar and Ning Rongrong. This morning's training had provided Chen Hu with a grasp of the village's layout, prompting him to surge ahead rather than follow Oscar. Flander's directive was to run swiftly, and for Chen Hu, this meant sprinting at full speed, as such exertion would yield greater training benefits compared to a steady jog. However, this also resulted in an exponential drain on his stamina, making it challenging to maintain such intensity for prolonged periods, even for a soul master. Nevertheless, when it came to stamina, Chen Hu had yet to encounter a worthy rival. After invoking his soul skill, the wind spring potion enhanced his speed, yet did not negate its ability to restore stamina. With each sip, Chen Hu maintained a delicate equilibrium between consumption and recovery. As the scenery blurred past, Chen Hu darted outside the village housing Shrek Academy, faintly hearing the grumbles of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Yet, immersed in his training, he remained largely oblivious to the outside world, wholly focused on synchronizing his breath with his strides, savoring the influence of the wind spring on his physique, and striving to maximize its effects. With over 6 years of awakening his martial soul, Chen Hu had deepened his understanding of its power. Through his exploration of martial souls and soul skills, he discovered that the enhancements provided by both Bamboo Leaf Green and Wind Spring were not fixed. Soul masters could indeed amplify the effects of these skills through various unique methods and techniques. First, a soul master with superior digestive capacity could experience more potent effects from Bamboo Leaf Green and Wind Spring. Chen Hu's prodigious appetite stemmed, in part, from his use of certain substances that significantly bolstered his digestive capabilities, thereby enhancing the augmentation effects of his soul skills. Secondly, fluctuations in emotion could influence the potency of Bamboo Leaf Green, while the rhythm and pace of one's breathing could impact the efficacy of Wind Spring. Upon obtaining the second soul ring, the potency of the Wind Spring could only enhance Chen Hu's speed by approximately 70%. However, now this augmentation has escalated to 90% or perhaps even beyond. Chen Hu is confident that with diligent exploration, he will uncover further methods to enhance the efficacy of his soul skills. Chapter 28, The Grand Soul Arena. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Chen Hu returned to the gates of Shrek Academy. The blazing sun loomed like a colossal fireball, roasting all of nature beneath its relentless rays. Chen Hu's garments were thoroughly drenched in sweat, emanating a faint mist as they succumbed to the sun's heat. He gasped for breath. The medicinal wine gourd at his waist had lost its form. By the 15th lap around the village surrounding Shrek Academy, his soul power had been entirely depleted. He could scarcely maintain even the most basic manifestation of his martial soul, let alone the Wind Spring soul skill. The remaining 4 laps were endured solely through sheer willpower. This extreme exertion was a sensation Chen Hu had not experienced in quite some time, accompanied by waves of weakness within him, yet juxtaposed with a profound sense of exhilaration. "Oscar, why are you the only one here? Where's Ning Rongrong?" Chen Hu inquired, observing Oscar stagger past him with an air of curiosity. I don't know," Oscar replied, gritting his teeth resolutely. Noticing Oscar's expression, fragments of memories flickered in Chen Hu's mind, leading him to a rueful smile as he comprehended the situation. "Continue on, I shall retrieve her," he stated. Indeed, the original narrative did mention that Ning Rongrong had slipped away midway to indulge in a grand feast in Soto City. As a potential partner possessing a martial soul fusion technique, Chen Hu did not wish for Ning Rongrong's pampered upbringing to subject her to the disdain and rejection of others. After a thorough search, Chen Hu finally located Ning Rongrong at a renowned restaurant in Soto City. At that moment, she was voraciously devouring a sumptuous spread before her. With a firm grip, Chen Hu seized her wrist and declared coldly, "Come with me." "I refuse. Who are you to command me?" Ning Rongrong protested. Caught off guard by the grip on her wrist, faced with Chen Hu's stern gaze, a flicker of unease washed over her, prompting her to struggle. "Come with me," Chen Hu reiterated, his tone unwavering, his profound gaze radiating an imposing authority. "Help! Someone is harassing a respectable woman in broad daylight," Ning Rongrong exclaimed. a devilish smile gracing her lips as she suddenly cried out. The surrounding patrons, who had been mere spectators, began to murmur and point. Ning Rongrong, already a striking beauty, appeared even more endearing as she feigned tears. Before long, a middle-aged man emerged. Where did this impudent brat come from? You haven't even grown hair yet, and you dare to abduct a maiden. Begone, lest I inform your elders to deal with you. Indeed. Release that young girl immediately, or my fist shall show no mercy. In that instant, Chen Hu felt as though he had committed a heinous act, standing amidst the accusatory gazes of the crowd. Yet in Ning Rongrong's tearful eyes, there was a glimmer of mischief, as if to say, "Are you frightened now? Serves you right for meddling." Chen Hu, on the verge of tears, finally comprehended why Ning Rongrong was bestowed with the title of the transformative little sorceress. Her ability to weep at will indeed marked her as a born performer. Regrettably, Chen Hu placed his hand into the pouch at his waist and slowly extracted a dark yellow badge, laying it upon the table as he began to elucidate. This is my junior. The child is unaware of her actions and has disturbed everyone. I hope you can overlook it. Rongrong, we have had our fun. If we wish to avoid Flandre's reprimand, it is best we return. The latter part of his statement was directed towards Ning Rongrong. The badge, an emblem of the Spirit Hall, was reputed to be awarded solely to soul masters of teaching rank within the Spirit Hall. This youth, appearing scarcely 15 or 16, was indeed a soul master of such caliber? One might think you are rather uninformed. It is said that those who have made significant contributions to the Spirit Hall, or prodigies hailing from its ranks, are eligible to receive the dark yellow badge in advance, though the latter holds far greater value. Observing this young gentleman, it is evident he belongs to the latter category. A prodigy of the Spirit Hall? The crowd fell into silence, regardless of the veracity of Chen Hu's claim. The Spirit Hall was not an entity they could afford to provoke. Ning Rongrong, too, exhibited an expression of disbelief. You are a soul master of the Spirit Hall? Is that so surprising? We, who come from ordinary families, do not possess the privileged resources that disciples of a grand sect like the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School enjoy from birth. If one wishes to rise above, is there any other choice but to join the Spirit Hall? Chen Hu responded. You could join our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. A talent like yours would undoubtedly receive the finest training from us. Moreover, as we are all support-type soul masters, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would be the most suitable place for you, Ning Rongrong remarked, albeit playfully, instinctively seeking to recruit a prodigy for her sect. Perhaps, Chen Hu did not outright reject Ning Rongrong, yet he did not exhibit any particular enthusiasm either. The onlookers dared not intervene, especially upon realizing that Ning Rongrong hailed from the formidable Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, an entity beyond their reach. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong accompanied Chen Hu back to Shrek Academy, embarking on a light jog around the village. Chen Hu, seated upon the ground, began to recover his soul power. Once partially restored, he utilized Wind Spring to enhance Ning Rongrong's speed and replenish her stamina. As night fell, Flandre, the four-eyed cat eagle and the dean of Shrek Academy, stood in the center of the square, observing the 9 students. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, Xiao Wu, the icy-faced Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Xiaoxiao, who clung to Zhu Zhuqing's arm, were all prepared for their evening lessons, brimming with vigor. In stark contrast, Oscar and Ning Rongrong bore expressions of fatigue. Similarly, Chen Hu's complexion remained pale as usual, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of rosiness in his pallor, and his breathing had become more elongated and stable, indicating a significant recovery in his condition. Chen Hu is not only a soul master, but also a physician. While journeying to Soto City to seek out Ning Rongrong, he procured some medicinal herbs for strengthening his constitution. After consuming them, his complexion visibly improved, and his health restored quite well. Chen Hu estimated that within 2 or 3 days, he would fully recover. Moreover, due to the invigorating effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he sensed a peculiar transformation throughout his being. Most notably, his recently attained soul power began to stir once more, and he anticipated that it would not be long before he reached the 26th level. Among the 9 members of Shrek Academy, Chen Hu possessed the lowest soul power, having just reached level 25. However, after employing the 8 gates of Duanjia, he experienced a significant enhancement in his soul power, soon catching up to Ning Rongrong's 26th level. Flinder regarded Ning Rongrong for a considerable time before scoffing. Ning Rongrong. This is Shrek Academy, not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I cannot and do not wish to interfere with your affairs at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. But if you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, you must at least temper your pampered nature. You were fortunate this time, otherwise, there would certainly be no place for you here. Flinder, are you actually spying on me? Ning Rongrong retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. But then a mischievous smile crossed her lips. Dean Flinder, I surely did not defy your orders. I completed all 20 laps without fail. Thus, I say you were lucky. Without Chen Hu's assistance, do you truly believe you could have finished those 20 laps? Flinder replied with a huff. I hope you remember this lesson and do not let it happen again. On the battlefield, one cannot always rely on a partner like Chen Hu to assist you. Upon finishing his admonition, Flinder turned his gaze to Chen Hu, a cold smile playing on his lips. Chen Hu, since you aspire to be both a support-type soul master and a battle soul master, you cannot neglect the support-type curriculum. And you must also participate in the battle soul master courses. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two may return to rest. Chen Hu, you remain behind to join Mu Bai and the others for tonight's lessons. What? But Dean Flinder, you mentioned that tonight's lesson poses certain dangers and requires proper preparation. With Chen Hu's current condition, are you not deliberately sending him to his demise? Tang Sen interjected, furrowing his brow. This is his own decision. Even if he were to perish, he cannot blame others, Flinder responded expressionlessly. But, Tang San was about to argue further when Chen Hu interjected, Dean, I am willing to attend tonight's lesson. He then smiled at Tang San and the others who expressed concern for him. Do not worry, as a support-type soul master. If I claim to be second in recovery ability, none would dare claim the first. My condition is fine, and participating in tonight's lesson poses no issue. This is the path I have chosen, and if I cannot meet this modest demand, what right do I have to be a member of the Monster Academy, Shrek Academy? Well said. Shrek indeed signifies monster. Without the heart of a monster, what right do you have to be a student of Shrek Academy? Flinder rarely displayed any joy, but he coughed lightly and added, let us proceed. Off we go. Here lies the Grand Soul Arena. Upon gazing at the remarkably familiar architectural style before her, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turned out that the danger mentioned by Dean Flander pertained to the Grand Soul Arena, which was akin to a fish thriving in water for both herself and Eru. A nostalgic smile graced Lin Xiaoxiao's lips. What is the Grand Soul Arena? Tang San and Xiao Wu inquired, unable to contain their curiosity. Flander cast a fleeting glance at Lin Xiaoxiao and explained. The Grand Soul Arena is a structure that only major cities of a national caliber can possess. Its scale serves as a hallmark of a nation's strength. Each Grand Soul Arena is named after its corresponding main city. The one before you is the Soto Grand Soul Arena. As the name suggests, it is a venue where soul masters engage in combat using their martial spirits. Both the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire share a belief. The fate of a nation is determined by the fortunes of its soul arenas. But isn't being a soul master the most noble profession? Why then is there a Grand Soul Arena, where soul masters are displayed like monkeys for the amusement of ordinary spectators? Tang Xin questioned, perplexed. Chen Hu scoffed, with blades in hand. The desire to kill arises. Without a place to vent their emotions and energies, this continent would have long been ravaged by the conflicts among soul masters. Flander nodded. Chen Hu has a point, though it may be somewhat one-sided. While the Grand Soul Arena indeed allows soul masters to release some of their emotions, its primary purpose is to hone their combat abilities. Moreover, the longevity of the Grand Soul Arena is supported by a formidable force, making it one of the best platforms for soul masters to showcase their prowess. Chapter 29, The Unrivaled Blade King. The Soto Grand Soul Arena, as one of the iconic structures of Soto City, embodies the profound heritage of such a landmark. A vast expanse of towering edifices stretches endlessly, crowned by an oval structure that soars approximately 120 meters into the sky. The group paused at a nearby tea shop, ordering several cups of fine tea. Flander leisurely remarked, though I am not particularly fond of places like the Grand Soul Arena, one cannot deny that its survival to this day is due to a unique system. The Grand Soul Arena was established by the 7 foremost soul master families on the continent, independent of the Spirit Hall or the 2 great empires, forming a third-party force that rivals the wealth of nations. It can be said that any soul master emerging from the Grand Soul Arena will shine as a new star on the continent, reaping immense benefits and gaining considerable fame, an irresistible temptation for any soul master. Furthermore, the Grand Soul Arena upholds the most fundamental sense of fairness. Here, once one ascends the battle platform, they need not fear retribution, even if they were to slay a descendant of a prominent family. As he spoke, a brilliant light sparked in Flander's eyes. The rank of a martial spirit and the color of spirit rings signify a soul master's strength. Yet they do not fully represent a soul master's combat prowess. Only the titles earned from the Grand Soul Arena can truly reflect a soul master's might. Every soul master who steps into the Grand Soul Arena is bestowed with a soul badge issued by the arena. With each victory, they earn a certain number of points, and upon reaching a specific threshold, their rank will elevate. The soul badges awarded by the Grand Soul Arena are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond, totaling 8 ranks. At this juncture, Flinder's gaze swept across the 7 individuals before him, and he declared, Your task is to attain a Silver Soul Badge before graduation. Do not be misled into thinking that acquiring a Silver Soul Badge is a simple feat. Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun have been engaged in practical training here for over a year. Mu Bai, please enlighten them on the requirements for advancing the rank of the Soul Badge and share your battle record. As he spoke, Flinder nonchalantly sipped the inferior tea before him. As the headmaster of Shrek Academy for over a decade, he understood well the art of teaching. For students, fostering interest is paramount. Igniting their intrinsic motivation to learn is essential for achieving outstanding results. Dai Mubai stated, I began participating in the Soul Arena of Soto City when I was at level 29, engaging in a total of 56 battles. With a record of 29 wins and 27 losses, accruing 2 points. To ascend from Iron to Copper, one requires 100 points. Each victory awards 1 point, while a loss deducts 1. If one achieves consecutive victories exceeding 5, each subsequent win grants 10 points. Surpassing 10 consecutive victories yields 100 points per win. However, even if you accumulate 100 points to advance to Copper, losing just one match will revert you back to the Iron rank. To progress from Copper to Silver, each victory awards 10 points, while a defeat deducts 10. The ratios for consecutive victories remain the same as an Iron rank, and upon reaching 1,000 points, one is automatically promoted to Silver. Tang San, familiar with Dai Mu Bai's prowess, expressed astonishment. Mu Bai, with your strength, how could you have only 29 wins and 27 losses? This seems implausible. Your martial spirit must be among the strongest of beast martial spirits. This is quite normal. For the Grand Soul Arena enforces a rule that only soul masters of the same rank may compete. Thus, Dai Mu Bai, at level 29, would initially have a high win rate, but upon reaching level 31, he would face opponents at levels 38 and 39. Achieving a positive score is commendable. Furthermore, do not underestimate the soul masters in the arena. Age is irrelevant there. They have honed their skills over decades within their ranks. And while their martial spirits and soul rings may not be perfectly matched, their practical experience far exceeds that of students yet to graduate. Lin Xiao stepped in to clarify for Tang San. Hu and I began competing in soul battles 3 years ago, and it was only in the final days before graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy that I earned my Copper Soul Badge. This does not seem particularly daunting. Xiao, what is your battle record? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, inquired, for both Lin Xiao and herself were of the same age, and it was unreasonable for her to believe she was inferior. Lin Xiao, with a faint smile and a hint of annoyance, replied, it's not that difficult. So far, I have participated in 107 soul battles, achieving a record of 63 victories and 44 defeats. That cannot be right. Xiao, you managed to advance to the Copper Soul Arena. Even with a streak of consecutive wins, it seems implausible to ascend with such a record. Xiao Wu seized upon the inconsistency in Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao chuckled and clarified, of course, Dai Mu Bai did not specify the methods and types of soul battles. According to the nature of the wagers, soul battles can be categorized into competitive battles, gambling battles, and life and death battles. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the distinctions. Another classification pertains to the number of participants: one-on-one soul battles, two-on-two duels, and multi-person team battles. Most of my points were accrued in two-on-two battles alongside Ru. Oh, I see. Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in understanding. Among the 7, only they, hailing from the Noting City Intermediate Soul Master Academy, had yet to experience the Soul Battle Arena. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai required no further introduction, while Zhu Zhuqing, coming from the noble lineage of Xinghua, had naturally encountered the Soul Arena as well. Then, Brother Chen, your Soul Battle Badge must also be Copper, correct? Tang San turned to Chen Hu, inquiring with curiosity. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Lin Xiao could not suppress her laughter, while Chen Hu, with a stoic expression, replied, I'm afraid I am still a mere Iron Soul Master. Lin Xiao interjected, Ru has actually participated in more solo battles than I have, totaling 151. And his record stands at 151 defeats and 0 victories. Even when including the points from two-on-two battles, his score remains negative. How is that possible? Given Chen Hu's strength, it should not be difficult for him to secure at least one victory if luck is on his side. Exclaimed Dai Mu Bai and the others in astonishment, with even Flander casting a peculiar glance at Chen Hu. To have engaged in 151 battles without a single victory is indeed a remarkable feat, Lin Xiao stated. There is nothing impossible about this. Do you know what nickname Ru bears in the Snow Great Soul Arena? He is known as the King of Blades, the unvictorious drunkard, signifying that he has not achieved a single victory. When she uttered this, there was no trace of derision on Lin Xiao's face. Rather, there was a hint of admiration. Given Ru's capabilities, winning should not be overly challenging. However, this individual has never utilized his martial soul during battles. relying solely on a blade to engage his foes, thus earning the title of King of Blades. It is only after each battle concludes that he harnesses the power of his martial soul to restore his state. Now I understand, Dai Mubai exclaimed, enlightened. It is only in such an exceedingly rigorous environment that one can forge the formidable and precise swordsmanship that Chen Hu possesses. Similarly, Tang San regarded Chen Hu with a newfound respect, acknowledging that enduring countless failures while steadfastly adhering to one's principles speaks volumes about a person's character. Such an individual, if not destined to be a friend, must at the very least never become an enemy. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the sole student who had yet to disclose his record, Ma Hongjun. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't look at me. My current record stands at 33 battles, with 21 victories and 12 defeats, accumulating a total of 9 points." Flinder glanced at the time and remarked, "It's about time. Let us proceed. I will relay the remaining details later." After settling the tea bill, the group of 8 exited the tea house and made their way towards the Grand Soul Arena. Upon entering the Grand Soul Arena, they were greeted by an enormous stone tablet, inscribed with countless names. Flinder informed them that this was the memorial for the fallen at the Soto Grand Soul Arena. The profession of Soul Master has never been a stable one, and soul battles are fraught with peril. The names etched upon this vast stone tablet number at least 7 or 8,000, representing all the Soul Masters who have perished since the establishment of the Soto Grand Soul Arena, perhaps to facilitate the participation of Soul Masters in battles. The registration process at the arena is exceedingly straightforward. One merely needs to fill out a form detailing their name, year of birth, martial spirit, and soul power. For Soul Masters like Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, who have established records at other arenas, they need only present their soul battle badges to register directly for the combat. Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao handed their soul battle badges to the arena staff. Upon noticing the copper soul battle badge in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand, the staff member's expression shifted to one of respect. He received the badge with both hands and scanned it across a soul guiding device, revealing the following information on the display: name, Overlord Battle Soul. Record, individual battles, 63 victories, 44 defeats. Team battles, 8-9 combination 46 victories, 10 defeats, including a 10-game winning streak. Points, 100. Level, Copper Soul Badge. Greetings, esteemed Overlord Battle Soul Master. Would you like to register for individual battles or team battles? If you prefer individual battles, we can arrange that immediately. However, for team battles, due to your current winning streak, we are unable to gather suitable challengers at the moment, which may result in a delay of a few days. What do you think? The staff's eyes brimmed with reverence. While Lin Xiaoxiao's individual record was not particularly impressive, her dazzling 10-game winning streak in team battles was not something any Grand Soul Arena could easily overlook. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Chen Hu. Although his condition had improved somewhat, every opponent following the 10-game streak seemed exceptionally formidable, requiring them to exert their utmost effort. Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "Let us register for individual battles first." Chapter 30, The Name of the Drunkard. Very well, here is your soul battle badge. You may rest in the lounge, and please pay attention to the arena's broadcast. You will be notified when the battles commence. The staff member stated, taking Chen Hu's soul battle badge to scan it. How is this possible? 151 defeats. 0 victories? The staff member exclaimed as he stared at the screen displaying the record, subsequently feeling embarrassed and apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. It seems there may be an issue with the machine. Let me try again." "No need for that. My record is impeccable. Please arrange a solo battle for me. Moreover, we should be regulars at the Soto Great Arena, so let's discuss our choices for the pairs in advance." Chen Hu waved his hand and remarked, "Understood, sir. We will make the necessary arrangements," the staff responded, glancing at Chen Hu as if he were a peculiar creature before recording the information and returning the battle badge to him. Subsequently, the staff began to assess each individual's soul power level, as this was essential for the arena to properly match opponents for the battles. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing each completed their registrations. At this moment, Xiao Wu noticed the names of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, and with curiosity, she inquired, "Why have you registered under the names Overlord and Drunkard? Aren't real names required for the battle arena registration? Who told you that using real names is a prerequisite for registration?" Although the Great Arena prides itself on absolute fairness, and as long as you eliminate your opponent on the battle platform, you need not fear retaliation. One must always remain cautious. No one can guarantee that a bereaved opponent will act rationally and not seek revenge. Hence, the arena typically only recognizes battle badges, disregarding whether one uses their true name or wears a mask, Chen Hu explained. Moreover, what is the use of a real name compared to a formidable nickname? Is Drunkard not more melodious than Chen Hu? He added, with a tone of certainty. "Oh no, I want to use a nickname too," Xiao Wu exclaimed, rushing back only to return shortly with a crestfallen expression. With a hint of grievance, she said, "They told me that once the name is bound to the battle badge, it cannot be changed. I'd have to re-register, and that costs 10 gold soul coins, which could buy a lot of delicious food." The group exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. After registration, they proceeded to the battle ranking. Flinder led them to the betting area and exchanged a few words with Dai Mubai before preparing to depart. Chen Hu called out to Dean Flinder, tossing him a weighty small cloth bag. "Dean Flinder, please place a bet for me. 100 gold soul coins. 50 on Tang Sen winning and 50 on Xiao Xiao winning." "Thank you." Flinder accepted the gold soul coins Chen Hu tossed, weighing them with a greedy expression. "Regardless of the outcome, there is a service fee of 10 gold soul coins." "Very well, that is agreeable." "Thank you, Dean." Chen Hu readily accepted. Once Flinder had left, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity. "Is betting allowed at the battle arena? Where do you think the arena gets the funds to maintain such a grand structure?" "The prize for each winner is 10 gold soul coins." "Do you believe it comes solely from the 1 gold soul coin deposit for each battle, or from the exceedingly low ticket prices?" "In a sense, the source of the winner's prizes is merely the service fees from the soul masters. They are nothing more than tools for gambling," Dai Mubai remarked. "What I mean is, can we also place bets?" Xiao Wu inquired, her excitement palpable. "As long as you don't bet on yourself to lose, it doesn't matter how much you wager." Dai Mubai, with a hint of curiosity, glanced at Chen Hu and inquired, "Are you truly so confident in Lin Xiaoxiao and Tang San? Wager 50 gold soul coins. That amounts to 10 months' worth of stipends, does it not? If Lin Xiaoxiao and Tang San were to be paired together, would you not find yourself weeping without a place to lament? Firstly, I possess considerable confidence in my judgment. Moreover, Xiaoxiao is a holder of a copper battle soul, and thus cannot possibly be matched with Tang San, a complete novice with no battle record. Therefore, your hypothesis is unfounded. Betting on those two is a surefire investment. Even if I were to pay Dean Flander 10 gold soul coins as a service fee, I would still profit." Chen Hu analyzed expressionlessly, reflecting that a significant portion of his wealth was derived from the battle soul arena. Having never witnessed a single match yielding a reward of 10 gold soul coins, Chen Hu had, however, never suffered losses in his gambling endeavors. Shy and contemplative, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with her beautiful, large eyes, while Tang San shook his head, instinctively averse to gambling. He knew too well how many families had been shattered by such vices. It could be said that the only true winner in gambling was the Grand Battle Soul Arena. Perhaps we should refrain for now. Next time, if the opportunity arises, we may indulge, but we ought to keep our stakes modest. The Soto Grand Battle Soul Arena boasts a primary soul fighting platform and 24 auxiliary platforms. Only those who have achieved consecutive victories or possess high-ranking battle badges or soul power are allocated to the main platform. As for novices like Tang San and his companions, they typically compete in the auxiliary platforms. Soon, the matchups for the Battle Soul Arena were announced. The 7 of them were grouped together, with Lin Xiaoxiao being assigned to the main platform due to her formidable consecutive victory record, while the others, including Chen Hu, were placed in the gambling area, specifically in the auxiliary platform number 14. However, Dai Mubai's opponent was a soul master of the soul ancestor level, while the remaining participants faced opponents of the great soul master level. For a complete novice like Tang San, the layout of the Soto Grand Battle Soul Arena was nothing short of overwhelming. Although there were 24 auxiliary platforms, they were divided into various categories such as the gambling area, dueling area, and deathmatch area, as well as by participant numbers into singles, doubles, and team combat zones. The auxiliary platform number 14 itself contained 6 distinct arenas separated from one another. The operational model of the Battle Soul Arena was remarkably refined, with differing ticket prices for various events in each area. For instance, the ticket prices for the singles matches in the gambling area, where Chen Hu and his companions were participating, were the most economical, attracting the least number of spectators, and the scale of gambling was relatively smaller. Participants in the Battle Soul were escorted to a serene room to rest while awaiting their turn. Upon their arrival in the resting area, Chen Hu and his companions garnered considerable attention, as their youth was strikingly apparent. While the robust Chen Hu and Dai Mubai appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Wu clearly looked much younger. Nevertheless, the surprise was only slight. No one wasted precious time mocking them, for it was prudent to adjust their states to the best possible condition before the competition. Upon entering the lounge, Chen Hu sought a tranquil corner to commence his meditation and cultivation. The after-effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia primarily impacted the physical body. However, they bore no hindrance to Chen Hu's meditative practice of soul power. In fact, due to the invigorating stimulus from the 8 gates, his soul power deepened considerably, bringing him closer to the threshold of level 26. Not wishing to squander a single moment, even if he could not elevate his soul power to level 26. Every minuscule accumulation was beneficial. Chen Hu understood well the wisdom that without small steps, one cannot traverse 1,000 miles. Without tiny streams, one cannot form vast rivers and seas. Little Dance, aware of the upcoming duo challenge, urged Tang San to register for the pair's soul battle. The remaining members began their meditative cultivation of soul power, as none showed any signs of complacency in their training, especially with the ambition to reach level 25 or higher before the age of 12. The order of the matches was determined by a random draw, and to everyone's surprise, the first battle turned out to be an internal contest among the Shrek Academy. When the names of the Drunken One and Little Dance appeared together, she was momentarily taken aback by the familiarity of the name, prompting Tang San to remind her that the Drunken One was indeed Chen Hu's battle name. Both competitors rose simultaneously, stepping onto the single combat stage of the 14th Soul Arena through their designated passage. Chen Hu, I have heard of your previous achievements. You are formidable, but I am no weaker, declared Little Dance, her fists raised in determination. She was acutely aware of Dai Mubai's strength, and it was evident that Chen Hu's prowess, having defeated Dai Mubai, was formidable indeed. However, she felt no trace of fear. Rather, a fierce fighting spirit surged within her. The Soul Masters prepared in the lounge had the option to observe the battle, and naturally, the members of Shrek Academy would not miss the opportunity to witness this thrilling confrontation. Little Dance, will everything be all right? Chen Hu's blade is quite sharp. Even I must tread carefully around its edge, expressed Dai Mubai with concern as he glanced at Tang San. Tang San shook his head, not overly worried. Let us not forget, Little Dance is a level 29 powerful assault-type battle soul master. Even without using hidden weapons, I might not stand a chance against her. On the stage, the host began to present the details of the combatants. Now, we shall witness the first match of the single combat at our 14th Soul Arena. The participants are the Battle Soul Master Little Dance, with the Beast Martial Soul Jade Rabbit, facing off against the Drunken One, a battle master who has repeatedly faced defeat. Currently ranked third on the Grand Arena's losing streak list. Will Little Dance extend the Drunken One's losing record? Or will he manage to secure a precious victory against the novice Little Dance? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. What? The Grand Arena truly has a record for losing streaks? I wonder how many defeats this fellow has endured, murmured the audience, intrigued yet captivated by the unfolding spectacle. The Drunken One? Could it be the legendary King of Blades, known for his invincibility? Wasn't he exclusively known in the Snow Grand Arena? How could he possibly be here at the Soto Grand Arena? Suddenly, a rotund nouveau riche, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, exclaimed with excitement, "Brother, what does Unbeatable Blade King mean?" Nearby, someone inquired with curiosity. How ignorant you are! You don't even know the Unbeatable Blade King. He is a legend from the Grand Soul Arena in Snow City, the capital of the Fasno province. To date, he has participated in 151 solo battles without a single victory, proclaimed Brother Pai with pride. Once a merchant who traversed between Snow City and Soto City, Brother Pai, despite not being a soul master, envied their abilities and frequently visited the arena, becoming well acquainted with its tales. He had witnessed the rise of Chen Hu and was a fervent admirer of his legend. Chapter 31, Graceful Techniques. But he is merely a jester who has never won. How can he be considered a legend? The crowd erupted in laughter at Brother Pai's words. Undeterred, Brother Pai surveyed the onlookers with disdain, retorting, "How could you commoners comprehend the legend of the drunkard? Do you think the title Unbeatable Blade King is self-proclaimed? Although he has never triumphed, every opponent he faced has held him in high regard. 3 years ago, when the drunkard first ascended the stage of the Grand Soul Arena, he did not employ soul skills or even unleash his martial soul, armed solely with a simple straight blade. He subdued a 27-level Great Soul Master for a full 10 minutes until his opponent exhaustedly conceded defeat. In every subsequent battle, the drunkard refrained from utilizing his martial soul or soul skills, dominating his adversaries until he could fight no longer. If not for the certification of the Grand Soul Arena, some would question whether he was indeed a soul master. However, someone interjected, but the drunkard is known for his blade, and this individual is unarmed. Who said the title Unbeatable Blade King necessitates the use of a sword? The drunkard's fists are as formidable as any blade, Brother Pai declared with pride. Yet despite this, he has never won a single match, another scoffed. Not a single victory, merely in solo battles. In duo competitions, the drunkard's team, known as the 8-9 formation, has achieved 10 consecutive victories. No one has ever doubted his prowess. He does not lack the ability to win, but rather chooses not to, Brother Pai asserted, undaunted. 10 consecutive victories? The remaining crowd fell silent, for even in duo competitions, if one's individual strength was insufficient, achieving such remarkable success was impossible. Curiosity got the better of one, who asked, "Why does the drunkard choose not to win?" Brother Pai scoffed. How could an ordinary person fathom the drunkard's dedication to his swordsmanship? For a swordsman like him, victory and defeat are mere illusions. The true goal lies in the relentless honing of his technique. On the stage, Brother Pai's words piqued Xiao Wu's curiosity. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Unbeatable Blade King? What an intriguing moniker. However, when facing me, it would be wise to exert your utmost effort, or you shall suffer a most grievous defeat." Martial soul, manifest. The ethereal image of the jade rabbit materialized, and in the next instant, atop Xiao Wu's scorpion tail braid, two adorable rabbit ears emerged, enveloped in a rosy glow. She resembled a swift arrow, darting toward Chen Hu. Xiao Wu's speed was astonishing. The distance of several meters vanished in the blink of an eye. With a graceful leap, her long legs propelled her from the ground, aiming a kick at Chen Hu's chest. Though this sequence of events may seem intricate, it transpired in mere moments. Almost as if in the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu's assault was upon him. Leaving the ground was an unwise move. Yet for a soul master endowed with a myriad of soul techniques, it could also serve as a trap. Despite the fading memories of his past life, Chen Hu was not entirely unprepared for Xiao Wu's supple techniques. He swiftly reached out, deflecting her flying kick while retreating, denying her the opportunity to unleash her abilities. The power of her waist bow was indeed formidable, but its execution required meticulous preparation. As long as Chen Hu remained vigilant, he could effectively circumvent the might of her attack. Xiao Wu's subsequent plans thwarted, she felt a pang of frustration but dared not underestimate her opponent. As her front foot touched the ground, her rear leg launched another high kick with remarkable speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. After deftly countering Xiao Wu's initial onslaught, Chen Hu did not linger in retreat. Instead, he advanced, meeting her kick with a hardened elbow strike while his other fist descended with fierce intent. A crack echoed as Xiao Wu's strength proved overwhelming, and the impact between her foot and his elbow resulted in excruciating pain. Chen Hu's left arm faltered, potentially fractured. Yet Xiao Wu's momentum was finally disrupted, allowing him to land a punch upon her abdomen. Chen Hu's mentor was a skilled physician, and he was well acquainted with the body's most vulnerable points. A blow to the abdomen was agonizing for both men and women alike. Xiao Wu's complexion shifted between hues of pale and green as her body instinctively hunched over, cradling her aching stomach and retreating repeatedly. "Xiao Wu," Tang Sen called out in alarm, instinctively rushing toward the arena. Daimu Bai promptly restrained him, saying, "Have you lost your mind? This is merely a contest." Chen Hu knows his limits. Your interference would only harm Xiao Wu further. In his concern, Tang Sen initially acted impulsively, but upon regaining composure, he acknowledged that he should not act rashly. He nodded at Daimu Bai, stating, "Let go, I'm fine now." Turning back, he resumed his gaze upon the arena. The pain of his possibly fractured elbow was no less severe than Xiao Wu's abdominal distress. Ignoring the agony, Chen Hu stepped forward, delivering another punch toward the hunched-over Xiao Wu. Enduring the excruciating pain, she raised her head to meet Chen Hu's gaze. The second soul ring around her shimmered silently, radiating a dazzling pink light that danced in her eyes. Chen Hu appeared momentarily entranced, his fist halting mid-swing as he stepped toward Xiao Wu. Enchantment enveloped the scene. Perhaps it was the excruciating pain in his elbow that jolted Chen Hu from the mesmerizing effects of Xiao Wu's second soul skill. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu swiftly distanced herself from Chen Hu's range of attack. Observing Chen Hu's left hand, which hung limply, she noted that the pain in her abdomen had subsided significantly, leading her to wonder, is this truly worth it? In the realm of soul masters, there exists no notion of worthiness. Each class possesses its distinct advantages. Chen Hu appeared impervious to pain, as a verdant glow enveloped him. The fragrant aroma of bamboo leaves mingled with the rich scent of wine. And soon a green medicinal gourd materialized in his grasp. The first of the two yellow soul rings spiraling around him began to radiate light. As the restorative bamboo liquor flowed down his throat, visibly mending the injuries on his left arm at an astonishing rate. A mere wine merchant. Yet he reveals himself to be a support-type soul master? It was the first time the wine merchant had displayed his soul's power in the arena, catching even the astute Pai Di off guard. The legendary, undefeated Blade King, a frail support-type soul master? No wonder he had never showcased his abilities in the arena. It was a revelation that transformed the enigmatic aura surrounding him into something even more profound. This was the very essence of his resolve to become a battle soul master, leveraging the formidable endurance provided by a support-type soul master to engage in a war of attrition. Amidst the crowd, Flander, who had been intently observing the scene, suddenly grasped Chen Hu's intentions. Indeed, he is a remarkable prodigy. I once feared he was embarking on a misguided path, yet perhaps he is destined to forge an entirely new avenue for support-type soul masters, he mused. Xiao Gang, if only you could see this child, you would surely be enamored. He is the very image of your youthful self, Flander remarked. his murky eyes glimmering with insight as he adjusted his glasses. Wind spring. A chilling voice resonated as Chen Hu activated his second soul ring, transforming the medicinal liquor in his mouth into a gale of wind. A gentle breeze began to gather within him, and as he propelled himself forward, his speed exceeded even that of the aggressive Xiao Wu by a notable margin. The two figures moved with astonishing velocity, their rapid movements seeking flaws in one another's defenses to deliver the most devastating blows. The pace quickened, and within the confines of the 100-square-meter arena, they became mere blurs of red and green, their actions too swift to discern. Although it was evident that the red figure maintained a slight edge in speed over the green, beads of sweat began to gather on Xiao Wu's brow, the relentless pace exacerbating the pain in her abdomen, which increasingly hindered her movements. In contrast, as the restorative effects of the bamboo liquor continued to take hold, Chen Hu regained control of his balance, his speed escalating further. The scales of victory tilted decidedly in Chen Hu's favor. Below the arena, Tang clenched his fists in anxious anticipation. However, in the next moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The soul power of the swiftly moving Chen Hu began to fluctuate violently, causing his footwork to falter. Surrounded by pressure, Xiao Wu, who had been prepared to concede, could not help but roar, "What a chance!" Her agile form surged forward, her legs locking around Chen Hu's shoulders as the first soul ring around her glimmered brightly. First soul skill, waist bow. With a low cry from Xiao Wu, immense power surged from her waist through her legs, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Hu felt as though he were soaring through the clouds. He quickly adjusted his body, regaining control just before landing, settling smoothly onto the ground. Unfortunately, his body had already been propelled off the stage, resulting in the conclusion of the battle. Xiao Wu emerged victorious. The arena fell silent for a moment, as if still in awe of the thrilling match, but soon, a deafening roar erupted. "Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu! Xiao Wu!" Likewise, the audience bestowed their utmost respect upon the defeated Chen Hu, their cheers rivaling those for Xiao Wu. The tumultuous battle invigorated the entire atmosphere of the No. 14 Soul Arena. The host, announcing the battle's outcome, felt a twinge of regret. Had he known the match would be so exhilarating, he would have placed it on the main stage. Victorious, yet less elated than anticipated, Xiao Wu descended from the platform, stopping beside Chen Hu to question him with a pout. "Why did you suddenly hold back? To maintain your ridiculous record of consecutive losses?" Realizing the implications of Chen Hu's final moment, she began to suspect that he had indeed let her win, especially in light of his title of the one who never defeats the Blade King. Chen Hu's smile faded as he replied earnestly, "Whether you believe it or not, the moment I unleashed my martial soul, I never contemplated holding back. My final mistake was indeed just that, a mistake. I did not foresee my soul power unexpectedly breaking through at that moment, and that abrupt fluctuation allowed you to seize the opportunity. Thus, your victory is well-deserved." "Wait, you said your soul power broke through during the battle?" Xiao Wu responded, astonished. "Indeed, so while you may have gained a small profit from this match, I shall never be at a loss." Chen Hu chuckled, and after reuniting with Tang and the others, he sought a quiet place to meditate. Following a breakthrough in soul power, fluctuations tend to be more intense than usual. It was imperative to meditate promptly to stabilize the soul power level, lest one risk a shaky foundation. Though Xiao Wu felt a tinge of reluctance regarding Chen Hu's explanation, she could do nothing about it. After all, a sudden breakthrough in soul power was unpredictable. Amusingly, the second match turned out to be yet another internal conflict within Shrek Academy, with Tang facing off against Zhu Zhuqing. Everyone had witnessed Tang prowess, and just before his entrance, Dai Mubai grasped Tang shoulder, a hint of awkwardness in his tone as he whispered, "Brother, take it easy." Tang smiled faintly as he ascended to the arena. As a control-type soul master, he possessed an inherent advantage over the agile assault-type Zhu Zhuqing, not to mention that his soul power surpassed hers. The outcome of this battle was almost predictable. In a display of overwhelming dominance, Tang utilized his exceptional battlefield control and the restraining capabilities of his blue-silver grass, preventing Zhu Zhuqing from even employing her second soul skill, as she was ensnared by its binding tendrils. Zhu Zhuqing's strength was insufficient to tear apart the control exerted by the blue-silver grass, and the paralyzing toxin coursed through her body, causing her soul power fluctuations to plummet instantaneously, leading to a swift conclusion of the battle. The control type naturally overcomes the agile assault type. "Your attacks are insufficient to breach my control." Tang elegantly retracted the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing recognized the disparity in their abilities, though she had not anticipated the gap to be so vast, nor that Tang would secure victory with such ease. Unlike Chen Hu, who fought with a cold ferocity, willing to exchange injuries in relentless waves of combat, Tang relied more on his control of the battlefield, adopting a reactive strategy. The superiority of their differing combat rhythms remains debatable, yet there is no denying the formidable strength possessed by both Chen Hu and Tang San. Zhu Zhuqing also understood that Tang San's ability to contend with Zhao Wujie's relentless assault for a duration was not solely due to his skill with hidden weapons, but also attributed to his exceptional grasp of the battle's dynamics. Upon exiting the Soul Master Passage, Tang San reunited with Xiao Wu and entered the duo soul fighting area. At that moment, the steadfast Chen Hu rose to his feet, as Lin Xiaoxiao finally stepped onto the central solo arena of the main soul fighting stage. Lin Xiaoxiao's opponent was likewise a seasoned bronze soul master, a level 29 weapon soul master. The third match in the individual rounds of the main soul fighting arena commenced. The level 28 battle master, Bawang, faced off against the level 29 battle master, Mo Yuan. With the host's command, a surge of inky light erupted, and the obsidian Bawang spear materialized in Lin Xiaoxiao's grasp, accompanied by 2 yellow soul rings ascending from her feet, the second of which even shimmered with a faint purple hue. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao's second soul ring surpassed the stipulated limits set by the masters, originating from a soul beast over 900 years old. Although Lin Xiaoxiao was not innately endowed with full soul power, her innate peak soul power at level 9 was merely a hair's breadth away from full capacity, and the Bawang spear was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon soul. In terms of talent, Lin Xiaoxiao ranked first among her peers. Her opponent was also a long weapon soul master, wielding a Bingtai staff, and both combatants engaged in a head-on clash, relying on brute force. Unfortunately, Mo Yuan's soul rings, only 1 white and 1 yellow, could not compare to the optimal pairing of Lin Xiaoxiao's 2 yellow rings. Huh! Lin Xiaoxiao shouted, raising the Bawang spear with both hands, executing a technique reminiscent of Mount Tai descending upon its foes. The long spear sliced through the air like a comet, trailing a dark luminescence, and the immense force generated a thunderous roar in the atmosphere. Mo Yuan, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed the brilliance of his first soul ring, and the Bingtai gun met the challenge head-on. The clash resounded with a thunderous roar. Their initial confrontation ended in a stalemate, both combatants propelled back by the backlash. Yet Lin Xiaoxiao remained composed and unruffled, her breath steady, while Mo Yuan's respiration became erratic, his hands trembling as they gripped his martial spirit. How exhilarating! Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, reveling in the thrill of facing an opponent unlike the myriad of peculiar soul masters she usually encountered, as pure physical prowess was a rare sight. With renewed vigor, she launched another assault with her overlord spear, colliding once more with the Bingtai gun in Mo Yuan's grasp. On the arena, the clang of metal echoed incessantly as the 2 warriors engaged in a fierce duel, exchanging blows with the fervor of titans on the battlefield. After dozens of exchanges, Lin Xiaoxiao's delight only grew, the strength of her overlord spear escalating as if fatigue were a foreign concept. In contrast, Mo Yuan, as her adversary, found himself in a dire predicament. Such a match of similarly powered soul masters demanded not only strength and speed, but also combat experience, and in every aspect, Lin Xiaoxiao held a distinct advantage, leading to an overwhelmingly one-sided outcome. Stop, I concede. After 100 exchanges, Mo Yuan retreated, widening the gap between them, his voice ringing out. Lin Xiaoxiao exhaled deeply, lowering her spear and standing tall upon the stage, reminiscent of an indomitable general, unflustered and unbriefless. With the aid of Chen Hu's medicinal wine, her training in physical strength paralleled Chen Hu's, granting her a physique that surpassed that of other soul masters of her rank. Thus, even amidst such a fervent clash, the toll on her stamina was not as formidable as one might expect. Mo Yuan, retracting his Bingtai gun, revealed hands battered and bloodied from the recoil, yet his perseverance was fueled by the sheer thrill of the contest. You are formidable, I yield with utmost respect. I hope for another opportunity to learn from your mastery of the staff. Despite his defeat, Mo Yuan harbored no resentment or discouragement, having utilized even his second soul skill. He acknowledged the clear disparity laid bare in this encounter between kindred soul masters. Lin Xiaoxiao's victory earned her the admiration of the audience, their cheers for the overlord resounding like thunder. To all present, this was a match of remarkable spectacle. Lin Xiaoxiao's performance, akin to a sovereign's descent upon the world, was both mysterious and powerful, igniting the fervor of battle. Upon returning to the resting area with Chen Hu, they encountered Dai Mubai descending from the arena, undoubtedly victorious and having secured a point. Likewise, the portly Ma Hongjun had claimed his triumph during Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu's absence. Shortly thereafter, Tang San and Xiao Wu reappeared, and their countenance indicated that the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu had emerged victorious as well. Regarding the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu, as well as the duo of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, the remaining members could only voice their silent grievances. too shy to express them aloud. In this round of battle, aside from Chen Hu and Zhu Zhuqing, who returned empty-handed, the others emerged victorious, each claiming a point and 10 gold coins. Notably, Xiao Wu and Tang San, having participated in both individual and paired battles, were rewarded with 2 points and 20 gold coins each. By the way, what about the Dean? Reflecting on his own gains, Chen Hu recalled the 100 gold soul coins he had wagered with Flinder. He had accurately predicted the outcomes of both matches. Thus, the sole individual who left without any rewards was Zhu Zhuqing. No one knew where he had gone, but he instructed them to return immediately after the battles concluded. Dai Mubai remarked. As the 7 of them exited the arena, a distant roar akin to a mountain's echo resonated behind them. This experience in the battle arena had yielded considerable rewards for nearly everyone. Although Chen Hu had not secured a victory, the others would gladly trade a defeat for the opportunity to advance their soul power levels. You all head back first. The Dean asked me to visit their shop, Ma Hongjun suddenly announced, excitement gleaming in his small eyes. Dai Mubai, sporting a smirk, replied, then we shall take our leave. Do take care. Dai Lada, are you not coming? No, enough chatter, let us go. Dai Mubai retorted, casting a furtive glance at the icy Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, seemingly oblivious to Dai Mubai's expression, excitedly urged, let us go together, Dai Lada. Did you not say that women are not to be counted among the populace, but as resources? Get lost. Do you think I wish to associate with someone of your poor taste? Dai Mubai's expression shifted, hastily responding. Ma Hongjun scoffed, but, upon noticing the flicker of anger in Dai Mubai's eyes, refrained from further comment and turned to leave. What is that lecherous fatso up to? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. Well, the fat one's martial soul is rather unique. It is a mutated soul, possessing immense power, yet harboring a fatal flaw. It requires a balance of yin and yang to suppress the malevolent flames. Otherwise, he risks being consumed by them. Dai Mubai explained. Yin and yang balance? What is that? Xiao Wu asked innocently. Dai Mubai awkwardly glanced at Tang San, who then whispered a few words into Xiao Wu's ear. Her adorable face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, how can a martial soul be so vile? That little fatty must be off to wreak havoc on innocent girls. Wreaking havoc might be too strong a term. Are you unfamiliar with a place called the Guilin? Dai Mubai replied. Tang San could not help but inquire. Are you suggesting that the Dean would take Ma Hongjun to such a place? He had heard of Guilin in his previous life, but had never imagined that Flinder would actually escort Ma Hongjun there. Dai Mubai remarked, there's nothing we can do. The flaw in the fatty's martial soul is precisely this. Apart from this defect, it is nearly the pinnacle of beast martial souls. And being the direct disciple of the Dean, he cannot possibly allow his student to perish from the malevolent flames or neglect their training, can he? Zhu Zhuqing, rarely speaking, interjected, men are all filthy. Xiao Wu chuckled and said, Sister Zhuqing, your criticism is rather widespread. At least my Tang San remains quite innocent. Unlike Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. All right, your Tang San is as pure as the driven snow, but I assure you, my taste surpasses that of the fatty. Dai Mubai shrugged. Observing Xiao Wu's staunch defense of Tang San, Dai Mubai felt a pang of frustration. When he covertly glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, he found her gaze fixed upon him, her expression seemingly colder. Suddenly, she huffed and approached Dai Mubai, declaring, your taste is superior to his? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, realizing he may have misspoken. Claiming to have better taste than the fatty seemed no different, as there appeared to be no fundamental distinction between an ordinary songbird and a courtesan. Zhuqing, I wish to explain, Dai Mubai began, but the words eluded him. It's getting late. How long do you intend to linger at the entrance? Let us set aside this pointless chatter for another time. If we delay further, we may not even make it through the city gates. Chen Hu interjected, attempting to dispel the tense atmosphere. Zhu Zhuqing shot a disdainful glance at Chen Hu. Recognizing his intentions, she then turned to Dai Mubai, her eyes filled with contempt, stating, you're 15? You disgust me, before turning on her heel and walking away. After Zhu Zhuqing departed, the light in Dai Mubai's sinister gaze dimmed significantly. Tang San approached him, gently patting his shoulder in consolation. What's done is done and cannot be erased. However, the future is long, so strive earnestly. Dai Mubai, feeling despondent, paid no heed to Tang San's words of comfort. A flicker of anger ignited within his dark eyes, and he pursued Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Xiaoxiao walked up to Chen Hu and quietly inquired, why does Tang San defend that scoundrel Dai Mubai? A playboy like him, whose nature is hard to change, could never be worthy of our Zhuqing. Chen Hu chuckled, replying, whether he is worthy or not is their concern, not ours. Enough talk, let us move. With that, Chen Hu began to walk ahead. Stop right there. Dai Mubai's furious shout echoed from ahead. The group exchanged glances and hurried after him. They found Dai Mubai blocking Zhu Zhuqing's path. Her face was as cold as ice, and she disdainfully scoffed, ignoring him as she attempted to walk past. Dai Mubai abruptly raised his right hand, a white glow emanating from his palm. He was never one to possess a gentle temperament. Since Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, he had been suppressing himself. After suffering defeats against Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu, he could no longer contain his fury. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. The light in his palm flickered out, releasing a low growl as he bowed his head and followed Zhu Zhuqing. The azure glow flowing from Chen Hu's palms simultaneously dissipated. If Dai Mubai were truly to take action against Zhu Zhuqing, Chen Hu would not merely stand idly by. Initially, Chen Hu's impression of Dai Mubai had begun to shift, but this scene diminished his regard for him to a nadir. To pursue a girl while leaving oneself vulnerable, failing to reflect upon one's own faults, and yet still harboring intentions of aggression, what distinguishes such a person from scum? Tang San, puzzled, inquired, what is happening? From Dai Mubai's introduction to Zhu Zhuqing the previous day, it was clear he had not known her prior. Yet, his feelings towards her seemed altered. Could it be due to their martial spirits being compatible for fusion skills? Perhaps we should refrain from meddling in their private matters. With a shake of his head, Tang San dismissed the thought. The group returned to Shrek Academy, only to be met with surprise at the sight of two individuals outside the gates. Under the splendid moonlight, it was easy to discern that these two were Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Upon seeing Chen Hu, Ning Rongrong's delicate features softened into a gentle smile as she sat on a large stone, swinging her legs in a contemplative manner. Oscar, observing this scene, exhibited a faint glimmer of reluctance in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly oblivious to their presence, walked past them, heading towards her quarters. Dai Mubai frowned, a more pronounced coldness glinting in his gaze. What are you doing here? Dai Mubai coldly interrogated. None of your business, Ning Rongrong retorted, not one to be easily subdued. She leaped from the stone and approached Chen Hu, asking, why are you all so late? Where are the Dean and Fatty? Chen Hu stepped forward, discreetly placing himself between Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, and replied with a smile, the Dean and Fatty have matters to attend to and will return tomorrow. It's getting late. We should head back. Ning Rongrong nodded, and as she passed by Dai Mubai, she made a playful face at him. What else with that expression at this hour? Are you a zombie? Did you suffer a setback with Zhuqing? Haha, and Oscar was saying you were a romantic hero, yet you can't even handle a little girl. It was hard to fathom that such words could emerge from someone who appeared to be as sweet and amiable as Ning Rongrong. Tang San and the others were momentarily taken aback, while Chen Hu could only manage a wry smile as he turned to face the barely contained fury of Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai's gaze disregarded Chen Hu, his eyes radiating a chilling glare. Others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, but I do not. This is Shrek Academy, not your home. If you provoke me, do you believe I want to take advantage of you first and then eliminate you? Dai Mubai made this declaration without any consideration for Chen Hu's presence. Believing Chen Hu's biased support for Ning Rongrong stemmed solely from her status as the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong chuckled. Oh, how frightful. Go ahead, I'm curious to see how you intend to take advantage of me. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong sidestepped Chen Hu, deliberately puffing out her still-developing bosom. Chen Hu found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Ning Rongrong was an incorrigible little enchantress, her true nature unmistakably revealed in that moment. Dai Mubai could no longer contain his fury. An overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth, his soul power erupting instantaneously. Even though Chen Hu positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, she was still forced to retreat repeatedly under the weight of this pressure, ultimately stumbling and falling to the ground. Enough! Chen Hu exclaimed sharply, his azure soul power coalescing, his gaze resembling an indomitable blade that cleaved through Dai Mubai's soul energy, locking onto his sinister eyes. Tang San stepped forward, placing himself between Dai Mubai and Chen Hu. Attempting to mediate, we are all classmates, let us settle this. Chen Hu snorted coldly and replied, Dai Mubai, if you were a man, you would confront Zhu Zhuqing head-on. I would have respected you for that. However, to seek vengeance on the weak after being bested by Zhu Zhuqing, who do you think you are? Does the world revolve around you? Should everyone cater to your whims? After breaking through his limits, the after-effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia had nearly dissipated. Despite the risk of exacerbating his injuries, Chen Hu was fully capable of employing the technique once more. He had no intention of indulging Dai Mubai and his foul temper. Ma Hongjun had sought trouble with him after being humiliated by the village girls, while Dai Mubai, having faced defeat at Zhu Zhuqing's hands, now sought to intimidate Ning Rongrong. Was it a tradition at Shrek Academy to vent frustrations on others? He held disdain for those who misplaced their grievances, and thus, even aware of Dai Mubai's formidable strength, Chen Hu refused to yield. Ning Rongrong had never encountered such humiliation throughout her life. She was stunned that Dai Mubai would dare to lay hands on her. Though she had not sustained real harm, The pain radiating through her body attested to the reality of the situation. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai, rendered speechless. Xiao San, step aside. Chen Hu, do not overstep your bounds. Dare to insult my mother, and I shall ensure you find no solace, neither in life nor death. Dai Mubai seethed, fury blazing in his malevolent gaze. The pressure of his unleashed soul power was too much for Tang San, who had sustained injuries in the 2-on-2 soul battle. His complexion paled, and he coughed up blood. Chen Hu grasped Tang San's shoulder and softly chanted, "With the remedy comes life, the gourd of medicinal wine," conjuring the gourd in his hand. The first soul ring flared to life as he handed the bamboo leaf green to Tang San, stepping forward to confront the immense pressure head-on, directly facing Dai Mubai's oppressive force. Seeing Tang San injured, a fleeting look of regret crossed Dai Mubai's eyes, but upon seeing Chen Hu, his gaze reignited with rage. Xiao San. Meanwhile, upon confirming that Tang San was unharmed, Xiao Wu rushed to his side, and Lin Xiaoxiao was not one to lag behind. The trio stood resolute against Dai Mubai's onslaught, their soul power radiating outward. Even Dai Mubai could feel the weight of their combined strength. Individually, any one of them would pose no threat to Dai Mubai if he unleashed his full power, but together, alongside Chen Hu's extraordinary self-created soul technique, Dai Mubai hesitated to act recklessly. Chen Hu. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears, calling out his name with fervor. Facing the pressure from Dai Mubai, Chen Hu found himself in a precarious position, as the disparity in soul power between them exceeded 10 levels. Even with Xiao Wu and Lin Xiaoxiao sharing the burden, he could not afford to concern himself with Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, her voice laced with urgency, declared, "You must kill him with your unique soul technique. If you eliminate Dai Mubai, I shall reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. Furthermore, the 7-treasure glazed tile school will offer you unconditional support in the future." Enough. Tang San rose, casting a frigid glance at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, some matters cannot be measured by money or profit. This is merely an academy. If you continue to harbor such a mindset, akin to that of a lofty princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I suggest you take your leave. He then turned to Xiao Wu, saying, "Xiao Wu, you too should step back." Though Xiao Wu felt a sense of indignation, she recognized Tang San's demeanor as indicative of his rising anger, thus she obediently retreated. Tang San approached Chen Hu, offering him a gourd of medicinal wine. "Brother Chen, given your injuries, employing your unique soul technique again may not be wise. While a minor injury is inconsequential, delaying your cultivation could prove detrimental." Despite their brief acquaintance, Tang San had developed a certain understanding of Chen Hu, recognizing that for him, cultivation surpassed all else. "While your words hold truth," Tang San continued, "you did insult Mubai's mother, and thus I urge you to apologize to him." Chen Hu glanced at Tang San, then consumed a mouthful of the bamboo leaf wine, feeling the coolness and warmth erupt within him. With a light scoff, he cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai. "If I have offended your mother, I apologize. My sincerest regrets, Your Highness." Though it was an apology, it bore no semblance of contrition. Instead, it came off as a provocation. "What do you mean by that?" Dai Mubai's pupils constricted as he spoke coldly. "Huh, do you require me to spell it out for you? White Tiger Martial Soul, the Dai surname, Sinister Gaze Mother? With so many details intertwined, can I not deduce your identity? You are none other than the prince of the Stardo Empire, Dai Mubai." Chen Hu chuckled derisively, turning his back to Ning Rongrong and Lin Xiaoxiao, signaling for them to depart. Lin Xiaoxiao shot Chen Hu a glare, retracting her overlord spear, and followed behind him. Ning Rongrong, reluctant and with glistening eyes, protested, "Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are? I command you to kill Dai Mubai. Do you hear me?" Chen Hu regarded her with indifference, as if her words fell on deaf ears, and, accompanied by Lin Xiaoxiao, he turned to leave. "Did you think my words were directed at Dai Mubai? What of his affiliation with the 7-treasure glazed tile school or the Stardo royal family? If you truly possess the prowess, go and confront Dai Mubai on your own merit. Rest assured, if you have the courage to face him one-on-one, even if his father were to come, I would stand in his way. But do you dare?" As Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao's figures faded into the distance, their lingering words echoed in the air. "Xiao Wu, let us depart as well." Tang San smiled faintly, realizing that remaining in the situation held little significance. He believed he had gained sufficient insight into Chen Hu, yet regrettably, Chen Hu perpetually surprised him. An apology? If it were a genuine apology, how could Chen Hu have revealed Dai Mubai's true identity as the prince of the Stardo Empire? Such an impressive status. The small Shrek Academy indeed harbored hidden talents. As Tang San and Xiao Wu departed, Dai Mubai, whose greatest secret had been exposed, shot an exasperated glare at Ning Rongrong before leaving helplessly. Watching their retreating figures, Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze. If Dai Mubai's assertiveness had incited her anger, The revelation from Chen Hu, whom she believed had always been on her side, was an even greater shock. Having grown up under the protection of the influential figures in the seven-treasure glazed tile school, her self-centered mindset had matured long ago. Yet, after today's series of provocations, she could not help but question, why had they treated her this way? Had she truly erred? Oscar. Ning Rongrong could hardly believe the fault lay with her. She glanced at Oscar, who had been lurking in the corner, and asked, "Are you willing to assist me?" Oscar shook his head in anguish and sighed. "The one who would have most willingly helped you has already departed, yet you failed to notice. You only care for yourself. If you seek my help in retaliating against Dai Mubai, I'm afraid I cannot oblige. Perhaps Shrek Academy is truly not suited for a pampered young lady like you. You should return." After saying this, Oscar rose and left, his lingering feelings of inexplicable emotion toward Ning Rongrong dissipating entirely. No one at Shrek Academy was simple. Aside from his unique martial soul, Oscar's intellect was truly formidable. He had seen through Ning Rongrong's character flaws and recognized that a sheltered young lady like her was ill-suited for him. As a perceptive individual, Oscar understood that only someone like Chen Hu, who held steadfast principles, might be a suitable match for Ning Rongrong. Oscar's feelings toward Chen Hu were equally complex. On one hand, as a food-type support soul master identical to himself, Chen Hu's strength was almost a dream come true. He embodied Oscar's every aspiration. Furthermore, Chen Hu was the first soul master who did not disdain Oscar's unique soul abilities, leading Oscar to desire a friendship with him. However, upon realizing Ning Rongrong's special feelings for Chen Hu and the potential for them to execute a martial soul fusion technique together, Oscar's emotions grew intricate, blending admiration with an undercurrent of jealousy. Suddenly, Oscar burst into laughter, feeling a lightness in his step as the remnants of his earlier discomfort vanished. He turned back and said, "Tang-san is right. Perhaps this version of you is indeed ill-suited for Shrek Academy. Moreover, you will struggle to make friends this way." With that, Oscar departed. Loneliness, disappointment, helplessness, and pain flooded Ning Rongrong's 12-year-old heart as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. The gentle and steadfast gaze of Chen Hu lingered in her mind, and in that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had she truly had friends while growing up? In the sect, the children of her age either bowed low before her or kept their distance. They referred to her as the little witch behind her back, a title she never found objectionable. However, now she truly began to regret it. "Aren't you going to see your little girlfriend?" On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao teased Chen Hu with a half-smile. "Huh, I need to calm down," Chen Hu replied, turning to face Lin Xiaoxiao, who wore a smile at the corner of her mouth, and said in exasperation, "Are you trying to trick me, big sister? Haha, you admit it, don't you? The little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is not so easily won over, young man. Strive harder." Lin Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her laughter. "By the way, Eru, how did you know Dai Mubai is the prince of the Xinglong Empire?" After a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao asked curiously. "I have an advantage. I am a time traveler," Chen Hu thought to himself, then looked at the inquisitive Lin Xiaoxiao and teased, "Big sister, have you returned all the knowledge from your 9 years of compulsory education to your teacher? Have you forgotten the royal emblem of the Xinglong Empire? The evil eye white tiger. Initially, I was uncertain, but when he calls his mother empress, how could it be any clearer?" Although Lin Xiaoxiao did not understand the reference to the leak in 9 years of compulsory education, she knew it was not a compliment coming from Eru. With a fist raised, she declared, "Eru, I think you're itching for a fight, aren't you? Big sister, hear my defense. No, listen to my explanation." The next day, Chen Hu rose early as usual to exercise. Lin Xiaoxiao also woke up early, her purpose evident, to partake of Chen Hu's medicinal wine, which could alleviate the fatigue of training and replenish stamina, a veritable elixir for enhancing physical fitness. Chen Hu's achievements were largely due to the benefits of the medicinal wine. Tang also arose early, nodding kindly at Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao before beginning his own training. Subsequently, the trio set off together to the dining hall for breakfast. After they finished their meal, Dai Mubai arrived with a dark expression. Seeing the composed and jovial Chen Hu deepened his gloom. The third to arrive was Xiao Wu, who sat beside Tang San and, upon confirming he was unharmed, began to eat in peace. Following her were Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun appeared quite refreshed. Yet noticing Dai Mubai's sullen countenance, he refrained from speaking and focused on his meal. Lin Xiaoxiao nudged Chen Hu in the ribs and whispered in his ear, "Eru, your little girlfriend hasn't come to eat yet. Here's your chance to shine." Chen Hu shot her an annoyed glare, then went to the dining hall window to grab a portion of soup dumplings. Delicious, he thought as he picked up his meal and headed off to find Ning Rongrong. When he located her, Ning Rongrong sat alone in the center of the playground, hugging her knees to her chest. A gentle breeze stirred a strand of her hair, revealing her exquisite countenance. a vision of unparalleled beauty. Chen Hu approached Ning Rongrong and took a seat beside her, placing the small steamed buns he was carrying before her with a light chuckle. Why aren't you finishing your meal? Sitting here all alone, playing the role of a serene beauty? Ning Rongrong, displaying her strong will, turned her head away and ignored Chen Hu. The tantalizing aroma of the buns wafted through the gentle breeze, stirring strange sounds from her stomach. She had not eaten anything since last night. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she snatched the small buns from Chen Hu's hands, devouring them ravenously, as if she were viciously consuming Chen Hu's very essence. Perhaps in her haste, she choked on the bun and began to cough violently. Chen Hu promptly offered her a gourd of medicinal wine, which she seized and gulped down several mouthfuls before regaining her composure, her face still slightly flushed. With a teasing tone, Chen Hu remarked, buns paired with wine, now that's truly a unique combination. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Ning Rongrong's playful temper flared anew as she turned away. Aren't you quite the hotshot? Why do you concern yourself with me? I don't need your oversight. Chen Hu chuckled and shook his head, well aware that Ning Rongrong understood her misstep. She was merely venting her dissatisfaction. All right, I shall make amends to Miss Ning. Is that satisfactory? I was indeed blind to your stature, and I sincerely apologize for any offense. Given your earnestness, I shall accept your apology. However, I am merely an ordinary student of Shrek Academy now, not some esteemed Miss Ning. Ning Rongrong replied earnestly. Understood. Let us start anew. I am Chen Hu, also known as Eru. You may call me either, Chen Hu said with a smile, extending his hand. Ning Rongrong. You may call me Rongrong, she responded, extending her delicate hand to shake his, her cool touch resting softly in his palm. Before long, the class bell rang, and Tang San and the others arrived. Although Ning Rongrong recognized her error, she still cast a disapproving glance at Dai Mubai, who reciprocated her expression. On the small playground of Shrek Academy, distinct groups formed. Chen Hu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Ning Rongrong constituted one team, while Tang San and Xiao Wu formed another. Ma Hongjun, still bewildered by the happenings, stood apart, and Zhu Zhuqing remained solitary, with Dai Mubai forming yet another group. Approximately 15 minutes later, the responsible instructor for their class, Dean Flander, finally arrived. Chen Hu, this is the gold coin you gave me yesterday. The odds were quite favorable. After deducting fees and my service charge, you have 217 gold soul coins. Count them, Flanders said, the fleeting glimmer of distress evident in his cat-like eyes as he reluctantly handed over a small pouch filled with coins to Chen Hu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Hu accepted the coins from Flander. I trust you with your matters, Dean, no need to count. Flander adjusted his glasses, surveying the clearly delineated groups below, his brow furrowing. What transpired? Oscar, where are you? Mubai, you explain. Flander's authority prevailed, compelling Dai Mubai to recount the events of the previous night in full detail. Chapter 35, Gluttony. Flander, filled with a mix of fury and irony, observed the situation and remarked, it seems you are brimming with energy yet lacking direction. In just over a day, you have descended into this chaos. At your current state, let alone fighting side by side on the battlefield, I would be grateful if you do not turn against one another. As he spoke, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Since you are so lively, let's have you stand here for an hour. Tang San, summon Oscar. Such an amusing moment would be incomplete without him. Tang San nodded, yet before he could act, Oscar hurriedly approached, his face alight with a smile, devoid of any sign of panic over tardiness. Flanders' foul mood only deepened as he gazed at Oscar's beaming countenance, and for reasons unknown, Flanders' smile widened, though those who understood him knew he was on the brink of an explosion. Oscar, do you still wish to run laps? Flander asked coolly. No, Dean. Allow me to explain. I have broken through to the 30th level. Oscar exclaimed, waving his hands in denial. What? Repeat that. What level are you at? Flander, momentarily forgetting his ire, pressed eagerly. I am at level 30, Oscar confirmed. In that instant, not only Flander but also Chen Hu and others cast astonished glances. No one understood the arduous journey of food-type soul masters better than Chen Hu, who had devoted nearly all his spare time to meditation and cultivation, only recently breaking through to level 26. Given that Oscar was merely a year younger than Dai Mubai, achieving level 30 at such a young age, particularly as a food-type soul master, carried immense significance. It is widely recognized that food-type soul masters face the most formidable challenges in their cultivation, with their difficulties surpassing even those of typical auxiliary soul masters. The continent has never witnessed a food-type title Douluo. Yet this does not imply that food-type soul masters lack strength. On the contrary, when a food-type soul master elevates their soul power, they become invaluable assets to any faction. For each stage a food-type soul master ascends, the auxiliary effects of their martial soul also enhance correspondingly. Oscar undoubtedly stands as the fastest food-type soul master in history to reach level 30, and while it may be too early to declare him unparalleled, he can certainly be deemed unprecedented. On the continent, the number of soul masters who have attained level 30 has dwindled significantly, and each one who emerges is sought after by various factions. If a food-type soul master at the Great Soul Master level can sustain the food consumption of 100 individuals, a soul respect level food-type soul master can support over 500. Upon reaching level 30, a food-type soul master can also add a third soul ring, enhancing the food they provide with an additional attribute, thereby significantly increasing their importance to a team. Flander's eyes sparkled with excitement as he repeatedly exclaimed words of praise. Oscar, you have indeed not disappointed me. You are the second student among our ranks to break through to level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. As the brooding darkness in Dai Mubai's eyes dissipated, he patted Oscar on the shoulder and chuckled, "Little AO. Although your breakthrough to the 30th level came a bit later than mine, as a food-type soul master, you are undoubtedly the most exceptional talent I have ever encountered. Could it be that heartbreak aids in the enhancement of soul power?" Oscar shot Dai Mubai an awkward glare and retorted, "Do not spout nonsense. I have never experienced love. So how could I have suffered a heartbreak?" Chen Hu also smiled as he approached Oscar, saying, "Congratulations, Oscar. However, you should be cautious. If one day my soul power surpasses yours, it would indeed be quite embarrassing." Among all present, only Chen Hu had the standing to utter such words, as he, like Oscar, was also a food-type soul master. "Get lost, you weirdo. How dare you claim to be a food-type soul master? Your combat prowess is off the charts, and your speed of soul power cultivation is astonishing. I really wonder who among us is the one with innate full soul power," Oscar retorted, the last remnants of his grievances toward Chen Hu dissipating. Tang San and the others soon came to congratulate Oscar. Feeling slightly bashful, Oscar scratched his head and said, "Thank you all. When I have the time, I will treat everyone to some grilled sausages." "Get lost, Uncle Sausage." The group responded disdainfully. Observing this harmonious scene, Flander felt a sense of relief, yet soon a flame of anger ignited within him. He was well aware that geniuses tend to be proud, and conflicts are inevitable between exceptional individuals or, one might say, between monsters. However, he had not anticipated that discord among the Shrek students would arise so swiftly. Of course, all this could be attributed to our little team-splitting maniac, Chen Hu. In the original narrative, although conflicts would erupt among the Shrek students, they were never as intense as what was currently unfolding. Flander rubbed his temples as a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Ahem. All right. Since Oscar has made a breakthrough, I shall forgive you all this time. Should there be a next occurrence, regardless of who is right or wrong, the instigator will be expelled from Shrek Academy. Flander's tone was stern, and everyone cast grateful glances at Oscar, although he remained oblivious to how his breakthrough had averted a crisis. Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you are the star of the day. Aside from Oscar, every person must consume at least 2 types of sausages made by him, with a minimum of 1 of each variety. Flander proclaimed with a mischievous grin. Meow, meow, meow. Is this training? This is more like a reward. Chen Hu was well aware of the exquisite taste of Oscar's sausages, which could be described as a rare delicacy. In contrast to Chen Hu's enthusiasm, the others did not share the same calm demeanor. Xiaowu could not help but exclaim, "Dean, what kind of class is this?" Flander, in an artful twist of language, declared, "This is a soul master adaptability course. Let me ask you, what is more important, life or face? If you could only choose one, which would it be?" I previously mentioned that Oscar is a soul master endowed with innate soul power. His martial spirit possesses remarkable effects. Although his soul skills may appear somewhat unsavory, if you cannot set aside your pride, you will squander the potential of an exceptional companion in the days to come. Moreover, in dire circumstances, one must not shy away from consuming anything, be it Oscar's seemingly grotesque soul skills or even cockroaches, rats, and snakes. Survival in the realm of soul masters necessitates such measures. Director, please cease your words. Even the children next door are nearly in tears from hunger. Let us begin. Additionally, regarding the cockroaches, rats, and snakes you mentioned, should we consume them raw or cooked? I propose we cook them, for raw consumption is hardly sanitary. Cockroaches, being small, are suitable for frying. Remember to fry them until they are golden and crispy for an enjoyable meal. Rats are better suited for roasting, while snakes are delightful when stewed. Chen Hu, brimming with eagerness, raised his hand, nearly drooling in anticipation. Hu, can you refrain from being so repulsive? If you dare to eat cockroaches, I shall never speak to you again, nor will I accept rats or snakes, Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Several girls turned pale, clearly distressed, especially Ning Rongrong, who seemed on the verge of vomiting. Chen Hu, somewhat unwilling, remarked, "Leader, Have you truly not considered that while cockroaches may appear disgusting, they actually taste quite good and are nutritious? Get lost. Very well. Chen Hu, amidst the disdainful gazes of the others, approached Oscar, placing a hand on his shoulder and grinning companionably. Oscar, I know you and I are kindred spirits. How about we find a place tonight for a drink and some snacks? I think fried cockroaches would be delightful, and barbecued rat tails are also quite appealing. Though house rats lack flavor, we should seek field rats, as they are plump and meaty. Oscar's expression turned sour. He had hoped Chen Hu would be a kindred spirit, but had instead discovered him to be a glutton. He should have recognized this earlier, especially given how much he devoured at breakfast. Clearly, Oscar could not grasp the essence of a true foodie culture, where, with the right culinary skills, even insects can be considered delicacies. Just look at crayfish as a prime example. Feeling a tinge of melancholy, Chen Hu acknowledged that this world was indeed unfamiliar to him. Flinder regarded Chen Hu with curiosity. The fleeting impression he had just received was peculiar, as he seemed more like a weathered elder than a mere 12-year-old boy. Very well. Today's lesson is one you must complete. If you cannot even accept this, there is no need for you to remain at Shrek Academy. Oscar, commence. Flinder stated coldly. Oscar, filled with a sense of accomplishment, grinned slyly and stretched out his hands, reciting his soul skills. I possess a grand sausage. I possess a small sausage. In each hand, 2 sausages of distinct flavors materialized, and he chuckled. Who would like to try first? Must you grin so lecherously? Chen Hu playfully flicked Oscar's scalp, snatching the small sausage from Oscar's left hand. He had already savored the flavor of the larger sausage, yet the taste of the small one remained a mystery to him. The fragrant little sausage danced between his lips, releasing a luscious juice that erupted with a medley of flavors, spicy, numbing, aromatic, and savory, each surpassing the larger sausage in delectable delight. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Hu conjured a medicinal wine gourd, intoning a soul incantation. In his other hand appeared the gourd, and he declared, bamboo leaf green. The exquisite taste of the small sausage, coupled with the rich aroma of the bamboo leaf green, transformed what was intended as a special training session into an extraordinary indulgence for Chen Hu. Flinder felt a twinge of regret. Had he known this fellow was such a peculiar creature, he would have refrained from employing such tactics. After relishing the small sausage, Chen Hu, still yearning for more, seized the larger sausage and devoured it in a few hearty bites, letting out a satisfied belch as he turned to Flinder, unable to suppress his curiosity. Dear Dean, may I have a refill? Flinder smirked slightly and replied nonchalantly, once everyone has completed their course, as long as Oscar does not object, you may indulge as you wish. Very well. Chen Hu retreated with the wine gourd, sipping alone while reminiscing about the 2 sausages' flavors, which irresistibly reminded him of an ancient mythical beast, the Tao Dai. Chapter 36, Divine Show Sheath. Twilight Knife. What initially bore a serious atmosphere was inexplicably altered by the presence of Chen Hu, this extraordinary being. However, following Chen Hu, the others lacked his carefree demeanor. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had previously faced similar trials, and, having mentally prepared themselves, were steeling their resolve to endure. Unexpectedly, a figure surged ahead of them. I'll go, Ning Rongrong's clear voice rang out as she stepped before Oscar, simultaneously seizing the large sausage and the small sausage he had just created. Her actions took everyone by surprise, though only Chen Hu could somewhat fathom Ning Rongrong's state of mind. Ning Rongrong, a proud girl by nature, had faced successive setbacks and yearned to prove herself before Shrek Academy. How could she validate her worth? Naturally, by outshining everyone. With Oscar's spirit power surpassing level 30. It had further ignited Ning Rongrong's determination, prompting her to step forward after the peculiar Chen Hu. With a heart full of resolve, she took a hefty bite of the large sausage, her demeanor fierce. Yet, it seemed the flavor was indeed quite delightful. Having only consumed a few steamed buns for breakfast, she now felt a pang of hunger and realized that despite Oscar's somewhat awkward demeanor, the taste was quite acceptable. Furthermore, with Chen Hu setting an example, everything appeared less daunting than she had imagined. Before long, Ning Rongrong finished both the large sausage and the small sausage. As she basked in the admiring gazes of her peers, she cast a furtive glance at Chen Hu and proudly puffed out her chest. Chen Hu smiled. Oscar's martial soul truly deserved its reputation as a premier food-type spirit, for in a certain light, its effects surpassed even his own medicinal wine gourd. If it were not for Oscar's sausages, even with Chen Hu's remarkable physique, the after-effects of his use of the 8 gates of Duanjia might have lingered for several days. With the assistance of the sausages and the bamboo leaf green, Chen Hu felt his condition had returned to its peak. Compared to his swift recovery, the lewdness exhibited by Oscar's soul curse seemed utterly insignificant. Following Ning Rongrong, both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exhibited no hesitation. As long as they could overcome certain psychological barriers, the difficulty of this lesson was, in fact, quite low. even a boon for a glutton like Chen Hu, who hailed from another world. The fifth to step forward was Tang San. If a girl like Ning Rongrong could accept it, what qualifications did he have to shy away? Embracing this mindset, Tang San swiftly devoured 2 sausages. Upon consuming the sausages, a flicker of surprise crossed Tang San's eyes. This was his first experience tasting sausages crafted by Oscar. He had previously observed Oscar, who was also a food-type soul master like Chen Hu. If Chen Hu's unique approach as a food-type soul master evoked a sense of wonder, then Oscar's embodiment represented the very essence of the food-type soul master's marvel. Following Tang San, Lin Xiaoxiao also stepped forward without hesitation. It was not that she found Oscar's soul curse distasteful. Rather, she held absolute confidence in Chen Hu's culinary skills, which were undoubtedly at a top-tier level, having previously created a variety of peculiar dishes. Generously finishing both types of sausages from Oscar, Lin Xiaoxiao snatched Chen Hu's medicinal wine gourd, downing a mouthful of bamboo leaf green and exhaling a satisfied breath of alcohol. Xiao Wu cast a pleading glance at Tang San, seemingly asking if he could refrain from eating. Tang San shook his head with a smile. Just think of it as ordinary street food. Chen Hu is right. Oscar's sausages do taste quite good. Reluctantly, Xiao Wu was the fifth to step out, nearly closing her eyes as she consumed the 2 sausages, then covering her mouth, forcing herself to swallow against the urge to vomit. Lin Xiaoxiao generously offered the medicinal wine gourd to Xiao Wu, who accepted it and managed to suppress her nausea with the exquisite bamboo leaf green wine, though her complexion remained quite unwell. Next was Zhu Zhuqing, whose cold face shifted from pale to green, yet she hesitated to take that step. Flinders said lightly, Zhu Zhuqing, if you aspire to one day stand above Dai Mubai, do not hesitate. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to make a resolute decision, nearly swallowing the 2 sausages whole. As the soul power-generated sausages entered her belly, they transformed into a warm current, yet Zhu Zhuqing still rushed aside, retching uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoxiao hurried over to softly comfort her. Flinder nodded in satisfaction, declaring that today's lesson would conclude here, urging everyone to adjust their states well, as a more perilous task awaited them the following morning. All right, dismissed. With that, Flinder turned and departed. What could this dangerous task be? Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chen Hu and Lin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance, each discerning the other's thoughts, and couldn't help but share a bittersweet smile. Could it be? Inquired Xiao Wu, her curiosity piqued. You will find out tomorrow, Chen Hu teased, then approached Ning Rongrong, a hint of shyness in his demeanor. Rongrong, do you have some time? Shall we take a stroll around Soto City together? Ning Rongrong hesitated. Just the 2 of us? Indeed, just us. Let us go. Chen Hu pressed, not allowing Ning Rongrong a chance to decline, as he led her directly towards Soto City. In Soto City, as they strolled down the bustling streets, Chen Hu wasted no time and guided Ning Rongrong through various alleys until they arrived at a thriving weapon shop. In the Douluo Continent, while every individual possessed a martial soul, most souls lacked offensive capabilities. Although ordinary weapons may not play a significant role in battles among soul masters, they proved invaluable for the majority of ordinary people or those who had yet to acquire a soul ring. This reality afforded weapon shops a degree of survival, as soul masters constituted a mere fraction of the populace, with the majority being common folk. Ning Rongrong glanced at the weapon shop, casting a disapproving glare at Chen Hu. Is this the purpose for which you brought me here? Speak plainly, how much more do you need? Her sharp intellect had led her to discern Chen Hu's intentions. Not much more. I scouted this morning and found a fine blade here, the prized possession of the shop. However, the price is a bit steep, and I'm a tad short on funds, which is why I sought the assistance of Miss Ning. Rest assured, I shall repay you in due time. And I can provide an IOU, Chen Hu asserted earnestly. An IOU is unnecessary. Should you default on your debt, I shall summon Grandfather Jian to personally apprehend you. You are aware of Grandfather Jian, correct? He is a titled Douluo. Ning Rongrong replied with an innocent smile. Jian Daochen, really? It's merely a small loan. Is it necessary to invoke such a formidable figure? Chen Hu chuckled. Surely, you are familiar with my reputation. I am known as the honest young lord. Come, let us enter. Taking Ning Rongrong's hand, he led her into the weapon shop. Ah, young patron, you have not given up. Are you truly intent on spending 10,000 gold soul coins to acquire our prized treasure, the Dawn Blade? The shopkeeper's assistant recognized Chen Hu, indicating that this was not his first visit. In fact, Chen Hu had visited this weapon shop earlier that day and had set his sights on the illustrious blade. After much negotiation and persuasion, the shopkeeper had quoted an exorbitant price of 10,000 gold soul coins, hoping to dissuade Chen Hu from his pursuit. Indeed, my good sir. Is the shopkeeper available? I was in a hurry this morning and did not bring enough money. I have returned to purchase the blade. Chen Hu greeted with a smile. The Dawn Blade, as mentioned by the assistant, was a rare and formidable weapon. Possessing it would grant Chen Hu the confidence to threaten Dai Mubai's life. even without employing the 8 gates of Duanjia. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. The innkeeper, without hesitation, thought that even if Chen Hu truly gathered enough funds to purchase the Twilight Blade, it would not be a loss. After all, no matter how exquisite a blade may be, it pales in comparison to the exorbitant price of 10,000 soul coins. Shortly thereafter, the shop owner emerged, a hint of bitterness in his voice as he confessed, "Young brother, let me speak frankly. This blade is a treasured heirloom passed down from my ancestors. A family relic that has always served as a centerpiece of this establishment. I never intended to sell it. The asking price of 10,000 soul coins was merely a deterrent to dissuade you from pursuing it. Shopkeeper, I understand the profound significance of the Twilight Blade to you. It is indeed a priceless treasure. However, as a weapon, it merely remains a cold instrument on display for a lifetime. Perhaps the true fulfillment of its purpose lies in finding a worthy owner. Why not allow me to test this exquisite blade? You may reconsider its sale to me afterward." Chen Hu proposed. "Very well, follow me," the shopkeeper replied after a moment's hesitation, instructing the attendant to carry the wooden box containing the Twilight Blade to a spacious area in the backyard and hand it over to Chen Hu. As Chen Hu gently opened the box, a blade of deep somber hue revealed itself before him. Its form bore a striking resemblance to the weapon he had previously wielded, slim and elongated, measuring a full 4 feet in length. The blade's edge was deeply cut, creating a striking contrast of dark and light, with a brown blood groove elegantly dividing its surface into 2 perfect halves. The blade possessed a subtle curve, while the hilt was adorned with ancient cloud patterns that exuded an exquisite Eastern beauty. Upon grasping the hilt, a chilling sensation coursed through Chen Hu's fingers, and the blade began to tremble gently, as if rejoicing. As he lifted the blade, a dazzling interplay of light and shadow emanated from it, reminiscent of dusk and dawn converging. With a soft, resonant hum, a stone pedestal before him was cleaved in 2, the cut remarkably smooth and even, leaving one to ponder the consequences had this strike been directed at a soul master. Undeterred, Chen Hu continued his performance, wielding the enticing Twilight Blade with effortless grace. Brilliant arcs of light erupted from each stroke, his movements resembling the embodiment of a flawless masterpiece. Above, a servant, oblivious to the commotion below, inadvertently poured a bucket of cold water downward. The blade's light danced like silk, sending droplets scattering in all directions. Chapter 37. The Task. "Remarkable, simply remarkable," exclaimed the weapons shop owner, unable to contain his excitement as he witnessed the spectacle unfold. Though he was not a soul master, he could discern that Chen Hu had not utilized even a fraction of soul master abilities. It was solely his extraordinary swordsmanship that deflected the falling water, leaving him entirely dry. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. She had not anticipated that Chen Hu's swordplay had reached such heights. It was unlikely that even most high-ranking soul masters could achieve such a feat without employing their soul power. The figure of Chen Hu came to a halt, gently gliding one hand along the blade of the Twilight knife, causing a splash of water to fly forth, leaving the blade gleaming as pristine as ever. "Boss, we are set on purchasing this knife. Name your price." After witnessing Chen Hu's knife technique, Ning Rongrong felt a strong conviction that this blade rightfully belonged in Chen Hu's hands. With a grand gesture, she spoke generously. The weapon shop owner smiled wryly, shaking his head. "A treasured blade deserves a heroic wielder. Ever since my ancestors passed down the Twilight knife, it has remained enshrined in this display case. Young brother, your earlier words ring true. Such a magnificent knife should not remain hidden away. Your swordsmanship is unparalleled, and I, Wang Dayo, am not one to go back on my word. For 10,000 gold soul coins, this Twilight knife shall be yours." "Thank you, shopkeeper. I assure you, I will never misuse the Twilight knife for nefarious deeds or indiscriminate slaughter. Should I violate this oath, may the blade be my undoing," Chen Hu vowed solemnly, caressing the icy blade of the Twilight knife. Afterward, he retrieved 7,000 gold soul coins from the cloth pouch at his waist. This was all the wealth he and Lin Xiaoxiao possessed. He glanced toward Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong, displaying her own generosity, produced a gold card, stating, "This is a gold card from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, redeemable for 10,000 gold soul coins at any bank. Here, take it." With a proud glance at Chen Hu, she added, "You may keep that little sum for yourself, and you can pay me back when you have the means." To an ordinary person, 10,000 gold soul coins might seem an astronomical sum, but to the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was merely a few years' worth of pocket money. Chen Hu, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted his gold soul coins back, delighting in the new acquisition of the Twilight knife. Observing the gold card that Ning Rongrong had presented, Wang Dayo's eyes sparkled momentarily with intrigue, and he wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat. Thankfully, his demeanor had been amiable, The identities of these two young individuals were evidently not ordinary, and he pondered their possible connections to the legendary Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With curiosity brewing within him, Wang Dayo hastily called out to the two as they prepared to depart. "Esteemed guests, please hold on." Ning Rongrong, slightly impatient, replied, "What is it? You're not reconsidering, are you?" Wang Dayo waved his hands, speaking hurriedly, "Of course not. However, the brilliance of the Twilight Knife is unparalleled. I also possess a scabbard that pairs with it, known as the Divine Elegance. I shall take the liberty of gifting it to this young brother. Please wait a moment while I fetch it from the storeroom." He instructed a young attendant to attend to Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong, while he himself went to retrieve the Divine Elegance scabbard. Before long, Wang Dayo returned with the scabbard, presenting it before Chen Hu. Chen Hu accepted the scabbard, sheathing the Twilight Knife within, as the blade slid into its home. Its brilliance faded entirely. Divine Elegance, Twilight. The interplay of creation and elegance, the duality of day and night. What a splendid name. I offer my gratitude once more, esteemed shopkeeper. I am Chen Hu, and should I encounter any troubles in the future, perhaps I may be contacted through the Spirit Hall. We shall take our leave now. With a respectful gesture toward Wang Dayo and the Divine Elegance scabbard in hand, Chen Hu walked alongside Ning Rongrong as they exited the weapon shop. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely. Upon departing from the armory, Chen Hu expressed his gratitude to Ning Rongrong. Without her assistance, he might not have smoothly acquired the Twilight Blade and the Divine Show Blade sheath. Ning Rongrong's radiant eyes sparkled with a bright gleam as she remarked, "It is good that you understand. In the future, should anyone dare to bully me, you must not stand idly by." "Of course," Chen Hu replied with a smile. "By the way, you promised to accompany me for a shopping excursion. Now that your matters are settled, it is time to fulfill that promise." For many girls, shopping is an obsession beyond imagination. They can spend an entire day browsing, even without making a purchase. By the time the exuberant Ning Rongrong and the exhausted Chen Hu returned to Shrek Academy, dusk had already fallen. After a night's rest, Chen Hu arose early for a brief session of exercise before being summoned by Flinder to the training ground. The 9 students of Shrek Academy stood in a line, yet it was evident that there was a lack of harmony among them. Dai Mubai wished to stand beside Zhu Zhuqing, who, without uttering a word, exchanged places with Lin Xiaoxiao, creating a considerable distance between Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai. Observing the scene, Flinder's cat-like eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and a cold smirk crept across his lips as he tossed a faded yellow map before them. "This is a map leading to the Stardo Forest. You are all aware that Oscar's soul power level has risen to 30. As a team, Oscar is your comrade. Should you not assist him in obtaining a soul ring? I do not care about the type of soul ring, but it must be a 1,000-year soul ring. Throughout this endeavor, the teachers of Shrek Academy will not intervene, and all decisions are to be made by you. I have but one demand. For every individual who departs, an equal number must return. If even one person is lost, the others need not return either." Flinder concluded his words without affording them any opportunity for negotiation and turned to leave, presenting them with his retreating figure. Apart from Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, who had some inkling of the situation, the expressions of the other students were blank with confusion. Oscar could not contain himself and exclaimed loudly, "Dean, this is utterly absurd. You know well what the Stardo Forest is like. We, a group of great soul masters accompanied by one soul respected level master, are expected to hunt soul beasts there without the guidance of our teachers. Are we not merely walking to our demise?" Flinder's cold voice echoed back, "Aren't you all brimming with vitality? Then, let us see if you can return alive from the Stardo Forest." Oscar despondently sank to the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's over. I was right. Given the Dean's miserly nature, how could he possibly refrain from exacting revenge on us afterward?" Dai Mubai placed a reassuring hand on Oscar's shoulder and said, "It seems the Dean is resolute in his decision, leaving us no room for negotiation. Little Oscar cannot indefinitely avoid acquiring his 3rd soul ring. The real issue now is not whether to venture into the Stardo Forest, but how to assist him in obtaining that 3rd soul ring and returning safely." "Wait, Mubai. Oscar, you must have been to the Stardo Forest before. Can you enlighten us about the conditions there?" Tang inquired. Dai Mubai remarked, "The Stardo Forest is a remarkable place, albeit one fraught with peril. Deep within its confines lies a realm so treacherous that even the titled Douluo dare not venture lightly. It is inhabited by formidable 10,000-year soul beasts, and legends suggest the occasional presence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Fortunately, our objective this time is a millennium soul beast, so we shall not delve too deeply into the forest's depths. However, the absence of our teacher still renders our journey perilous." "Is it truly dangerous?" Xiaowu mused, a strange glimmer illuminating her eyes. "I believe we shall be fine, provided we exercise caution." She then recalled the words exchanged between Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao the previous day, inquiring, "Miss Xiao, Hu. You must have surmised the task that Dean Flanders is to announce today, haven't you? At her words, the others turned to Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. In truth, it is merely speculation on my part. Without much certainty, Lin Xiaoxiao replied, a hint of shyness in her smile. Our former teacher hailed from Shrek Academy, and our inaugural task was to acquire our first soul ring through our own abilities. At that time, we were 5 in number, aside from me, a soul master. The other 4, including Hu, were all 10th level soul fighters. Thus, when we heard Dean Flanders speak, it coincided with Oscar's soul power reaching the 30th level, leading us to certain conjectures. Wait, for soul fighters and 1 soul master, how could they possibly secure a soul ring on their own? Was there perhaps a sacrifice involved? With the first soul ring being a 10-year soul ring? Xiao Wu exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. A 100-year soul beast is far beyond the capabilities of a group of soul fighters and a newly ascended soul master. Recalling the events of that time, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a shiver of trepidation. Actually, we did not succeed. After Hu and another companion managed to acquire their soul rings, we suffered devastating losses, leading to our mission's failure. Ultimately, it was our teacher who intervened, assisting the other 2 companions in obtaining their soul rings. A group of soul fighters and a soul master managing to help 2 companions secure 100-year soul rings is an extraordinary feat. How did you accomplish such a task? Tang Sen inquired, offering words of comfort. Acquiring a 100-year soul ring is no simple endeavor. I recall my own experience of obtaining my first soul ring. Aided by a teacher of 29 levels, and I nearly failed. It is difficult to fathom how you succeeded. That was because my initial target was a solitary bamboo. As a soul beast of the plant category, it may be unremarkable, yet its defensive capabilities are formidable, albeit its offensive power is quite limited. With the support of my team, even a 300-year solitary bamboo proved not overly challenging to hunt, Chen Hu explained. Given this, under the principle of gaining experience through battle, you should have succeeded. How could you have failed? Tang San surmised the situation, compelled to acknowledge that Chen Hu's strategy and planning were remarkably effective. By cultivating experience through combat, gradually enhancing their capabilities, once the most daunting initial step was taken, subsequent challenges would surely become increasingly manageable. Chen Hu shook his head and remarked, you are indeed correct. However, both you and we at that time underestimated the occurrence of unforeseen events. On the very night I acquired my first spirit ring, we were besieged by over 100 10-year-old spectral wolves and a century-old spectral wolf king. This was merely within the relatively safer confines of the soul hunting forest, not to mention the perilous Stardo Forest. At that juncture, our concerns will extend beyond just spirit beasts. Human spirit masters can be equally, if not more, perilous. The dangers and variables we might encounter are manifold. With a stroke of ill fortune, we could face a 10,000-year spirit beast sovereign, which could spell our utter annihilation, Chen Hu said with a hint of foreboding. Chapter 38, The Town. Stop with the ominous predictions. Should we truly encounter a 10,000-year spirit beast, there would be no escape for us. And we could only hope to be reborn into a better life, Oscar said with a bitter smile. Tang San and the others began to grasp the inherent dangers of the Stardo Forest, furrowing their brows in concern. Does that mean we are facing certain death? Chen Hu chuckled softly. I am merely outlining the worst-case scenario. It is equally plausible that upon entering the Stardo Forest, we might encounter a suitable spirit beast for Oscar and emerge unscathed shortly thereafter. And surely, you do not believe that Dean Flander would send us to our demise. The Shrek Academy has but a handful of students. If we were to be utterly decimated, it would be Dean Flander who would grieve the most. Thus, rest assured, powerful instructors will undoubtedly be lurking in the shadows, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. However, I must caution everyone. Do not let the presence of formidable instructors behind us lead to reckless behavior. After all, they cannot always respond in a timely manner. Should an unexpected situation arise, and they are delayed, our only salvation would lie within ourselves. For the sake of our lives, I suggest we set aside trivial disputes and concentrate on fulfilling our mission, Chen Hu added, spreading his hands and directing his gaze towards Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai replied coldly, I do possess a sense of the larger picture. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent but nodded slightly, signaling her agreement with Chen Hu's proposal. Chen Hu continued, furthermore, we are a team, albeit a somewhat tenuous one. A cohesive team requires a leader with a strong, overarching vision, responsible for coordinating personnel, formulating strategies, and making decisive calls. Let us deliberate and select a team leader who will issue commands. Any disobedience to the leader's orders will be dealt with as per military law. What say you? I have no objections. A team naturally requires a decision-maker, Oscar affirmed with a nod. The others echoed Chen Hu's sentiment. And Xiao Wu could not help but ask, but who should assume this leadership role? Naturally, it should be Chen Hu. He possesses relevant experience and excels in various capacities, wielding formidable strength while also providing support and enhancement to the team. Such a person ought to lead us, Ning Rongrong opined. Indeed. I concur that Chen Hu should take on this leadership role, Lin Xiaoxiao chimed in. Oscar pondered for a moment and stated, if Chen Hu is to be the leader, I have no objections. I, too, agree. Tang San nodded in affirmation after a moment of contemplation. As Xiao Wu observed Tang San's agreement, she nodded in affirmation. Zhu Zhuqing also inclined her head slightly, acknowledging Chen Hu's leadership. Ma Hongjun cast a furtive glance at Dai Mubai and declared, I will follow Dai's lead, if he agrees. Then so shall I. All eyes turned toward Dai Mubai, whose mischievous gaze revealed a hint of reluctance. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Hu interjected loudly. While you all have consented, I, as the protagonist, have yet to accept this position of leadership. I do not believe I am suited to be a leader. At least not for this particular team. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the group, Chen Hu smiled and elaborated. Firstly, my assumption of leadership would not inspire confidence, at least. Dai Mubai would not be wholeheartedly supportive. In the face of an impending perilous mission, any team member harboring doubts about their leader can be catastrophic, especially with the potential for rebellious sentiments. Secondly, although I am a support-type soul master, my combat style leans towards that of an offensive soul master. During battle, I may not be able to maintain rationality and attend to everyone's needs. But apart from you, there is no one more suited to lead this team, Ning Rongrong remarked. Chen Hu shook his head, countering, that is simply not true. There exists someone among us far more fit for this role. Tang San. You should unreservedly accept the position of leader. His gaze settled on Tang San. Xiao Wu, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, indeed. Tang San would make an excellent leader. Firstly, he possesses the best rapport with everyone and wields formidable strength. No one can doubt his capabilities. Furthermore, as a control-type soul master, he has the greatest aptitude for managing the battlefield, making him the most suitable for issuing commands. Precisely. Moreover, Tang San possesses an unparalleled advantage. His reach is the longest, whether through his martial soul or hidden weapons, granting him the widest range among us, making him ideally suited to occupy the central position and direct the team. Chen Hu added, ultimately, everyone unanimously agreed to have Tang San temporarily assume the role of team leader. Although Tang San felt somewhat reluctant, he recognized that no one else was more suited for the position, especially given the tensions between Dai Mubai and Chen Hu's factions, making it inappropriate for either to take on the leadership role. Once the leader was established, Tang San stated, the Stardo Forest is a perilous realm, teeming with soul beasts. Therefore, Mubai, as the strongest among us, you should lead the way to swiftly confront any dangers. Zhu Qing, being an agile attack-type soul master, should accompany Mubai at the front to scout the environment ahead. Xiao Ao, Ning Rongrong, and I will position ourselves in the middle, while Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu take flanks. Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao will bring up the rear. Once we enter the forest, we must maintain this formation and remain ever vigilant. Let us set forth. With Tang San's meticulous arrangements, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who had initially harbored some reservations about him, felt reassured. Tang San's meticulous planning not only accounted for the strengths of each member within the team, but also ensured that those with complementary attributes were grouped together. Each individual was assigned their respective roles, minimizing potential conflicts. Had they been in his position, they would not have executed the task any better. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia spoke in a deep, resounding voice. Flender, are you truly at ease with allowing that group of children to venture alone into the Stardo Forest? To be honest, I never anticipated that the little owl would possess such audacity, permitting one soul master and 4 soul masters to independently procure soul rings. Back in school, that lad seemed rather earnest. Have you never heard the saying? The barking dog seldom bites. Despite Li Yuan's taciturn nature, he is, in fact, the most ruthless among all the graduates of Shrek Academy, willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. However, you know my concerns for their safety. If anything were to happen to those little monsters, you can be sure I would hold you accountable. Flender retorted with a cold snort. Zhao Wujia replied, I knew you had a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. I'll take my leave then. Wait. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not intervene. And keep an eye on Chen Hu. For some reason, I find him rather inscrutable. I wonder if Li Yuan deliberately sent me such a little monster. Flender shook his head. Zhao Wujia scoffed. Stop pretending to be coy. Setting aside that lad's remarkable combat skills and his terrifying self-created soul technique, the mere capability of his martial soul already marks him as a little monster, destined for immeasurable accomplishments. And then there's Lin Xiaoxiao, who, despite her seemingly delicate demeanor, wields the Overlord Spear with a style reminiscent of that renowned figure. Enough with the idle chatter. Off you go. Flender waved his hand. Zhao Wujia jogged away, his hefty form landing soundlessly, as if treading on cotton, swiftly vanishing from Flinder's line of sight. The group of 9 maintained their formation, breaking into a light jog as they exited Shrek Academy. Chen Hu and Oscar, the 2 food-type soul masters, replenished their energy, realizing that the consumption of stamina during their run was negligible. The importance of these 2 food-type soul masters to the team became even more evident. Without their sustenance, they would undoubtedly expend excessive energy along the way, necessitating considerable time to recuperate upon reaching the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. Similarly, Oscar, benefiting from his exceptional martial soul abilities, received better treatment, focusing part of his energy on Tang San and Dai Mubai as they practically lifted him along in their run, allowing him ample time to restore his soul power. What? You mentioned Chen Hu. In terms of stamina, he has never yielded to anyone, lending a supportive hand to the breathless Ning Rongrong, who, in turn, utilized her martial soul abilities to alleviate the burden on Chen Hu and the others. However, it was evident that the radiance of the 7-treasure glazed tile was rather stingily directed away from Dai Mubai, illuminating the other companions instead. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda possessed by Ning Rongrong grants 2 remarkable abilities. One enhances strength, while the other augments speed, both of which transcend the limitations of soul power levels. This implies that even in the presence of a tidal Douluo, the auxiliary effects of Ning Rongrong would remain uncompromised. Even Chen Hu couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, rightfully renowned as the premier auxiliary martial soul, its support evoking envy among many. The Stardo Forest lies to the south of the Heavendo Empire, with a small portion bordering the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, merely about 500 kilometers from Soto City. Thus, the Stardo Forest undoubtedly stands as the most favorable locale for the students of Shrek Academy to acquire soul rings. Admittedly, the Soul Beast Forest cultivated by the Spirit Hall may also harbor suitable soul rings for Oscar, yet the cost required to venture into the hunting grounds of the Spirit Hall is beyond what Oscar can afford. For an ordinary student from a common academy like Oscar, the cost-effectiveness of obtaining soul rings from the Spirit Hall's cultivated Soul Beast Forest is rather low. Before nightfall, the group had managed to cover only over 400 kilometers, leaving a considerable distance yet to traverse to reach the Stardo Forest. Consequently, they resolved to rest overnight in a nearby small town and continue their journey the following morning. The town bustled with activity, likely due to its proximity to the Stardo Forest. Most of the shops catered to soul masters, selling weapons, armor, detoxifying, and restorative potions, and even clothing designed with numerous pockets suitable for carrying adventure gear. Oscar remarked, as the saying goes, one thrives where the resources are abundant. These villages rely heavily on the Stardo Forest for their livelihood. I reckon there are many such villages on the outskirts of the forest. Isn't it a bit too far to be over 100 kilometers from the Stardo Forest? Tang San inquired, puzzled. There's nothing strange about it. Do you think the Stardo Forest is merely a haven for cultivated soul beasts? The soul beasts within are quite ferocious and often venture beyond the forest. If the distance were too short, it could spell trouble, Oscar elucidated. Tang San nodded, acknowledging the wisdom that experience often teaches more than mere reading can convey. Let us rest at this hotel for the night. You all go ahead. I'll take a stroll around the vicinity, Chen Hu suggested, pointing towards a rather unassuming hotel ahead. Do you want us to accompany you? Tang San asked, frowning slightly. No need. I can manage alone. You all go on ahead, and I'll find you shortly. Chen Hu declined Tang San's kind offer, waving his hand as he made his way toward a stall brimming with various goods. I'll accompany him, Ning Rongrong declared, swiftly catching up to Chen Hu. As Xiao Wu gazed at the dazzling array of merchandise, she felt a pang of desire. Casting a hopeful glance at Tang San, unable to bear rejecting Xiao Wu, said, let us first settle down at the hotel, and then we shall freely explore the surroundings. However, do remember to return by nightfall. Chen Hu, noticing Ning Rongrong following closely, inquired with a hint of curiosity. What brings you here? Ning Rongrong, with her hands clasped behind her back, skipped around Chen Hu, her innocent face illuminating with a smile. After a day of travel, I felt stifled and thought it better to come out and see if there is anything entertaining. Exploring is fine, but do not purchase anything recklessly without my permission. Though the vendors here seem amiable, one can never tell if they see you as an easy target, ready to fleece you without remorse. It is not uncommon for profit-driven individuals to act on ill intentions, Chen Hu cautioned earnestly. You think our 7 treasures glazed tile school thrives on what? No one has yet been born who can deceive me. As for those harboring ulterior motives, there's still you. The dawn blade I bought for you is not merely for show. Ning Rongrong replied nonchalantly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Chen Hu, shimmering with a peculiar light. By the way, you came out alone. Did you find something you fancy? Would you like me to help you assess it? No need. The items that catch my eye are beyond your comprehension. Besides, if I am interested in something, I surely understand its value and will not be taken advantage of. Chen Hu shook his head. As they continued together, the youthful and charming Ning Rongrong attracted the attention of many passers-by. Yet, despite Chen Hu's youth, his robust appearance deterred any would-be troublemakers. Boss, how much for this cheap bloodgrass? Chen Hu paused in front of a stall that stood apart from the others, displaying a collection of rare herbs. Coming from a lineage of doctors, and having been mentored by a seasoned physician, Chen Hu understood that seemingly ordinary herbs, when combined, could yield miraculous remedies. Qi bloodgrass is an exceedingly rare herb, typically flourishing in lands nourished by the blood of soul beasts. It rapidly replenishes one's vital energy and blood, proving exceptionally effective for those suffering from significant blood loss. As a support-type soul master, Chen Hu was acutely aware of the limitations of martial soul abilities. For instance, while his first soul skill, bamboo leaf green, could swiftly heal wounds, it could not restore lost vitality. Thus, regardless of how much bamboo leaf green one consumed, excessive blood loss could still lead to fainting or even death. Had Chen Hu possessed Qi bloodgrass during his earlier trials, the period of weakness following the 8 gates would not have lingered so long. It was a herb he had searched for in vain across numerous pharmacies in Soto City. 10 gold soul coins, no bargaining, the stall owner. A middle-aged man in his 30s with a long scar across his face resembling a centipede, declared ominously. For such a miserable little sprout, 10 gold soul coins? Why don't you just go rob someone? Ning Rongrong retorted. The middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently, indicating that if one wished to buy, they should pay up. If not, they should leave. This blood vitality herb was obtained at the cost of his brother's life, and 10 gold soul coins were far too little. Fine, I will buy it, along with these other herbs. Let us set a price, Chen Hu stated, pointing to several more herbs. 70 gold soul coins, the man replied, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. To be honest, he could not even name the herbs in question. However, he had resolved long ago that he would not sell any herb for less than 10 gold soul coins, especially since his brother had perished for these particular plants. Agreed. Chen Hu nodded and withdrew 70 coins from his waist pouch, placing them before the middle-aged man. He then carefully stowed away the 7 fresh herbs in another pocket. You must be mad, spending 70 gold soul coins on this bunch of worthless grass, Ning Rongrong remarked, perplexed. Chen Hu smiled and replied, these herbs are indeed treasures. When encountered by someone who knows their worth, not to mention a mere 70 gold soul coins, even if the price were to increase tenfold, there would be buyers. Among the 7 herbs, while the blood vitality herb was rare, it was not the most valuable. That honor belonged to a herb called dragon bloodgrass, which was the main ingredient of several precious potion recipes gifted to Chen Hu by his teacher, Ji Shui. This herb could stimulate the body's vitality and accelerate soul power cultivation. The other herbs also possessed their own remarkable properties, each worthy of several coins. Chen Hu had not anticipated encountering such rare herbs in such a small village. They are merely a few ordinary herbs. How could they possibly be worth 700 gold coins? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow. These herbs are indeed unremarkable. But if they have been tainted with the blood of a dragon-type soul beast, they differ little from ordinary wild grasses, Chen Hu explained with a smile. Ning Rongrong began to understand. The blood of a dragon-type soul beast is priceless, and even a mere stain of it could lead to the creation of unimaginable medicinal materials. If these herbs had indeed been infused with dragon blood, Chen Hu had truly stumbled upon a great bargain. Ning Rongrong had to concede that Chen Hu occasionally had a keen eye and good fortune. First the Xuanxiao sword, and now herbs tainted with dragon blood. Was he perhaps favored by the heavens? Subsequently, Chen Hu continued to meander through the small stall. While he did not find anything that could rival the value of dragon bloodgrass, he did discover 1 or 2 herbs on par with blood vitality grass, yielding a commendable harvest. Likewise, he purchased several unfamiliar potions, even if their effects were not particularly remarkable, to enrich his experience and broaden his knowledge. Ning Rongrong occasionally made purchases as well. The 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda lived up to its reputation as a renowned treasure appraisal martial soul, exhibiting exceptional ability in the examination and identification of luxurious gemstones. She managed to acquire several valuable gems at a remarkably low price. Chen Hu envied this ability. It was no wonder the 7 Treasures glazed tile sect was as wealthy as a nation. Such capabilities surely attract wealth. Chen Hu cast an unusual glance at Ning Rongrong, perceiving her as the quintessential embodiment of a privileged beauty. What occupies your thoughts? Your gaze seems peculiar, she remarked, a shiver of discomfort running through her. It's nothing, Chen Hu replied, turning his head away with a faint sigh. When did he become so sentimental? The longer he distanced himself from that familiar world, the more he realized that certain memories had not faded but instead deepened, rendering him more susceptible to emotional influences. As they approached the entrance of the hotel, a faint commotion reached their ears, prompting Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong to exchange a glance and quicken their pace. Inside the hotel, the 4 members of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Lin Xiao, were locked in a tense standoff with 5 youths who appeared to be in their 20s. The atmosphere crackled with tension as both sides summoned their martial spirits. From the perspective of soul ring configurations and the quality of martial spirits, Shrek Academy's quartet held a significant advantage. While Dai Mubai boasted a configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple, the remaining 3 possessed peak configurations of 2 yellow rings. In stark contrast, their opponents had merely a standard configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow, wielding unremarkable martial spirits, spears, tridents, deer, sheep, and horses, none of which exuded strength. The moment the martial spirits were revealed, the fighting spirit of the 5 youths dissipated entirely, as the stark disparity in power became evident. I am Yijiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghui Academy. Which sect do you belong to? A middle-aged man stepped forward, not even releasing his martial spirit, yet standing firm against the pressure exerted by Dai Mubai and his companions. He was unmistakably one of the leading instructors of Tsanghui Academy, his soul power unfathomable. Let us proceed. We have matters to attend to. Although Chen Hu preferred to avoid trouble, he felt no reason to retreat as a member of Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong nodded, following closely behind him. We are from Shrek Academy, boasted Ma Hongjun, his pride evident as he regarded the lone female student of Tsanghui Academy with a fierce glare. Shrek Academy? I've never heard of it, Yijiqiu mused, unable to recall any renowned force by that name on the continent. While he felt a sense of relief, he also experienced a twinge of helplessness. He had believed that Tsanghui Academy's students were already exceptional, and his purpose for being there was to assist one in acquiring a 3rd soul ring. Yet, witnessing this scene, his confidence wavered. Observing the 7 young individuals before him, Yijiqiu could not help but inquire, have your mentors arrived? We are not mere children. We can manage on our own, Dai Mubai declared with arrogance, casting a scornful glance at the 5 youths behind Yijiqiu, as if mocking their immaturity. The youths, feeling the oppressive pressure of Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit, paled in response, but ultimately remained silent. Since this is the case, you must provide me with an explanation today. Otherwise, I do not mind teaching you the principles of propriety. Yijiqiu coldly snorted and commanded, Xian Gui, possess me. Chapter 40, Fighting Side by Side. The beast martial soul, Xian Gui. A circle of black ripples emanated from Yijiqiu's body, causing his limbs to retract by at least a quarter. His back arched high, revealing a shell-like armor, reminiscent of a tortoise's shell. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath his feet, indicating that Yijiqiu was indeed a soul king of over level 50. Although the configuration of his soul rings was rather ordinary, the mere presence of a soul king of such caliber was enough to exert pressure on Dai Mubai and his companions. You young ones lack understanding. Do not speak recklessly. Call your teacher out. Yijiqiu cunningly devised a plan, both to ascertain that Dai Mubai and the other's mentor was absent and to display his magnanimity, ensuring he would not be accused of bullying the young, an endeavor that served 2 purposes. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. Why waste words? You old tortoise? The portly figure scoffed, undeterred by the presence of a soul king. After all, the teachers at Shrek Academy were at least soul emperors. A soul king was hardly a source of fear for him. Given time, his future accomplishments would surely transcend that of a mere soul king. Gentlemen, if you intend to fight, make it worthwhile, the shopkeeper interjected, concerned that a real brawl would bring turmoil to the establishment. Very well. Let us step outside to settle this. Yijiqiu shot a fierce glare at Ma Hongjun. He abhorred being likened to a tortoise. Dai Mubai and his youthful companions, brimming with vigor, boldly exited the hotel. In hushed tones, Dai Mubai confided to Tang San, this old fellow is a soul king of over level 50, and his martial soul, Xian Gui, is quite formidable. Make sure to act swiftly. I fear I may not last long. Were you not quite boastful just a moment ago? Now you falter? Ning Rongrong's derisive laughter echoed. Tang San, upon hearing this, revealed a glimmer of surprise, with Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong joining their ranks. He felt a renewed sense of confidence and quickly inquired, now is not the time for such discussions. Chen Hu, do you have any suggestions? Chen Hu had always struck him as a reliable ally. While the opponent was indeed a soul king, the direct lethality of the Xian Gui martial soul was limited. As long as I can fully leverage my strengths, achieving victory should not be overly difficult. The challenge lies in ensuring our own safety. Let us not forget, our objective is to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd soul ring. Any injuries sustained here would undoubtedly hinder our progress in helping him obtain the soul ring. Chen Hu cautioned. Tang San nodded in agreement. You are correct. Regarding the Xian Gui martial soul, my teacher has informed me that I have a 90% chance of success. The opponent's soul ring abilities are primarily defensive. While their soul power level is high, it does not pose a direct threat to me. Moreover, typical defensive soul masters are not particularly swift. These are both aspects we can exploit. His teacher is a master with profound knowledge of martial souls, which gives him great confidence. Tang San continued, in dealing with a defensive soul master like this, I have two strategies. One is to rely on our speed advantage to engage him. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glaze tile and Chen Hu's wind spring soul skill, we can maximize our speed. As long as he fails to land a single skill, we can seize the opportunity to identify his weaknesses and strike decisively. However, since he is a defensive soul king, his defensive strength must be formidable, and our attacks may not necessarily break through his defenses. Personally, I lean towards the second tactical choice. The Xian Gui martial soul belongs to the water element, while Ma Hongjuan's martial soul is a top-tier fire attribute. The two elements are perfectly counteractive. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can boil water. The unique nature of the fat man's martial soul allows us to maintain distance effectively. With the support of 3 auxiliary soul masters, we need not worry about his endurance. The 4 of us will focus on restraining him, while Xiao Wu rotates in, ensuring a continuous supply of support. I firmly believe we can outlast him. Tang San's second option is to fully utilize the advantages of their 3 auxiliary soul masters, leveraging their numbers and support to exhaust the opponent. After articulating his strategy, he turned to Chen Hu and asked, Chen Hu, do you have anything to add? No. Your strategy is flawless, truly worthy of being our unanimously chosen leader. Let us proceed with the second plan. However, if circumstances change, I hope you can deploy your exquisite hidden weapons. As I have mentioned, in this battle, we must not only win but do so without sustaining any damage. As Chen Hu spoke, he recited his soul incantation, medicine to cure, gourd of wine, bamboo leaf green. The first soul ring suddenly glowed, transforming the fine wine in the medicinal gourd into bamboo leaf green. He handed the gourd to Tang San, saying, the effect of my martial soul lasts for over 20 minutes. Time on the battlefield is fleeting. You may take a sip of bamboo leaf green. Its potency will remain in your system for more than 20 minutes, or until the medicinal effect is depleted. Tang San was somewhat taken aback. Chen Hu had always showcased exceptional swordsmanship and combat techniques, as well as his remarkable self-created soul skill. He had assumed that the capability of Chen Hu's martial soul paled in comparison to those with top-tier martial souls. However, he was astonished to learn that the potency of Chen Hu's martial soul could last for such an extended period. While both possessed food-type martial souls, the timing of their effects before and after battle represented 2 distinct concepts. Tang San had previously believed that only after sustaining injuries could one benefit from the medicinal wine produced by Chen Hu's first soul skill. Consequently, he had to reassess Chen Hu's potential. Without hesitation, Tang San drank the bamboo leaf green, and then passed the medicinal gourd to Xiao Wu. As they exited the inn, the primary combat soul masters consumed the medicinal wine enhanced with 2 additional soul skills. The rich aroma of the wine wafted through the air, and the group's pace quickened slightly. You still have time to regret your decision. When the time comes to engage, do not blame me, Yi Zhiqiu, for taking advantage of the weak. As they traversed the terrain, Yi Zhiqiu regained his composure, observing the 9 youths who had emerged before him. In a grave tone, he remarked, enough with the idle chatter. The realm of soul masters is merely a contest of strength. There's no point in being overly verbose. If you wish to concede, you must first defeat us. Dai Mubai flashed a wicked grin, having longed for a chance to unleash his pent-up frustrations through combat. In that case, let all of you come at us, Yi Zhiqiu declared. Remember, we are monsters, not mere mortals. Ma Hongjun chuckled softly. Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, refusing to grant Yi Zhiqiu the opportunity to strike first. With a thunderous roar, Dai Mubai activated his second soul ring, summoning a white energy sphere that hurtled towards Yi Zhiqiu. As Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Xiaoxiao charged forward, their own soul rings illuminated. Zhu Zhuqing, akin to a wildcat, surged forward with enhanced speed, blending into the shadows of the night as she swiftly approached Yi Zhiqiu, creating distance from Lin Xiaoxiao. The latter brandished her overlord spear, her yellow soul ring glowing as dark, ethereal light emanated from the weapon, enveloping her. Tang San's first soul ring ignited, his right hand pressing down as black vines erupted from the ground, racing towards Yi Zhiqiu in a binding assault, a manifestation of his blue-silver grass's first soul skill. With Chen Hu's wind spring soul skill enhancing their speed, the group found themselves moving at an accelerated pace, leaving Yi Zhiqiu with even less time to react. Ma Hongjuan's mullet swayed as he unleashed his first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire line, a jet of purplish-red malevolent flames that even Chen Hu dared not confront head-on. The 5 acted almost in unison, displaying no trepidation towards Yi Zhiqiu. a soul king of over level 50. Chen Hu gripped the hilt of his dawn knife, poised for action, while Ning Rongrong clasped her hands together, reciting a soul incantation to summon the 7 treasure glazed tiles martial soul. Oscar stood ready with his sausages, and Xiao Wu positioned herself beside Chen Hu, prepared to protect their fragile support soul master while remaining adaptable to switch roles with any frontline teammate as necessary. In that moment, the 9 students of Shrek Academy began to exhibit the essence of teamwork, fulfilling their respective roles and coordinating their efforts in battle. Yet Yi Zhiqiu was not idle. Years of experience allowed him to sense the impending threat the instant Shrek's 9 launched their attack. He swiftly unleashed his first and second soul skills, pivoting his body to face them with his shell-like armor. Activating the first soul ring skill, Xian Gui protects the body. A dark aura spread around him, accompanied by waves of chilling air. Dai Mubai's white tiger's light wave collided with the shell on Yi Zhiqiu's back, causing it to tremble slightly, yet remain steadfast as a mountain. Despite the immense disparity in soul power, even Dai Mubai's nearly 700-year second soul skill could not breach the defenses granted by Yi Zhiqiu's 10-year soul rings. Xian Gui protects the body. Meanwhile, the swift Zhu Zhuqing had already closed the distance to Yi Zhiqiu, sensing an overwhelming danger as the dark aura encroached upon her. Instinctively, she shifted direction, narrowly avoiding the chilling air and quickly distancing herself from Yi Zhiqiu. Nevertheless, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though her very blood were freezing, her body rigid with the cold. Fortunately, a rush of liquor surged within her, transforming into warm currents that coursed through her meridians, alleviating the chill that enveloped her. Alcohol possesses innate properties that warm and dispel cold. In an unexpected twist of fate, even Chen Hu could not have anticipated that his martial soul could subtly restrain Yi Zhiqiu's second soul skill. How could this be? Yi Zhiqiu gasped, as he had envisioned that Zhu Zhuqing, the closest to him, should have been completely encased in ice by now. Be cautious of the cold surrounding him. Do not approach too closely, for the temperature only drops further the nearer one gets, Zhu Zhuqing warned, her voice as frigid as the air around her. Following her, Lin Xiaoxiao called out sharply, halting her advance and pausing approximately 5 meters from Yi Zhiqiu. She positioned herself like a bow and forcefully hurled the tyrant spear forward. The spear, akin to a black arrow, shot forth, piercing through the phoenix fire line unleashed by Ma Hongjun, and struck fiercely against the tortoise shell behind Yi Zhiqiu. A deafening roar echoed as the tyrant's spear vibrated incessantly. Under Lin Xiaoxiao's tremendous strength, cracks began to appear on Yi Zhiqiu's defensive shell, teetering on the brink of shattering. The phoenix fire followed closely, the purplish-red flames exploding upon the cracked shell, transforming into fiery clusters that clung to it and continued to burn brightly. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was an aberration, and his flames were anything but ordinary. Even when in contact with the frigid shell, they burned relentlessly. The temperature in the vicinity began to rise gradually. Chapter 41. A lack of martial ethics. Water and fire are merciless. Although Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul possessed a certain restraint over Tang San's blue-silver grass, he had no time to regard it now, as tendrils of blue-silver grass ensnared him from all directions, tightly binding him. Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu's head retracted into his abdomen, evading the claws of Zhu Zhuqing's surprise attack. His third soul ring illuminated, and he exhaled a cloud of icy mist that enveloped the flames of the phoenix on his back. Despite the high quality of Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames, under the suppression of soul power levels, they were ultimately extinguished by Yi Zhiqiu's third soul skill, Xian Shui. In a fleeting moment, the chill surged once more, prompting Tang San to retract the blue-silver grass. The martial soul and the soul master are one. If the martial soul sustains damage, the soul master suffers as well. Should Yi Zhiqiu freeze the blue-silver grass, it would inflict harm upon Tang San himself. Zhu Zhuqing sought to retreat, but one of her hands had already been frozen by Xian Shui. Fortunately, Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao arrived simultaneously. As their fist and spear were about to connect with Yi Zhiqiu, whose shell seemed on the verge of crumbling, a luminous glaze descended upon them, instantly augmenting their strength. This was none other than the first soul skill of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures, Glazed Pagoda, Power Amplification. As Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao, both formidable assault-type soul masters, faced their adversary, their offensive prowess was already unmatched among the Shrek 7. Furthermore, Dai Mubai, a 37th level battle soul sovereign, boasted an even more formidable attack power owing to his profound soul energy. Following a muffled thud, Yi Zhiqiu staggered backward, the turtle shell behind him shattering. His complexion darkened, and in a moment of peril, the 5th soul skill erupted in a burst of violet light, enveloping the area in a chilling darkness. The temperature plummeted instantaneously, plunging Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai into a frigid abyss, as if their very blood threatened to freeze. save for a warm current within, akin to a flickering candle in the darkest of nights, poised to extinguish at any moment. The fifth soul skill, Extreme Cold Hell. Big sister, Chen Hu exclaimed. Recognizing that a fifth soul skill unleashed in full force by a soul king was beyond the capabilities of Dai Mubai and Lin Xiaoxiao to withstand. The power of the wind spring rapidly dwindled as Chen Hu shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Noble Qi, second of speed. Ning Rongrong, with a shared understanding, cast her second soul ring's light upon Chen Hu, enhancing his velocity as he swiftly approached Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai at the heart of the conflict. Alas, even with his accelerated pace, Chen Hu could not bridge the gap in such a fleeting moment, while Yi Zhiqiu's furious fist drew near. Without the aid of any soul ring skills, a full-force strike from a soul king was not something restricted Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai could endure. Blue-silver grass go, Tang Xin commanded. As the poised blue-silver grass disregarded any risk of injury and surged into the realm of extreme cold hell's assault, its speed noticeably diminished, and though it initially aimed to ensnare both individuals, it had to relinquish one. Acting rationally, Tang Xin opted to save Dai Mubai, ensnaring his waist and pulling him away from danger with great force. Overlord breaking armor. A cold voice echoed as the second purplish soul ring beside Lin Xiaoxiao illuminated. The dark, mysterious light enveloped her, and with the grace of a dragon, her spear surged forth, exuding an unstoppable brilliance. Lin Xiaoxiao advanced rather than retreating, the dark aura repelling Tang Xin's encroaching blue-silver grass as she surged against the frigid current. The invincible spear light descended, and the robust protective soul energy surrounding Yi Zhiqiu's palm seemed to meet its nemesis, failing to exhibit its expected defensive prowess as the sharp blade of the Overlord spear pierced through, breaching his palm. Yi Zhiqiu instinctively recoiled his head, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat, for she was merely a young girl with a soul power barely exceeding the 20th level. Her soul ring skill appeared to counteract defensive-type soul masters with overwhelming efficacy. Had he not evaded swiftly, he might have met his demise in that moment. Lin Xiaoxiao let out a soft groan, the dark, mystical aura enveloping her body dissipating. Her complexion turned pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The force of the impact was reciprocal. Although the Overlord spear had breached Yi Zhiqiu's defenses, the immense recoil was unbearable for her already stiffened form. A gentle azure glow pulsed around her, the bamboo leaf green continuously exerting its effects, providing Lin Xiaoxiao with much-needed warmth. The young man displayed a lack of martial ethics. Yi Zhiqiu caught sight of a flashing blade behind him and summoned his soul power. The turtle shell manifested once more. However, the repeated invocation of soul ring abilities, coupled with the usage of a millennium-level 5th soul ring skill, had drained a significant portion of his soul power, causing the color of the turtle shell to dim. Chen Hu wielded his blade, delivering a powerful downward strike. Ning Rongrong's precise supportive skill activated once again, momentarily augmenting Chen Hu's strength. In the face of Chen Hu's assault, Yi Zhiqiu felt a twinge of annoyance but did not regard it with much concern. He had observed Chen Hu's martial spirit. A mere food-type support soul master believed that he could injure a soul king of over level 50 with a broken blade. With a resounding thud, Yi Zhiqiu felt the immense force from behind as Chen Hu's strike cleaved through his newly formed turtle shell, forcing him to stagger forward. Yet, the sharp edge of the twilight blade grazed Yi Zhiqiu's skin, leaving a faint red mark. Yi Zhiqiu swiftly turned, summoning the extreme cold hell, enveloping Chen Hu within its frigid grasp. Chen Hu found himself suddenly besieged by the harshest of snowstorms, his breath crystallizing in the air, his blood freezing, leaving him unable to control his body. The subsequent strike was effortlessly deflected by Yi Zhiqiu, who rendered Chen Hu incapable of even gripping the hilt of his blade. Only when truly enveloped by Yi Zhiqiu's 5th soul skill did Chen Hu grasp the dire situation faced by Lin Xiaoxiao and Dai Mubai. Enchantment. The figure of Xiao Wu appeared beside Chen Hu, her gaze locked onto Yi Zhiqiu's eyes. A fleeting flash of pink light momentarily slowed Yi Zhiqiu's advance. Simultaneously, Tang Xin's blue-silver grass entwined around them, extricating Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao from the fray. The third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai roared, a brilliant white light erupting as he underwent a second transformation. In the state of White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, his strength, speed, defense, and resistance to adverse conditions doubled, banishing the chill within him entirely as he charged forth to withstand the awakening Yi Zhiqiu. After all, the disparity in soul power between Xiao Wu and Yi Zhiqiu was vast, and the duration of the enchantment was exceedingly limited. Yi Zhiqiu, leveraging his formidable mental strength, broke free from Xiao Wu's allure, while she suffered a backlash from her own soul power, letting out a soft groan, her complexion turning extremely pale. Having been rescued by Tang San, Dai Mubai consumed Oscar's recovery sausage, regaining a significant portion of his stamina. In the state of White Tiger's diamond transformation, he surprisingly managed to withstand Yi Zhiqiu's frontal assault on his own. Although Yi Zhiqiu was not particularly proficient in attack, the disparity in their soul power levels was nonetheless substantial. On the other side, Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing were also engaged in their own endeavors. Zhu Zhuqing had unleashed her second soul skill, the Phantom White Claw, while the corpulent Ma Hongjun had summoned his second soul skill, the Blazing Phoenix. Together, Zhu Zhuqing feigned an assault alongside Dai Mubai. Although their offensive power and soul energy were significantly inferior to Dai Mubai's, their synergy proved to be remarkably effective, exerting immense pressure on Yi Zhiqiu. The airborne Ma Hongjun also contributed significantly to this pressure. The purplish-red flames of the phoenix were particularly effective against Yi Zhiqiu's Xian turtle martial spirit, with the unquenchable flames clinging to him like a persistent parasite. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Upon witnessing Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun stabilizing the situation, Tang San approached Xiao Wu, who had been affected by the backlash of her soul skill, with concern. Xiao Wu shook her head and replied, Xiao San, this guy possesses formidable mental strength. My second soul skill, charm, could only restrain him for a fleeting moment. Fortunately, we have the advantage in numbers. Otherwise, we might have truly faced a severe lesson. Tang San acknowledged, indeed, I underestimated the power of a soul master at the Soul King level. Even a soul master specializing in defense, like one wielding the Xian turtle martial spirit, can surpass our limits in offensive capability. Moreover, his icy soul skills do not resemble those of a typical defensive soul master, making him quite formidable. Despite the unexpected turn of events, once Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao recovered and joined the fray, the exhausted Yi Zhiqiu would find himself unable to turn the tide. You young ones, lacking in martial ethics, come to deceive and ambush a veteran like me. Over 50 years of age. Is this right? It is not right. Chen Hu could not shake the feeling that the bruised visage of Yi Zhiqiu bore a striking resemblance to a master from his past life, prompting a particular phrase to surface in his mind. Director Yi, is it? We, a group of young and inexperienced individuals, have acted unscrupulously, taking advantage of our numbers. Thankfully, Director Yi has shown mercy, allowing us to secure a narrow victory. Had you exerted your full strength, we would surely have been no match for you. I express my gratitude for your guidance, and on behalf of my companions, I apologize for their earlier disrespectful remarks towards the esteemed students of your academy. Chen Hu approached Yi Zhiqiu, his expression earnest. In light of the conflicts that had previously occurred between Shrek Academy and Tsanghui Academy, Chen Hu felt it prudent to extend an olive branch after overcoming his adversary. Yi Zhiqiu's willingness to accept Chen Hu's gesture presented an opportunity for reconciliation. These young individuals, despite their tender age, displayed extraordinary combat prowess. Even in a life-and-death struggle, he could not guarantee he would emerge as the sole survivor. Moreover, the girl standing at the back, with her martial spirit clearly a legacy of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, hinted at the formidable nature of their faction. Though uncertain of the exact standing of Shrek Academy, the involvement of a successor from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, along with the exceptional talents of the other students, suggested that this force was far from simple. With the opportunity for reconciliation presented to him, Yi Zhiqiu graciously responded, Not at all, young brothers. It is impressive to see such formidable strength at such a young age. Your futures are undoubtedly bright. Chen Hu smiled and offered a respectful gesture towards Yi Zhiqiu before leading his companions away from the chaotic battlefield. Chapter 42. Entering the Starry Forest after bidding farewell to the unyielding Director Yi, the 9 members of Shrek gathered in Tang San's room. Ma Hongjun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, Chen Hu, we clearly emerged victorious. Why did you apologize to that old turtle? Chen Hu cast a fleeting glance at Ma Hongjun, sneering, victorious? Are you truly proud of defeating one with 9 against 1? Had Ning Rongrong and I not intervened, if the opponent had given their all from the outset, how many of you would still be standing here? I know not how the other students have offended you, but I implore you to engage your minds before speaking or acting, lest you continually stir up trouble. Ma Hongjun, initially brimming with pride from overcoming a Soul King, now bore a grim expression under Chen Hu's reprimand. He retorted, What do you know? The dean has said that a soul master who does not dare to stir up trouble is not a true soul master. This is part of our cultivation. After all, avoiding conflict is the mark of mediocrity, and provoking those from the academy is hardly dangerous. At most, it results in a mere brawl. Hardly dangerous? Chen Hu laughed bitterly. That is because it was not you confronting Yi Zhiqiu's 5th soul skill. He recalled the moment when Lin Xiaoxiao was ensnared by the extreme cold of Yi Zhiqiu's technique. A memory that filled him with dread. Had it not been for Lin Xiaoxiao's extensive combat experience and the specific counteraction of his martial spirit, he could not bear to imagine the outcome for her. In that instant, he even considered forcibly activating the 8 gates of Duanjia. What are you saying? I did not choose to engage in battle. Why blame me? And do I lack utility? Were it not for my martial spirit's flame countering the opponent, how would you have fared? Ma Hongjuan's features twisted with fury as he retorted, in the end, it's simply because your friend was injured that you seek an outlet for your anger. You did not oppose the decision to fight at the outset. Enough, fatty. Hold your tongue, Dai Mubai interjected, halting Ma Hongjun. Tang San then spoke, I apologize. It is my fault for failing to fulfill my responsibilities as team leader. Had my reaction been swifter, I could have saved both Xiao Xiao and Mubai. Is your anger rooted in the fact that when both the eldest sister and Dai Mubai faced danger, I chose to rescue Mubai over her? Chen Hu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun. Avoiding trouble is the mark of mediocrity? I wonder if Flinder imparted to you the wisdom of thinking before you speak or act when he uttered those words. If not, I hope you heed this advice to avoid causing harm to yourselves and others in the future. Eldest sister, Rongrong, let us depart. With that, Chen Hu supported the injured Lin Xiaoxiao as they exited, leaving the furious Ma Hongjun and the others behind. Ning Rongrong followed suit, while Oscar hesitated before approaching Tang San. Softly reciting the soul incantation, I possess a large recovery sausage. Xiao San, you too are injured. Though Chen Hu's medicinal wine has healing properties, it is not comprehensive. My recovery sausage can serve as a supplement. Please, partake. Regarding Xiao Wu's injury, which is of a psychological nature, my martial spirit holds little relevance. You may proceed as you wish. I shall go and check on Eru. After Oscar spoke, he turned and dashed out. Oscar, that traitor, has betrayed us so swiftly. Ma Hongjun remarked with indignation. Ridiculous. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed coldly, her expression frosty as she exited. What is there to be so proud of with that perpetual scowl? Ma Hongjun exclaimed. Have you no sense of restraint? Must you always incite discord? Dai Mubai responded, his irritation palpable. Dai, you align with them as well. Do not forget. You too have provoked Songhue Academy. Moreover, what Flanders said holds truth. Those who shy away from conflict are indeed mediocre. That Chen Hu, pretending to be mature, is merely a child at heart. What is there to be proud of? Ma Hongjun retorted defiantly. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. The dean is correct. Avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. However, let us not forget our purpose. Before even reaching the Stardo Forest, we have already sustained injuries. If you continue to stir up trouble once we arrive, we may risk our very lives there. I too have erred. My pride has led to this. Next time, unless absolutely necessary, let us refrain from provoking conflict indiscriminately. Tang San, you are injured. We shall not disturb your rest. Please take care of yourself. With that, Dai Mubai exited the room. Although Ma Hongjun felt aggrieved, he began to ponder that perhaps he was indeed at fault, lowering his head as he left the room. Tang San observed the weary Xiao Wu with concern. Xiao Wu, are you all right? I'm fine. Just a bit of rest will suffice, she replied. Very well. Allow me to carry you back to your room, he offered. Xiao San, why not accompany me? As night fell, atop a large tree not far from the hotel, the immovable king of the underworld, Zhao Wujia, observed this scene and murmured to himself, though Tang San possesses formidable strength, he exhibits a touch of indecision and lacks assertiveness. He may serve as the brain of the team, yet he is ill-suited for leadership. Conversely, that Chen Hu fellow displays remarkable strength, talent, and insight. These youngsters fail to consider the implications of provoking a soul king with a group of great soul masters and a soul sovereign. Had that old turtle possessed greater strength, these peculiar youths would not be so unscathed. Zhao Wujia had a profound understanding of intellect. While he enjoyed stirring up trouble, he was not foolish enough to provoke those beyond his capacity. To incite conflict with someone he could not contend with would be tantamount to seeking death. Nonetheless, he remained incognito, serving as a teacher at Shrek Academy, partly to elude enemies he had accumulated in his youth. However, observing these peculiar youths now, it seemed Flanders's plans might falter. They appeared on the verge of conflict, undermining any attempts at reconciliation. Never mind, he thought. I am not the dean. Let Flanders deal with these matters. Zhao Wujia leaped down from the tree and settled into a nearby hotel. The following day, with the assistance of 2 auxiliary soul masters skilled in healing, the condition of Shrek's 9 members had nearly returned to normal. After a hearty breakfast, Dai Mubai took the initiative to suggest, Xiao San, Xiao Xiao, your injuries are still not fully healed. Allow me to take the rear guard while Zhu Qing and the fatty pave the way. Tang Xin glanced at the still pale Lin Xiao Xiao and nodded in agreement. Very well, then Mubai and Chun who shall cover the rear, while the fatty and Zhu Qing lead the way. Xiao Wu and I will secure the flanks. The 9 of them adjusted their formation without hindering their pace, and eventually, as the sun hung high in the sky, they arrived at the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. The towering trees, each standing 20 to 30 meters tall, formed a lush canopy, intertwining in such a way that no path could be discerned amidst the dense foliage. From a distance, one could only see a vast ocean of green, occasionally interrupted by the roars of exotic beasts, imbued with an aura of primal ferocity. The group halted at the forest's edge, and Oscar recited a soul incantation, summoning strings of sausages to replenish their strength, handing each member a large sausage and a small one. Although the food produced by a food system's soul master differs from real sustenance and has a limited shelf life, Oscar's high-quality sausages could last longer. As long as they were consumed within 12 hours, they would remain effective. In contrast, Chen Hu's medicinal wine, due to its volatile nature, could only maintain its potency for half a day, even when well sealed. After their brief respite, the group began to tighten their formation, ensuring that the distance between each member did not exceed 10 meters as they cautiously ventured forth. Upon entering the Stardo Forest, every individual maintained absolute vigilance. Only Xiao Wu seemed unfazed, bouncing along as if she were returning home, unaware of the potential dangers lurking within. Only Chen Hu understood that, for Xiao Wu, this truly felt like home. For him, the forest environment was not unfamiliar. He had spent the past 5 years engaging in practical lessons in the woods, albeit in the soul-hunting forest outside Snow City, which posed far less danger compared to the Stardo Forest. In this unfamiliar woodland, Chen Hu remained on high alert, his right hand resting on the hilt of his dawn blade at his waist, attentive to any movements behind the team to ensure he could react swiftly should danger arise. Their pace was deliberately slow as they carefully navigated forward. Soon, they encountered a group of soul beasts, a pack of weasel-like rodents. Drawing on the knowledge acquired from theoretical lessons, Chen Hu identified them as a species known for their formidable teeth capable of biting through metal, making them suitable for forging materials. Although their small size and quick speed rendered them less than ideal targets for soul beast hunters, Tang quickly shook his head at the others, signaling that there was no immediate threat, and gestured towards a nearby thicket, indicating for Zhu Zhuqing to lead the way around the pack of rodents. As they continued their journey, Dai Mubai could not help but quietly inquire of Tang San, "Why take a detour? These weasels are not formidable. We could simply eliminate them." Tang San replied, "What purpose would it serve to kill them? They pose no threat to us. If every soul master acted in such a manner, how would future soul masters acquire soul rings? Moreover, my mentor once advised me that even seemingly insignificant soul beasts in the forest should not be provoked lightly. Engaging them in battle could attract the attention of more powerful soul beasts due to the sounds and scent of blood. It is prudent for us to exercise caution." "Your mentor is indeed a wise elder. Such experiences are invaluable," Dai Mubai remarked in admiration. The encounter with the weasels was but a minor episode. As they ventured deeper into the Stardo Forest, the group from Shrek encountered an increasing number of soul beasts, with their strength progressively escalating. Heeding Tang San's warnings, they made every effort to avoid conflict, and should it arise, they would strive to minimize the noise and chaos. Chapter 43. The Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. After approximately an hour, Tang San commanded a brief respite of 1 hour. The sun blazed high in the sky, its scorching rays filtering through the dense foliage of the ancient trees in the Stardo Forest, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling some of the darkness. The prolonged tension had taken a toll on the team's stamina and energy. Oscar took charge of the provisions, collaborating with Chen Hu to dilute the medicinal wine to a potency akin to that of ordinary fruit wine, thereby swiftly replenishing the group's energy. Chen Hu assumed the rearguard position, having often driven away soul beasts along the way. Once he confirmed that everyone had sufficiently nourished themselves, he settled into a cross-legged position to meditate and restore his depleted soul power. The deeper they ventured into the Stardo Forest, the greater the dangers they encountered. However, they were still within the outskirts, where high-level soul beasts were relatively scarce, making it an ideal location for recuperation. Before long, a signal indicating the approach of danger was relayed from a nearby branch, prompting the group to immediately heighten their vigilance and unleash their martial spirits. Chen Hu gripped his Xianyuan blade, emerging from his meditative state. The Stardo Forest truly proved to be a treasure trove. Chen Hu felt that his soul power surged more vibrantly during meditation here. If he could remain in this sanctuary for extended periods, the rate of his soul power enhancement would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Regrettably, the Stardo Forest was fraught with peril. Even its outer regions posed a considerable danger for most soul masters, rendering long-term cultivation impractical. The rustling sounds grew increasingly pronounced, and without needing Zhu Zhuqing's reminder, the group understood that a formidable soul beast was drawing near, the atmosphere thick with tension. After all, this was the Stardo Forest, and none could predict what kind of soul beast was on the verge of appearing. Should it be a soul beast under 3,000 years of age? The 9 of them could potentially contend with it, but if it surpassed that threshold, their best option would be to flee as far as possible. Zhuqing, do you discern what soul beast approaches? Tang Sen inquired. As Zhuqing occupied a vantage point with a broad view, her vision second only to his own, which was augmented by the purple extreme magic eyes. It is well known that cats possess exceptional eyesight. Before them slithered a creature reminiscent of a flying serpent, soaring at a modest height of approximately 3 meters above the ground, adorned with a prominent red comb that appeared larger than its head, while its tail fanned out elegantly. Zhuqing's icy voice pierced the air. It is a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Xiao Ao, your soul ring has manifested. Zhuqing, can you discern the length of this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake? What color are its wings? A glimmer of joy illuminated Tang San's face, having learned from a master. His understanding of soul beasts surpassed that of his peers. Prompted by Tang San's words, Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao began to recall the characteristics of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. A tail resembling a phoenix, a comb atop its head, and dual wings that enabled flight. As students of the Spirit Hall Academy, the education provided to soul masters was notably comprehensive, with theoretical courses on spirit souls consistently emphasized in their final assessments. Chen Hu had previously researched the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, contemplating it for his second soul ring during his initial endeavors. Regrettably, due to the scarcity of such soul beasts, he had to settle for a wind fox nearing 700 years as a substitute. To their astonishment, upon entering the periphery of the Stardo Forest, the group encountered a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. If its age were indeed suitable, it would be an extraordinary stroke of luck for Oscar. However, some memories had grown faint. Chen Hu vaguely recalled that hunting this particular phoenix-tail coxcomb snake might lead to unforeseen complications. Zhuqing remarked, the wings are red, and the length is approximately 6 to 8 meters. Excellent. Everyone, prepare for action. This phoenix-tail coxcomb snake's age should fall between 1,300 and 1,800 years. The red hue of its wings signifies its evolution to a millennium. Xiao Ao, this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is perfectly suited for you, Tang Sen stated with a hint of calculation in his tone. Confronting a creature over 1,000 years old would be relatively straightforward to defeat. Yet capturing it alive for Oscar's eventual dispatch would undoubtedly elevate the challenge, given the swift nature of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Everyone understood that if they let this opportunity slip, they might face an interminable wait for another suitable soul beast for Oscar. Thus, they could not afford to be careless. The group of 8, excluding the 2 support-type soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, along with Lin Xiaoxiao, who was tasked with their protection, dispersed to form an encircling net, obstructing the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake's escape route. As they established their perimeter, Tang Sen educated the group on the creature's vulnerabilities. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is remarkably fast, but as a serpentine soul beast, its critical weakness remains its 7-inch mark. Once we secure it, Xiao Ao only needs to strike at this point to eliminate it. Furthermore, despite the name Phoenix, this creature exhibits a profound fear of avian spirit souls. Fatty spirit, the king of all birds, the phoenix, possesses an innate aura that can suppress it. The offensive power of this soul beast is not particularly strong, but we must remain vigilant to ensure it does not escape. Zhuqing remained vigilant, observing the movements of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. This particular snake exhibited remarkable speed, yet it seemed to be driven by a panicked instinct, charging directly into the encirclement formed by the group without any deviation. It's coming, Zhuqing called out, descending from the treetops and launching herself towards the creature. As she did so, her first spirit ring illuminated, activating her phantom strike with unwavering courage, undeterred by the fact that she faced a millennium-old soul beast. Her sharp claws aimed directly at the snake's fleshy crest atop its head. At that moment, the full form of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake became visible to all. It was an imposing serpent, measuring 6 to 7 meters in length, adorned with a vivid crimson crest that gave it a somewhat menacing appearance. Although the snake appeared to be in a frenzy, its reactions were swift. The crest emitted a radiant red glow, abruptly enhancing its speed. It deftly evaded Zhuqing's claw strike and retaliated by exhaling a torrent of colorful mist towards her, the crest glowing brighter and accelerating further. Be careful, Dai Mubai exclaimed, his concern leading him to activate his third spirit skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, positioning himself before the speeding snake. 7 treasures. The first is strength. The dazzling light of the 7 treasures enveloped him, significantly amplifying his power as he collided head-on with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The impact was tremendous. A shockwave erupted, and with the force of inertia, Dai Mubai was propelled back several dozen meters before coming to a halt, while the snake's momentum was finally diminished. At this juncture, Tang San swiftly interjected, The colorful mist of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is merely a means of intimidation. It is not poisonous. With that, the prepared blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground, rapidly ensnaring the snake's descending body and binding its wings, rendering it incapable of flight. A chilling glimmer of a blade emerged, followed by a splatter of crimson blood and a piercing roar, as Chen Hu severed one of the snake's fleshy wings. The unparalleled edge of his dawn blade sliced through effortlessly, cleaving the wing in two. With the acquisition of the dawn blade, Chen Hu's threat level had risen significantly. Yet, upon achieving his strike, he displayed no semblance of triumph, holding the blade horizontally in front of his chest. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, despite its pain, was a millennium-old soul beast. The binding effect of the blue-silver grass lasted less than a second before it broke free, its tail striking Chen Hu squarely in the chest. The scales were cut by the dawn blade, and the terrifying force sent Chen Hu sprawling. As he landed, his insides fell to flame, and he could not suppress the blood that surged forth, his complexion paling. After consuming a bamboo leaf green to regain some color, Oscar hurried over, offering a restorative sausage to Chen Hu. Once he had consumed it, Chen Hu handed the dawn blade to Oscar, saying, "I'll lend this to you. Remember to return it." Despite Ma Hongjun exerting all his might to release the pressure of his martial soul, it was insufficient to quell the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake's instinct to survive. Even with one wing severed, the snake continued to struggle, wobbling upward into the air. "Get down here," Lin Xiaoxiao commanded, her dark aura igniting as she gripped the Overlord's spear, forcefully bringing the airborne phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake crashing to the ground. "Watch me roast this little snake." Ma Hongjun let out a peculiar cry, his mouth agape as his first spirit ring illuminated. A strand of phoenix fire erupted forth, igniting the body of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The excruciating agony compelled the snake to writhe uncontrollably on the ground, yet the malevolent flames could not be extinguished. "Done. Xiao Ao, now is the time. Eliminate it," Chen Hu urged, giving Oscar a push. At merely 14 years of age, Oscar's excitement was palpable as he dashed towards the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. "Must we truly slay the spirit beast?" Xiao Wu questioned, her heart heavy. Tang Sen replied, "Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Do you believe that if this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake were stronger than us, it would spare the meat so readily available?" Xiao Wu's expression grew complex, and she turned her head away. "Time is of the essence. Xiao Ao, hurry," Dai Mubai urged. Oscar approached the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, gripping the handle of the dusk blade with both hands. The 4-foot blade allowed him to evade the snake's thrashing and strike directly. "Goodness, how sharp!" Oscar exclaimed as he swung down with all his might, the dusk blade slicing effortlessly through the snake at its vital point, severing it in two. The blade embedded itself in the earth, and Oscar, overexerting himself, stumbled and fell, appearing rather disheveled. Observing Oscar's clumsiness, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but chuckle. "Xiao Ao, can you manage? You can't even hold the blade properly." A dazzling purple spirit ring ascended from the corpse of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake as a raspy voice called out, "Stop." In the next moment, 2 figures, one elder and one young, rushed towards them, coming into view. The Shrek 9 immediately became alert, wary of the newcomers. Both were women. The elder, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, had her white hair meticulously arranged and exuded vitality, wielding a cane. Surrounding her were 6 spirit rings, clearly indicating her status as a spirit emperor. Despite the rings, there were no visible transformations in her appearance or any items in her possession. Her spirit was presumably that cane. Beside her stood a striking young girl, roughly 16 or 17, clad in tight attire that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her short hair hinted at a certain boldness, yet her beautiful face was marred by anger as she scowled. "Who permitted you to act?" Chapter 44, The Flying Soul Skill. Chen Hu and the others exchanged glances, realizing that the elder was a spirit emperor, her spirit ring configuration far superior to that of Tsanghui Academy's spirit king, Yijiqiu. Uncertain of the visitor's intentions, Chen Hu stepped forward, retrieving the dusk blade from the fallen snake to bolster his strength. Team leader Tang Sen advanced with composure, respectfully asking, "May I inquire what instructions you have, esteemed elder?" Zhao Tianxiang surveyed the 9 youths before her. The eldest, Dai Mubai, appeared no older than 15 or 16, while the youngest was merely 11 or 12. She found it hard to fathom that such youngsters could have slain a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that had lived for over 1,000 years, prompting her to curiously ask, "Where are your elders? Allow him to come forth. Do you not realize that this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake is our quarry? Had we not pursued it relentlessly, how could such an ancient creature have appeared on the outskirts of the starry forest?" Tang Sen suddenly understood. No wonder the snake appeared so frantic. It was being hunted. However, a troubled expression crossed his face as he said, "Now that this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake is deceased, my companions require it, as our third spirit ring. Might I implore you, esteemed elder, to grant us this snake? Grant it to you? On what grounds? Do you comprehend the effort we exerted to pursue this creature? If I cannot possess it, neither shall you. Grandmother, please assist me in teaching them a lesson, Meng Yiran interjected. Such audacity. I, Zhao Wujia, am present, and I shall see who dares to discipline the students of Shrek Academy. A deep voice resonated. The faces of Shrek Academy's members brightened, while Chao Tianxiang's expression darkened immediately. So it is the venerable, immovable king in person. Nevertheless, this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake is clearly our prey. While you may be a spirit saint, my husband and I, the great world dragon and serpent, are not to be trifled with. Zhao Wujia's robust figure stepped forward, 7 spirit rings swirling around him. Dai Mubai and the others felt a surge of reassurance, their tense demeanor relaxing. After all, their teacher Zhao was a spirit saint, while their adversary was merely a spirit emperor. Zhao Wujia nodded slightly to the group, saying, Xiao Ao, proceed to absorb the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake's spirit ring. Time is of the essence. I shall handle matters here. Oscar, filled with excitement, nodded enthusiastically before sitting cross-legged before the serpent's corpse, summoning his martial soul to draw forth the energy of the spirit ring. Chao Tianxiang's expression grew even more severe. Even before the immovable king, you cannot disregard my great world dragon and serpent. My husband is just behind. You will inevitably have to apologize to us. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wujia's expression grew somber. The great world dragon and serpent were a renowned duo on the continent, and the woman before him was the serpent matriarch, her husband being the dragon sovereign. Their combined martial soul technique could rival that of a tidal Douluo. Aware that the dragon sovereign was nearby, Zhao Wujia proceeded with caution. I did not expect to stand before the esteemed serpent matriarch. I beg your pardon for my momentary lapse in recognizing your title. However, the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake has a limited preservation period and has already been claimed by my students. It holds no further value for you. I kindly request, in light of my standing, that you exercise leniency. I, Zhao Wujia, would be most grateful. At that moment, Chao Tianxiang noticed Oscar absorbing the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake and could not help but inquire, how old is this young man? Daring to absorb the spirit ring of the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake? Oscar's aptitude was average, having only reached level 30 at the age of 14. He was certainly a rather ordinary auxiliary spirit master. Little monsters, unleash your martial souls for the esteemed serpent matriarch to behold, Zhao Wujia declared, activating his own grand display. How could this be possible? The uniformity of the yellow soul rings exuded a rich wave of soul power. Although Chao Tianxiang was unaware of the exact soul power levels of these youths, she could discern that none of them were below the 25th rank. Observing that these children were younger than her own granddaughter suggested that their talents surpassed hers. Moreover, Zhao Wujia mentioned that the boy absorbing the Fengwei Jiguanch soul ring was merely 14 years old and already an auxiliary soul master. Truly astonishing. It was no wonder that Zhao Wujia, a soul sage, would escort such a remarkable group of youngsters. The 7 treasures glazed tile school, hidden from view, had soul rings present without their martial souls manifesting. Otherwise, Chao Tianxiang might have been even more astounded. However, while the emergence of 1 or 2 prodigies could be considered fortuitous, the appearance of 9 in succession was indeed extraordinary. Had the Fengwei Jiguanch not perished, Chao Tianxiang would surely have persisted in her pursuit, but with its demise, further entanglements would yield no benefit. With a smile that did not reach her eyes, Chao Tianxiang remarked, I wonder where His Excellency the Unmoved King is currently residing. The sudden appearance of so many talents must indicate that his faction is quite exceptional. It is merely a small Shrek Academy, lacking reputation in the world of soul masters. The headmaster is not me, but a member of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, Zhao Wujia stated, inadvertently revealing that the Golden Iron Triangle was a formidable alliance, rivaling the renowned dragon and serpent. Then let us part ways for now, Chao Tianxiang conceded, albeit reluctantly. She could not disregard the power behind Zhao Wujia. Had it not been for the formidable name of the dragon and serpent, his ferocity could have left her and Meng Yiran in dire straits. Although Meng Yiran felt a sense of discontent, she understood the gravity of the situation and followed her grandmother's lead in departing. Teacher Zhao, what brings you here? After Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran had left, Ma Hongjun could not contain his excitement. Ha! Do you little monsters think that old coot Flinder would truly send you off into the Stardo Forest alone? I had not intended to emerge, but given the special circumstances, Xiao Ao has successfully acquired a soul ring, and your mission is complete. I can naturally make my appearance. Zhao Wujia explained. Before Ma Hongjun could respond, Zhao Wujia interjected, enough with the idle chatter. Although the Snake Empress has departed, we must return to optimal condition to prevent any unforeseen events. Once Oscar completes his soul ring absorption, We will depart immediately. At this, Ma Hongjun fell silent and moved to stand guard beside Chen Hu, who had been protecting Oscar. Time passed gradually, and after about half an hour, a pink glow enveloped Oscar. He opened his eyes and rose to his feet, with 2 yellow and 1 purple brilliant soul rings rising around him, marking his formal advancement to the rank of Soul Zune. Congratulations, Xiao Ao, on your breakthrough to Soul Zune, Zhao Wujie remarked. Breaking through to a new level of Oscar not only transformed his aura dramatically, but also imbued his dazzling peach blossom eyes with a shimmering array of colors, reminiscent of the radiant glow emitted by the crest of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Little Ao, congratulations on becoming the 2nd soul master among us. Pray, let us witness the effect of your 3rd soul skill, said Dai Mubai, patting Oscar on the shoulder with a smile. Hee. Oscar chuckled mischievously, reciting his soul incantation. I possess a mushroom sausage. With Chen Hu, a kindred spirit, sharing his plight, Oscar felt no embarrassment in proclaiming his soul skill and did so with great confidence. Observing the peculiar mushroom sausage in Oscar's hand, Dai Mubai was the first to erupt in laughter, soon followed by Ma Hongjun, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Ning Rongrong. Even the usually sullen Xiao Wu, the icy Zhu Zhuqing, and the composed Tang San could not suppress their smiles. My good brother, I knew you would understand me best, Oscar exclaimed, one hand resting on Chen Hu's shoulder while the other clutched the mushroom sausage in an oddly comical manner. Chen Hu could not help but twitch slightly at the corners of his mouth, managing to control his grip on the hilt of the dawn blade as he said, Keep your distance. Little Hu, even you disdain me. Oscar feigned heartbreak. Enough of the antics, little Ao. What is the function of your mushroom sausage? Zhao Wujie inquired. It grants flight. Just consume my mushroom sausage, and you will soar for 1 minute, Oscar declared proudly. 1 minute? Little Ao. Your soul skill is as brief as you are, Dai Mubai retorted, unable to contain his laughter upon hearing that Oscar's flying ability lasted merely a minute. Initially, the revelation of Oscar's flight skill had left everyone astonished, but the brevity of its duration prompted an unrestrained chuckle from Dai Mubai. Laugh all you want. When the time comes, my mushroom sausage will only be shared with Air Hu and San, not with the rest of you, Oscar huffed, feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation, for no man could bear the insult of being deemed short. I have not finished. The flight I speak of is at the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Brother, I stand corrected. Dai Mubai's expression shifted dramatically. They had witnessed the speed of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. To fly at that velocity for a minute was an extraordinary concept. Even for a mere minute. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake could cover a distance of 2,000 meters. Imagine, in a critical moment, being able to escape 2,000 meters in just a minute. Entirely disregarding terrain constraints. What an extraordinarily formidable skill that would be. Though both Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong possessed speed-enhancing abilities, they found themselves utterly overshadowed by Oscar's 3rd soul skill. After all, no matter how fast one could run, it could never compare to the swiftness of flight. Generally, auxiliary soul masters could not grant flight abilities until their 6th soul ring, yet Oscar had astonishingly acquired this flying assist skill with just his 3rd soul ring. Chen Hu had to concede that Oscar truly lived up to the reputation of a food-type martial soul endowed with innate full soul power. Despite Chen Hu's diligent efforts, he found himself unable to match Oscar in the realm of auxiliary capabilities. Zhao Wujie nodded in satisfaction, affirming a commendable soul skill. Our hard work has not been in vain. Xiao Ao, with your current soul power, how many of these mushroom sausages can you create? Oscar replied. The soul power consumed to create mushroom sausages is significantly greater than that of the previous 2 types of sausages. With my current soul power, I can only produce 10 before exhausting it completely. I can only manufacture more once my soul power is fully restored. Zhao Wujie remarked. 10 is quite impressive. As your soul power increases in the future, so too will the quantity you can produce. Now, our objective has been achieved. Let us tidy up and leave for the academy immediately. Chapter 45, A Surprising Turn of Events. Oscar successfully acquired his 3rd soul ring, marking a flawless completion of the Shrek 9's mission. Moreover, they had not ventured deeply into the Stardo Forest. Retracing their steps would allow them to exit the forest within a couple of hours. However, an unexpected occurrence did arise, yet it proved to be fortuitous rather than adverse. Tang San, who had maintained his soul power at the 29th level for an extended period, naturally broke through, aided by the presence of Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Wujie remained hidden in the shadows, and the speed at which they defeated the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was so swift that Shrek Academy did not engage in direct conflict with the serpent matriarch of the world-defying dragon snake. Nevertheless, Tang San's soul power seamlessly ascended to the 30th level. The memories of Chen Hu awakening his martial soul alongside Tang San in Holy Soul Village remained vivid. and 6 years had swiftly passed. Chen Hu had cultivated his soul power to the 26th level, showcasing his remarkable talent. Now, Tang San was on the verge of entering the next echelon. At the tender age of 12, he was poised to become a soul master, potentially setting a record as one of the youngest to achieve this in the Douluo Continent. Although there exists merely a single level of difference between a great soul master and a soul master, the distinction between the two is profound. The chasm between a great soul master and an ordinary soul master is akin to that separating an average soul master from an exceptional one. For instance, an ordinary soul master like Su Yuntao might never transcend into the realm of a great soul master, destined instead to serve as an attendant in a modest spirit hall in a small town like Notting City. Conversely, upon breaking through the 30th level to become a soul master, even in a large city like Snow City, one would secure a place of significance. A breakthrough to the 30th level not only signifies entry into another tier of soul masters, but also heralds a limitless future for the practitioner. Upon obtaining a third soul ring, their strength would experience a qualitative leap. A 30-level quasi-soul master would be eligible to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. While the difference between a 100-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring may appear minimal, the potency of their respective skills is incomparable. Take Lin Xiaoxiao as an example. After breaking through limits to absorb a second soul ring approaching 1,000 years, the power she possessed far exceeded that of most 100-year soul ring skills, though a vast gap remained when compared to the skills granted by a 1,000-year soul ring. Once a soul master opts for a third soul ring absorption of a 1,000-year type, a substantial transformation in strength ensues. Tang San's achievement of breaking through to the 30th level at merely 12 years of age is nearly unprecedented. Even though the other 8 members of Shrek are exceptional talents, they were left utterly astonished. Ultimately, Zhao Wujie resolved to remain in the Stardo Forest to assist Tang San in finding a suitable soul ring. For 2 consecutive days, due to the circumstances surrounding the couple, the formidable Zhao Wujie refrained from leading his companions deep into the Stardo Forest, instead meandering around its periphery. Perhaps it was due to Oscar exhausting all his fortune for the entirety of these 2 days. Chen Hu and the others failed to locate a single suitable spirit beast for Tang San. The few 1,000-year spirit beasts they encountered were not compatible with Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, while the remaining options consisted solely of century-old spirit beasts, which would scarcely pique the interest of an ordinary 30-level quasi-soul master, let alone Tang San himself. As they persevered through their trials, although their soul power levels did not see remarkable advancements, their practical experience and team synergy surged exponentially, rendering them far more adept than when they first entered the Stardo Forest. Such camaraderie can only be forged through relentless combat, encompassing an intimate familiarity with each companion's skill range, timing, potency, and personal habits, transforming verbal communication into bodily memory, thus achieving flawless coordination in battle. In this perilous environment, the pressure faced by all was immense. Those who made it into Shrek Academy were undeniably talented, capable of converting stress into motivation, constantly striving for improvement. Amidst this shared struggle for survival, the previously tense atmosphere within Shrek Academy gradually eased, a development that Zhao Wujie welcomed, choosing not to compel everyone to venture deeper into the forest. As night fell, the group returned to their tents to meditate and rest. The intensity of the past 2 days had taken a considerable toll on their mental resilience. Except for Chen Hu and Zhao Wujie, everyone exhibited varying degrees of fatigue. Chen Hu, owing to the restorative properties of his medicinal wine gourd, trained fervently, often pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, battered and bruised. Yet he managed to endure longer than most, excelling in both vigor and spirit. Zhao Wujie, possessing a high level of soul power, was indifferent to fatigue. Were it not for the presence of a few less capable individuals, he would have ventured deep into the Stardo Forest himself. Thus, the watch duty naturally fell to Zhao Wujie and Chen Hu. After a simple dinner, Zhao Wujie leaned against a large tree, observing Chen Hu as he prepared to enter meditation, and could not help but inquire, "Young Chen Hu, could you enlighten me on your purpose for becoming a soul master? What drives your desire for strength? You could easily flourish as a food system soul master, safely sheltering behind your teammates. What compels you to strive so fervently?" Having witnessed a myriad of soul masters over the years, Zhao Wujie recognized that some were singularly focused on the cultivation of their martial souls, meticulously seeking to grow stronger. Others pursued power, aiming to leverage their martial prowess for personal gain, and some were motivated by wealth or beauty. Yet he had never encountered anyone as relentless as Chen Hu. At times, Chen Hu appeared as composed as a 60-year-old sage, while at others, he resembled a brash youth of 11 or 12. Zhao Wujie found himself perplexed as to which persona truly represented Chen Hu. What was his purpose? Chen Hu pondered for a moment before breaking into a sudden laugh. The reason I strive so fervently is rather simple, albeit somewhat absurd. I fear death. I dread the thought of perishing alongside the myriad beings in this invisible war. There was a thought that Chen Hu refrained from voicing. Ever since he traversed into the Douluo Continent, he had been engulfed by a sense of urgency. After Tang San achieved the rank of 30, this feeling intensified alarmingly. Chen Hu feared that one day he might falter in keeping pace with Tang San and the others, and as the familiar timeline he cherished began to fracture, he would find himself devoid of any opportunity for salvation. Fear of death? Zhao Wujie chuckled, though his smile carried a hint of bewilderment. Indeed, fear of death is a compelling rationale. There exists a rather classic adage among soul masters. In battles between armies, one must first eliminate the support-type soul masters. Therefore, even with the robust protection of allied soul masters, the casualties among support-type soul masters, due to their inherently fragile nature, are considerable. For a battle soul master, fear of death may be deemed a flaw, yet for a support-type soul master, it is a most precious attribute. The consequences of fearing death typically manifest in two forms. One may either strive to distance themselves from all perils, or they may dance upon the edge of a blade, embracing danger and learning to adapt to it. Most support-type soul masters tend to opt for the former, while Chen Hu has chosen the latter. As for the path Chen Hu has taken, Zhao Wujie had not traversed it and was uncertain of its correctness, so he deftly shifted the topic. Alas, the Stardo Forest has begun to grow desolate. I recall many years ago when I entered the Stardo Forest to hunt soul beasts. The number of soul beasts in the outskirts was abundant. Yet, over the years, for reasons unknown, the soul beasts in the periphery have dwindled significantly. Chen Hu replied, what else could be the cause but humanity? Nature operates under its own set of principles, and when human interference disrupts this balance, the inevitable outcome is bound to be grim. Zhao Wujie paused, inquiring, what do you mean by that? Chen Hu shook his head and stated, let me pose a simple question. Do you believe the rabbit or the wolf is more pitiable? Certainly the rabbit, Zhao Wujie responded without hesitation. Chen Hu smiled, recalling a tale of a king, if one could indeed call him that, who harbored the same belief. He commanded hunters within his realm to hunt the wolf packs relentlessly. Within a few years, the wolves in the nearby forests were eradicated. Do you know what transpired in those forests thereafter? What happened? Zhao Wujie asked, intrigued. Chen Hu continued, with the wolf packs eliminated, the rabbits lost their natural predators and began to proliferate unchecked. The population of rabbits surged, leading to a scarcity of food. Consequently, the rabbits resorted to consuming plants they typically avoided, and the excessive consumption of these plants resulted in starvation for the animals that relied on them for sustenance. These animals, in turn, could also serve as prey for others. I trust the outcome of this chain reaction is clear. Who informed you of these matters? Zhao Wujie could hardly fathom that human interference could exert such a profound influence on the workings of nature. Although he was uncertain of the direct correlation between this narrative and the dwindling number of soul beasts surrounding the Stardo Forest, it did not deter him from believing that the individual capable of summarizing such a tale was indeed a great sage. Chen Hu smiled and remarked, in truth, this story bears little relation to the reduction of soul beasts in the vicinity of the Stardo Forest. I merely wish to illustrate the significant impact that soul masters have on the natural environment. The most immediate cause of the decline in soul beasts is rampant slaughter. Typically, a soul master requires only 4 or 5 soul beasts to provide them with soul rings. Yet how many soul beasts does a soul master kill in their lifetime? As we journeyed, we have slain numerous soul beasts merely in defense against those that attacked us. No matter how swiftly soul beasts reproduce, they cannot withstand the onslaught of human extermination. Zhao Wujie sighed, acknowledging the inevitability of the situation. Even the spirit hall could not impose restrictions on all soul masters. All we can do is ensure we do not engage in indiscriminate killings of soul beasts. Beyond that, we are powerless. Indeed, upon my demise, let the floodwaters rise. No matter how broadly we cast our nets, we cannot control the actions of others. Chen Hu chuckled. Upon your death, let the floodwaters rise? That sentiment does not seem characteristic of you, Zhao Wujie asserted. I have a keen sense of character, and I am certain you would not act in such a manner. Who knows? Chen Hu replied with a light-hearted laugh. Suddenly, Zhao Wujie's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he grasped Chen Hu's shoulder, pulling him behind him and unleashing the powerful embodiment of his martial soul, the Diamond Bear. The abrupt change in atmosphere prompted a flicker of intuition in Chen Hu. He could not help but caution, Teacher Zhao, regardless of what transpires, do not act impulsively. Assess the situation, for there will always be a resolution. Chapter 46, The Titan Giant Ape. Everyone, exit the tent quickly, Zhao Wujie commanded, his anxiety rendering him oblivious to Chen Hu's words. His voice resonated within the confines of the tent. After several days of cooperation, The students had developed a remarkable synergy, swiftly emerging from their quarters. "Teacher Zhao, what has happened?" Dai Mubai inquired as he approached. Zhao Wujie did not respond but insisted, "Regardless of the events that unfold, you must not concern yourselves with me. Depart the Stardo Forest at once. Mubai, Chen Hu, Tang San, I entrust the safety of the remaining students to you. Ensure they exit the Stardo Forest safely." Neither Tang San, Dai Mubai, nor the others comprehended the gravity of the situation that had caused the usually self-assured Zhao Wujie to display such seriousness. Following Zhao Wujie's gaze, the trees parted to reveal a towering figure before them. The Titan giant ape. Chen Hu silently mused. The colossal beast that now stood before them was indeed worthy of the name Titan, though he had encountered large-souled beasts before. He had never witnessed one as immense as this Titan giant ape. The creature, crawling upon the ground, stood at an imposing height of 6 or 7 meters. When upright, it would likely reach over 10 meters. Its robust muscles resembled great, protruding boulders, and its dark, lustrous fur glimmered under the moonlight, resembling an immense gorilla, somewhat akin to Tarzan's companion. However, its eyes shone like two brilliant yellow gemstones, radiating an eerie light. The Titan giant ape did not advance further. Its colossal body, heavy as a mountain, moved only 5 or 6 meters. Curiously, when this massive form landed on the ground, it emitted not the slightest sound, demonstrating a level of control over its body that could only be described as flawless. The aura emanating from the Titan giant ape was laden with an unmistakable sense of oppression, compelling everyone to summon their martial spirits merely to withstand this pressure. Was this truly the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape? How could such a soul beast possibly appear on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest? Tang San, a disciple of a great master, immediately recognized the formidable being before him as the Titan giant ape. Wherever the Titan giant ape appeared, it was an undisputed sovereign among soul beasts. None dared to provoke it, for those who did face the ultimate price of life. Even a century-old Titan giant ape could contend with a 10,000-year soul beast. They possessed nearly perfect attributes in attack, defense, speed, and strength, along with terrifying abilities akin to those of soul masters, rendering them nearly invincible. Similarly, few soul masters dared to set their sights on the Titan giant ape, for such an endeavor was exceedingly arduous, with only a handful having succeeded throughout history, while the rest became mere souls under the giant ape's dominion. The Titan giant ape not only wielded unparalleled power, but also possessed considerable intelligence, rightfully earning its title as king. Both Tang San and Zhao Wujie were perplexed as to why the absolute monarch of the forest would manifest on the fringes of the Stardo Forest. "Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we shall depart at once," Zhao Wujie stated. Understanding that the Titan giant ape comprehended human intentions, if it were not necessary, Zhao Wujie hoped that this ancient Titan giant ape, over 10,000 years old, might engage in reason. The Titan giant ape, however, paid no heed to Zhao Wujie's words and slowly took a step forward. With that solitary movement, the Titan giant ape closed the distance to the members of Shrek Academy, and Chen Hu could even feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the beast. The brilliant moonlight was obscured by the Titan giant ape's immense form, casting a shadow that darkened the sky. With the right remedy, one can vanquish death, Chen Hu intoned, as his second soul ring glowed, pouring the essence of wind spring into his throat, transforming it into gentle breezes that coursed through his limbs. Chen Hu's martial spirit lacked the ability to disregard the capabilities of a soul master, rendering its effect on the level 76, Zhao Wujie rather limited. He could only ensure that his own combat prowess was heightened, while his other hand gripped the hilt of the Dawnblade. Regardless, retreating without a fight was not in Chen Hu's nature. "I will intercept it. You all must flee," Zhao Wujie commanded, his 7 soul rings swirling as he charged towards the Titan giant ape. The first, second, third, and 5th soul rings radiated brilliance simultaneously. And in the face of formidable foes, Zhao Wujie's power surged forth as he unleashed his 4 formidable soul abilities. The 7 treasures are renowned. The first is strength. The second is swiftness. 2 beams of light, transcending the limitations of rank enhancements, enveloped Zhao Wujie, whose displayed might approached that of an 80-level soul Douluo. This exemplifies the overwhelming prowess of the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tower. Dai Mubai issued a low growl as his 3rd soul ring illuminated, initiating a second transformation, enveloped in golden light. His form exuded the bloodthirsty aura of the forest's king, the white tiger, as he charged at the forelimbs of the Titan giant ape. Lin Xiao was shrouded in a cloak of ebony light, her 1st and 2nd soul rings igniting simultaneously, with a spear that surged forth like a dragon. She became one with her weapon, condensing all her might into a singular point, unleashing an unstoppable spear radiance. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing soared into the air almost in unison, utilizing the surrounding trees to elevate themselves and strike at the eyes of the Titan giant ape. Tang San commanded the blue-silver grass to erupt from the earth, employing the purple extreme demon eye to observe the Titan giant ape's vulnerabilities. As he manifested a series of dragon whisker needles in his hands, Ma Hongjun simultaneously activated two soul abilities, enhancing the fiery attributes of the Phoenix Fire line with his Burning Phoenix, unleashing a torrent of flames toward the Titan giant ape. Oscar tirelessly conjured mushroom sausages, while Ning Rongrong fervently recited soul incantations, disregarding the intense consumption of soul power, showering her advancing teammates with streams of glazed light. With the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's martial soul, Chen Hu felt an unprecedented vigor. The dawn blade in his grasp seemed capable of obliterating anything that stood before it. A thunderous crash. Zhao Wujia's attack coincided almost perfectly with Chen Hu's strike, and in the next instant, both Zhao Wujia and Chen Hu were violently propelled backward, with Chen Hu sensing the dawn blade striking as if against steel. Yet, despite its sharpness, even against steel it would leave a mark. But the Titan giant ape's skin remained unscathed, with only a few strands of fur fluttering in the wind. Chen Hu and Ning Rongrong gasped in shock as she rushed to embrace him, yet she underestimated her own frailty, being swept away by Chen Hu and crashing against a great tree, losing consciousness. Chen Hu coughed up a mouthful of blood, trembling as he recited a soul incantation. His first soul ring ignited, and he consumed the bamboo leaf green, the cool essence alleviating his internal agony, yet he could muster no strength to continue fighting. However, the Titan giant ape also underestimated Zhao Wujia's power. Its head was thrust backward from the impact, letting out a furious roar. A wave of terrifying black energy erupted from the Titan giant ape, casting all, including Dai Mu Bai, Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and even the distant Tang San and Oscar, into the air, sending them plummeting downward. Lin Xiaoxiao fell from her fused state with her spear, suffering a backlash from her soul ability, her complexion pale. Yet, Ma Hongjun fared even worse. The flames of the phoenix surged back upon him in a tempest of energy, resulting in him being consumed by the very fire he wielded. Fortunately, as it was his own flame, he sustained minimal injury, though he was still thrown back, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The might of the Titan great ape was indeed terrifying. It had yet to unleash its full power, and the Shrek Academy side was on the verge of total annihilation. The Titan great ape seemed incensed, its colossal form leaping high, akin to a mountain, lunging toward Chen Hu and the others, casting an ominous shadow over them. Zhao Wujia, still suspended in midair, found himself powerless to intervene. At this moment, individual reflexes became paramount. Chen Hu swiftly cradled the unconscious Ning Rongrong and rolled forward, narrowly evading the Titan great ape's assault. Tang San exhibited remarkable quickness as well, first hurling Xiao Wu to safety before delivering a kick that sent Ma Hongjun flying, ultimately leveraging his momentum to escape the Titan great ape's grasp. Dai Mu Bai, displaying his intelligence, extended his tiger claws to pull Zhu Zhuqing close, hastily digging a pit in the ground, both of them leaping into it. No matter how the Titan great ape lunged, its massive form could not harm them beneath the earth. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Oscar, planted the Bawang gun into the ground, and lifted Oscar as she fled. The time the Bawang gun held against the Titan great ape's descent became their fleeting opportunity for survival. With a resounding crash, the Titan great ape landed, its limbs striking the ground. However, Lin Xiaoxiao and Oscar found themselves in the open space beneath its belly, rendering the upright Bawang gun ineffective. In the midst of this perilous evasion, Tang San witnessed a scene that made his heart ache with despair. The Titan great ape lifted its forelimb and seized Xiao Wu, whom he had flung into the air. No, release Xiao Wu. With his body still unsteady, Tang San propelled himself into the air, his hands moving with lightning speed to draw forth a series of icy beams aimed directly at the Titan great ape's most vulnerable eyes. Zhao Wujia, consumed by fury, found no greater anguish than watching his student being seized by the Titan great ape. Given the creature's strength, a mere flick of its hand could spell doom for Xiao Wu. The seventh soul ring ignited, and the true form of his martial spirit manifested. Zhao Wujia transformed into a genuine great strength King Kong bear, charging toward the Titan great ape. The seventh soul ring is crucial for any soul master, as it often represents the manifestation of their martial spirit. Upon entering this state, a soul master experiences a significant increase in both power and speed. At the cost of having all abilities for the next 7 days, they could unleash the previous 6 soul skills at a 150 efficiency. And Zhao Wujia's true martial spirit even boasted a 200 increase in defensive capabilities, making it his ultimate trump card. The Titan Great Ape couldn't ignore the now formidable Zhao Wujia, as he posed a newfound threat. Meanwhile, the Titan Giant Ape merely closed its eyes momentarily, effortlessly shattering Tang San's most formidable hidden weapon. Chapter 47, Stray Apart. The Titan Giant Ape raised a robust arm and collided with Zhao Wujia, following a thunderous crash. This time Zhao Wujia did not get flung away. Thanks to the exceptional defensive attributes of the Great Strength Diamond Bear, he withstood the Titan Giant Ape's strike. However, the vast disparity in their powers forced Zhao Wujia to stagger 5 or 6 steps before he could regain his balance. Simultaneously, the impatient creature waved its hand, deflecting all of Tang San's concealed weapons. With a furious roar, dark ripples spread forth, directly propelling Tang San away. No! Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock as she witnessed Tang San being blown away. The Titan Giant Ape cast a glance at Xiao Wu in its grasp, let out a low growl, and disregarding the approaching Zhao Wujia, it abruptly turned and vanished into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Xiao Wu! Zhao Wujia shouted urgently, intent on pursuing, yet he understood that with his speed, catching up to the Titan Giant Ape was nearly impossible. The pressing matter was to ensure the remaining members' safe return. For an ordinary team of soul masters, managing to retreat with only one sacrifice in the face of a forest king like the Titan Giant Ape would be a feat of pride. However, they were students of the academy, and Flander's words still echoed in their minds. How could they accept such a fate? I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault for not protecting you well enough. Xiao San, take care, Zhao Wujia lamented. Ma Hongjun rubbed his rear, sore from Tang San's kick, and stood up. Oscar plopped down on the ground, while Lin Xiao sat cross-legged, her face pale. Dai Mubai emerged from the deep pit, cradling Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong had regained consciousness and was assisting Chen Hu as he approached. All of Chen Hu's injuries stemmed from physical impacts, and the effects of bamboo leaf green were proving remarkably effective under such circumstances. Just moments ago, moving a finger had been a Herculean task for him. Yet in a short span, he had recovered significantly, and bamboo leaf green continued to work its magic, promising full recovery soon. The group exchanged glances, each feeling a sense of survival after a calamity. Chen Hu sighed, acknowledging that his strength was still too feeble, even without murderous intent. The mere aftermath of the Titan Giant Ape's battle was overwhelming. Tang San approached Oscar, his head bowed, his emotions inscrutable. Yet everyone could discern that he was in a dismal state, particularly given his feelings for Xiao Wu. Chen Hu extended the wine gourd in his hand to Tang San. He had witnessed Tang San spitting blood while struggling to rise, indicating that his internal injuries were serious. Tang San lifted his gaze to meet Chen Hu's calm eyes and quietly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He then moved beside Oscar and whispered a few words. The next moment, Oscar's voice reciting the soul incantation echoed through the air. Xiao Ao, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong could not help but interject. Ning Rongrong's voice captured everyone's attention. Zhao Wujia's astuteness allowed him to immediately comprehend Tang San's intentions, prompting him to intervene, though it was already too late. Tang San had consumed the mushroom sausage from Oscar's hand, and 6 ethereal wings manifested behind him. As Zhao Wujia approached, Tang San had already taken flight. I apologize, Teacher Zhao, but I must retrieve Xiao Wu. Even if it is merely her remains, I must bring her back. At this moment, the others beheld the blood-red fury in Tang San's eyes, understanding that his grief had reached a boiling point. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's second spirit ability was speed. Ning Rongrong softly recited an incantation, and a radiant glaze of light descended, quickening the flapping of Tang San's transparent wings. Xiao San, go swiftly. I support you. My second spirit skill can only last for a minute outside my spirit power range. Xiao Wu is my roommate. You must bring her back. Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious to Zhao Wujia's murderous gaze as she shouted fervently. What are you doing, Chen Hu? Zhao Wujia, infuriated, noticed that after Tang San vanished from sight, Chen Hu sprouted 3 pairs of ethereal wings, soaring in the direction Tang San had disappeared, evidently utilizing the effects of Oscar's third spirit skill. Though lacking Ning Rongrong's enhancement, Chen Hu's own wind spring ability, combined with Oscar's third spirit skill, proved equally effective, matching Tang San's speed. Zhao Wujia's icy glare fixed on Oscar, his expression as stern as frozen ice. Oscar, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation. Oscar, appearing somewhat innocent, replied, Teacher Zhao, would you believe me if I said I didn't know? When Xiao Ao was sent flying by the Titan Great Ape, I saw Chen Hu pick up a mushroom sausage. I thought he intended to use it to flee. At that moment, Ma Hongjun weakly chimed in. We will settle this later. Oscar, create a few more mushroom sausages. We shall pursue them together. The Stardo Forest is fraught with danger, and relying solely on Tang San and Chen Hu, they may encounter unforeseen hazards. Zhao Wujia sighed in resignation. He felt more concern than anger regarding Chen Hu and Tang San's impetuous actions. Alas, my spirit power can no longer produce such an abundance of mushroom sausages, Oscar lamented, revealing that with his current spirit power, he could only create 10 sausages. Of those previously made, aside from one that inexplicably ended up with Chen Hu, the rest had been wasted, leaving insufficient spirit power for everyone's needs. Then we shall travel while you recover your spirit power. Let us proceed. After a brief journey, Tang San and Chen, who had already moved ahead, and Zhao Wujie dared not waste more time, hastily leading the others in pursuit. The combination of Oscar's mushroom sausages and the wind spring spirit skill yielded unexpectedly favorable results. During flight, the wind, typically a formidable resistance, became a force propelling Chen Hu forward with greater speed under the influence of the wind spring. After traversing 5,000 meters, Chen Hu finally descended, surrounded by towering trees and lush undergrowth. This way, with unwavering confidence, Chen Hu boldly chose a direction and charged forward, his medicinal gourd continuously producing new gusts of wind. It was as though he rode the very winds, leaping through the jungle as he ventured deeper into the Stardo Forest. Suddenly, amidst the full-speed advance of the Shrek Academy's main force, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to recall something and shouted for everyone to halt. As they progressed, Lin Xiaoxiao and her companions, due to their flight, had failed to notice any trace of Tang San and Chen Hu. However, by following the footprints of the Titan giant ape, they were bound to eventually locate them. What is the matter? Zhao Wujie asked, furrowing his brow at Lin Xiaoxiao's abrupt stop. Lin Xiaoxiao slapped her forehead, a bittersweet smile emerging as she said, I forgot to inform everyone that Eru is directionally challenged. If he pursues alone, he is certain to get lost. When we initially arrived at Shrek Academy to enroll, it was precisely because he took the wrong path that he arrived so late. What? Everyone was taken aback, realizing that the typically astute Chen Hu was, in fact, directionally impaired. Zhao Wujie, exasperated, exclaimed, Damn it, a directionally challenged person dares to chase after Tang San? Isn't that tantamount to courting death? What audacity does he possess? Regrettably, they had no option to split their forces in search of him. The Stardo Forest was immense, and with Oscar's mushroom sausage in his possession, who could say where he had strayed? They could only hope that he would exercise some wisdom and follow the Titan giant ape's tracks. Surely he wouldn't go astray. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was someone who could get lost even with a map in hand. Praying that he would navigate the complexities of the Stardo Forest correctly seemed less sensible than wishing for their own luck in encountering the main force. Nevertheless, she understood that it was not the time to divert their focus in search of Chen Hu, so she nodded and pressed on. Meanwhile, Chen Hu remained blissfully unaware of his disorientation, resolutely forging ahead. It was not until the sun rose once more, rays of light cascading from the eastern sky, that he felt an ominous premonition. Observing the identical trees surrounding him, he belatedly recognized that he might indeed be lost. Chen Hu glanced back at a faint path behind him. Had he really come from there? He had been vigilant about potential dangers and Tang San's whereabouts. And with the darkening skies, he had paid little heed to his surroundings. Now, everything appeared so alien. With no alternative, Chen Hu relied on his instincts and chose to retrace his steps along a diverging path, mistakenly believing he was returning to his original route, when in fact he was delving deeper into the Stardo Forest. After a day and night of relentless travel, Chen Hu realized he had strayed far from the once flat terrain. Towering peaks rose continuously before him, and he understood that he had indeed gone astray once more. With unrestrained determination, Chen Hu could traverse 500 to 600 li in a day, but after this extended journey, he found himself in the mixed region of the Stardo Forest, where soul beasts began to predominantly feature those of 1,000 years or more. He had to exercise utmost caution to conceal himself, and thus slowed his pace considerably. In this region, the number of soul beasts that pose a threat to Chen Hu's life is overwhelming. At this moment, Chen Hu has completely despaired of his once remarkable sense of direction, treading cautiously with each step, confined to a limited area around him. Not one to be foolish, upon realizing the inadequacy of his directional instincts, he resorts to the most rudimentary method of discerning his path by gauging the strength of the soul beasts in his vicinity. The pressing concern at hand is not to locate Tang San and his companions, but rather to devise a means to escape the Stardo Forest. Within the inner regions of the Stardo Forest, the dangers Chen Hu faces continue to escalate, and he often finds himself fleeing from soul beasts in a frenzied panic across the mountains. Fortunately, his wind spring soul skill proves to be remarkably effective, allowing him to flee at astonishing speeds, and the surrounding soul beasts are not particularly formidable, even when confronted with those he cannot outrun. He can still engage in a mutually destructive struggle to escape. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie and the others finally locate Tang San, who is locked in a standoff with the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. It is uncertain whether it is sheer luck on the part of Shrek or unfortunate circumstances for the formidable dragon and snake pair. But Tang San miraculously snatches a soul beast that rightfully belongs to Meng Yiran once again. After a brief contention, the Dragon King and Snake Lady opt to withdraw. Little San, have you seen Chen Hu? Lin Xiaoxiao inquires impatiently as the outsiders depart. Chen Hu, is he not with you? What has transpired? Tang San cannot help but retort. It's a long story. First, absorb the soul ring from the faceless demon spider, and I shall explain later, Zhao Wujie responds. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about losing 2 students in quick succession. Chapter 48, for directions. Deep within the Stardo Forest, Chen Hu crouches beneath a mountain ravine, concealing his form within the crevices of a massive rock, polished clean by the flowing waters. Before long, a colossal creature leaps from the rocks. And only then does Chen Hu breathe a sigh of relief. This is a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the Diamond Tiger. Encountering this king of the jungle while scouting his surroundings, Chen Hu finds himself relentlessly pursued, driven into the mountainous terrain he has long avoided, using the smooth, towering rocks of the ravine to conceal his presence. Now, hidden within the crevice, Chen Hu appears quite disheveled, his tattered clothing stained with the remnants of dried blood, mingled with the herbal essence he uses to mask his scent, emanating a foul odor. Finally, seizing a moment to catch his breath, he takes the opportunity to restore his soul power, which has rarely been at its peak due to the constant evasion of soul beasts. It has been nearly half a month since he became separated from the main group, spending this time exploring his surroundings and eluding soul beasts. Fortunately, Chen Hu is not merely a battle soul master. The supportive capabilities of his auxiliary soul master abilities have been maximized in this intricate environment. The bamboo leaf green and wind spring soul skills have repeatedly saved his life. Additionally, the restorative properties of his medicinal wine gourd have provided him with ample stamina to engage with the soul beasts. At this stage, however, the auxiliary capabilities afforded by his 26th level of soul power have begun to show their limits, yet certain herbal remedies can still yield considerable effects. The Stardo Forest is indeed a treasure trove, apart from the multitude of soul beasts that roam its expanse. This untouched realm harbors the most abundant medicinal herbs in the world of Douluo Continent. It is through the sustenance provided by these herbs that Chen Hu has managed to endure in such a perilous environment for so long. If one were to claim that a soul master of merely 20 levels could survive alone within the depths of the Stardo Forest for half a month, others would surely deem it a jest, for it is an almost impossible feat. Yet Chen Hu has persevered, relying on his martial soul and extensive knowledge of herbs to sustain himself thus far. At this moment, Chen Hu could not help but feel gratitude towards his mentor, Ji Shui. Though Ji Shui did not offer substantial assistance in the cultivation of his martial soul, the profound knowledge of herbs and the exquisite medical skills she possessed have greatly benefited Chen Hu, particularly in such extreme circumstances. The seemingly monotonous herbal knowledge and the intricate formulas for concocting potions have become invaluable treasures for his survival. After a fleeting sense of stability, Chen Hu's eyelids began to grow heavy, while his physical strength could be swiftly restored. The incessant state of evasion and trepidation had taken a significant toll on his mental state. Over the past fortnight, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of peaceful slumber. Lin Xiaoxiao, let us return. It has been half a month. The odds of finding Chen Hu are dwindling, Zhao Wujie remarked, observing Lin Xiaoxiao's distressed demeanor, unable to suppress his concern. In truth, he too thought that Chen Hu's situation was perilous. After a fortnight, they had scoured the vicinity of the Titan giant ape's territory. Yet Chen Hu's whereabouts remained elusive. Teacher Zhao, let us search just a little longer, please. If we advance a few more kilometers, we are bound to find Chen Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao implored, her bloodshot eyes pleading with Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie's gaze reflected a hint of compassion as he coldly replied, enough. You have uttered this plea numerous times. The Stardo Forest is fraught with danger. Even we have faced peril several times with our strength. How can we expect a mere 20-level soul master like Chen Hu to withstand it? The absence of his trace may well indicate that he has already perished within the belly of a soul beast. Impossible. That clever fellow heir, who could never be devoured by a soul beast. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted in indignation, akin to a wounded fawn. Regardless of whether Chen Hu is alive or not, we must leave the Stardo Forest today. He is my student, just as you all are. I cannot risk your safety for his sake alone. I understand your feelings, but look around. Who among us is not utterly exhausted from searching for Chen Hu? If this continues, we shall all crumble, Zhao Wujie asserted with unwavering resolve. Xiao Wu has returned on her own, yet in pursuit of Chen Hu's whereabouts. The group has lingered in the Stardo Forest for an arduous fortnight. During this time, fatigue has enveloped them all, despite no student voicing complaints. Zhao Wujie could bear it no longer. Today, Zhu Zhuqing narrowly escaped death at the jaws of a 1,000-year-old soul beast, and had it not been for his swift reflexes, the consequences would have been dire. Ning Rongrong approached Lin Xiaoxiao, offering words of solace. I too believe that fellow is safe. Perhaps he has already exited the Stardo Forest, and we are simply unaware. Xiaoxiao, let us depart. If we persist any longer, we shall falter. Our strength is finite. Once we are outside, I shall write to my father, requesting assistance from Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu. They will surely bring him back safely. Over these 2 weeks, even Zhu Zhuqing has reached her limit, let alone the support-type soul masters Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Yet, neither of them has uttered a word of complaint. In fact, apart from Lin Xiaoxiao, these 2 auxiliary soul masters share the closest bond with Chen Hu. Lin Xiaoxiao surveyed the weary expressions of her companions, a glimmer of despair in her eyes, and said, Thank you all, it is my fault. Let us return. Teacher Zhao, we are fine. Perhaps we should search for another day. We might find Chen Hu today, Tang Xin suggested. Indeed, Teacher Zhao, do not worry about us. Let us try for one more day, Dai Mubai added. Very well, one last day, Zhao Wujia replied solemnly. A day later, Zhao Wujia led the remaining 8 students of Shrek Academy out of the Stardo Forest and back into human society, each person enveloped in a sensation akin to returning from a distant realm. However, the anticipation, curiosity, and worry they had felt upon entering were now overshadowed by a shroud of gloom that clung to their hearts. At Shrek Academy, Flinder regarded Zhao Wujia with concern as he inquired, Zhao Wujia, why did you take so long? I have arranged for a remarkably talented teacher for the little monsters. How are they faring? Sighing, Zhao Wujia replied, I am sorry, Flinder, I could not bring all the little monsters back safely. Flinder's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. What transpired? Zhao Wujia recounted the events that unfolded in the Stardo Forest, bitterness lacing his words. I cannot fathom how the Titan giant ape appeared at the forest's periphery. Had it not been for him, Chen Hu, alas, it is my fault. If I had been more cautious, Chen Hu would not have had the chance to leave alone. This matter is not your fault. If blame must be assigned, it rests on fate's whims. Even for us, staying deep within the Stardo Forest is no trivial ordeal, especially for him, a mere Grand Soul Master. It seems his prospects are grim. Nevertheless, to hedge against misfortune, I will send several teachers to search again. Also, let us write a letter to Xiao Yexiao. After all, Chen Hu was entrusted to us by him, and he deserves to know what has transpired. We, as Shrek Academy, have let him down, Flinder lamented. Regrettably, I have also perused the information regarding Chen Hu. He appears to be the most gifted among the Shrek Academy students, aside from the third party involved. As a support-type soul master capable of fully harnessing the efficacy of his soul skills, with proper guidance, he could very well become the continent's first battle soul master of the food type. A middle-aged man emerged from behind Flander. Who is this? Zhao Wujia inquired, directing his gaze at Flander. This is the master Yu Xiaojing I mentioned to you, Flander introduced. So you are the master, the mentor of Tang San. What do you mean by a food-type battle soul master? Zhao Wujia asked, somewhat puzzled. The master replied, I have reviewed the students' profiles, and if my conjecture is correct, Chen Hu should be perfectly suited to the effects of his martial soul. Across the continent, there are many soul masters with support-type soul skills, yet invariably, when their abilities are applied to themselves, the effects are significantly diminished. In some cases, certain support skills cannot even be utilized on oneself. However, Chen Hu appears to be an exception. He can employ his support skills on himself without any loss of potency, and indeed, they manifest even more powerfully than with others. Chen Hu's previous teacher was commendable. Perhaps he recognized this potential, which is why he did not oppose Chen Hu's pursuit of becoming a battle soul master. If it is at all possible, Flander, I implore you to retrieve him from the Stardo Forest, whether alive or deceased. Very well. I shall take it upon myself to rescue Chen Hu, Flander declared as he rose to his feet. In the office of the principal of the Spirit Master Academy in Snow City, a voice of astonishment resonated. What? You wish to take leave, but the duration is uncertain? What will become of the remaining children if you leave? Do not forget that you still have a class of students to oversee. I cannot agree to this. Principal, my former student Chen Hu is in peril. As his teacher, I cannot remain indifferent. I must bring him back. Had I not directed him to Shrek Academy, he would not have encountered this misfortune. If I do not go, my heart will be restless. Yi Liyuan's calm eyes betrayed a hint of remorse. Chen Hu. It is he. What has happened to him? The principal of Nodding Spirit Master Academy, Fang Yuan, was well acquainted with the most talented batch of graduates. He could not suppress a sigh and remarked, Li Yuan, although I am unaware of what kind of academy Shrek is that earns your admiration, I must inform you that I suppressed the profiles of Lin Xiaoxiao and Chen Hu. You know this is against protocol. If, and I emphasize if, Chen Hu has indeed fallen, I will not conceal this matter further. Not only must Lin Xiaoxiao leave that so-called Shrek Academy, but we too shall face repercussions from above. I understand. Thank you, Principal, Yi Li Yuan replied solemnly. Fang Yuan continued, go then. If you cannot bring back Chen Hu, ensure you return with Lin Xiaoxiao. Chapter 49, The Dark River. 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, the Hall of the Sect Leader. The esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, held a letter sent from Shrek Academy, yet unopened. A gust of wind heralded the arrival of Sword Douluo Chen Exine, who approached swiftly, accompanied by another titled Douluo from the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School. Bon Douluo Gu Rong. At last, Rong has written to us. Let me see it. She must be missing me dearly, Chen Exine exclaimed with eager anticipation. Nonsense. Rong surely thinks of me more, Gu Rong retorted. Observing the impending quarrel between the two, Ning Fengji, amused yet exasperated, interjected, enough, Sword Uncle, Bon Uncle. Let us not bicker. The letter is here, and since I have yet to open it, let us read it together. Ning Fengji carefully opened the letter, and both Chen Xin and Gu Rong leaned in to read. Is it truly possible that there exists a martial soul that complements the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower? Medicinal Wine Gourd, what a peculiar name. I have never heard of it before. Chen Xin remarked, astonished as he gazed at the letter in Ning Fengji's hands. Ning Fengji replied, the world is vast and full of wonders. This must be a variant martial soul. According to Rong, it appears to be an auxiliary-type martial soul. There has never been an occurrence of a martial soul fusion technique executed by 2 auxiliary soul masters on the continent. If Rong is correct, she would have achieved something remarkable. Fengji, do not rejoice too soon. Let us not forget that the young lad's fate remains uncertain. Whether he is alive or not is still in question, Gu Rong reminded him. Unable to restrain his caution in light of Ning Fengji's delight, Ning Fengji suppressed his smile and addressed Sword Douluo Chen Exine. Uncle Jian, your speed is unmatched. I would appreciate it if you could make a journey. Indeed, I am eager to witness what capabilities this young man, so highly praised by Rong, possesses, Ning Fengji declared, summoning a sword with a flourish before vanishing from the main hall of the sect. In the Stardo Forest, Chen Hu awoke from slumber as darkness enveloped the land. The moon hung low in the sky, and he discerned that it must be around 2 or 3 in the morning. After stretching his limbs, he changed out of his tattered garments, utilizing the stream in the ravine to cleanse himself. He retrieved a set of clean clothing from his pack. Feeling rejuvenated and in good spirits, he washed his discarded clothes, knowing that in the Stardo Forest, every article of clothing must be preserved meticulously, lest he find himself in the unfortunate predicament of having nothing to wear. Once he was properly attired, Chen Hu sensed an unusual disturbance in his soul power. Upon further contemplation, he could not help but murmur in astonishment. Could it be that one can break through in soul power even while asleep? In less than a month, Chen Hu had experienced consecutive breakthroughs in his soul power. The first breakthrough, while significant, was a result of prolonged accumulation that elevated him to the 25th level. His battle with Dai Mubai, where he employed his self-created soul skill, 8 Gates of Duanjia, further stimulated his potential, leading to yet another level of advancement. To his surprise, he had achieved yet another increase in just half a month. A 3-level increase within a month was nothing short of miraculous. However, after the initial thrill subsided, Chen Hu began to comprehend that despite the rapid succession of breakthroughs, the time he had previously spent in accumulation made such progress not entirely implausible. In the past fortnight, although Chen Hu has engaged in little soul power cultivation, the repeated utilization of his martial spirit coupled with meditative recovery, alongside various herbs that contribute, to some extent, to enhancing his soul power, has led to a breakthrough in his level after merely half a month. Presently, Chen Hu's soul power stands at 27, gradually catching up to and even surpassing Ning Rong. This may very well be one of the benefits of experience. Had he remained in the Martial Spirit Academy, his soul power might have stagnated at merely 25, a stark contrast to his current prowess. Fortune favors the bold, though Chen Hu's current existence is perilous. The rewards are substantial. Throughout this fortnight, he has been embroiled in battle, solidifying both his foundation and mastery over his soul power, thus avoiding the superficiality that often accompanies excessive reliance on potions. It is imperative not to underestimate the significance of a solid foundation and mastery of soul power. The former dictates how far one can go, while the latter determines one's control over their own strength. Chen Hu's swordsmanship is fierce and relentless, seizing even the slightest opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes, each following the last in a relentless cascade. Any adversary ensnared in Chen Hu's rhythm, unless they possess overwhelming superiority to disrupt it, or unless Chen Hu himself falters, finds escape nearly impossible. The essence of his success can be attributed to a singular principle: stability. Each strike's angle, force, and speed are executed with unparalleled steadiness, moving in harmony with Chen Hu's intent, devoid of any wastage of power. This requires not only heightened mental engagement, but also a profound control over oneself. Soul power is undeniably the most crucial component of a soul master's being. The disparity between soul masters and ordinary individuals fundamentally lies in the realm of soul power. Managing this energy can often prove more challenging than controlling the body itself. Take, for instance, Chen Hu's self-created soul technique, the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, which necessitates precise control over soul power to ensure that the stimulation of nerves and muscles by the medicinal brew is executed flawlessly, thereby unleashing the full might of the technique. Throughout the continent, a majority of soul masters tend to overlook the mastery of their soul power. It is typically only those who have lingered at a particular realm for an extended period who contemplate enhancing their control over soul power. And it is they who may eventually develop self-created techniques. Hence, possessing sufficient mastery over soul power is the first step towards innovating personal soul techniques. As Chen Hu feels the burgeoning soul power within him, a sense of invincibility washes over him, as if he could take on 10 foes. Yet, reality presents a stark contradiction. No, you cannot. Deep within the Stardo Forest, the number of 10-year soul beasts is alarmingly scarce, with the majority being century-old or even millennium soul beasts. Given Chen Hu's current strength, encountering more than 30-century-old soul beasts would necessitate a hasty retreat. Facing a slightly more formidable millennium soul beast alone would also compel him to prioritize escape. It is not a matter of capability, but rather one of prudence. In the depths of the Stardo Forest, where soul beasts abound, engagements with millennium soul beasts are unlikely to be swift, often attracting even more formidable adversaries. For a 27-level soul master like Chen Hu, survival in such a treacherous environment requires a judicious approach. The golden tiger pursuing Chen Hu is no ordinary soul beast of merely moderate strength, according to the knowledge Chen Hu gleaned from his theoretical classes. This golden tiger is at least 2,500 years old, even among soul beasts of the same millennium age. The disparity between those just crossing the 1,000-year threshold and those who have reached 2,500 is undeniable. When Lin Xiaoxiao and the 5 from the first dormitory hunted the nearly 1,000-year-old Titan ant soul beast, aside from Lin Xiaoxiao herself, the other 4 were all grand soul masters. Despite their thorough preparations, that battle nearly resulted in their complete annihilation, which made Chen Hu acutely aware of the formidable nature of millennium soul beasts. Now, with his cultivation having ascended, Chen Hu is wary of underestimating any millennium soul beast. In an attempt to evade the relentless pursuit of the 1,000-year golden tiger, Chen Hu is compelled to venture deeper into this unfamiliar mountainous forest. He intends to utilize the crevice beneath the rocks in this ravine as a stronghold, cautiously surveying the surroundings. It is worth noting that these massive boulders, stacked together, have formed a natural stone fortress, with a hidden current flowing beneath. Its depth and turbulence are uncertain, and its destination unknown. The adjacent damp area could easily be arranged into a makeshift bed without any issue, though this place is somewhat humid and the moisture is thick. Chen Hu does not shy away from such an environment. For someone like him, who prioritizes cultivation above all, the suitability for training is a crucial condition for establishing a stronghold. Though Chen Hu's martial soul is a tool type with healing abilities, it does not entirely embody the wood attribute. Rather, it leans more towards the water attribute. Consequently, areas abundant in moisture are more conducive to his cultivation. The most pressing concern now is whether there are any excessively powerful soul beasts in the vicinity. If this is the territory of a formidable soul beast, Chen Hu would have no choice but to abandon this stronghold. The principle of darkness beneath the lamp does hold some truth, but it is only temporary. One would be foolish to linger under the watchful eyes of a powerful soul beast. Similarly, the underground river before him must be thoroughly investigated. One cannot rest easy in a place where danger lurks nearby. If a soul beast were to emerge from the river during his training, who could withstand such an encounter? Thus, Chen Hu must ensure that the underground river poses no significant threat. Otherwise, regardless of how alluring this location may seem, he would be compelled to relinquish it. With dawn yet to break outside, Chen Hu does not intend to venture out to investigate the surroundings at this moment. Hence, the underground river becomes his first target for exploration. Stripping off his outer garments, he dons a pair of shorts and plunges into the river. Although Chen Hu has never learned to swim in this life, in his previous existence, he often played in the water of the mining pits left by the gold-digging endeavors of his hometown. His skills from that life have not dulled, and after a brief adaptation, he swiftly navigates the waters with ease. The river is not particularly deep, measuring less than 2 meters, and the subterranean stream is modest in size. Above lies a layer of rock, smoothed by the relentless force of the water. The current flows with great intensity, and Chen Hu swims in the direction of the dark river, meandering for approximately 2 to 3 miles. The hidden current culminates at a vertical waterfall, producing a thunderous roar akin to distant thunder. Had it not been for Chen Hu's timely intervention with the twilight blade he carried, which he plunged into the rock, he would have been swept over the waterfall. Although the height of the waterfall remains unknown, its sound suggests it is formidable. Such elevation would likely prove inhospitable to any spirit beast, as the cave is not spacious enough to accommodate larger creatures, rendering the downstream area relatively safe. Chen Hu then swam upstream against the current, taking a grueling 2 to 3 hours to return to his starting point, a journey that had taken less than half an hour in the downstream direction. A brief respite was necessary, as swimming upstream is a taxing endeavor. Within the water, he could not utilize his martial spirit, nor could he replenish himself with medicinal wine, making the return journey all the more arduous. Once adequately rested, Chen Hu set off again toward the upstream of the dark river. Chapter 50, The Diamond Monkey. Ascending against the current, he faced increased resistance, necessitating greater exertion. After approximately 5 or 6 hours, he managed to explore 6 to 7 miles upstream, confirming the absence of lurking spirit beasts before retracing his steps. If no formidable spirit beasts were concealed in the vicinity, this rocky crevice could serve as a base for an extended period. Stealthily, Chen Hu moved aside a large stone that had wedged itself in the rock crevice, leaping up, then replacing the stone to obscure the conditions of his base. By this time, daylight had fully arrived. Although the mountains and trees on either side were lush, they did not possess the continuous canopy characteristic of dense forests, allowing sunlight to easily bathe Chen Hu, instilling a sense of optimism. He glided down the mountain stream. The creek bed was modest, and soon he encountered a rushing river, where several spirit beasts were quenching their thirst, predominantly gentle herbivorous creatures. However, the herbivorous nature of these spirit beasts did not imply they would harbor any goodwill towards humans. After all, when human spirit masters hunt spirit beasts for their soul rings, they do not consider whether the beasts are carnivorous or herbivorous. If Chen Hu dared to present himself before them, he would certainly face their hostility. Among them were several thousand-year-old spirit beasts, compelling Chen Hu to observe the situation from a safe distance before retreating along the same path. If his conjecture was correct, the river's terminus should converge with the endpoint of the dark river he had explored the previous night, culminating in that thundering waterfall. Thus, Chen Hu spent his days foraging for herbs while simultaneously surveying his surroundings. After 3 days, he had acquired a thorough understanding of the nearby mountain ranges. The peaks of these mountains should be unclaimed territory. Aside from a few decade-old and century-old soul beasts, Chen Hu has not encountered any millennium soul beasts. As long as he remains cautious of the nearby river, the likelihood of encountering a millennium soul beast is slim. Thus, Chen Hu resolves to linger in this area for a period of training. Naturally, he harbors concerns about his peculiar sense of direction, fearing that he may inadvertently venture deeper into the Stardo Forest. While encountering a not overly powerful millennium soul beast is manageable, a fateful encounter with a 10,000-year soul beast could spell disaster. Utilizing the crevices of the underground river as his base, Chen Hu embarks on a perilous journey, radiating outward into the surrounding area. Each day before dawn, he stealthily slips away from his base in search of a millennium soul beast to engage in battle. He confronts those he can defeat and retreats from those he cannot. This cycle of reckless endeavor leaves him battered and bruised upon his return. As time passes, the soul beasts he provokes grow increasingly formidable, and his wounds multiply. On one occasion, he was compelled to employ his self-created soul skill, the 8 Gates of Duanjia, to escape from a soul beast over 2,000 years old. Accompanied by constant danger, Chen Hu's soul power steadily increases, while his combat skills and physical prowess enhance rapidly. Although his soul power does not elevate directly, his instincts for danger and combat experience surge remarkably. Additionally, his daily encounters with injury have significantly improved his medical skills. His knowledge of various herbs, their properties, growth conditions, and combinations has flourished, allowing him to be regarded as an experienced healer, capable of alleviating the suffering of others even without soul power. On this particular day, as usual, Chen Hu departs from his base, stealthily traversing downstream along the mountain stream. It is not long before he encounters his target for the day, a millennium soul beast known as the 5-colored elk. This herbivorous soul beast is not particularly strong, but its speed is remarkable. Its most distinctive feature is the pair of antlers atop its head, as hard as iron, capable of piercing through boulders with ease. These are its greatest weapons. Having fought the 5-colored elk before, Chen Hu understands its tenacity. Gripping his Dawnblade, he utilizes the speed enhancement provided by the Wind Spring Soul skill to continuously maneuver around the elk. The elk's antlers are not only resilient and sharp, but can also emit beams of 5-colored energy, accompanied by a powerful stunning effect. Even a single strike could leave Chen Hu dazed for several seconds, ample time for the elk to gather momentum and pierce through its opponent. Fortunately, the elk's skill casting speed is not particularly swift, and its pre-casting movements are too apparent. With focus, Chen Hu can easily anticipate and evade its attacks. For reasons unknown, Chen Hu perceives a sense of impatience emanating from the five-colored elk today. In less than a minute of engagement, the elk's antlers begin to gather five-colored radiance, poised to unleash a skill. For soul beasts endowed with special abilities, deploying such skills entails significant energy expenditure. They typically refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. The multicolored deer, typically characterized by its gentle disposition and ample patience, now exhibited an unusual demeanor. What could have transpired? Had human soul masters arrived? Or was there another circumstance at play? Chen Hu swiftly withdrew, evading the impending skill release from the deer just in time to escape its attack range. A troubling premonition stirring within him. The agitation in the deer's bright eyes deepened as it noticed the departing human, and it quickly unleashed its powerful limbs, dashing away in a flash, disappearing from Chen Hu's sight. Deciding against further training, Chen Hu sensed an unsettling atmosphere in the forest today. One must not underestimate any soul beast, regardless of its seemingly feeble appearance. Often, their instincts for danger surpass those of humans. Chen Hu resolved to return to his base, prioritizing his safety above all else in the face of the impending threat. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. A piercing cry resonated from the direction the deer had fled, unmistakably the source of the distress being the very same multicolored deer. In mere moments, the deer, despite its formidable strength, had fallen victim to an unseen peril, indicating that the adversary was undoubtedly formidable. Fleeing without hesitation, Chen Hu propelled himself in the opposite direction from the deer, uttering a soul incantation as his second soul ring illuminated. The elixir of wind poured down his throat, swirling around him as he felt his speed visibly quicken. Yet, the oppressive sensation from behind intensified. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Chen Hu caught sight of a colossal beast, urging him to accelerate further, all the while continuing to consume the elixir without pausing. This creature, a primate-type soul beast, was slightly smaller than the Titan great ape he had previously encountered, sharing a similar physique and appearance. However, Chen Hu distinctly sensed a divergence between this soul beast and the Titan great ape. In terms of speed and strength, this primate was markedly inferior, which could be attributed to its lesser age and rank. Yet, its arms were longer than those of the Titan great ape, nearly reaching its legs, showcasing an exceptional aptitude for climbing. Additionally, the creature's blood-red eyes emanated an aura of brutality and savagery, starkly contrasting the Titan great ape's bright, wise gaze. It seemed to be a soul beast born for slaughter. The king of the jungle, the mandrill. Chen Hu recalled a casual discussion with his theory instructor, who had mentioned that aside from the Titan great ape, there existed another soul beast capable of rivaling its might, the mandrill. The mandrill is a pure powerhouse among soul beasts, being the largest of the primate variety, with the largest specimens potentially reaching heights of 40 meters. Except for a select few soul beasts, it reigns as the unequivocal sovereign of strength. Certainly, under the terrifying force, speed is not a simple matter, especially in such a jungle environment where the mandrill is often referred to as the king of the jungle. The jungle is their domain, and the distance between Chen Hu and the creature is steadily decreasing. In Chen Hu's mind, the mandrill's vulnerabilities emerge. Physically, it possesses no apparent weaknesses. However, where the mandrill falls short compared to the Titan ape is in its intellect. The mandrill lacks wisdom, its every action driven merely by survival instinct, displaying a cruel disposition that revels in violence and destruction. Yet, in the face of such a disparity in strength, brute force overshadows intellect, leaving little room for cunning. Chen Hu must devise a means to evade this formidable mandrill. As a melee soul master, he is acutely aware of the vast gap between him and the mandrill. Engaging in close combat with such a melee sovereign is tantamount to courting death. Lacking any ranged capabilities, his only recourse seems to be flight. However, the mandrill's speed surpasses that of Chen Hu's soul techniques, plunging him into a dire predicament, compelling him to urge himself to move faster, ever faster. The mandrill's massive size prompts Chen Hu to seek refuge in narrower, more complex terrain, hoping to escape the relentless pursuit. Yet, to his astonishment, the mandrill's limbs exhibit remarkable elasticity. It effortlessly leaps across the narrow mountain range spanning dozens of meters. The limitations posed by more intricate landscapes are also minimal for the mandrill. In truth, within the jungle's confines, no terrain poses a genuine threat to the mandrill. A roar erupts from behind, as the mandrill seizes a colossal boulder nearly 3 meters in diameter. With its powerful, elongated arm, it hurls the stone, transforming it into one of the most fearsome weapons known, hurtling swiftly toward Chen Hu. He manages to evade it just in time. But the sheer size of the boulder proves overwhelming. He is grazed by its edge on the shoulder, leaving it a grotesque mess, blood gushing forth relentlessly. The area around his shoulder succumbing to numbness. Fortunately, after the mandrel's throw, its momentum slows, preventing it from closing in on Chen Hu. The first soul ring illuminates, and the medicinal wine from his gourd transforms into a healing elixir. With his other hand clutching the gourd, he pours the elixir into his mouth. A pale green light swirling around the wound, which begins to heal rapidly. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Hu does not halt his flight, continuing to flee for his life. Chapter 51, Convergence. When confronting a soul beast of the mandrel's caliber, its level becomes less significant. Even a century-old mandrel is beyond what the current Chen Hu can contend with. Although the mandrel's ranged attacks are limited, the destructive power of the boulders it hurls, propelled by its terrifying strength, is indeed formidable. Had Chen Hu not been an auxiliary soul master with rapid recovery capabilities, this encounter could have proven fatal. The surrounding trees rapidly receded, and Chen Hu resembled a live leopard, swiftly traversing the thicket, pursued relentlessly by the formidable mandrels. These soul beasts, devoid of any wisdom, fixated on their prey with an instinct that would not relent until their quarry lay slain. A sudden thunderous sound echoed ahead, causing Chen Hu's countenance to change. In a moment of panic, he had inadvertently arrived here. Upon passing through a dense grove, a surging river and a waterfall materialized before him, revealing the terminus of the subterranean river that served as his base. The river rushed fiercely, spanning several meters in width, while the waterfall below plunged into an abyss, shrouded in mist and noxious vapors, obscuring the depths from view. Ahead lay a dead end, and the massive form of the mandrel loomed ever closer, leaving Chen Hu in a dire predicament. Coming to a halt, he felt the radiance of two soul rings illuminate his being, and his soul power began to dwindle rapidly. An endless stream of exquisite wine flowed from the medicinal gourd into his belly, a fragrant vapor rising as it circulated in an extraordinary manner, causing his clear eyes to grow hazy. With a self-created soul skill, he invoked the 8 gates of Duanjia, and the first gate opened. With no retreat possible, Chen Hu resolved to fight with all his might, unsheathing the dawn blade, which trembled in his grasp as if yearning for the blood of his adversary. The mandrel, akin to a fly in its futile escape, soon reached the limits of its patience. A crimson glow burst forth from within its being, transforming its fur, exposed skin, and ferocious eyes into a deep scarlet. Unlike the mysterious abilities of the Titan ape, the mandrel possessed but a singular skill, frenzy. In this frenzied state, both its strength and speed surged tremendously. With a furious roar, its colossal fist descended towards Chen Hu. In the face of this titanic blow, Chen Hu's form appeared as a fragile vessel swaying amidst a storm, on the brink of being engulfed by the surging waves. The mandrel's massive frame, swinging its fist, resembled a war deity, exuding an overwhelming aura. The true essence of the 8 gates of Duanjia lay in awakening the latent potential within Chen Hu. Though his consciousness was clouded, his combat instincts expanded exponentially, mirroring the mandrel's frenzied state. Confronted with this unstoppable strike, Chen Hu knew he could not foolishly oppose brute strength against the mandrel. With the winds converging within him, as the mandrel's fist descended, earth and stone erupted. A tempest swirling, Chen Hu's body, akin to willow fluff, melded with the gusts stirred by the mandrel's fist, deftly evading the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Chen Hu soared into the air, the dawn blade cleaving downwards with ferocity towards the crown of the mandrel. In the midst of combat with a formidable soul master, Chen Hu rarely ascended into the air as he did now. Engaging in aerial maneuvers often presented opportunities for adversaries to seize the advantage, rendering him vulnerable in the void where he lacked support. In the presence of a colossal soul beast like the diamond baboon, failing to leap into the air would render Chen Hu incapable of inflicting damage upon its vital points due to their stark size disparity. The diamond baboon was no slouch in speed. While one hand shielded its head, the other swiftly retracted, reaching out towards Chen Hu with fingers the size of a human arm and a hand as large as a door. Chen Hu had no doubt that if ensnared by the diamond baboon, his fate would be sealed. Utilizing the 8 gates of Duanjia, Chen Hu experienced a significant enhancement in both strength and speed. As the twilight blade descended, its indomitable edge pierced the diamond baboon's arm, blood spraying forth. Yet, in comparison to the beast's massive physique, this seemingly horrific wound barely registered as a scratch. Gripping the hilt, Chen Hu withdrew the blade and vaulted into the air once more, evading the baboon's grasp while soaring over its head. The blade spun downward, leaving a shallow gash across the diamond baboon's back. Roaring in fury, the diamond baboon was incensed by the blood and pain. A crimson aura enveloped its form, and the wounds on its arm and back began to heal at a visibly accelerated rate, restoring it to its former state within mere breaths. The state of frenzy not only augmented the diamond baboon's speed and strength, but also dramatically enhanced its healing capabilities. One could assert that the frenzied diamond baboon was akin to a war machine, devoid of pain and capable of relentless regeneration. Unfazed, Chen Hu, having shed all fear after invoking the 8 gates of Duanjia, charged at the diamond baboon with relentless determination, darting around it with agility and speed. The baboon's sheer bulk dictated that it could never match the nimbleness of a human. While its immense size bestowed certain advantages, it also bore inherent flaws. The lack of agility was the diamond baboon's Achilles heel. The twilight blade incessantly carved various wounds upon the diamond baboon's form. Regrettably, it was not long before the injuries inflicted by Chen Hu were mended by the creature's remarkable self-healing abilities. The pain resonating through its body only served to enrage the baboon further, causing its fists to strike with increasing velocity, sending gusts of wind and debris flying. While clouds of dust obscured Chen Hu's vision, with a thunderous crash, the power of the 8 gates of Duanjia began to wane. Chen Hu, momentarily slowed, was struck by the diamond baboon's hand, unleashing a terrifying force that sent him plummeting like a kite severed from its string. Mirroring the tactics employed by the Titan giant ape, the diamond baboon lunged towards Chen Hu with its immense size, descending upon him like a mountain. In that fleeting moment of impact, Chen Hu broke free from the state of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his gaze regaining clarity. As the shadow of the mountain loomed before him, Chen Hu found his reaction time drastically diminished. The descent of the mandrill was far more ferocious than that of the Titan ape. Retreat. The after-effects of the 8 gates of Duanjia began to manifest. Both Chen Hu's physical and mental states were on the brink of collapse. His muscles ached intensely, and a splitting headache engulfed him, dragging his weary form. Chen Hu rolled on the ground, narrowly escaping the weight of the mandrill crashing down upon him. With a resounding thud, a meteorite struck the earth, its thunderous roar drowning out the cascading waterfall, while a terrifying shockwave propelled Chen Hu's battered body into the air, hurling him against a rock. Agonizing pain surged through him, and he coughed up warm blood, a heated sensation radiating from the back of his head. Dizziness began to envelop him, causing the world around him to sway. A pale azure light flickered, offering a fleeting coolness that prevented him from succumbing to immediate unconsciousness. The bamboo leaf green within him was at work. Yet in his current state, its effects were merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, Chen Hu regained his senses. Losing consciousness at this moment would undoubtedly be fatal. With a sudden surge of strength, he leapt once more into the air, but the mandrill's fist came crashing down upon him, blood splattering as he was helplessly sent flying, consciousness fading away. In the fleeting moment before he succumbed to darkness, a faint smile graced his lips. With a thunderous crash, Chen Hu's body plunged into the raging river. Before the blood could disperse, he was swept downstream, cascading over the cliff into the waterfall. A roar of indignation erupted from the mandrill, which hurled a nearby stone into the river in a fit of rage, its crimson aura dissipating after a prolonged release, before it dashed into the depths of the forest. Not long after, a beam of sword light emerged from the horizon, revealing a young man in a white robe with flowing silver hair, who soared down upon his sword to this scarred battlefield. Chen Xian leapt from his 7 kills sword, gracefully catching a tattered piece of fabric in his hand. Murmuring to himself, "It seems a soul master engaged in battle here not long ago. I wonder which unfortunate soul encountered such a terrifying soul beast as the mandrill." Although it appears to be merely a millennium old, its thick hide and ferocity in a berserk state would challenge even an average soul king. Alas, I have ventured deep into the Stardo Forest and still have not found the youth mentioned in Rong's letter. It seems his fate is grim. Chen Xian sighed, pondering the potential of the boy's fate intertwined with the 7-treasure, glazed tile martial soul. If he were alive and united with Rong in marriage, the 2 auxiliary soul masters using their martial soul fusion technique could elevate the 7-treasure, glazed tile to become the foremost sect in the world. On the continent, there has never been a fusion technique executed by 2 auxiliary spirit masters in tandem. The 7-treasure, glazed tile school, empowered by the 7-treasure, glazed tower spirit, has the stature to be among the top 3 sections. If supplemented by another auxiliary spirit master utilizing a fusion technique, the potential power unleashed would be unimaginable. Alas, it is truly a lamentable fate. Well, I shall search more meticulously. Perhaps that young man is fortunate enough to have survived until now. Chen Xian shook his head and prepared to soar on his sword. However, at that moment, a shadow was swiftly approaching the area. Out of curiosity, Chen Xian opted not to depart immediately. The newcomer was a spirit emperor, adorned with a pair of flesh wings, who appeared before Chen Xian in mere breaths. Yi Liyuan, with a sense of reverence, bowed deeply upon noticing the divine sword beneath Chen Xian's feet. I am Yi Liyuan of the Spirit Hall. I pay my respects to your excellency, Chen Xian. What brings a member of the Spirit Hall here? Upon hearing Yi Liyuan's self-introduction, Chen Xian's expression turned frigid. The rapport between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall was far from amicable, and Chen Xian held a particularly unfavorable view of those from the Spirit Hall. Yi Liyuan, aware of Chen Xian's sentiments, was about to take his leave when he inadvertently caught sight of a fragment of cloth in Chen Xian's hand, causing him to tremble involuntarily, his eyes turning a vivid crimson as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Xian. Do you intend to strike at me? Chen Xian inquired with a hint of amusement. A spirit emperor of around level 60, still quite young and certainly possessing potential. Yet it was indeed rare to encounter one so audacious as to exhibit murderous intent before a title de law. Yi Liyuan took a deep breath to steady his tumultuous emotions, fixing his gaze on Chen Xian as he asked, "Where did the fragment of your garment originate?" "Ah, I see. It appears that unfortunate soul was someone you knew." A flicker of realization crossed Chen Xian's eyes, yet this did not justify the audacity to display animosity in the presence of the esteemed. With a graceful sweep of his hand, a blade of sword energy rose, and in the next moment, Yi Liyuan's body was sent flying without resistance. This serves merely as a small lesson. A mere spirit emperor should possess the awareness befitting their rank. Do not presume that your affiliation with the Spirit Hall grants you the liberty to act recklessly before me. After unleashing the sword energy, Chen Xian did not glance back at Yi Liyuan, but instead soared away, leaving behind a voice that resonated coldly. When I arrived, I encountered merely this tattered fragment of cloth and a rampaging mandrill. Your companion has likely met his end in the jaws of that beast. As Chen Xian departed, his words echoed hauntingly in Yi Liyuan's ears. Chen Hu is dead. How could Chen Hu possibly be dead? He was merely a 12-year-old child. Had it not been for my selfishness and obstinacy in sending Chen Hu to Shrek Academy, he would not have perished at such a tender age. Within the depths of Yi Liyuan's heart, a profound sense of guilt gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent. Talents such as Chen Hu and Lin Xiaoxiao, upon entering a superior martial spirit academy, would undoubtedly receive enhanced training, and perhaps one day, they might tread upon the sacred grounds of the martial spirit hall within the martial spirit city. However, due to his selfishness, such a gifted student had met his demise in the Stardo Forest. As an instructor at the Snow City Martial Spirit Academy, Yi Liyuan was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the diamond monkey. Even a centenarian of such a species would be beyond Chen Hu's capability to confront, let alone escape from. Yi Liyuan meticulously gathered the remaining fragments of fabric from the ground, dew glistening gently in the wind. A chilling howl echoed from the nearby thicket, a shadow engulfing a vast expanse of forest, with the silhouette of a colossal beast flickering in and out of view. After an indeterminate period, a massive creature stumbled forth from the shadows. The shadow transformed into a pale-faced man, who pressed a hand to his chest where a grievous sword wound marred his flesh. The terrifying sword aura, relentless like maggots on decaying flesh, continued to ravage the area around his injury. This man was none other than Yi Liyuan himself. He had intended to slay the diamond monkey with his own hands to avenge his student. Yet the casual strike from the sword doused dust heart had inflicted such profound damage that he found himself incapable of capturing the beast. Yi Liyuan touched the fabric remnants in his pocket, a look of sorrow and reluctance crossing his features as he slowly turned to depart. A trace of twilight aura faintly manifesting around him. Awakening from his slumber, Chen Hu opened his tightly shut eyes to reveal a rugged stone wall before him. Where am I? Am I dead? A blankness enveloped his mind, the final image of his fall from the waterfall flashing through his consciousness. Startled, he bolted upright, only to be met with an excruciating pain that made him gasp, causing him to collapse once more onto a stone bed. Yet the intensity of the pain reassured him that he was indeed alive. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of incessant squeaking reached his ears, and as he looked up, a strangely familiar visage emerged before him. Filled with excitement, Chen Hu exclaimed, "Great sage, is that you? Have I traversed realms again?" The face that appeared resembled a legendary divine monkey from myth, with a furry visage, thunderous mouth, and golden eyes. Had it a golden circlet atop its head, it would be indistinguishable from the great sage Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, the great sage gestured animatedly with his furry hands, producing a chorus of squeaks in the air. After a moment, he dropped to all fours and swiftly scampered away. Chen Hu regained his composure. As another description of a simian soul beast, the Lingming monkey, surfaced in his mind. Unlike the Titan giant ape and the silverback gorilla, renowned for their formidable size and strength, the spirit sage monkey's physical power is rather unremarkable. However, its intellect surpasses that of all other soul beasts. with the IQ of an average adult spirit sage monkey comparable to that of a typical human. The sages among them possess wisdom that many humans cannot rival. Yet, in the realm of soul beasts, strength reigns supreme. The spirit sage monkey's remarkable intelligence, unmatched by its physical prowess, ultimately brought calamity upon its kind. Chen Hu had only encountered descriptions of these soul beasts in an ancient tome housed within the spirit hall, never expecting their actual existence in the world. "Ah, little one, you have awakened." An aged voice resonated. Chen Hu turned to see the spirit sage monkey, sun dashing, supporting an elderly spirit sage monkey with snow-white fur as they approached. The elder, leaning upon a gnarled cane, tapped the thick, breathable pelt enveloping Chen Hu. It was then that Chen Hu realized he was swathed in an unfamiliar hide, drenched in a greenish-brown liquid. The pelt exhibited excellent breathability, reminiscent of gauze from his previous life, exuding a faint herbal aroma. A sniff revealed it to be a type of hemostatic herb. Looking around, Chen Hu noticed there was no one else in sight, his gaze filled with astonishment. "Was it you who spoke just now?" he inquired, directing his attention to the elder spirit sage monkey. "Indeed, it was I," the elder replied, his voice lacking vigor. "Our spirit sage clan is rather unique. Upon reaching the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, we acquire the ability to articulate human language." Chen Hu sensed a profound weariness emanating from the elder, akin to that of an aged human, and was taken aback to discover that this venerable being was, in fact, a legendary 10,000-year soul beast. "I, Chen Hu, express my deepest gratitude for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder." Realization dawned upon him. The elder spirit sage monkey had indeed rescued him. Merely a trifling effort, the elder chuckled. "The heavenly river waterfall cascades over 700 meters. For you to have survived such a fall, despite the river's cushioning, speaks volumes of your resilience. Very well, I shall not linger on trivialities. You have just awakened. I imagine your stomach must be quite empty. Although the fountain of youth sustains your physical needs, you have gone nearly half a month without sustenance. Rest well. I shall summon Shao-Chi to fetch you some food shortly." The elder gestured. "Wait, half a month? Esteemed elder, how long have I truly been unconscious?" Chen Hu asked anxiously. The elder shook his head. "I cannot say for certain, but it has been half a month since we discovered you." A sigh of relief escaped Chen Hu. Half a month was not an excessively long delay. With diligent practice, his soul power would surely catch up. "Ah, my soul power," he mused, astonished to find that the energy within his dantian felt denser than before, seemingly having ascended to a new level, now reaching the 28th rank. In addition, within his dantian, there resided another potent force, continuously emanating strands of vitality that gradually restored his injured body. With the potent elixir in hand, Chen Hu summoned his martial soul. Gazing upon the pale azure luminescence of the medicinal gourd, he sensed that his martial soul had undergone an inexplicable transformation. As two splendid golden rings ascended from beneath his feet, bamboo leaf green, the first soul ring illuminated, and as he ingested a sip of the bamboo leaf green, Chen Hu comprehended the nature of his martial soul's change. The potency of the elixir had increased by at least 10%, its refreshing essence permeating his very bones and alleviating his pain. Windspring. Continuing to experiment with the windspring technique, Chen Hu discovered that, akin to the first skill, its effects had also improved by nearly 10%. "Elder, what is happening?" Chen Hu's gaze turned towards the venerable spirit monkey, for he suspected that only this wise elder could elucidate the alterations in his martial soul. When his eyes met the deep golden orbs of the elder, it was as though he were peering into a boundless starry expanse. In that moment, Chen Hu felt the inexorable passage of time, the vicissitudes of life, and the profound wisdom that accompanies the accumulation of years. "Young man, you are called Chen Hu, correct? Very well, I shall address you as such. I have a question for you, may I inquire?" The elder spirit monkey did not directly respond to Chen Hu's question, but posed one of his own. "Your life was saved by me, so please do not hesitate to ask," Chen Hu replied respectfully, acknowledging the elder as his savior, and thus, any form of reverence was entirely warranted. The aura of wisdom emanating from the elder only deepened Chen Hu's respect. "Are you a healer?" The elder's golden gaze locked onto Chen Hu, radiating with divine light. "A healer?" Chen Hu was momentarily perplexed by the elder's inquiry, and after a pause, he responded, "I am uncertain if I can truly be considered a healer. However, I have indeed treated the ill on numerous occasions, as I have studied medicine under my mentor, and my ancestors were also physicians. Therefore, when encountering those in need, I do offer my assistance." Upon introspection, Chen Hu realized he did not possess the aspiration to be a healer who dedicates his life solely to curing ailments. While he would aid ordinary people out of compassion, he was reluctant to devote his entire existence to the mundane practice of medicine. Upon hearing Chen Hu's response, the elder spirit monkey smiled gently and said, "Good child. I understand." Here lies a collection of texts left by a healer. Once you peruse them, all your uncertainties shall be resolved. Should you require anything, simply call for Shao-Chi. Though he cannot speak, he understands your intentions. With that, the elder turned and departed the cave. Chapter 53. Luaki, the elder spirit monkey, accompanied by the one named Shao-Chi, exited, leaving Chen Hu with a lingering sense of peculiarity enveloping his mind. After stretching his limbs, Chen Hu felt the effects of the bamboo leaf liquor he had just consumed swiftly taking hold. Although he could not engage in full combat, light movement posed no issue. He rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. The stone chamber measured around 20 to 30 square meters, meticulously clean and adorned with minimalistic decor, a stone bed, a stone table, and several stone stools. To the left, there was a stone door. Approaching the door, Chen Hu gently pushed it open. The breeze it stirred up whisked a cloud of dust into the air, catching him off guard as he inhaled a mouthful of it, prompting him to quickly cover his mouth and nose with his sleeve, breaking into a fit of coughs. As the dust settled, he finally discerned the interior beyond the door, a small room of less than 10 square meters, furnished only with a table and a stool. 2 extinguished oil lamps flanked the stone table, and in the center lay several thick tomes, shrouded in dust, evidently neglected for quite some time. Chen Hu approached the table and blew forcefully, dispersing the dust to reveal the long-hidden books. Utilizing the light from outside, he opened the first tome, which resembled a journal. As he turned to the first page, he began to read silently. The Soul Master from the Spirit Hall has come to awaken our martial spirits. I must become a powerful Soul Master. Come on, Luaki, you can do it. The handwriting was somewhat immature and uneven. I have awakened my martial spirit. It is a willow leaf. The esteemed figures from the Spirit Hall say it is a supportive martial spirit. I am the only person in the entire village with soul power, albeit only at level 3, but I can finally become a Soul Master. Through the passage of countless years, Chen Hu could sense the excitement within the heart of the youth named Luaki. Luaki was born into a modest family in an ordinary village, and with the support of the entire village, he managed to gain admission to a local Soul Master Academy. Despite possessing only a level 3 innate soul power, his humble beginnings made him more mature and perceptive than his peers, allowing him to quickly distinguish himself in the academy. Later, Luaki caught the attention of a high-ranking auxiliary Soul Master, who took him under his wing for guidance. Luaki had several senior brothers, though they were not particularly fond of him, perhaps due to his humble origins, which elicited the teacher's favoritism. The old Soul Master indeed held a special affection for his youngest disciple, imparting his skills generously. Although Luaki's talent for cultivating his martial spirit was rather ordinary, he possessed a remarkable aptitude for medicine. Before long, he had learned nearly all of the old master's medical techniques, earning a reputation as a renowned physician. Known as the Miraculous Hand, it is noteworthy that Luaki, at that time, was merely a Soul Master of over level 30, yet he was revered as a saint. Even the leaders of some top-tier factions treated him with utmost respect in his presence. However, Luaki never forgot his original intention. He consistently reminded himself that his achievements were rooted in the assistance of the humble villagers from his past. Consequently, despite numerous prestigious sects extending their olive branches, Luaki unwaveringly rejected all offers and chose to retreat to a small village to heal ordinary people. Later, upon the passing of the old Soul Master, he bequeathed his ancestral medical texts to his young disciple, Luaki, thus sowing the seeds of future calamity. When Luaki reached the 40th level of cultivation, several senior brothers came forth, offering to assist him in acquiring his 4th soul ring. Without suspicion, Luaki consented. However, upon entering the Stardo Forest, their true intentions were revealed. They exposed their treacherous nature and demanded Luaki surrender the medical texts left by their master. It turned out that Luaki had gained considerable fame over the years, inciting envy among these senior brothers, who believed their master had withheld essential knowledge from them. Ultimately, the old Soul Master chose to entrust the most invaluable medical texts to Luaki, further fueling their malicious desires. In the end, Luaki, clutching the texts left by his master, leapt from the cliff. By a twist of fate, he survived and encountered a tribe of spirit monkeys residing at the cliff's base. Rescued by these spirit monkeys, Luaki, disheartened by the betrayal of his fellow disciples, chose to remain at the bottom of the cliff, dedicating himself to the study of medicine. In his leisure time, he would teach the spirit monkeys some fundamental medical techniques, tending to their ailments. Luaki's tale unfolds in this manner, his notes chronicling numerous medical records and his approaches to various perplexing ailments, alongside his fundamental thoughts. Setting aside the notes, Chen Hu felt a wave of Luaki's emotions throughout his life, stirring a sense of melancholy within him. He then opened the second booklet, which contained a letter to the one who comes after. I trust you will come across the notes I have left behind. Although I, Luaki, harbored some discontent in my youth, I was fortunate enough to encounter a group of sincere companions in the twilight of my life. Though the spirit monkeys are soul beasts, their innocence and kindness are qualities that even humans may lack. I am a soul master, yet I am also a healer. My patients are not limited to humans. They may also include soul beasts. Thus, these spirit monkeys have become my friends, accompanying me through the final chapter of my life. To you, the successor, I hope you can set aside any biases between humans and soul beasts and endeavor to embrace these gentle and benevolent monkeys. You will come to adore them. As for bequeathing you anything, I possess little. The old Monkey King will guide you to the fountain of youth, where you may take a sip of its waters, which I hope serves as my gift to you. The waters of the fountain of youth are a medicinal brew crafted from hundreds of precious herbs, combined with a rare primary ingredient, greatly benefiting the cultivation of one's martial soul. However, this medicinal wine can only be consumed once by a soul master. A second sip would turn it into a venomous poison that erodes the very bones. It must not be ingested a second time. Moreover, should you also be a healer, I encourage you to visit the medicinal garden, where numerous herbs await your discovery. You may also peruse these two medical tomes. One was bequeathed by my esteemed mentor, while the other is a manuscript of my own composition. Lastly, I implore you to keep the location of this place a secret, for compared to the avaricious nature of humanity, these enlightened monkeys exhibit a remarkable innocence and fragility. Luaki. Upon reading this letter, Chen Hu began to vaguely comprehend that the transformation of his martial soul was likely connected to the elixir of immortality left by Luaki. In light of Luaki's admonition, even without her urging, Chen Hu would never divulge this sanctuary. The combat prowess of the enlightened monkeys, which belies their intellect, renders these soul beasts incapable of establishing a foothold even within the Stardo Forest, perhaps due to their striking resemblance to humanity. Chen Hu harbors no desire for such a species to fade into the annals of history. Moreover, repaying kindness with enmity has never been Chen Hu's disposition. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Looking back, Chen Hu discovered that the little enlightened monkey, affectionately named Xiaoqi, had returned. From Luaki's letter, he understood the origin of the monkey's name. It was indeed the very creature Luaki had delivered and personally named Xiaoqi. With bright, curious eyes, Xiaoqi scrutinized Chen Hu and amicably offered him a piece of fresh fruit, its surface immaculate and still glistening with droplets of water, clearly having been washed. Gratefully accepting the fruit, Chen Hu, who had not eaten in what felt like an eternity, felt a tangible hunger despite an unknown energy sustaining his physical state. He did not refuse and promptly bit into the fruit. As he savored the fruit, Chen Hu opened the remaining two medical books. One was the legacy of Luaki's teacher, while the other was authored by Luaki herself. The text from Luaki's mentor was relatively accessible, closely aligning with the knowledge Chen Hu had acquired from Ji Shui, allowing him to grasp it with ease. Conversely, the tome penned by Luaki, with its intricate studies on the physiology of soul beasts, proved rather profound, presenting a challenge that rendered it somewhat obscure. Thus, he set aside Luaki's work and devoted himself to the study of the book left by her mentor. Although similar in style to his own education, it still contained numerous medical principles and practices with which Chen Hu was unfamiliar, leaving him entranced and profoundly enriched. Meanwhile, the little enlightened monkey, Xiaoqi, remained quietly beside Chen Hu, its round, expressive eyes fixed upon him without a blink. It was only when the light outside the stone door began to dim that Chen Hu reluctantly set down the medical book and turned to Xiaoqi, inquiring, Xiaoqi, may I call you that? Am I permitted to take these two medical books outside to study? Xiaoqi responded with a series of chirps, nodding enthusiastically. A smile spread across Chen Hu's face as he gazed at the soft, golden fur atop Xiaoqi's head, unable to resist reaching out to pet it. In a flash, Xiaoqi bounded away, chattering as if to protest the touch. Chen Hu could sense the aura of innocence and purity emanating from Xiaoqi, resembling that of a child. Embracing the notes left by Luaki along with two medical texts, he stepped out of the stone chamber and returned to his resting stone bed. He lit two candles and began to read through the night. The little spirit Ming monkey, Xiaoqi, had wandered off at some point, being a monkey-type spirit beast. Its inherently playful nature was unchangeable, even though the spirit Ming monkey was relatively gentle and patient. As the night deepened, Chen Hu rubbed his weary brow and set the medical books aside. Having studied alongside Ji Shui for nearly 6 years, Chen Hu's medical skills had become quite adept, sufficient to sustain himself even without the aid of a martial spirit. Medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Chen Hu understood that while medical knowledge may not directly enhance one's combat prowess, his current achievements were undeniably rooted in his medical expertise. Whether it be in sword techniques or physical martial arts, medicine played a significant role. Thus, The medical texts left by Lu Aki were invaluable to Chen Hu, both for personal interest and future development. Since acquiring the 2 medical books, Chen Hu had scarcely left his quarters. Each morning and evening, the spirit Ming monkey, Shaoqi, would deliver various unknown fruits, and sometimes even processed spirit beast meat, allowing Chen Hu to immerse himself in the study of the texts without distraction. As he delved deeper into the materials, the knowledge within began to assimilate into his very being. After countless readings, Chen Hu felt a pang of hunger and wondered why Shaoqi had yet to arrive today. To his surprise, a stooped figure appeared beside him. "Senior, is that you? What brings you here?" It was the elder spirit Ming monkey, whom Chen Hu knew from Lu Aki's notes was named Ho Li. "You, young brother, are just like Mr. Lu. With a medical book by your side, you can spend months in solitude without feeling lonely," the elder spirit Ming monkey remarked, a rare smile gracing his aged face before a seriousness settled in. "I have some knowledge of medicine as well. Shall we discuss it together?" "Senior, you understand medicine too?" Chen Hu asked, pleasantly surprised. Although he could endure solitude, it did not mean he relished it. The elder spirit Ming monkey's company brought him joy. Eager to share his newfound insights, Chen Hu was thrilled at the prospect of conversing with the elder about medical knowledge. The elder waved his hand, saying, "Not so fast. To read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles, I first wish to take you to a certain place. Follow me. Additionally, I am a few years your senior. If you do not mind, you may call me Grandpa Ho." "Grandpa Ho," Chen Hu responded without hesitation. For the profound sense of history etched upon the elder's visage was undeniable. He must have experienced countless stories. "Very well, lead the way." The elder spirit Ming monkey nodded in satisfaction. For the first time, Chen Hu stepped out of the cave, and the blinding sunlight illuminated a breathtaking valley before him. The scene was reminiscent of a utopia from Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring, with well-structured dwellings, winding paths, and the distant sounds of chickens and dogs. However, the passers-by were upright walking monkeys, distinct from ordinary beasts, as they donned garments crafted from animal hides, leaving little exposed flesh. The valley was adorned with cultivated fields, flourishing with an array of fruit trees, bearing the very fruits Chen Hu had savored in recent days. Upon exiting the cave, he inhaled the delightful aromas of blooming flowers and rich earth, uplifting his spirit. As he traversed a narrow path between the fields, the agile monkeys greeted the elder ones with respect in their own unique manner. Following the elder monkey deeper into the valley, Chen Hu encountered a circular wooden fence, from which emanated a delightful fragrance that sparked joy even before he approached. "What is this place?" Chen Hu wondered, casting a curious glance at the elder monkey. "This is the medicinal garden left by Mr. Lu. Our medical skills are lacking, and we are uncertain of our ability to tend to it," the elder monkey replied humbly, gesturing toward a plot of land approximately an acre in size. "You may freely use any of the medicinal herbs found here, as the essence of medicine lies in practical application." Stepping into the garden, Chen Hu beheld a rich tapestry of exotic flowers and herbs, with a gentle stream meandering nearby, where grasses flourished and orioles soared, filling the air with delightful scents. At his feet, delicate purple vines entwined around the wooden fence, swaying gently. The vines, a deep indigo, bore leaves of a lighter hue, and at their tips dangled luscious, ruby-red fruits, tantalizingly ripe. "Is that the purple vine?" Chen Hu gasped in astonishment, realizing he had stumbled upon this precious herb at the garden's edge. While the purple vine is ordinarily an unremarkable plant lacking medicinal properties, once it reaches an age of over 3 centuries, it bears the highly coveted purple vine fruit, renowned for its remarkable healing abilities. This fruit not only neutralizes toxins, but also strengthens the foundation of soul masters. Chen Hu had only encountered descriptions of the purple vine fruit in an ancient medical tome preserved by his mentor, Ji Shui. But this was his first experience of seeing it in reality. The rare purple vine, capable of living for a millennium, was an exceptional anomaly. Yet, as he scanned the wooden fence enclosing the garden, he noticed numerous vines entwined around it, many of which bore fruit. Most of these herbs were left by Mr. Lu, while some were gathered by my kin during their explorations. Feel free to utilize anything that proves beneficial to you. But remember the principles of a healer. One must never deplete resources recklessly, the elder monkey advised. The words of the old spirit monkey were well understood by Chen Hu. Many herbs might already be rare treasures of the human world. When physicians gather medicinal plants, they must avoid damaging their roots and should take only the most precious parts. Although this may greatly harm the vitality of the herbs, they often have the potential to regrow after countless ages. "I understand. Thank you, Lord Ho." Chen Hu expressed his gratitude, his emotions bubbling over as he ventured deeper into the medicinal garden. Passion flower, 8-leaf purple fungus, cordyceps, millennium ginseng, and heartbroken grass. An array of herbs and toxic plants unfolded before Chen Hu's eyes, many of which were precious and rare in the mundane world. He treaded carefully through the garden, fearful of trampling any valuable medicinal plants. For a healer, this garden was akin to paradise. However, for an ordinary spirit master, it was not quite so. Medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin. In the hands of a skilled physician, some lethal toxins can transform into life-saving remedies, while seemingly harmless tonics can become deadly poisons. The garden indeed housed numerous potent herbs, but it also contained many plants with fierce toxicity. Without a profound understanding of medicinal principles, one would find little benefit in harvesting from this garden. Moreover, Chen Hu was wise enough to recognize the folly of greed. Amidst the abundance of precious herbs, he only selected a few dozen that would be beneficial to him, leaving the rest untouched. While these herbs were indeed valuable, many of their medicinal properties were not irreplaceable, and their current utility to Chen Hu was limited. Without proper storage conditions, recklessly harvesting them would be nothing short of wasteful. As Chen Hu meandered through the garden, he found that even if he did not require these herbs, simply appreciating them was a significant gain for a healer. Suddenly, he paused before a seemingly ordinary little flower. It appeared unremarkable, roughly the size of an adult thumb, resembling a wildflower by the roadside. It had no leaves, only a transparent stem supporting the entire bloom. If one did not look closely, one might mistake it for a flower blown away by the wind. The color of the petals and the stamen was identical, half black and half white, the two colors intertwining yet distinctly separate. Even when brought close to his nose, it emitted no fragrance. Having encountered numerous extraordinary herbs that day, Chen Hu had never felt so entranced as he did now. This seemingly fragile little flower exuded a subtle allure that stirred his very soul. His martial spirit stirred with a palpable yearning, akin to a weary traveler in the desert encountering a refreshing spring. Eat it, a voice echoed in his mind, incessantly urging him. Unable to resist, Chen Hu reached out, his hand clasping the flower's transparent stem. The cool sensation jolted him back to awareness, prompting him to retreat several paces, gazing at the little flower swaying in the breeze. To Chen Hu's astonishment, apart from the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, other regions of Douluo Continent also harbor the existence of divine medicinal herbs, particularly this one. He murmured to himself, indeed, this seemingly ordinary and flavorless black and white flower is a rare divine herb of unparalleled value. Chen Hu harbored a premonition that consuming this herb would undoubtedly elevate the quality of his martial soul to a higher echelon. Had it been any other divine herb, he would have consumed it without a second thought. However, this particular herb instilled a sense of hesitation within him. Simultaneously, he was filled with curiosity regarding the immortal spring mentioned in Lu Aki's letter. If he was not mistaken, this divine herb must be one of the primary ingredients of the immortal spring. Thanks to a fragment of his original memory, Chen Hu had previously consulted his teacher, Ji Shui, about the knowledge of divine herbs. The knowledge of such herbs is exceedingly rare, known to only a scant few across the continent. Even esteemed titled Douluo like Douluo Bo were oblivious to it, which inadvertently benefited Tang San. Ji Shui, being well-versed in various subjects, happened to be one of the few knowledgeable about divine herbs. When Ji Shui imparted her wisdom to Chen Hu, she had once conveyed a significant piece of advice. If you are fortunate enough to encounter a divine herb, do not hesitate, consume it without delay. However, remember this. If there exists a particular divine herb, do not attempt to consume it unless you are utterly desperate. The herb Ji Shui referred to is the one before Chen Hu, known as the yin-yang two lives flower, which embodies the duality of heaven and hell. The yin-yang two lives flower, as its name suggests, blossoms with both medicinal and toxic properties. Its medicinal quality is a miraculous antidote capable of reviving the deceased, surpassing the efficacy of ordinary divine herbs, with rumors suggesting it even possesses the power to reverse life and death. Conversely, its toxicity is an unparalleled poison, said to be incurable even by divine beings, leaving them to await their demise. This flower is the most unique among divine herbs, primarily due to its uncertainty prior to consumption. No one can ascertain whether it will act as a cure or as poison, hence the moniker, a thought of heaven, a thought of hell. Exiting the medicinal garden, Chen Hu turned to the elderly Lingming monkey waiting outside and inquired, Grandfather Ho, could you lead me to the immortal spring mentioned by Senior Lu? Chapter 55, A Reunion with the King Kong Baboon. Upon hearing Chen Hu's request, the elderly Lingming monkey hesitated, taking a moment to respond. Chen Hu smiled understandingly, bowed respectfully, and said, I apologize, Grandfather Ho. If it is inconvenient, it is quite all right. I merely wish to confirm one matter. It is not of great importance. The immortal spring should hold considerable significance for the Lingming monkey clan. The elderly Lingming monkey had already saved his life and allowed him the privilege to study the medical texts left by Lu Aki, even granting him access to the precious medicinal garden. To ask for more would be rather ungrateful, as he was, after all, merely an outsider in their midst. Upon hearing Chen Hu's words, the old spirit monkey's eyes flickered with uncertainty. He seemed poised to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately refrained, letting out a sigh before turning away. Since returning from the medicinal garden, visions of the duality flower, yin-yang, would occasionally surface in Chen Hu's mind, as if an intrinsic voice urged him to return to the garden. Yet, Chen Hu remained unmoved. For soul masters, the yin-yang duality flower represented a perilous gamble. Should one succeed, they would ascend to marry the wealthy and beautiful, achieving the pinnacle of soul mastery. Conversely, failure would spell the end of all aspirations. Had Chen Hu truly possessed nothing to lose, he might have embraced this gamble, for one unencumbered by footwear fears not the ground beneath. However, Chen Hu was not destitute. His medicinal gourd spirit, while not the most illustrious, certainly held its merit, with innate soul power peaking at level 7. The possibility of attaining the title of Douluo was not beyond reach. With a stroke of fortune, divine inheritance could also be within grasp. Though the yin-yang duality flower might augment his potential, bestowing upon him the same talents as Tang San and Oscar, could Chen Hu truly afford such a wager? No one could ascertain whether consuming the yin-yang duality flower would elevate his spirit, considering such celestial herbs are exceedingly rare. Chen Hu hesitated, uncertain whether the yearning emanating from his medicinal gourd stemmed from the flower's unique properties. Many dangers lurk beneath the guise of beauty. No one could predict if the desire from his spirit was merely the alluring allure released by the duality flower. When faced with divine herbs, one must exercise utmost caution. As Chen Hu delved into the medical texts left by Lu Aki, seeking insights on how Lu Aki had overcome the peculiarities of the yin-yang duality flower, he simultaneously refined and absorbed the remnants of the ageless spring within him. Based on Lu Aki's descriptions of the ageless spring he had concocted and the remnants in Chen Hu's dantian yet to be fully assimilated, he was 80% certain that the primary ingredient was indeed the yin-yang duality flower. Lu Aki had manipulated its properties through medical principles, transforming the flower, capable of evoking heavenly bliss or infernal despair, into an elixir that acted as a divine remedy upon first consumption and a poison upon the second. The ageless spring, infused with an unknown number of rare herbs, gradually revealed its components to Chen Hu as he continued to refine it. However, one potent herb, rivaling the primary material of the yin-yang duality flower, remained elusive to his analysis. Chen Hu speculated that it might be another celestial herb. Yet despite scouring the medicinal garden, he found no second specimen. A resounding rumble echoed as surging soul power cascaded like turbulent waves. Upon refining the last vestige of the ageless spring's essence, Chen Hu opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming surge of soul power within him. He found himself at a loss for words. After 6 arduous years of relentless cultivation, facing life and death trials, and unleashing his potential through the 8 gates, he had only managed to elevate his soul power to level 27. However, with the final essence of the ageless spring assimilated, Chen Hu's soul power surged to the pinnacle of the great soul master level, reaching 30. The 29th level bottleneck, under the influence of the elixir of eternal youth, appeared feeble and vulnerable. With the successful hunt of a suitable soul beast, Chen Hu could advance further, stepping into the realm of a true soul master. At this juncture, it had been less than 6 months since parting ways with the Stardo Forest and Tang San. Chen Hu, a food-type soul master, had remarkably surged from the 26th level Great Soul Master to the threshold of the 30th level. It is noteworthy that Chen Hu's innate soul power was merely at level 7, and achieving the status of a soul master before the age of 13 was nothing short of miraculous. In contrast, Oscar, also a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, had reached this milestone at the age of 14. The enhancement of soul power was but a trivial effect of the elixir of eternal youth. Chen Hu's physical constitution and vitality had also seen substantial improvement. Even if he were to remain at the 30th level for his entire life, Chen Hu felt confident that he could easily live beyond 300 years. Although the lifespan of a soul master is somewhat greater than that of an ordinary person, it is certainly not exaggerated to such an extent. The analysis of the components of the elixir of eternal youth did not reveal any extraordinary treasures that could prolong life, suggesting that the final mysterious herb must possess life-extending properties. Regardless of the nature of this herb, if it indeed has the ability to extend life, it would undoubtedly be classified as a divine grade herb. What is the most precious thing in the world? Undoubtedly, it is life itself. Treasures that can enhance longevity have always been regarded as the pinnacle of valuables. The prospect of an ordinary soul master achieving a lifespan exceeding 300 years hinted to Chen Hu about the nature of this final divine grade herb, though he could not be certain, as it belonged to the realm of legends, worthy of being called the king among divine grade herbs. In an ordinary valley within the Stardo Forest, The emergence of a divine-grade Yin-Yang dual-bloom flower was already a miracle. How could a second divine-grade herb, particularly one of royal status, possibly exist? Chen Hu moved his limbs, struggling to adapt to the sudden surge of power within his body. As a food-type soul master capable of enhancing his own abilities, he typically maintained good control over sudden increases in strength. However, the comprehensive enhancement brought forth by the elixir of eternal youth left him with a profound sense of discomfort. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the cave, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. What was happening? Chen Hu, puzzled, transformed into a shadow and darted out with such speed that he was barely visible. Outside the cave, the valley lay in disarray, and a familiar colossal figure emerged before Chen Hu's eyes, the diamond monkey that had previously forced him off the cliff. At that moment, the diamond monkey appeared as fierce as a war god, striking down the oncoming Lingming monkeys with ease. The Lingming monkey clan, comparable in size to ordinary humans, appeared diminutive in the presence of the gigantic diamond monkey. Its eyes glowed a sinister red, clearly indicating that it had entered a frenzied state. Although the Lingming monkey clan possesses a level of intelligence that is absent in most soul beasts, their physique and strength are relatively weak compared to their counterparts of the same rank. Furthermore, they lack the innate skills commonly found in the majority of soul beasts. Despite being a group of millennium-level soul beasts, they find themselves at a distinct disadvantage, often unable to contend with even a single King Kong baboon. However, among the Lingming monkeys exists an anomaly, a golden Lingming monkey, whose fierce demeanor is accentuated by the wild mane of its fur. It wields a stick of indeterminate material, swinging it with a ferocity that allows it to stand toe-to-toe with the King Kong baboon. The golden Lingming monkey's technique is not complex, consisting merely of a few simple chopping motions, yet it consistently strikes at the vulnerable points in the King Kong baboon's defense. If not for the latter's formidable resilience and the significant disparity in strength, the golden Lingming monkey could easily dominate the confrontation. Xiaoqi. Chen Hu recognized the stick-wielding Lingming monkey as his familiar little companion. The manner in which Xiaoqi wielded the stick bore a striking resemblance to Chen Hu's own techniques. Over the past 6 months, although Chen Hu had been engrossed in the art of medicine, he had never neglected his own skills, frequently honing his swordsmanship. With Xiaoqi often observing, Chen Hu was taken aback to discover that Xiaoqi had secretly learned his sword techniques and creatively adapted them into staff techniques. As for Xiaoqi's preference for the stick, it likely stemmed from a tale Chen Hu had regaled about monkeys during his leisure, which sparked Xiaoqi's fondness for such a weapon. Xiaoqi was indeed vigorous, yet it struggled to maintain its momentum, for it had only recently surpassed the threshold of a millennium-level soul beast and was still quite young. The King Kong baboon, as the sovereign of the ape-like soul beasts, possessed an innate dominance over the Lingming monkey clan, and despite Xiaoqi's fiery spirit and fierce resolve, it gradually succumbed as its companions fell. 8 gates of Duanjia, activate! Chen Hu exclaimed, pouring a continuous stream of medicinal wine from his gourd into his belly. The intoxicating effects surged within him, blending with his soul power to awaken his latent potential. The techniques of Fengquan and Zweiking were unleashed in succession, after refining the power of the everlasting spring. The enhancement effects of his techniques surged to double their original capacity. Following the activation of these soul skills, Chen Hu's speed rivaled that of any agile attack-type soul master. And with the 8 gates of Duanjia opened, he truly possessed the strength to pose a threat to the King Kong baboon. Beast, it's been merely 3 days since we last met, yet you shall find me transformed. Allow my blade to impart a lesson. When foes encounter one another, animosity ignites. Chen Hu's form became ethereal, as if gliding upon the wind. Utilizing the valley's terrain, he leaped gracefully, gaining leverage to ascend atop the King Kong baboon's head. And with a downward stroke, he struck fiercely. The King Kong baboon's berserk skill not only significantly enhanced its strength and speed, but also sharpened its instinctual combat awareness to an almost primal level. The sturdy right leg struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a small depression in the earth. The mandrill let out a ferocious roar, causing nearby spirit monkeys to clutch their ears in agony, their expressions contorted in pain. Chen Hu, situated closest to the mandrill, was not spared from the shockwave that reverberated around him, enduring the ringing in his ears as he dropped the dawn blade from his grasp. Blood splattered as a wound appeared atop the mandrill's head, the damage inflicted far greater than any previous encounter. Despite the mandrill's formidable regenerative abilities in its frenzied state, the injury on its head was not to be dismissed lightly. In pain, the mandrill instinctively reached for the wound, only to feel the warm trickle of blood. The red glow in its eyes intensified. The golden light flowed through its right arm, causing the already muscular limb to swell further, resembling granite in its density. With a powerful fist, it struck the ground fiercely. In the next moment, An invisible ripple emanated from the mandrel's presence. Chapter 56, Needle Crossing Technique. Chen Hu, intent on exploiting a flaw in the mandrel's defenses, was met head-on by this ripple. Instantly, a tremendous shockwave surged forth, causing Chen Hu to feel a sharp pain in his chest as his body was uncontrollably hurled away. The mandrel, undeterred by its successful repulsion of Chen Hu, took colossal strides, closing the distance between them in a single leap, and swung its fist towards him. The gust of wind from the punch rushed towards Chen Hu, who now faced the terrifying pressure emanating from the mandrel, akin to an infernal deity descending upon him, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the state of 8 gates of Duanjia, Chen Hu experienced a significant enhancement of his abilities. At this critical moment, the force of the wind spring within him began to swirl rapidly at his chest, creating a cyclone that propelled him away from the mandrel's seemingly unstoppable strike. This unique application of the soul skill, Wind Spring, allowed him to manipulate the internal force, achieving a remarkable and seemingly impossible evasive maneuver. This was one of Chen Hu's gains over the past 6 months. Although it resulted in only a singular cyclone, its effectiveness in this crucial instance was immediate. As soul masters deepen their understanding of soul ring skills, the same soul technique can sometimes yield unexpected results. In the original narrative, Tang San's 4th soul skill, designed for group control, could also serve as a defensive technique in his capable hands. It can be argued that the ability to master alternative applications of soul skills directly distinguishes a genius soul master from an ordinary one. Only by attaining a certain level of mastery over one's martial spirit and soul skills can one potentially derive unique applications of soul ring abilities. As the power of the cyclone dissipated, Chen Hu finally established a safe distance from the mandrel, granting him ample time to prepare for the impending onslaught. Boom! A dull thud echoed through the air, revealing that Shao Qi had seized the opportunity created by the golden monkey's distraction. The stick in his hand struck the calf of the formidable beast, the immense force disrupting its balance, causing it to stumble towards Chen Hu. Although it was their first time fighting side by side, Chen Hu and Shao Qi exhibited an innate synergy, akin to that of longtime partners. The blade of the twilight knife sliced through the shadows, an unceasing flow of soul power infusing the weapon, culminating in a precise and lethal gleam that struck the heel of the golden monkey's other foot, which had been raised in a frantic attempt to regain balance. A spray of crimson blood erupted forth as the beast faltered, half kneeling and collapsing to the ground. Chen Hu's strike appeared casual, yet he wielded both angle and force with exquisite precision. The swift blade severed the golden monkey's tendons, rendering one of its feet nearly incapacitated before it could heal. Seizing the moment, Shao Qi and Chen Hu circled the golden monkey relentlessly, their weapons leaving a trail of wounds upon its formidable frame. At that instant, even this apex predator of the soul beast realm was subdued by Chen Hu's 8 gates and Shao Qi, a fellow millennium-old soul beast. The battlefield within the valley could scarcely accommodate the 2 beasts and 1 human. Shao Qi, armed with his stick, displayed a combat prowess starkly contrasting the typically less formidable Lingming monkey. Were it not for the absence of golden armor, one might truly think that a legendary monkey had descended from myth. The art of blade and stick shared a common ethos, eschewing mere brute force in favor of a harmonious blend of strength and finesse. They struck with relentless vigor, seizing every opportunity, denying their adversary even a moment's respite. After ascending to the 30th level, Chen Hu experienced a tremendous enhancement in both power and speed. Yet the true transformation lay in the soul power now infused within the twilight knife. This energy significantly amplified the already razor-sharp edge of the blade, elevating its destructive capacity to unprecedented heights. Wisps of pale azure soul power seeped into the golden monkey's wounds, impeding the healing process. However, the sheer size of the golden monkey rendered what would be fatal wounds to ordinary soul beasts merely superficial injuries to it. The multitude of injuries, while seemingly horrific, amounted to mere flesh wounds for the golden monkey, whose enhanced physical condition post-rage would allow it to recover swiftly. As Chen Hu's vision gradually cleared, he sensed the fatigue and soreness returning to his body, signaling the impending aftereffects of the 8 gates technique. In response, he unleashed a more resplendent glow from his blade, hoping to inflict lasting damage upon the golden monkey in these fleeting moments. Yet, the beast's eyes, filled with a feral bloodlust, now betrayed a hint of arrogance. At the instant Chen Hu's blade descended, the golden monkey raised a foot and stomped down with tremendous force towards him. Clouds of dust swirled around as Chen Hu, panting heavily, half-kneeled on the ground, struggling to withstand the weight of the beast's colossal foot upon his twilight knife, his arms trembling violently under the overwhelming pressure. It turns out that the injury on the heel of the mandrel had long since healed, confounding the perceptions of Chen Hu and Shao Qi. It would only strike with a fatal blow when either of them revealed a weakness. Though the mandrill's intelligence may be deemed low, it does not imply that it is merely a simpleton. It possesses cunning in the heat of battle. Shao-Chi, the Lingming monkey, let out an enraged roar, raising a wooden stick to strike at the leg of the mandrill that was pinning Chen Hu down. The mandrill, feeling the sting of pain, responded with its own furious roar, causing the pressure on Chen Hu's arm to ease slightly. However, in the next moment, an overwhelming force akin to a mountain crashing down breached Chen Hu's limits, bearing down upon him. The sound of cracking bones echoed as his body shattered like fragile porcelain. Blood splattering, with faint azure glimmers illuminating the wounds as if they were the last adhesive for the broken vessel. Chen Hu was grievously injured, and Shao-Chi's once clear and bright eyes became bloodshot as he frantically discarded the nearly broken stick and clutched the other leg of the mandrill, biting down fiercely. Reverting to his primal instincts, even Chen Hu had never witnessed Shao-Chi in such a frenzied state. Although Shao-Chi took the form of a monkey, he usually behaved like a mischievous child, hardly different from an ordinary human. During their time together, Chen Hu had subconsciously regarded Shao-Chi as a companion, forgetting his identity as a spirit beast. In truth, it was not only Shao-Chi. All the Lingming monkeys in the valley, during their interactions with Chen Hu, evoked no sense of strangeness, as if they were all normal humans rather than bloodthirsty beasts, fueled by a fierce desire to fight. Shao-Chi earned a measure of respect from the mandrill, which released its foot from Chen Hu's head. Its blood-red gaze fixed upon Shao-Chi, who was now clinging to its other leg, and it swatted at him. Chen Hu seized the opportunity to roll back, enduring excruciating pain as he distanced himself from the mandrill's attack, coughing up blood in great heaves. The backlash from the 8 gates of Douluo surged, but he summoned every last ounce of strength to remain upright. Once he regained his breath, Chen Hu's gaze fell upon Shao-Chi, who was now precariously facing the mandrill alone. For the Lingming monkey tribe, known for their lack of combat prowess, there was no one left to fight alongside Shao-Chi. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hu retrieved a set of silver needles from the pouch at his waist, a gift from his mentor, Ji Shui. When he became her disciple, the purple bamboo silver needles, each needle, 3 inches long, shimmered with a silver-purple hue. As the dwindling soul power flowed into them, faint azure light twinkled around the needles, which suddenly shot forth, landing on the acupoints around Chen Hu's body. This was the needle transfer technique, a remarkable skill recorded in the medical tome left behind by Lu Aki. It could awaken the latent potential within the human body through the silver needles. As the violet bamboo silver needles pierced into Chen Hu's acupoints, his aura surged rapidly, magnified by the effects of the bamboo leaves. The wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly astonishing rate. In mere moments, the aura he projected rivaled that of his most formidable moments when employing the 8 gates of Douluo. The mighty golden baboon sensed the swift rise in Chen Hu's energy and instinctively turned to unleash a powerful punch. Under the stimulation of the silver needles, Chen Hu's veins and meridians swelled, the excruciating agony of the needle technique contorting his visage. Yet, his speed remained undeterred as he gripped the dawn blade, soaring high to land on the baboon's colossal arm. Using its strength, he propelled himself forward, the elongated blade resembling an arrow, transforming into a streak of white light aimed directly at the baboon's right eye. Chen Hu was resolute in his belief that the baboon's formidable self-healing ability, granted by its frenzy, could not restore its most vulnerable orb of sight. The blade struck with the precision of a sharp arrow, eliciting a visceral threat from the baboon's form. As its frenzied state began to dissipate, a flicker of clarity returned to the baboon, compelling it to instinctively evade. However, Chen Hu's speed, augmented by the needle technique, was overwhelming. The baboon could only manage to close its eyes in a futile attempt to shield itself. The keen tip of the dawn blade penetrated the baboon's right eye, its delicate eyelid no match for the unyielding edge, resulting in a spray of crimson and a thunderous roar escaping the baboon's maw. The eyes, undoubtedly its weakest points, bore the brunt of the assault. Had the baboon not been of such immense stature, the dawn blade might have pierced through its skull, sealing its fate regardless of its strength. Nonetheless, it suffered an unimaginable wound. In its madness, the golden baboon howled in agony, unleashing its wrath upon everything in its vicinity, with Chen Hu and Shao-Chi bearing the brunt of its fury. In an instant, both Chen Hu and Shao-Chi were hurled away by the rampaging beast. Yet, the baboon did not relent. It wreaked havoc upon the valley, demolishing structures, trees, and fields, with many Lingming monkeys caught in the chaos, suffering severe injuries from the baboon's rampage. As the golden baboon lifted a massive boulder to crush an injured Lingming monkey, a formidable presence surged forth from the opposite side. Beast, cease this. The baboon, drawn by the old Lingming monkey's commanding aura, relinquished the boulder and faced its new adversary with trepidation. The terrifying pressure emanating from the elder monkey compelled the baboon to endure its agony, opening its remaining unscathed eye, watching the elder with wariness. From the frail and aged form of the old Lingming monkey, the baboon sensed a power far beyond its own, coupled with an overwhelming mental force that firmly suppressed its spirit, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Witnessing the old Lingming monkey take action, Chen Hu exhaled in relief, channeling his soul energy to expel the silver needles from his body, thus terminating the needle technique. The venerable Lingming monkey stands as the sole 10,000-year soul beast of its kind, and despite the formidable combat prowess of the golden baboon, it finds itself in a precarious position under the immense pressure of rank. Moreover, the aura radiating from the old Lingming monkey transcends that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Chen Hu surmises that the cultivation of the old Lingming monkey is likely nearing 50,000 years, making it an absolute powerhouse among 10,000-year soul beasts, rivaled only by the forest king, the Titan great ape, as the most formidable soul beast Chen Hu has ever encountered. However, as the old Lingming monkey prepares to act, Chen Hu does not observe the excitement or fervor exhibited by the Lingming monkeys. They express their anxiety through urgent calls, while Shaoqi hops anxiously around, frantically attempting to communicate with Chen Hu. Yet, Chen Hu does not comprehend the language of the Lingming monkeys and finds himself at a loss. Shaoqi, aware of the futility of seeking help from Chen Hu, gradually loses hope as its eyes dim. Xiaohu, I will suppress this golden baboon with my soul power and mental strength. You are now a 30-level quasi-soul master, and you need to hunt a soul beast to absorb a soul ring to officially ascend to soul master status. This golden baboon is around 1,300 years old, making it a perfect target for you. Go and slay it. The ancient voice of the old Lingming monkey resonates, revealing an understanding of the world that allows it to hold no significant aversion towards humans hunting soul beasts for their rings. After all, its kind often falls prey to one another in their relentless hunt, with very few becoming true soul masters. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. The power of the skills granted by a soul ring not only correlates with the level of the soul beast, but also hinges on the quality of the beast itself. The golden baboon, second only to the Titan great ape among primates, is a coveted choice for human soul masters. For many power-oriented soul masters, the allure of the golden baboon surpasses even that of the Titan great ape. The thought of a 1,300-year-old golden baboon leaves Chen Hu in awe of the potential strength of its soul abilities. Thank you, Lord. Chen Hu's weary eyes shimmer with excitement as he swiftly approaches the golden baboon. The golden baboon, perceiving the human as little more than an ant encroaching upon its territory, radiates intense hatred from its singular eye. Although its intelligence may be lacking compared to other top-tier soul beasts, it possesses a full range of emotions typical of soul beasts, making it all the more ferocious. Under the overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain, the golden baboon trembles violently, yet it remains utterly immobilized. Hurry, I cannot suppress it for long, urges the old Lingming monkey. Without hesitation, Chen Hu steps onto the golden baboon's body, using it as leverage to leap onto its shoulder, where he stands tall, finally able to meet the baboon's gaze. The baboon's eye is as large as Chen Hu's head. The Xianyao blade quivers incessantly, as if yearning for the blood of the king of the jungle among soul beasts. Following the wound left by the dawn blade, the 4-foot-long weapon was fully embedded into the cranium of the diamond monkey. The creature began to tremble violently, and Chen Hu had to grip the dawn blade tightly to maintain his balance. The vitality of the diamond monkey was remarkably vigorous, even after being pierced. It did not succumb immediately to death. Chen Hu twisted the hilt of the blade fiercely within the monkey's head, and after nearly half an hour, the light in the diamond monkey's eyes gradually dimmed, its massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The old spirit sage monkey retracted its imposing aura, erupting into a fit of severe coughing, its hunched back bending even more profoundly, and the aura of dusk that surrounded it intensified, its frail form now precariously swaying. Grandfather Ho, are you all right? Chen Hu urgently supported the old spirit sage monkey, a strand of soul energy probing into its being. Chen Hu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Grandfather Ho, you. At that moment, the old spirit sage monkey's condition had deteriorated to its utmost limits. Although the energy within it remained vast like an ocean, its life source had reached a state of exhaustion. It could be said that the old spirit sage monkey was merely hanging onto the flickering flame of life by sheer will, on the brink of collapse at any moment. Chen Hu finally comprehended why this ancient creature, the sole 10,000-year soul beast of the spirit sage monkey clan, had refrained from intervening initially. And he understood the urgency and concern displayed by the surrounding spirit sage monkeys upon witnessing its action. I am aware of my own condition. Age has rendered me ineffective. Little Hu, do not worry. Go ahead and absorb the diamond monkey's soul ring. Once you have completed the absorption, have Xiaoqi bring you to me. Xiaoqi, help me back, and Dali, take a few others to protect little Hu, the old spirit sage monkey commanded weakly. Xiaoqi silently supported the elderly figure. And the two spirit sage monkeys, one old and one young, gradually departed. A slightly less injured adult spirit sage monkey approached Chen Hu, accompanied by several others to safeguard him. More of the elderly, weak, and young members of the spirit sage monkey clan, who had been well protected since the onset of the battle, began to emerge to tend to the injured. Taking a deep breath, Chen Hu sat cross-legged before the massive body of the diamond monkey, silently reciting the soul incantation. The medicinal wine gourd manifested in his palm, drawing forth the soul rings from the colossal form of the diamond monkey. The soul rings produced were not purely purple, but rather imbued with a faint golden hue, enhancing the brilliance of the purple rings. Under the guidance of the medicinal wine gourd, the tumultuous energy surged forth as if it had found an outlet, flooding towards Chen Hu like an ocean embracing myriad streams. A soft lavender light enveloped him, and the overwhelming waves of energy astonished even the spirit sage monkeys guarding the vicinity. They had never witnessed a soul master absorb a soul ring, and were uncertain whether Chen Hu's slender frame could withstand the intense soul power contained within the diamond monkey. As the protagonist, Chen Hu found himself engulfed by the formidable energy contained within the body of the diamond ape. He could truly appreciate the sheer ferocity and overwhelming power it exuded. The torrid waves of energy surged relentlessly, crashing against Chen Hu's already beleaguered form, which had barely recovered from a grueling battle. Under the onslaught of this intense energy, he coughed up hot blood, his internal organs ablaze. Fortunately, the medicinal wine gourd produced streams of azure soul power, enveloping Chen Hu's body and preventing him from being obliterated by this immense force. Though the diamond ape was merely a soul beast of over 1,300 years, far from the threshold of a typical soul master absorbing a third soul ring, it was nonetheless a king among soul beasts. The quantity of soul power within its vast physique was proportionate to its size. Waves of energy crashed into Chen Hu, causing his brow to furrow in evident agony. Mirroring the diamond ape's brutal and bloodthirsty nature, the energy within its soul ring was imbued with an underlying frenzy, a profound resentment and unwillingness that assailed Chen Hu's very soul. Having lived 2 lives, Chen Hu's spiritual power vastly exceeded that of an ordinary soul master. Yet, under the onslaught of this residual will, he could only cling to the most basic semblance of rationality, relentlessly guiding the soul power within him along the pathways of meditation, striving to tame this formidable force. Unbeknownst to him, the crisis he faced transcended the typical absorption of a soul ring. Only the soul rings of 10,000-year soul beasts posed the challenge of confronting the remnants of their will. Yet, the diamond ape was extraordinarily unique. Despite its mere 1,300 years of age, it retained traces of a savage will within its soul ring, though not comparable to the remnants found within 10,000-year soul rings. It was far beyond what an average 30-level quasi-soul master could withstand. For a typical quasi-soul master, the onslaught of this residual emotional will could result in severe brain damage, leaving them either an imbecile or a mindless killer. As a transmigrated devoid of a golden finger, Chen Hu appeared to be a disgrace among such beings. However, the influences of 2 lifetimes on his perspectives and mental fortitude were pivotal in his emergence. Had it not been for the resilience of his soul, cultivated over 2 lives, he would have succumbed to becoming an idiot or a madman, neither of which could possibly survive in such circumstances. While he struggled to withstand the remnants of the diamond ape's will, Chen Hu had not yet overcome his peril. The soul power contained within the diamond ape's soul ring was immensely abundant, far beyond what his frail body could endure. The surging energy continued to flood in, threatening to rupture his delicate meridians amidst the violent torrent of soul power. A faint blood-red mist enveloped Chen Hu, emanating from his pores, a testament to the blood vitality he was expelling. At this moment, a powerful vitality began to surge forth from Chen Hu's limbs and internal organs. A soft green energy swiftly mending his shattered meridians and resisting the energy contained within the soul ring of the diamond monkey. Although Chen Hu had fully refined the medicinal properties of the fountain of youth, the fountain itself had not vanished. Rather, it transformed into wisps that melded into Chen Hu's body, subtly enhancing his physical constitution over time. Under the onslaught of the diamond monkey's soul ring energy, the latent power of the fountain of youth hidden within Chen Hu began to be awakened. The interplay of these contrasting forces, one firm and one gentle, one cold and one hot, flowed within Chen Hu, alleviating his pain and allowing his spirit, previously battered by the oppressive will of the diamond monkey's soul ring, to regain dominance and rally for a counterattack. Simultaneously, as these 2 forces clashed, Chen Hu's body underwent continuous refinement. Impurities and stagnant blood were expelled, while his newly formed sinews and bones grew increasingly resilient. The golden radiance within his body began to fade, giving way to soft azure light, blossoming quietly like tender shoots breaking through the thawing earth of early spring, growing rapidly. Under the influence of this azure soul power, the weeds surrounding Chen Hu began to grow wildly, soon surpassing his knees. The vibrant soul energy within Chen Hu asserted its dominance, transforming the brutal energy of the diamond monkey's soul ring into his own soul power, while the chaotic and violent thoughts in his mind dissipated in waves of spiritual impact. Suddenly, Chen Hu opened his eyes, a brilliant glimmer radiating forth from them. His previously dark gaze, now cleansed, shone with dazzling light, elevating his mental resolve to new heights. This feels so uncomfortable, Chen Hu thought, feeling sticky and disheveled in his tattered white robe, the mingling of blood and expelled impurities emitting a foul odor. He resembled a beggar emerging from a refuse heap, prompting the nearby guardians of the spirit monkey tribe to instinctively distance themselves upon seeing him unharmed. Embarrassed, Chen Hu managed a sheepish smile, eagerly yearning for a place to bathe. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed from the corner of his eye that the body of the diamond monkey began to disintegrate into fine particles, as light as sand, carried away by the gentle breeze, emanating a faint golden glow from its right arm. Approaching the location of the diamond monkey's right arm, the dust settled, revealing a bone of a deep golden hue, resembling a flawless work of art, exuding an irresistible allure to Chen Hu. What is this? The surrounding spirit monkeys could not suppress their curiosity, their gazes fixating on the golden arm bone. Soul bone. Chen Hu finally realized what the arm bone left behind by the diamond monkey was. It was, in fact, a soul bone of immense value within the realm of soul masters. Soul bones are the most unique entities on the Douluo Continent, capable of being absorbed by soul masters to enhance a specific part of their body. And akin to soul rings, they bestow a skill upon the soul master, known as a soul bone technique. Generally speaking, each soul master can only absorb 6 soul bones, corresponding to various parts of the body: the head, torso, arms, and legs. The superiority of soul bones over soul rings lies in their gentler power. There is no limitation on the duration for which a soul master can absorb a soul bone. This means that even a first-level soul master can absorb a soul bone from a 10,000-year-old soul beast. However, whether a soul master can acquire a soul bone is an entirely different matter. Moreover, soul bones possess a second characteristic. Unlike the ephemeral nature of soul rings, soul bones exhibit stability. When absorbed by a soul master, they do not simply vanish. Upon the death of the soul master, the soul bone will be released. Some prominent sects regard soul bones as heirlooms, passing them down to the next generation after the previous owner's demise. It is also rare for individuals to disclose their possession of a soul bone. The principle of innocent men suffer for their treasures holds true universally. Without the power to protect a soul bone, revealing its existence can attract lethal peril. The means of obtaining a soul bone are straightforward, yet fraught with difficulty. It is simple in that any soul beast killed has the potential to yield a soul bone. However, the drop rate is exceedingly low. A soul master may slay tens of thousands of soul beasts without acquiring a single soul bone. Even though soul bones can be passed down reliably, the number of existing soul bones on the continent is exceedingly scarce, with nearly all of them held by powerful factions. Chen Hu was not prepared for the fact that a 1,000-year-old diamond monkey had left him a soul bone. Although it was not the most precious torso or head bone, the right arm bone was still one of the more significant pieces among the remaining options. After all, compared to leg bones, arm bones greatly enhance the offensive power of a soul master, and typically, a person's right hand exhibits more strength and agility than the left. Of course, there are individuals whose left hand may be stronger or more dexterous, but as Chen Hu is not left-handed, the right arm soul bone holds greater value for him. This was Chen Hu's first encounter with a soul bone. Holding the soul bone dropped by the diamond monkey, he found the texture of the bone reminiscent of exquisite jade. Warm and cool to the touch, seamless in its entirety. When his fingers struck the surface, a crisp sound resonated, and a golden luster flowed across the bone's surface, imparting an impression of perfection. Brother Chen, you should absorb this soul bone. With the diamond monkey's soul ring on you, the effects of absorbing this soul bone will be even better. It is undoubtedly the most compatible for you. A youthful voice pierced the air from behind Chen Hu. He turned, astonished, and exclaimed, "Shao-Chi, you can talk now." Behind him stood only the little spirit monkey, Shao-Chi. He could think of no one else who would speak from behind him. A radiant smile graced Shao-Chi's face as she exclaimed, "Indeed, Brother Chen. During my battle with the golden baboon, the ancient bloodline within me awakened. Under my grandfather's guidance, I have learned to speak the language of humans. Clearly elated by her newfound ability to articulate human speech, Shaoqi continued, Brother Chen. My grandfather mentioned that a significant reason for my awakening of the ancient bloodline was listening to your tales of the Monkey King. Thus, I have decided to adopt the name Sun Shaoqi henceforth. Shaoqi, or rather Sun Shaoqi, appeared increasingly vibrant, her fur shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance, embodying the grace reminiscent of the legendary figure from Chen Hu's past life. The connection between the spiritual monkey and enlightenment seemed almost fated. Chen Hu felt a genuine joy at Shaoqi's bloodline awakening. But enough of this idle chatter, Brother Chen. Quickly absorb the soul bone generated by the golden baboon. I yearn to witness the effects left by the soul beast. Perhaps, when my time comes, I too shall give birth to a soul bone. Shaoqi exhibited little concern over her identity as a soul beast, her words brimming with curiosity about the golden baboon's soul bone. However, Chen Hu understood that only he could absorb the soul bone before them. As a support-type soul master, he recognized that acquiring soul bones might be the most direct path to rivaling combat soul masters. He contemplated that if he were to equip 6 soul bones with offensive capabilities, he could undoubtedly surpass most combat soul masters, even without relentless training. Yet, the acquisition of soul bones was a rare fortune, akin to scaling the heavens. Even during the battle with the golden baboon, aware of its high quality, Chen Hu dared not hope for a soul bone to manifest. From his knowledge, only a soul beast of 100,000 years could guarantee the birth of a soul bone upon being slain by a soul master. Other purported methods to increase the drop rate were negligible at best. The skills inherent in soul bones typically preserve the characteristics of the soul beast itself. The golden baboon, a quintessential powerhouse, would likely leave behind a soul bone that conferred combat-oriented abilities rather than supportive ones. Moreover, the absorption of a soul bone would significantly enhance a soul master's physical prowess. Chen Hu, having consistently trained throughout his life, possessed a physique far from the frail stereotype of traditional support-type soul masters. While he might not rival beast martial soul masters in their martial enhancements, he was comparable to many weapon martial soul combat masters. After absorbing the soul ring of the golden baboon, Chen Hu felt his body rejuvenated by the residual energy of the soul ring and the power of the fountain of youth, elevating his physical qualities to those of the finest beast martial soul masters. With the subsequent absorption of the golden baboon's soul bone, he was confident that he could contend with ordinary combat soul masters, even triumphing without relying on soul techniques. Moreover, the soul bone of the mighty mandrill will bestow upon me a formidable offensive skill, thus granting Chen Hu a means of explosive attack. With this thought in mind, Chen Hu nodded at Shaoqi, his mind conjuring the method to absorb the soul bone. He sat cross-legged and summoned the spirit wine gourd, his thoughts beginning to draw upon the soul bone left by the mandrill. The soul bone in Chen Hu's hands softened like liquid, transforming into specks of golden light that merged into his right hand, swirling within his body before integrating into the very bones of his right hand. Compared to the energy within the mandrill's soul ring, the energy contained in the soul bone was far more gentle and stable, purposefully enhancing Chen Hu's physique before returning to its destination, merging seamlessly into the bones of his right hand. Approximately half an hour later, the transformation of Chen Hu's body by the mandrill's soul bone was complete. His right hand radiated a pure golden hue, the entire arm resembling one forged from adamantine, shimmering with a brilliance akin to that of solid gold. Golden fist. Chen Hu clenched his right hand into a fist, and golden light erupted forth, manifesting as a colossal fist imprint that struck out with a resounding boom, leaving an exaggerated mark upon the stone wall before him. How powerful, Brother Chen! Is this the skill granted to you by the soul bone of the mandrill? Shaoqi exclaimed in astonishment. If such a punch were to land upon me, I fear I would not be able to withstand it. Chen Hu nodded, taking the opportunity to elucidate to Shaoqi the abilities bestowed upon him by the mandrill's soul bone. Indeed, this is the skill imparted to me by the mandrill's soul bone, the golden fist. The manifestation of the golden fist presents 2 forms. When the power of adamantine within my arm is concentrated, my right hand transforms into adamantine, greatly amplifying my strength and rendering me impervious to blades and arrows. Conversely, when the golden fist surges forth, it transforms into a massive fist imprint aimed at my adversary. However, after executing the golden fist imprint, there is a cooldown period during which the initial state of the golden fist will weaken. Both the augmented strength and defensive capabilities will diminish significantly. Chen Hu held nothing back from Shaoqi, fully revealing the characteristics of the skill bestowed by the mandrill's soul bone. For nearly half a year, apart from the occasional conversation with the old spirit monkey, Shaoqi had been his sole confidant. Chen Hu's feelings towards Shaoqi were distinctly special. Since Shaoqi had the ability to speak, Chen Hu felt no need to conceal anything from her. especially considering that it was Shaoqi who had facilitated his absorption of the mandrill's soul bone. Alone, he would have been incapable of confronting the mandrill. Both Shaoqi and grandfather Ho had made substantial contributions, and it would be unjust for Chen Hu to keep the benefits to himself. Chapter 59, The Fountain of Youth. The Golden Fist, capable of both offense and defense, truly lives up to the legacy of the mandrill, the king among soul beasts. With this soul bone skill, Brother Chen's strength will experience a tremendous enhancement. By the way, Brother Chen, what abilities did the mandrill's soul ring provide you? As a soul beast, Shaoqi, having grown up in the valley, was filled with curiosity about everything related to soul masters. Chen Hu nodded slightly, softly reciting the soul incantation as a pale azure luminescence converged. In his hand appeared a gourd filled with medicinal wine, while 3 resplendent soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, swirled around him, with golden specks subtly revolving within the 3rd purple ring. Prajna, Chen Hu uttered with a commanding tone, causing the 3rd soul ring to suddenly illuminate. The mouth of the gourd emanated waves of golden radiance, transforming the liquid within into a pure golden elixir, exuding a delicate fragrance. Prajna, a name for an ancient wine and a term from Buddhism signifying wisdom, was also the name of the 3rd soul skill derived from the soul ring of the Vajra baboon. However, the effect of Chen Hu's 3rd soul skill bore little relation to the essence of the term, even appearing somewhat contradictory. Presenting the medicinal wine gourd to Shaoqi, Chen Hu believed that no amount of explanation could rival the first-hand experience of the Prajna soul skill. Shaoqi eagerly gulped down the golden liquid, its spicy flavor igniting within her like a flame enveloping her entire being. A fierce aura flickered momentarily in her clear, vibrant eyes before she regained her clarity. After a few moments of assessing her physical state, she exclaimed, "I feel as though my strength has more than doubled. Additionally, my speed and reflexes have significantly improved. Although not as dramatically as my strength, still, it's about a 50% enhancement. However, after consuming the Prajna wine, I sense an overwhelming, brutal energy assailing my consciousness. Those with insufficient willpower might succumb to a reckless, bloodthirsty frenzy. Yet, unlike the Vajra baboon's frenzy, the state conferred by the Prajna wine seems to carry no lasting repercussions. The intelligence of the Lingming monkey rivals that of humans, and Shaoqi quickly discerned the effects of Chen Hu's 3rd soul skill. Chen Hu smiled and added, "You speak the truth. However, the enhancement from the Prajna wine is time-limited. In a non-combat state, it lasts about an hour, yet during intense battles, it may only persist for a few minutes." After pondering, Shaoqi responded, "Even if it lasts just a few minutes, that is sufficient. The Vajra baboon's frenzy doesn't last much longer in combat. Moreover, Brother Chen, you are a food-type soul master, and the Prajna wine can be consumed by others. In some respects, your Prajna soul skill surpasses the Vajra baboon's frenzy." Chen Hu nodded with a smile. He was immensely satisfied with both the 1,000-year 3rd soul skill, Prajna, and the Vajra soul bone. The former compensated for his lack of strength, while the latter supplemented his explosive techniques and ranged abilities. Now, Chen Hu felt confident that he could confront the 37th level Dai Mubai head-on without resorting to the 8 gates of Duanjia or the needle-crossing technique. In merely over half a year, despite numerous life-threatening encounters, he had emerged unscathed, his combat prowess undergoing a qualitative transformation. Having departed from the Martial Soul Academy for less than a year, Chen Hu had successfully transcended the first bottleneck of soul master cultivation, becoming a soul Douluo of the support system. Indeed, after acquiring the extraordinary soul skill and the indomitable soul bone, Chen Hu can now be regarded as a battle soul sovereign, a classification of auxiliary food-type battle soul sovereign that has never before graced the annals of Douluo Continent's history. Feeling the surging soul power within him, Chen Hu found himself momentarily overwhelmed by such immense energy. He had an instinctive sense that the increase in soul power bestowed upon him by the soul ring of the diamond monkey was not merely a simple elevation of 1 level, and it could very well be more than 2 levels. It might even amount to 3. He retrieved a blue crystal orb from his waist pocket and infused it with his soul power, causing a pale azure light to burst forth. Lo and behold, my soul power has indeed surged by 3 levels, reaching the formidable 33rd rank. As he beheld the flickering brilliance of the orb, Chen Hu confirmed that his soul power had ascended to the terrifying realm of rank 33. Although the diamond monkey was merely a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the energy it had accumulated was beyond Chen Hu's imagination, coupled with the profound essence of the eternal spring that had thoroughly permeated his entire being. He had seamlessly transitioned from the threshold of a 30-level quasi-soul sovereign to the exalted status of a 33rd-level soul sovereign. Surely, the leader did not anticipate that within a mere 6 months, my soul power would surpass hers. Chen Hu murmured, as Lin Xiaoxiao's visage suddenly surfaced in his mind. Having spent over 6 years in close companionship, The abrupt separation from Lin Xiaoxiao left Chen Hu feeling an overwhelming sense of longing for her and the companions from the first dormitory. Compared to the fleeting days he had spent at Shrek Academy, his nostalgia for his childhood friends from the first dormitory was far more profound. To his own surprise, it seemed that his yearning for Lin Xiaoxiao surpassed even that for Ning Rongrong. Could it be that I have developed feelings for the leader? This thought flickered through Chen Hu's mind, only for him to shake his head and mutter to himself, how could that be? I have always regarded the leader as a brother. Perhaps it is merely the result of not having seen her in a long time, causing me to feel somewhat unaccustomed. Big brother Chen, Xiao Qi called out, rousing the distracted Chen Hu. Ah, what is it? Chen Hu responded, regaining his focus, a hint of embarrassment coloring his inquiry. Xiao Qi replied, Big brother Chen, what were you thinking? You were lost in thought, and even smiling foolishly. I couldn't wake you. Chen Hu explained, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of a few friends and momentarily drifted away. Was it the leader you mentioned, or that girl named Ning Rongrong? Xiao Qi asked innocently, curiosity glimmering in his clear eyes. Ahem, how do you know about the leader and Ning Rongrong? Chen Hu was taken aback, coughing slightly. It seemed he had never discussed the leader or Ning Rongrong with Xiao Qi. So, Big brother Chen, do you like the leader a bit more, or Ning Rongrong? Xiao Qi continued to pry. Go away, what do you know, little child? Chen Hu waved his hand awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment. I'm going to find a place to bathe and change my clothes. Then we shall go visit Grandpa Ho, as he requested you to bring me to see him. Right? As the conversation shifted to more serious matters, Xiao Qi set aside any gossip regarding Chen Hu, leading him to a nearby stream in the valley to cleanse himself. After bathing, he used his soul power to dry the water from his body and donned one of the few clean garments he possessed. Chen Hu exhaled deeply, feeling a refreshing wave of vitality. Standing at nearly 175 meters, he had gained a bit of height, surpassing some adults. Clad in a white robe with black hair, his posture was upright and his physique robust, exuding a hint of an unruly charm. Although his features were not striking, he emanated a comforting aura akin to a gentle spring breeze. Let us go find Grandfather Ho, Chen Hu exclaimed to Xiao Qi beside him. Xiao Qi nodded in agreement and escorted Chen Hu to the residence of the old spirit monkey, respectfully knocking on the door. An elderly voice, weary yet commanding, beckoned them to enter. The abode of the old spirit monkey was also a cave, the only one in the entire valley aside from Chen Hu's dwelling. The other spirit monkeys, including Xiao Qi, resided in wooden houses, indicating that their living habits bore striking similarities to those of humans. This marked Chen Hu's first visit to the old spirit monkey's cave, which resembled his own in size, but was adorned with minimal decor, a simple bed and a bookshelf. Standing before a smooth stone wall, the old spirit monkey remained hunched, and as Chen Hu and Xiao Qi entered, they could only glimpse the increasingly stooped silhouette. Xiao Hu, you have long wished to behold the fountain of youth. Now I shall fulfill your desire. Without turning, the old spirit monkey extended his cane, gently tapping the smooth, jade-like wall. Golden specks of light burst forth, rapidly spreading like lifeblood across the stone surface. With a resounding roar, the wall began to part in the center, releasing a rich aroma of fine liquor that filled the cave with its enticing fragrance. In the presence of this exquisite scent, Chen Hu felt the gourd containing his medicinal wine spirit tremble uncontrollably, radiating a pure and intense yearning. As the stone wall fully opened, a small pool, crafted from jade, emerged before Chen Hu and Xiao Qi. The pool measured roughly 1 foot square and was only 2 fingers deep, its transparent liquid swaying gently at the bottom, emanating the intoxicating fragrance. Beneath the surface, remnants of medicinal herbs were discernible, and Chen Hu's gaze sharpened as he spotted a peach pit, prompting him to inquire. Is this perhaps the legendary king of divine treasures, the peach of immortality? Indeed, one of the primary ingredients of the fountain of youth is the peach of immortality. The old spirit monkey confirmed, turning to face Chen Hu. The deepening wrinkles on his face were evident as he continued. It was through the medicinal properties of the peach of immortality, harmonizing with the qualities of the yin-yang flower over nearly a millennium, that Dr. Lu was able to brew this elixir. You should understand the properties of the fountain of youth. Even a single drop, consumed for the first time, serves as a miraculous remedy for the lifeless and the skeletal. When you initially plummeted from the cliff, by the time Xiao Qi discovered you, your body was a grotesque visage of flesh and blood, teetering on the brink of death. It was solely through Xiao Qi's earnest pleas, compounded by the aura you shared with Physician Lu, that I resorted to a sip of the fountain of youth to revive you. Chen Hu, taken aback, realized that his fall from the precipice bore such profound connections. It was Xiao Qi who had first found him, prompting a surge of gratitude towards her. Xiao Qi scratched her head, offering an embarrassed smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. Chapter 60. The Request of the Old Spirit Monkey. The Fountain of Youth was bequeathed by Physician Lu. Xiao Hu, You have inherited Lu's medical skills, marking you as a successor of sorts. Although each individual may partake of the fountain but once, I trust that your intellect will allow you to navigate this dilemma. Thus, a portion of this fountain rightfully belongs to you. The old spirit monkey exhaled, speaking leisurely. Having witnessed the miraculous nature of the fountain, none remain unaware of its rarity. Yet, the old spirit monkey was willing to share such a precious gift with Chen Hu, who felt unworthy of such an offering. The old spirit monkey, ready to sacrifice a sip of the fountain for his own revival, also offered the 2 medical tomes left by Lu Aki for Chen Hu's perusal, alongside the soul ring and bones of the diamond monkey. Chen Hu had already received a monumental opportunity. What excuses could he possibly muster to refuse the old spirit monkey's generosity? As if perceiving Chen Hu's inner thoughts, the old spirit monkey remarked, "Do not be hasty in your refusal. I am willing to grant you the fountain of youth. Even the yin-yang blossoms may accompany you. But I have several requests of my own that I hope you will honor." Chen Hu responded, "Grandfather Ho, please voice your requests. I shall not hesitate to fulfill them. Even if it means traversing fire and water. Would you not first hear my requests before making your decision?" The old spirit monkey's eyes sparkled with mirth as he inquired. Chen Hu, blushing slightly, replied, "I am aware that Grandfather Ho would not place me in a difficult position. Moreover, to be candid, should you have no tasks requiring my attention, I would feel ill at ease accepting such a valuable gift from you. Setting aside the immense worth of the yin-yang blossoms, the value of the fountain, which melds both the yin-yang blossoms and the immortal peaches, is far beyond my estimation. If there are no demands placed upon me, I cannot claim these treasures with ease. There is no free lunch in this world. To receive a favor is to owe a debt." This principle governed Chen Hu's character. The allure of the yin-yang blossoms and the fountain was formidable, yet he was unwilling to accept the old spirit monkey's offerings without reciprocity. "Good child, I knew I had not misjudged you." The old spirit monkey nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, let me speak plainly. Xiao Hu, how much longer do you believe I can survive? As a physician, you are aware of my condition. Please provide your assessment candidly, without any reservations." Chen Hu furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before deciding to speak the truth. "Grandfather Ho, to be frank, your current health is quite dire. If you cannot improve your condition, you likely shall not live beyond 100 years. The old spirit monkey shook his head with a smile and said, "You rascal, even at this juncture, you still attempt to deceive me. Am I not aware of my own physical condition? If it weren't for my lingering concerns, I would have long since departed this world. By now, the grass on my grave would be 3 feet high. Forget a century, I may not even endure for another decade." A glimmer of sorrow flickered in Xiao Qi's eyes as he replied, "Grandfather, you will surely live long. You have yet to witness my growth." The old spirit monkey affectionately stroked Xiao Qi's golden hair, gently shaking his head, a deep sense of melancholy emanating from him. The lifespan of the spirit monkey clan is not particularly long. Typically, our kin live around 5,000 years. Only those who reach the realm of a 10,000-year soul beast can transcend this limitation and live up to 10,000 years. Yet here I am, having lived over 30,000 years. Though I have the longevity peach to sustain my vitality, I am now exhausted, nearing the end of my days. In my youth, I inadvertently consumed the longevity peach, which granted me an extended lifespan. Despite my limited aptitude, I managed to cultivate to the level of a 10,000-year soul beast, merely enduring until the next longevity peach ripened, thus prolonging my life, much like a weary old tortoise clinging to existence. Initially, I feared death. Later, I became afraid to die, for I dreaded that upon my demise, without the protection of a 10,000-year soul beast, the remaining members of our spirit monkey clan would face extinction, leading to our complete disappearance from this world. Chen Hu had always believed that all 10,000-year soul beasts had cultivated for 10,000 years, and that 100,000-year soul beasts had lived for over 100,000 years. In reality, he had fallen into a misconception. On the continent, the number of true 10,000-year soul beasts that have lived for over 10,000 years is exceedingly rare. And similarly, 100,000-year soul beasts do not necessarily live for 100,000 years. The classification of soul beasts is not based on their age, but rather on their cultivation level. Theoretically, a common soul beast that is cultivated for 10,000 years could possess 10,000 years of cultivation, thus achieving the status of a 10,000-year soul beast. However, almost none of those who attain this status do so merely by enduring through time. The lifespan of soul beasts is indeed finite. While most soul beasts live longer than ordinary humans, their longevity is still quite limited and certainly not on the order of thousands of years. Much like the innate soul power of human soul masters, the potential of soul beasts varies. Some exceptionally gifted soul beasts can achieve what would take ordinary soul beasts decades or even centuries in merely a year of cultivation. With the aid of certain herbs and spiritual fruits, These soul beasts can experience rapid growth, potentially becoming 10,000-year soul beasts in just a millennium. An ancient relic like the old spirit monkey, who has lived for 30,000 years, is extraordinarily rare even in the realm of soul beasts. The old spirit monkey was not incorrect. It took him over 30,000 years, aided by the king of divine fruits, the longevity peach, to become a 50,000-year soul beast, indicating that his innate potential is indeed average. Chen Hu inquired, "Grandfather, why not utilize the longevity spring to extend your life by a few hundred years? Perhaps you could wait for the next longevity peach to mature." The aged Lingming monkey shook his head and remarked, "It is futile. The reason the fountain of eternal youth can prolong the life of its users is largely due to the efficacy of the peach of immortality. However, for me, an old fellow, the peach holds little value anymore. After 3 millennia, I have consumed it more than once, and my body has become entirely immune to its effects." Pausing for a moment, the Lingming monkey shifted the conversation, saying, "Let us set aside this trivial discussion, Chen Hu. Now, I wish to present my requests." Chen Hu responded, "Please, Grandfather Ho, do share." The Lingming monkey continued, "I have 3 requests, each corresponding to a gift I wish to bestow upon you. 3 gifts. The fountain of eternal youth and the Yin-Yang dual life flower are already the finest gifts imaginable. Grandfather Ho, there is no need for extravagance. With these 2 treasures, I would consider it reasonable to grant you not just 3 requests, but even 10 or 100. Despite his curiosity regarding the 3rd gift, Chen Hu firmly declined. A gentle smile spread across the wizened face of the Lingming monkey as he said, "Do not be so hasty. I cannot present the 3rd gift just yet. First, allow me to articulate my requests. My first request is that you share your swordsmanship with my kin. The greatest weakness of the Lingming monkey clan lies in our lack of combat skills, rendering us relatively feeble compared to other soul beasts of the same rank. I have observed your sword technique. Though intricate, it can be mastered through dedicated practice, and its potential is quite formidable, effectively compensating for our clan's shortcomings in combat." Of course, Chen Hu readily agreed. Even without the Lingming monkey's urging, he had already contemplated reciprocating the kindness bestowed upon him by the Lingming monkey clan, particularly after witnessing Shao Qi wield a staff technique reminiscent of his own swordplay. Chen Hu continued, "Grandfather Ho, in fact, Dr. Liu had long sought to address the deficiencies in our clan's combat capabilities during his later years, and he nearly succeeded. You must have seen the needle-crossing technique I demonstrated today. This is Dr. Liu's final gift to you. Although the technique has its flaws, it can significantly enhance the combat prowess of the Lingming monkey clan. With your swordsmanship combined, our clan's capabilities will surely experience a qualitative leap, not necessarily rising to the pinnacle among soul beasts, but certainly no longer the weakest." The needle-crossing technique was the secret art that Lu Aki developed in his final days. Regrettably, he departed this world too swiftly, failing to document the technique comprehensively before his untimely passing, which prevented it from being passed down within the Lingming monkey clan. It was only through studying the medical texts left by Lu Aki, alongside his personal notes, that Chen Hu was able to compile this secret art as a gift for the Lingming monkey clan. Dr. Liu was a good man, yet his heart had long since withered, burdened by a lifetime of unexpressed sorrows, and he departed before he could savor the fruits of the fountain of eternal youth. Alas, the Lingming monkey recalled the gentle youth of yesteryears and could not help but sigh. The betrayal of his fellow disciple had ultimately left him desolate, and he had never truly moved on. Chen Hu Dao, Grandpa Ho, please continue with your second request. As for the first, even if you do not mention it, I would have acted upon it." The old spirit monkey nodded and turned to the little 7 beside him, saying, "The second request concerns this child, Shao Qi." "What is it about Shao Qi?" Chen Hu inquired, perplexed. The old spirit monkey explained, "Shao Qi has been remarkably clever since childhood. His parents left him shortly after his birth, leaving him to grow up alone and desolate by my side. If nothing unforeseen occurs after my passing, Shao Qi will inherit my position, becoming the leader and protector of the spirit monkey clan. However, I have now reconsidered. Shao Qi is lively, brimming with curiosity about the world. It is utterly unfair for him to be confined to this small valley for his entire life." Shao Qi interjected, "Grandpa, I am fine with it. Protecting the peace of the village has always been my dream." "Hold your tongue and let me finish," the old spirit monkey scolded, irritated at being interrupted by Shao Qi, revealing his final intention. "I hope you can take Shao Qi out of this valley and into human society." "What?" The usually composed Chen Hu could not help but exclaim, and after a moment, he solemnly declined, "I'm sorry, Grandpa Ho, but I may not be able to fulfill this request." Chapter 61, A 10-Year Pact. The old spirit monkey's words echoed in Chen Hu's ears like a thunderclap. To take Shao Qi into the human world, if he possessed the strength of a title de law, he would have agreed without hesitation. Yet, He was merely a humble soul master. Although a soul master holds a high status among ordinary people, the realm of soul masters is not lacking in soul masters. Shao-Chi is a 1,000-year soul beast. Bringing a 1,000-year soul beast into the human realm without the means to protect him would be akin to pushing him into a fiery abyss. Chen Hu looked at the old spirit monkey in confusion, knowing that he couldn't be unaware of the consequences of bringing a soul beast into human society. The old spirit monkey replied, "I understand your concerns. If you can think of it, how could I not? If I have the confidence to let you take Shao-Chi to the human world, I surely have my reasons. Have you heard of soul beasts transforming?" Soul beasts transforming? Chen Hu asked. Are you referring to the phenomenon of a 100,000-year soul beast becoming human and starting to cultivate anew? However, how does this relate to Shao-Chi accompanying me into the human world? Surely, Shao-Chi cannot possess the ability to transform. The connection to transformation lies in the original work of Douluo, where a soul beast can choose to transform into a human after reaching 100,000 years and begin cultivating anew. From his scant memories, Chen Hu understood that soul beasts could indeed take on human form to restart their cultivation. Tang San's companion, Xiao Wu, was a 100,000-year soul beast that transformed and began her cultivation anew. The choice for a 100,000-year soul beast to transform into a human is partly due to the arduous path to divinity. Only through human cultivation can one hope for a slender chance at becoming a deity, and partly to evade the tribulation that occurs once every 100,000 years. Upon reaching the age of 100,000 years, a soul beast must endure a terrifying tribulation every additional 100,000 years to advance in cultivation. Only by successfully overcoming this tribulation can they continue their training. Failure results in death and the annihilation of their soul. To evade these calamities, some soul beasts aged over 100,000 years opt for transformation. Additionally, there are those who, driven by curiosity about human society, choose to take this form as well. Chen Hu was perplexed by the old spirit sage monkey's words. Shao-Chi, being merely a 1,000-year-old soul beast, had yet to approach the level necessary for transformation. Do you know what the innate skill of the spirit sage monkey clan is? The old spirit sage monkey replied evasively. Chen Hu awkwardly scratched his head and responded. Doesn't the spirit sage monkey lack any innate skills? The old spirit sage monkey clarified. The absence of combat-type innate skills does not imply a total lack of innate abilities. Typically, adult spirit sage monkeys awaken the innate skill of clarity. In this state, their minds become exceptionally lucid, allowing them to learn at an accelerated pace. Moreover, the spirit sage monkey clan possesses a trace of the ancient divine beast, the battle sage ape's bloodline. When awakened, clan members gain new innate skills. Among the current spirit sage monkeys, only Shao-Chi aside from myself has awakened the bloodline of the battle sage ape. The battle sage ape, a legendary beast known for its prowess in battle, is the undisputed monarch among ape-like soul beasts. It is said that the entire lineage of the battle sage ape vanished in ancient times, making it astonishing that the spirit sage monkeys carry this bloodline. Chen Hu had only encountered the legend of the battle sage ape in a miscellaneous book, having believed it to be a mere figment of the author's imagination, a non-existent entity in history. A flicker of pride appeared in the depths of the old spirit sage monkey's eyes as he affirmed, indeed. Although the bloodline of our descendants has grown increasingly faint over the millennia, with only Shao-Chi and myself awakening it, we undeniably possess the blood of battle within our veins. Upon awakening the battle sage ape's bloodline, I acquired the ability known as the Eye of Insight, granting me the power to perceive many things beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. My willingness to entrust Shao-Chi to you stems from my recognition of something exceptional within you. Thus, the ability that permits Shao-Chi to accompany me to the human realm must also be linked to the awakening of his bloodline powers? Chen Hu deduced. Precisely. The old spirit sage monkey nodded. Shao-Chi's innate skill is indeed transformation. Unlike the typical transformation of ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts, his awakened ability allows him to truly become human. Even the most elite titled Douluo among humans would perceive nothing amiss, granting him a martial soul and soul power, enabling him to cultivate like any ordinary soul master and possess the qualifications for divinity. This is precisely why I wish for Shao-Chi to accompany you into the human world. After all, no matter how much a soul beast cultivates, it can never attain divinity in its lifetime. In contrast, a human has the opportunity to embark on the path to godhood. Having resided in the Stardo Forest for tens of thousands of years, the old spirit sage monkey had felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the continent on multiple occasions. A presence indicative of a human achieving divinity. In certain respects, humanity is indeed endowed with extraordinary advantages. If given the chance to become human, what would it matter if one had to relinquish all their cultivation? Chen Hu nodded in agreement, stating, in that case, I have no objections. I will raise Shao Qi as if he were my own child." Upon hearing this, both the old spirit monkey and Shao Qi cast him curious glances. Shao Qi, with an air of intrigue, remarked, "Brother Chen, who informed you that our spirit monkey clan's transformation skill resembles that of a 10,000-year soul beast turning into a newborn infant? The information within my bloodline reveals that my age will also convert to that of a human upon transformation. I am currently over 900 years old, which would make me approximately 15 in human years. At that time, Brother Chen, you would have to address me as elder brother." Cough, cough, cough. Chen Hu hastily coughed to mask his embarrassment. Subjective consciousness can indeed lead one astray. "I consider you a brother. And you wish to take on the role of my father?" The old spirit monkey, witnessing Chen Hu's discomfort, couldn't help but chuckle and explained. Shao Qi's transformation skill is indeed unlike that of an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Not only will his age transform, but his cultivation will also shift to that of a human soul master. Given Shao Qi's current level of cultivation, his transformed state should be similar to yours, fluctuating roughly between the 35th and 40th levels, while his soul beast form will accompany him as his martial spirit. What a marvelous skill. But what of Shao Qi's soul rings and soul skills? Chen Hu inquired, curiosity piqued. If Shao Qi directly becomes a soul master of over 30 levels, the issue of soul rings will be paramount. He cannot possibly generate soul rings and skills out of thin air. Shao Qi responded. Soul rings and skills are condensed from my own body. The lifespan of the soul rings is determined by the limits of my physical form, and the skills granted by the soul rings will be randomly generated, combining with the powers I command. Chen Hu expressed his astonishment. So, it is possible for you to condense 3,000-year soul rings? Shao Qi confirmed. If all goes well, indeed. Then what are we waiting for? I am eager to see you transform into a human. By the way, when you transform, you won't suddenly turn into a girl, will you? Chen Hu asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Shao Qi's expression darkened as he retorted, transformation is not the same as morphing. How could it change one's gender? However, the transformation is crucial for soul beasts, and I must ensure that my state is optimized. My bloodline has only just awakened, and I have yet to fully adapt to the alterations my bloodline's power imposes on my body. Therefore, there is no rush regarding the transformation. Very well, Chen Hu replied, somewhat regretfully, nodding as he turned to the old spirit monkey. The second request is settled, so please, Grandfather Ho, what is the third requirement? The old spirit monkey smiled and replied, the third request, like the third gift, cannot be revealed at this moment. I grant you 10 years. Should you elevate your soul power to the 70th level within this time, I shall entrust you with the third request. In a span of 10 years, ascending to the 70th level is no small feat despite Chen, who currently standing at the 33rd rank of Spirit Master. The journey to reach the 70th level remains uncertain in terms of duration. It is well known that the higher one's spiritual power, the more arduous each advancement becomes. Even with the assistance of the yin-yang twin flowers, Chen Hu is unsure whether he will attain the 70th level in a decade. After all, even at that time, he would merely be 23 years old. A soul sage at such a young age is almost unheard of on the continent. He cannot even confirm whether the original Shrek 7 monsters achieved their soul sage status before the age of 23. The higher the demands of the old spirit monkey, the more challenging the final request becomes. With a serious gaze, Chen Hu declared, I understand, Grandfather Ho. I shall endeavor to elevate my spiritual power to the 70th level within the next 10 years. Having largely forgotten the latter part of the Douluo Continent's narrative, Chen Hu cannot recall precisely when significant changes will occur, yet time is certainly of the essence. If he fails to become a soul sage in 10 years, the prospect of safeguarding what he cherishes may prove exceedingly difficult. The pact with the old spirit monkey is not merely a promise to the elder, but also a commitment to himself. Very well, I am weary now. You may leave. Whenever you require the fountain of youth, you are welcome to seek me out. The old spirit monkey waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. After bidding farewell to Shao Qi, Chen Hu returned to his residence, beginning to assimilate the information he had received throughout the day. For any spirit master, the secrets encountered today would stir profound emotions within. The Golden King Bone, the Prajna Soul Skill, the Fountain of Youth, the Eternal Peach, the Battle Saint Ape. These revelations bombarded Chen Hu's consciousness. After a while, he managed to calm himself, engaging in meditation while organizing his newfound insights. Undoubtedly, the Golden King Bone constitutes his most significant acquisition today. With its enhancement, not only are his weaknesses addressed, but the potency of his blade techniques will also experience substantial elevation due to the added strength of his arms. With the aid of his Dawn Blade and the Golden King Bone, Chen Hu finally possesses the means and power to confront Dai Mubai head-on. Furthermore, the Fountain of Youth represents his second major gain. Although he has already partaken of its waters, his companions have not. For his friends, who do not possess exceptionally high talents. The Fountain of Youth could potentially alter the trajectory of their lives. If the Shrek's 7 monsters, under the guidance of Tang San, can ascend to divinity, surely his companions should not be unable to attain even the title of Title de Law. Additionally, the Fountain of Youth's life-extending properties would undoubtedly benefit his parents as well. Beyond these, the Yin-Yang twin flowers and the soul rings of the golden baboon provide substantial assistance. The former may offer him an opportunity for transformation, potentially surpassing even the effects of the Fountain of Youth, albeit with significant risk. If he cannot discover a safe method to absorb the Yin-Yang twin flowers, he would be gambling with his life for a chance to defy fate. The latter significantly enriched Chen Hu's combat techniques, greatly enhancing the functionality of the medicinal gourd, while also bestowing upon him a substantial increase in soul power. The soul power flowed through the meridians within his body. Typically, due to the influence of the medicinal gourd, Chen Hu's soul power was rather mild. However, after absorbing the energy from the diamond baboon's soul ring, his soul power began to incorporate elements of the baboon's ferocity and bloodlust. Although the destructive capability of his soul power was heightened, the difficulty of controlling it escalated correspondingly, demanding that Chen Hu dedicate more time to mastering his own soul power. The following day, in addition to meditation and his routine training, Chen Hu undertook a new task, teaching Xiaoqi and the other Lingming monkeys the art of swordsmanship and staff techniques. The rationale behind imparting staff techniques alongside swordsmanship was that Chen Hu felt a certain incongruity in monkeys that did not wield staffs. In truth, the Lingming monkey clan exhibited a far superior talent for staff techniques compared to swordsmanship. Each monkey wielded a wooden staff made of the same material as the one Xiaoqi had used that day, creating a vigorous display in the valley's clearing. Although Chen Hu had never practiced staff techniques, his dual-handed sword, reminiscent of a katana from his previous life, measured nearly 4 feet in length and primarily employed slash-based techniques, sharing many similarities with staff techniques. This was precisely why Xiaoqi could glean insights into staff techniques from Chen Hu's swordplay. Teaching the Lingming monkeys the arts of sword and staff was also a process of self-reflection for Chen Hu. Transitioning from a learner to a teacher necessitated a shift in his mindset. While instructing these students, Chen Hu came to recognize many of his own shortcomings and flaws. Throughout his life, his primary adversaries had been soul masters, and his sword techniques were designed to exploit their weaknesses, while the Lingming monkeys primarily faced soul beasts. Thus, as he taught the Lingming monkeys, he purposefully adjusted his sword techniques to better suit their needs. Teaching also served as a means for Chen Hu to identify and rectify his own gaps in knowledge. Examining his skills from a different perspective proved to be immensely beneficial for him. In his spare moments, Chen Hu would share tales of the legendary monkey, captivating the Lingming monkeys who were undoubtedly drawn to these stories. Inspired by the legendary figure, their enthusiasm for learning sword, and, combined with their inherent intelligence, they quickly grasped the intricacies of staff techniques. Approximately 3 months later, the restless aura surrounding Chen Hu began to settle into tranquility. If 3 months prior, Chen Hu had been akin to a sharp, glaring sword, he had now transformed into a serene lake, his essence profoundly grounded and returning to simplicity. Over this span, while his soul power had not seen significant enhancement, the process of teaching had propelled his swordsmanship to extraordinary heights, approaching a state of perfection. Chen Hu felt that he had reached a bottleneck, with only a thin veil separating him from the next realm of swordsmanship. Once he transcended this veil, his mastery of the blade would ascend to a higher echelon. However, no matter how he endeavored, this barrier remained impervious, thwarting his attempts at breakthrough. With a deep sigh, Chen Hu sheathed his sword, wiping the sweat from his brow, and turned to the side where Xiaoqi stood, inquiring, "What troubles you, Xiaoqi?" Xiaoqi replied, "Brother Chen, grandfather says that my bloodline abilities have become adept, and I am ready for transformation. He has sent me to invite you to witness this metamorphosis." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chen Hu's face as he responded, "Congratulations, Xiaoqi. After 3 months, you have finally reached this milestone." Xiaoqi beamed back, "Thank you. Brother Chen, let us be on our way." Together with Xiaoqi, they arrived at the stone chamber where the old spirit monkey resided. The old spirit monkey nodded slightly to Chen Hu and Xiaoqi, leading them away from his abode. Although the old spirit monkey's dwelling was the most tranquil place in the valley, the site for Xiaoqi's transformation lay elsewhere. The thunderous roar grew ever louder, and Chen Hu surmised the location Xiaoqi had chosen for her transformation. Indeed, a waterfall, cascading as if poured from the clouds, came into view. The old spirit monkey remarked, "It was here that Xiaoqi first discovered you. You must have fallen from above this waterfall. Fortunately, the relentless flow of the river below has carved out a deep lake, allowing you to survive." Chen Hu nodded in agreement. Without the lake below to cushion his fall from such a height, he would have surely met a gruesome fate. Even the Fountain of Youth would have been powerless to save him then. This terrain was remarkably unique, resonating with the legend of the carp leaping over the dragon gate. And the abundance of spiritual energy made it an ideal site for Shaoqi to shed her beastly form and assume human shape. Shaoqi, I have refrained from allowing you to drink from the Fountain of Youth, intending to use its potency to help you break through when you reach the level of a 10,000-year soul beast. Now that you are ready to transform, its effects should indeed come into play. The old spirit monkey conjured a crystal-clear liquid, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air as fish gathered at the lake's surface, leaping out as if yearning for the elixir in the old spirit monkey's hands. Shaoqi nodded, taking the Fountain of Youth from the old spirit monkey and swallowing it in one gulp. A surge of vibrant life energy erupted forth, propelling her to swiftly run along the lakeshore. With a leap reminiscent of a carp soaring over the dragon gate, she ascended high into the air. At that moment, a brilliant golden light radiated from within Shaoqi, illuminating the sky as she hovered like a newly risen sun, dazzling and resplendent. As the golden light surged, Shaoqi unleashed a tremendous roar, with the earthly spiritual energy flooding back to her. In the tumultuous surge of her vitality, a spectral image of a mighty ape, a warrior of heaven and earth, materialized, wielding an iron staff and striking at the unseen forces of the void. Do not close your eyes. Remember every movement of the divine ape formed from Shaoqi's essence. The ancient Lingming monkey emitted a low growl, a subtle warning to Chen Hu, while its eyes shimmered with divine light as it gazed upon the ethereal shadow of the divine ape suspended in the void. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu promptly widened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the emptiness. There, the divine ape was relentlessly swinging its iron rod. Yet the swiftness of its movements was hindered, as if invisible shackles were restraining it within the void. Suddenly, dark thunderclouds began to coalesce in the sky, as if the heavens themselves would not permit any transgressions against the natural order. Flashes of lightning illuminated the atmosphere, accompanied by the resonating booms of thunder. A sense of apprehension washed over Chen Hu as he gripped the hilt of his dusky dawn blade, the golden aura coalescing around his right arm, while the medicinal wine gourd materialized at his waist, preparing him for action. Simultaneously, the metamorphosis of Shaoqi commenced. The golden fur shed first, transforming into a cascade of radiant light that enveloped Shaoqi, obscuring the wonders occurring within the golden shower. Suddenly, a serpentine bolt of lightning descended from the sky. As Chen Hu drew his blade, the ethereal shadow of the divine ape behind Shaoqi let out a fierce roar, its hazy eyes revealing a streak of untamed spirit. As it struck upwards towards the thunderclouds, with one strike, the thunderclouds dispersed. With another, the sky brightened. With yet another, the very fabric of order retreated. In that moment, Chen Hu's consciousness was solely consumed by the breathtaking power of that singular blow. He seemed to witness the pinnacle of skill, the utmost zenith of swordsmanship. The dusky dawn blade in his hand quivered incessantly, as a formidable aura began to coalesce around him, akin to an indomitable blade. Chen Hu raised his right hand in a graceful arc, causing the lake's surface to erupt in tumultuous waves, parting the waters and staining them with the blood of fish. The essence of the blade. At last, Chen Hu's mastery of swordplay transcended its previous limits, a renewed blade intent continuously gathering around him. The ancient Lingming monkey revealed a satisfied smile, its eyes betraying an uncontainable admiration. After delivering that mighty blow, the divine ape seemed to expend all its strength, gradually dissipating with the wind. Above the lake's surface, only Shaoqi, enveloped in the golden light, remained suspended in midair, the thunderclouds having been shattered by the divine ape's shadow. Shaoqi shone like a second sun, rivaling the celestial orb in the sky. On the ground, Chen Hu stood with closed eyes, surrounded by a fluctuating aura of invisible blade energy. Within a 3-foot radius of him, all flora was severed into fragments. The ancient Lingming monkey retreated a few steps, its profound gaze vigilantly guarding the two figures. After about half an hour, the blade energy emanating from Chen Hu began to wane. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a brilliant and unyielding light bursting forth from within, before settling into tranquility. Yet, the memory of the divine ape's stunning strike remained deeply etched in the recesses of his mind. As he gathered his blade intent, Chen Hu stood silently in his white robe, appearing serene while harboring a streak of defiance within. The iron rod of the divine battle ape clan was emblematic of their rebellious spirit, and thus, the blade intent that Chen Hu comprehended from the ape's martial art was inherently fierce and unyielding. Beneath the tranquil and gentle facade of Chen Hu lies an indomitable spirit. How else could a food-type soul master like Chen Hu embark on a path fraught with greater challenges than that of a battle soul master? Chen Hu gazed upwards at Shaoqi, whose transformation was nearing its culmination. The golden rain of light had seamlessly merged into Shaoqi's form. revealing a physique exuding an aura of immense power. The streamlined silhouette showcased muscles perfectly defined, an embodiment of natural grace. Cascading golden locks flowed down to the waist, complemented by striking brows and radiant eyes, rendering his features utterly flawless. Although Chen Hu himself bore an ordinary appearance, he had encountered many handsome men, such as Dai Mubai and Oscar, who possessed their own distinctive charm. Yet, in comparison to Xiao Qi, they seemed to pale, lacking the pure essence that radiated from him. Xiao Qi resembled an ethereal being, a celestial entity untouched by the mundane world, leaving others feeling woefully inadequate in his presence.